When war broke out, Roman's dad became the main weapon supplier for the country, which was a huge factor in them coming out on top. Once the war wrapped up, he was gifted the title of Baron for his services and ended up becoming the lord of these lands. Lord Dimitri has a few sons, but Roman is the biggest loser of the bunch, dumb, reckless, and the servants even whispered behind his back that he was the idiot of the Dimitri family. Roman had lived 25 pathetic years before Junghyeok Baek transmigrated into his body. After waking up in this new body, the first thing Junghyeok Baek, let's call him Roman now, did was demand his servant take him to see the oldest person in the territory. Once there, he listened to the old man spill the tea on his father's heroic life. Even though the servant had no clue why the young master was suddenly making such a random demand, he was a servant, and a loyal one at that, so he had to finish the job his master gave him. After listening for a while, Roman finally had a decent grasp on his current situation. He didn't know why he got reincarnated. Maybe it was the heavens doing him a solid, or maybe it was a punishment from the gods because he refused to ascend. But whatever, since he's alive again, he's gonna live this life right. Just as he was thinking about that, Roman heard a massive shout coming from a market just a few steps away. "You dog!" A scrawny kid with red hair was getting beat to a pulp by some jacked bald guy. The guy kept hurling insults and kicking him while he was down. Everyone passing by was terrified, and not a single soul dared to step in. Roman's servant saw the commotion and went to check it out first, but when he saw the Bloody Fang tattoo on the bald guy's shoulder, he looked pretty spooked. What the hell is going on here? Roman followed him over to see what the drama was. "Young master, there's some trouble here. Looks like the Bloody Fang gang." With the tiny bits of memories from the original owner, Roman didn't recognize the name at all. According to his servant, they're just a bunch of loan sharks. The Bloody Fang's turf isn't just limited to the Dimitri lands, they operate in the surrounding areas too. Looks like that red-haired kid owes them big time, that's why he's getting his face smashed in. Let's just pretend we didn't see anything. Getting involved won't end well for us. The servant whispered, but when he turned around, the young master was already gone. Following a classic cliché, Roman stood there, clear as day, and barked at them to knock it off while his servant panicked. As soon as those Bloody Fang thugs saw him, they immediately recognized him as the youngest son of the Lord. But they weren't scared at all. They actually started laughing their heads off. "Oh wow, so the noble thinks he can stick his nose in our business? And he's even trying to talk us down? Your high and mighty Dimitri butt can get lost, kid. This is our business." It was obvious that even though Roman was the Lord's son, these jerks didn't respect him at all. Not even a little. The servant rushed to tell Roman to bounce because the Bloody Fang gang is a vicious crew. But with the blood of a martial arts master boiling in his veins, how could Roman just ignore an injustice like this? He turned to his servant and said, "Hans, I don't know much about the laws around here yet. So, you tell me, who's breaking the law here? And what's the punishment they're supposed to get?" Hans was the name of the servant. At his master's question, Hans looked super confused. Even though Roman never was the sharpest tool in the shed, after waking up today, he acted like he'd gotten total amnesia. Still, since Roman asked, Hans had to explain. Since the red-haired kid owed money and couldn't pay it back on time, yeah, he was in the wrong. But the Bloody Fang guys aren't allowed to handle stuff like that with straight-up violence. Most importantly, they disrespected the youngest son of the Dimitri family. That crime is punishable by death. According to the laws of this land, these guys deserve to be executed. Hans kept gulping in fear as he spoke, especially when he locked eyes with the deadly glares from the Bloody Fang goons. After hearing him out, Roman looked even more ready for a fight. He casually picked up a dry tree branch from the side of the road and declared, "You hear that? You guys have broken the laws of this land, and I, the youngest son of Lord Roman Dimitri, am gonna punish you right here, right now." Even Hans was shocked, thinking the young master must have hit his head or something to be acting this tough, but the bald guy and his goons still weren't worried at all. "Look, I know you're some noble who doesn't know how the world works, but if you keep this up, you're forcing our hand." With that, they started pulling out weapons, ready to beat young Master Roman to a bloody pulp. Of course, with a martial arts master's soul, Roman's battle lust was just as high as theirs. He even aggressively charged in first. The thugs were thrown off by the young master's sudden move, so they scrambled to pull out daggers and started attacking like maniacs. But too bad Roman isn't the same useless loser he was before. The dry branch in his hand suddenly felt as sharp as a sword, piercing right through the bald leader's throat. Stunned by that, the rest of the thugs looked like their tails got stepped on. They rushed him all at once, trying to jump him to get revenge for their buddy. But compared to the bald guy, these losers were even weaker. They couldn't even touch a single hair on Roman's head. Meanwhile, he kept landing brutal counters. This had Hans's jaw on the floor. Good lord, is this really the useless Roman he's been serving all this time? Even in the middle of a heated fight, Roman looked totally chill. He even had time to let his mind wander. Thinking back, the first thing he saw after opening his eyes was Roman's will and a bunch of pills scattered on the floor. The Kairo kingdom is a place always caught in war. The king ordered every family to send a representative to serve the country. And Roman, who was the one picked to join the army for the Dimitri family, had killed himself because he was too scared. With the battle-hardened soul of Junghyeok Baek, he had to admit that Roman was a pathetic loser. But no matter how he lived before, the master of this body is now the sect leader of the Heavenly Demon Sect, Junghyeok Baek. As long as he's in control of this body, he's gonna live a real life, just like Junghyeok Baek always did. Roman's mind never stopped racing, but his hands were busy as hell, laying waste to his enemies. He'd already wiped out almost all of the Blood Fang gang, leaving only one scrawny little punk scrambling to get away. Too bad for him, his speed couldn't hold a candle to the Heavenly Demon Sect leader. Roman grabbed him by the hair, completely shutting down any chance for him to pull something. The bastard was scared out of his mind, screaming his head off for mercy. You know, to keep an organization in line, you've got to do things by the book. Proper enforcement. I'm not gonna take your life, Roman said calmly, swiping the dagger right out of the guy's hand, but you're still gonna pay for that mouth of yours. With that, he jerked the guy's head back and jammed the sharp blade right into his eye. A blood-curdling scream tore through the air. The Blood Fang punk was blinded, his scrawny body shaking like a leaf from the agony, while the people watching the scene were trembling, absolutely terrified. Roman took a deep breath and spelled it out, loud and clear. The name's Roman Dimitri. If any of you losers have a problem with the way I handle these guys, feel free to come find me anytime. In his past life, Junghyeok Baek had climbed to the absolute top of the martial arts world with his unstoppable power. Thousands upon thousands of martial artists came to challenge Junghyeok Baek, and they all got the same result. When their hot blood flowed like a river, that was the moment the whole world learned the Heavenly Demon Sect ran this place. Junghyeok Baek was always damn proud of his legendary feats. But now, he's stuck in Roman's body, walking down the street just to deal with these pathetic lowlifes. Once he was done, Roman ordered Hans to call the guards to clean up the mess. He stared at his blood-stained arms for a long time, feeling nothing but disappointment. This body was total garbage, hardly any meridians, and the circulation was just pathetic. Roman figured he'd better gather some info on this world quick so he could fix up this new body. Right then, the red-headed kid managed to stand up, all shaky and weak. "Young master, thank you for saving my life." "Thanks so much, sir. Don't get it twisted. I didn't do this to save you," Roman replied coldly. "The Blood Fang gang broke the laws of this land, and I just punished them for it." Roman didn't go easy on the kid just because he was beat up. He ordered the kid to spill every single detail of his story, even threatening that if he caught him in one lie, he'd rip that tongue right out of his mouth. The kid, his face all swollen, started pouring his heart out. Turns out, the ones who actually owed the Blood Fang money were his parents. They'd borrowed cash to buy farmland. They could have easily paid it back after selling their crops, but those Blood Fang scumbags played dirty and destroyed everything they grew, leaving them broke. Later on, the kid found out those assholes did it on purpose because they were stalking his little sister. When he got to that part, the pain and rage just exploded out of him. The kid knelt at Roman's feet and wailed in despair. "We aren't rich, but we've never hurt anyone. Please, I'm begging you, at least save my little sister." There were so many raw emotions in those teary eyes: fury, grief, desperation. Looking at the kid, Roman felt like he was seeing the Rage Demon, one of the old 4 Heavenly Kings. Come to think of it, the first time he met the Rage Demon, it was in a dump just like this. Memories from his past life kept flashing by. After a long silence, Roman finally spoke up. "What's your name?" "Sir, my name is Kevin." "Kevin, later on, I'm gonna check if what you said is actually true. Whoever's in charge of these things will deal with it properly." Kevin bowed his head like crazy to thank him. A weird sense of déjà vu hit Roman, but something told him he and this kid might have a long road ahead of them. At that same time, an elegant carriage was rolling into the Dimitri territory. Sitting inside was a beautiful blonde noblewoman. That's Flora, Roman's fiancée. Their engagement had been set a month ago, and obviously it was just a political marriage. Since Flora's family territory was in total chaos, her dad had to marry her off to a powerful family. Flora fought it tooth and nail, but she was born in an era where women had no say, so she eventually had to face the music. Naturally, Flora didn't want to spend the rest of her life stuck with a family of damn blacksmiths. But to save her father, she bit the bullet. She was supposed to marry the second son of the family, a guy with a bright future. But the whole plan went sideways when the youngest son, Roman Dimitri, forced her to marry him instead. Before long, the carriage pulled up. Flora stepped out fuming. In her eyes, Roman was just some spoiled, degenerate piece of trash. Even though Flora knew exactly how bad her family situation was, no matter how many times she thought about it, she felt like Roman wasn't good enough for her. So, when they finally met, the first thing Flora said was, "Lord Dimitri, I want us to call off this engagement." Flora thought this was a hopeless act of defiance, but she was going to go down fighting. To her surprise, Roman looked like he just won the lottery. "That works for me." Flora couldn't help but let out a loud, confused, "Huh? What the hell? He's the one who forced her into this. Now that she wants out, he's happy about it? I've been thinking about this marriage too. As the trash of the Dimitri family, I really don't have the guts to marry someone like you, my lady. So, I think canceling this is the right move." The more Roman talked, the more shocked Flora got, mixed with some serious confusion. Before she could even react, Roman was already rushing off to tell his dad. She hurried to stop him. "Wait, I heard you specifically asked for this marriage because you were actually into me. Now you're just cool with breaking it off without any demands? I'm a bit confused. So what? Do you want me to marry you? Not necessarily. Then let's stop wasting each other's time. We both agree it's off. Done deal." With that, Roman walked away without looking back. He even insisted he'd take full responsibility for breaking the engagement. Honestly, he already had such a trashy reputation. What was one more rumor about being a jilted groom to him? Flora stared at his back, still stunned. She had a feeling he wasn't anything like the loser everyone whispered about. Roman marched straight into his father, Lord Romero's office. A moment later, a loud, angry shout echoed through the room. What did you say? You're calling off the engagement. Just like I told you, Dad. I talked it over with the Lawrence girl. Romero was so pissed he nearly had a stroke. He didn't hold back at all, calling his youngest son a total moron. Even though people out there call Roman a dummy and the disgrace of the Dimitri family, as a father, Romero has always tried to give him a decent life. And Flora is supposed to be part of that decent life. A political marriage with the Lawrence family is the best way for the Dimitri house to secure a solid spot among the high-class nobles. Plus, Flora is known for being a stunner. Look, kid, all you had to do was marry the pretty noble girl you wanted, and that would be that. So how the hell did you manage to screw even that up? Romero roared at Roman, but none of this even fazed him. Roman just hung his head and kept apologizing, but that only made Lord Romero angrier. He grabbed the porcelain cup off his desk and chucked it straight at his son's head. If the marriage had gone smoothly, Romero was planning to pull strings to get Roman a commission. But since the engagement is off, he's got to ship out to the battlefield in 6 months. You got anything else to say about this? Romero thought his son would be like before, scared out of his wits the second he mentioned the army. But this time, Roman just kept his head down and said calmly, "Nope." Romero lost it even more. "I also heard you've been messing with the Blood Fang gang. Witnesses say you punished those scum, but I don't buy it." "Huh, someone must have helped you out." Romero said that because the Blood Fangs are a group even he's wary of crossing, and Roman is just a useless brat who can't do anything right. He demanded that Roman clean up his own mess, insisting he wouldn't help him out of a jam ever again. Romero's attitude was all tough talk, but it was really just a bluff. He fully expected his youngest son to drop to his knees and start begging for mercy like always. But to his surprise, Roman just calmly said he understood, and would handle everything himself. That was probably the most shocking thing to happen in Romero's entire life. "These are the consequences of my own actions. I'm sure I can handle it. So, once I've got everything sorted out, I'll be back." Roman walked out of the room and slammed the door shut. Only then did he pull out a handkerchief to wipe away the blood trickling down his forehead. Flora was still waiting outside. She was so stunned she couldn't speak for a long time. "Are you out of your mind? You're still here?" Flora had heard the whole conversation between Roman and Romero, and what shocked her most was that Roman had challenged the Blood Fang gang, those bold bastards who dared to threaten the nobility. What Roman did could lead to the whole gang hunting him down for revenge, and Flora was worried he wouldn't be able to handle it without her family's backing. Flora advised Roman to go back and beg Baron Romero for forgiveness, but he just coldly countered, "Why would I do that?" Flora was speechless, and before she could even get a word out, Roman spoke up again. "Lady Flora, you should really learn who you are." Roman had found Flora annoying from the start, ever since Hans made him change into those tight, uncomfortable clothes and douse himself in perfume just to see her. Roman hadn't been in this world long, and he believed this marriage deal would only bring him more headaches. But Hans was right. Roman felt he shouldn't be rude to a woman who hadn't done anything to him yet. That said, he still wanted to call off the engagement. He just didn't expect Flora to suggest breaking it off first. And with such an arrogant attitude to boot. If the other person wasn't going to respect him, Roman had no reason to respect her either. "Lady Flora, you're quite full of yourself, aren't you? I get where you're coming from. You clearly didn't give a damn about my situation when you brought up calling off the engagement. But the moment I said I'd take full responsibility, you started worrying." From start to finish, only Roman spoke, while Flora seemed too flustered to say anything back. To him though, the second the words "call off the engagement" left Flora's mouth, she lost all right to interfere in his decisions. "From this moment on, we have nothing to do with each other. So, let's both just mind our own business." Roman walked away coldly, leaving Flora behind in humiliation. He said he'd take full responsibility just to head off any issues that might pop up after breaking the engagement. Plus, he didn't want to be tied to Flora Lawrence anymore. She was pretty sure, but Roman hoped this was the first and last time they'd ever meet. This guy has way too much on his plate to deal with getting hitched. Roman wasn't feeling down, but that night, someone else in the house was a total wreck. It was Lord Romero. He'd been hitting the bottle hard, even though his wife, Rihanna, tried to stop him. And the reason the Baron was so upset was that cup he'd accidentally hurled at his precious son's head. "Rihanna, I hit Roman again. Back when we were commoners, I used to beat him all the time. After we became nobles, I promised myself I'd never let my kids go through that kind of life again." Thanks to that promise, their other children grew up safely. But Roman was the most rebellious of them all, and the one who gave Romero the biggest headache. It's just that he's the only child who lived through those rough times with his father, so Romero never really knew how to treat him properly. Rihanna felt that as a father, Romero still had his shortcomings, but they were the only ones who could fix their own children's mistakes. She'd been stressed out by her youngest son's mood swings plenty of times too, but with a mother's heart, she still believed Roman would change, and that Romero would never give up on his son. "Are you talking about the Blood Fang thing?" Rihanna nodded. She knew her son well. Roman Dimitri was a kid full of pride, and if he said he could handle the gang himself, he was probably just talking big. As parents, they shouldn't just leave him to his fate, so Rihanna wanted her husband to send Captain Jonathan to help him. Romero agreed it made sense, so he immediately summoned Jonathan. But in reality, the prideful kid who was all talk that Rihanna knew had vanished. Roman said he could handle it because he actually could. Just like how he was currently strolling down the street, leaving Hans helpless. "Young master, the Blood Fangs could come for revenge at any moment. It's dangerous to be out like this." Maybe we should head back? Hans was exhausted because the young master had been acting like he'd lost his mind for the last 2 days. Of course, no matter how much Hans nagged, Roman had no intention of turning back. Hey Hans, you ever wonder how the Blood Fang gang got this strong? Roman asked out of the blue. Hans just shook his head. He really didn't know, but Roman did. After getting home, he'd done some digging into these Blood Fang punks. They built their rep through pure brutality, slaughtering anyone who stood in their way. That fear was their currency. It made their petty thug moves way more effective. So, what's the real issue here? The Blood Fang gang isn't actually that hard to deal with. They're only dangerous because they've got people shaking in their boots at the mere sight of their blades. That's why Roman wanted to head out today, to see for himself just how much that fear had messed with the people in his territory. The two of them wandered around until they hit a place called the Atelier restaurant. After ordering a mountain of food, Roman told Hans to stay back and enjoy the meal. He wanted to go out and scout on his own, knowing it could be dangerous for his old man. But Hans, who 10 seconds ago was all about that feast, suddenly stood his ground. No way. Even if it's dangerous, I'm not letting the young master go out there all by himself. Roman felt a mix of amusement and genuine touch. Looks like Hans is the real deal when it comes to loyalty. If he weren't, he wouldn't have stuck with a loser like the old Roman until the bitter end. But honestly, right now, Hans would just be dead weight. If Roman actually got jumped by the Blood Fang gang, Hans would just be in the way. Don't go throwing your life away for nothing. You coming out with me was more than enough. I'll be back soon. Roman left the restaurant, leaving Hans behind, totally dazed. He couldn't believe the young master had actually said that to him, and even ordered him a full meal while he waited. It was like he'd suddenly grown a brain. But then, something clicked in Hans's head. He didn't even care about the food anymore. He bolted out of the restaurant. Roman drifted through the streets, deep in thought. Over the last few days, he'd figured out the truth about the Blood Fang gang. They weren't all that special. But because they moved in packs, taking them all down at once was a headache. After the Kevin incident, they were definitely lying low. They were terrified of the fallout if they couldn't take Roman out. Since he couldn't find them, he'd just have to lure them out himself. That's why he dragged Hans out for a stroll today and ditched him at the restaurant. By now, the Blood Fang spies definitely knew exactly where he was. Plus, it was the Dimitri Guard's scheduled training day, meaning the streets were short-staffed. Meaning if the Blood Fang gang wanted payback, today was their golden ticket. His plan didn't miss a beat. After enough time wandering the streets, the Blood Fang thugs finally showed up. They were in bigger numbers this time, and of course, they were all packing weapons. Meanwhile, Hans was scrambling back to the Dimitri estate to find Captain Jonathan. Even after seeing the young master wreck those guys at the market the other day, Hans was still terrified he'd get jumped while out alone. Captain, you've got to find young Master Roman right now. Hans panted as he wheezed. The young master is in danger. Hans meant well, but he had no idea who was actually in danger here. In a quiet, deserted alley, Roman was just warming up by handing out some serious beatdowns to the goons trying to take him out. He started barehanded, but once he swiped a dagger off one of them, he was basically an unstoppable beast. With the combat instincts and cold resolve from his past life, Roman dropped one guy without even blinking. The rest of the thugs started freaking out. What the hell was going on? This was the Dimitri idiot they were warned about? Roman let out a mocking laugh. What are you idiots staring at? Come on, all of you at once. At the same time, Hans was frantically telling everyone that the young master was out fighting the Blood Fang gang with zero backup. But when Jonathan and the guards heard it, they just laughed. It sounded insane. The Roman they knew was the weakest guy on the planet. No way he was fighting anyone. It's the truth. Why would I lie to you people about this? Hans screamed. His desperation actually made Captain Jonathan pause. As luck would have it, Lord Dimitri had just come to him with the exact same concern not long ago. If it were just one person, Jonathan wouldn't buy it, but both of them saying the same thing? It was a pain in the neck. The young master wandering around getting into trouble when he couldn't even swing a sword. Even though he really didn't want to, Jonathan finally ordered the squad to gear up and go save the young master. Don't worry, with us here, those losers won't lay a finger on the young master. Jonathan promised Hans, but he was secretly fuming about the headache Roman was causing. Just then, Roman sliced a Blood Fang thug's throat. The last two guys, after a split second of shock, lunged at him in a panic. But their sloppy aggression was nothing compared to the refined skills of a martial arts legend. Even being ganged up on, Roman stayed ice cold. In seconds, he'd wiped them both out, leaving one alive for questioning. Roman looked pretty disappointed that they only brought 3 guys, but he'd kept the last one alive, for the intel. Roman jammed his knife straight into the guy's thigh, the pain worse than death itself. As the guy spiraled into panic, Roman started his interrogation. All right, let's start with this. Who's your boss? With the experience from his past life, getting a scared survivor to spill his guts was child's play for Roman. Once he squeezed the info out of that scumbag, he headed straight for a tavern. The drinkers inside went pale the second they saw Roman, especially since he was covered in blood. Welcome, young master. The barkeep greeted him before Roman marched straight to the bar. Whispers started popping up all around the room. Roman heard every word but chose to play it deaf. The barkeep asked him what he wanted to drink. Roman replied he wanted the Dawn's Tear, the vintage aged 20 years or more. Sorry sir, but our bar doesn't carry that. Let me suggest a different drink for you. Fine, whatever. Just get me something strong. I've got stuff to do in the morning, so I need to get buzzed. Roman's reply sounded like complete gibberish, but it instantly grabbed everyone's attention in the room. See, it was a secret code he'd ripped right out of that bald guy's mouth earlier. The creep said they usually took their orders at this pub after hearing the right password. And the code was just those 3 phrases. Dawn's tears, something strong, and stuff to do in the morning, in that exact order. As soon as Roman played his part, the vibe in the pub turned hostile real fast. Even the bartender joined in, being the first to pull a blade and call for the attack. But he was also the first one to hit the floor, courtesy of one punch from Roman. The second he went down, every other lowlife in the place rushed Roman with their weapons out. Any normal person would have been scared out of their mind watching that. They scrambled to get out of the pub, screaming for the guards to handle the mess. Once the innocent bystanders cleared out, Roman had even more room to work with. Even without a weapon, he wiped the floor with those 3 punks in a heartbeat. That made the rest of them think twice about rushing him. This didn't seem like the cowardly, useless Roman Dimitri they knew. Roman just smirked, like he could read their pathetic minds. Of course, he wasn't the Roman they knew anymore. He was the legendary Heavenly Demon Sect leader from his past life. Since he knew all the world's most elite martial arts, he'd already buffed this body up in just a few short days. Even though he wasn't back to his prime self, this bunch of bottom feeders stood no chance against him. Once Roman finished trashing the crew, the bartender started crawling back up. "You're up just in time. I'm already done with your friends here." "Young master, why the hell are you doing this? Quit playing dumb. You're the one who swung on me first. Plus, it's just you and me now. I've got some questions that are bugging me, so let's have a chat." The bartender felt like the guy standing in front of him wasn't some young noble anymore, but a literal demon. He couldn't help it. He started shaking like a leaf. A little while later, Jonathan and the guards stormed the place, but the carnage on the floor made it hard to keep his cool. What the hell happened here? Was this really all the young master's work? While Jonathan was checking the scene, his guys cleared the second floor. They found one guy barely hanging on, and he spilled that Roman had headed for the Lawrence territory. What? Why would the young master go to Lawrence? Jonathan was confused. Didn't Roman just call off the engagement with Lady Flora from that family? The guy said the Blood Fang gang's hideout was in Lawrence. Rewinding an hour, Roman had used force to make the bartender cough up the truth. At first, even after Roman sliced off 2 of his fingers, the guy stayed tight-lipped, but that didn't tick Roman off. If anything, he was stoked. Because the guys who won't talk, no matter the torture or even the threat of death, are the ones holding the juiciest secrets. "You're just wasting your time, man. Just kill me and get it over with." "Really? Let's run a little test then. Let's see if you can keep that mouth shut no matter what I do to you." Physical force wasn't working on this dirtbag, but family was another story. Roman had already spotted a photo on the table. The kid next to him in the picture was obviously his son. Roman used the kid as leverage, and sure enough, it worked. The guy was so pissed his hair would have stood on end if he wasn't already bald. "You bastard! A noble like you is really gonna use my family against me?" the bald guy screamed. Roman didn't even answer. He just held up the photo and stepped closer. "I've dug up some really interesting stuff about the Blood Fang gang lately. Want to hear it?" Honestly, Roman had been doing his homework over the past few days. He knew these gang members would die for revenge, and they all had one thing in common. They weren't born bad, but got buried in debt to Blood Fang until they became slaves. That scummy organization pushed people to the edge and held their families hostage to keep them on a leash. That's why they had so many members willing to throw their lives away for the gang. As Roman kept talking, the bald guy's face turned even greener. He figured even if Roman knew the truth, he couldn't change a thing, because Blood Fang would hunt him to the ends of the earth for payback. "Hey, you better think carefully. You should probably place your bets wisely, right?" Roman suddenly cracked a laugh and tossed the photo frame at the guy's feet. It shattered into pieces. "When I said I'd take your son's life, I was dead serious. I swear that on the name of Roman Dimitri." He didn't even hold back on describing how painfully he'd take the kid out. That forced the bald guy to really sweat it out. Should he stay loyal to the gang and let his son die in agony, or spill everything? Roman wanted to know. You can probably guess how that went, since Jonathan arrived to find the young master had already left for Lawrence. And over at the Blood Fang hideout, things were going absolutely haywire after hearing their Dimitri branch got wiped out. The most embarrassing part? They got taken down by a young master known for being totally useless. A guy who couldn't even get into the Royal Fencing Academy. "Where's Roman?" the boss asked. "He just left the territory, sir. I think he might have gotten the intel from the pub." "He's alone?" "Yes." The boss thought it was a joke that Roman was dumb enough to come there by himself. He figured the kid was seriously underestimating them. He immediately ordered the rest of the gang to gear up. Better kill Roman before the Dimitri guards show up. As he spat those orders out, he kept growling. "Roman Dimitri, you actually dare to mess with Blood Fang? Today I'm gonna take your head and hang it in the town square to make sure Blood Fang's reputation stays top tier." While Roman was busy handling these thugs, his potential father-in-law, Lord Lawrence, was stressing over something else. He'd heard the North family recently borrowed a massive amount of cash from the gold bank, and the only reason they'd do that was if they were prepping for war. Plus, the royal family seemed to be backing the Norths, letting them run wild like this. And if war breaks out, Lawrence is definitely going to get crushed. I mean, the Lawrence family has been ruling and thriving on this fertile land for ages. Even though there's proof their ancestors mortgaged this land to the Barco family, the old guard of the Lawrence clan refuses to acknowledge it. Not that it matters now, since the Bow family is already itching for a fight. The only thing Lord Lawrence can do is refuse to hand over his land to anyone. If the Bow family isn't looking to compromise, then the Lawrence house has to fight back with everything they've got. And that's exactly why he arranged a political marriage with the Dimitri family. The moment that name dropped, the nobles' faces lit up. They had forgotten how big of a deal they are. Sure, the Dimitri family started out as nothing but gritty blacksmiths, but you can't deny they're one of the wealthiest families in the Northeast now. No matter how much the northern family borrows, they'll never be as loaded as the Dimitri family. With the Dimitri family backing them, Lawrence's position would be rock solid. That's the only reason the Lord sent his only daughter to be with that guy everyone calls the Dimitri idiot, Roman. It's all for the future of the Lawrence house, my lord. Please, don't blame yourself. You're right, an alliance with the Dimitri family is the only move. Flora heard their whole meeting from outside, but she was too scared to go in. She didn't know how to tell them. She'd already called off the engagement with the Dimitri heir. Her head was a mess. Half of her felt like total trash for disobeying her father, and the other half felt like she'd done the right thing for her own happiness. Flora kept pacing in front of the door. Just as she finally gathered enough guts to walk in and spill everything, a knight came sprinting toward them. My lord! He barely gave Flora a nod before barging straight into the meeting room. We've got a massive problem, sir. The big news he was dying to drop was that Jonathan had led his entire unit right up to the Lawrence city gates. But the Lawrence knights weren't budging. They wouldn't open the gates unless Jonathan and his men dropped their weapons. Jonathan was freaking out, scared to death that something might have happened to Lord Romero's golden boy. If anything happens to young Master Roman, I'm not gonna let any of you slide. This guy is such a pain. How are we supposed to let you go marching into the city armed to the teeth? As the captains on both sides were going at it, another soldier came running up with a frantic report. The Lawrence town square was currently absolute chaos. That's because Roman, covered head to toe in blood, was dragging the leader of the Blood Fang gang through the middle of the square, ignoring the guy's desperate pleas for mercy. Just a while ago, the Blood Fang boss thought this was going to be a total breeze. He figured his opponent was just some muscle-headed noble brat, and the kicker was, he was all alone. Meanwhile, his own crew was huge and fully armed, plus every single one of them was a savage, ready to die for the organization. The boss thought any idiot could see they were going to win this thing. But that script? Yeah, it didn't play out like that. Roman single-handedly stormed the Blood Fang lair and wiped the floor with those thugs in no time. Right in front of that old boss, who was so shocked he couldn't even stand up. As Roman stepped closer with a terrifying look in his eyes, only one thought ran through the guy's head. I'm freaking dead. He knew it, but he was so paralyzed by fear he couldn't even twitch. He didn't want to meet his maker, but his body wouldn't listen to him. A literal monster was standing right in front of him, and you can guess how that ended. Roman beat him to a pulp, dragged his half-dead body to the busiest part of the square, and dropped him. The Blood Fang boss, who used to be so full of himself, was now groveling on the ground, begging for his life. He said if Roman just let him live, he'd do anything, even be his loyal dog for the rest of his life. You want to be my dog? Roman smirked. You should have said that before you showed me your fangs. With that, he kicked the guy in the chest, slamming his face straight into the freezing pavement. Then Roman loudly exposed exactly who this piece of trash was to the crowd. Everyone in town knew how ruthless the Blood Fang gang was. So when Roman laid out all the boss's crimes, the people were shocked and then absolutely furious. The gang's laundry list of sins was obvious to everyone. So today, in front of all of you, I'm gonna rip out the roots of this evil once and for all. As he finished, Roman raised his foot again. Some of the weaker townspeople couldn't even bear to watch. Jonathan finally rode up just in time, but all he saw was the bloody mess that used to be the gang leader. The guards rushed to report everything to Lord Lawrence. They had only opened the gates for Roman because he was Lady Flora's fiancé. But nobody expected him to drag a blood-soaked guy into the middle of the square an hour later. After confirming it was Ben Millet, the Blood Fang leader, Roman executed him right in front of everyone. The elders meeting with the Lord started buzzing immediately. Like everyone else, they thought this whole thing was completely insane. How could a total loser like Roman Dimitri catch the Blood Fang leader by himself, let alone execute him? And the biggest issue was that Roman had killed someone in Lawrence territory without the Lord's permission. It was a total power move, and the family elders weren't about to let it slide. But Lord Lawrence didn't see it that way. The only thing he cared about right now was that his future son-in-law had taken out the entire Blood Fang gang all by himself. The Lord was suddenly dying of curiosity and wanted to see Roman right now. Before long, he was summoned to the meeting room. Roman walked in with a totally different vibe. He looked imposing. Jonathan was right there by his side. The moment Lord Lawrence saw him, he had his answer. He assumed Roman couldn't have wiped out the gang without the support of the Dimitri Guard. Greetings, Baron Lawrence. I'm Roman Dimitri. Roman stood tall. Even though he was greeting someone of higher status, he didn't bow his head. Lord Lawrence didn't really care about those stuffy traditions anyway. Instead, he wanted to hear from Roman himself why he had the nerve to barge into Lawrence territory and start acting all violent. A few days ago, the Blood Fang gang assaulted an innocent citizen on my turf, so I executed them on the spot. Roman started breaking it down from the moment he ran into Kevin. The classroom door was shut tight. Flora was lurking outside, totally dying of curiosity. She grabbed a guard to ask why Roman was there and why he just waltzed into her father's study. You really don't know, my lady? The guard let out a massive sigh and started spilling the tea about what went down in the streets. Inside the study, Roman was wrapping up the whole story about hunting down the Blood Fang, and the more he talked, the nastier Lord Lawrence's expression got. The question is, who gave you the right? You've got zero authority to go around executing people on Lawrence land. I get that, Roman shot back, not backing down, but honestly, I'm pretty skeptical about whether you guys could actually wipe out the Blood Fang yourself. Ben Millet, the gang leader, wasn't some mysterious big shot. He was notorious in Lawrence for a mountain of brutal crimes. He'd been locked up plenty of times, only to get bailed out every single time. That was the intel Roman got from the tavern owner, which is exactly why he decided to come here and clean house himself. Because he didn't trust the Lawrence family. As soon as Roman finished, Jonathan was pale as a ghost. I've got one question for you, Baron. Did I actually do something wrong? Lord Lawrence stayed silent for a few seconds, then looked up at the guy sitting closest to him. You know a Ben Millet? He's a known criminal, sir, but I had no clue he was running the Blood Fang, the guy stammered. Right, got it! Then we don't need to discuss this any further, because this never would have happened in the first place if the Lawrence family had actually done their job properly. Truth was, Roman did the right thing, even if he went a bit overboard. Lord Lawrence knew it too. He was a bit humiliated, but he couldn't exactly punish the guy. He sent Roman and Jonathan off, promising to reward them later. The study door opened, and only after Roman was out of sight did Lord Lawrence let out a hearty laugh. So that's Roman Dimitri, huh? Not bad, kid. The other noble still wasn't ready to let go of the fact that Roman had overstepped his bounds. But unfortunately for him, Lawrence had taken a liking to his bold future son-in-law. He was willing to let it slide, even though Roman had basically slapped him in the face. Lawrence was even eager to call Flora over. He wanted to tell his daughter that her future husband wasn't a total loser so she could stop stressing about the engagement. Meanwhile, Roman was just chilling on his horse, heading home with Jonathan. On the way, Captain Jonathan couldn't help himself. Young master, did you really have to mock Baron Lawrence like that? We're lucky we got out of there in one piece, but what if he'd totally snapped? Even though everyone thought Roman had pulled a crazy stunt, he was totally unfazed. He knew that everything he did just proved that the whole mess was due to the Lawrence family's own negligence. Plus, looking at the Baron's attitude, he probably didn't even know about the marriage being called off yet, so there was no way he was going to punish his daughter's fiancé. Jonathan was getting goosebumps. The youngest young master had suddenly become weirdly sharp. Not only was he stronger, but walking straight into Lawrence territory to stir up trouble had clearly been part of his plan all along. This made Jonathan, like everyone else, wonder, is this guy even the same pathetic Roman Dimitri he used to know? All the way home, Roman stayed quiet, lost in thoughts of his childhood. Being born as the Heavenly Demon's son, it meant he never got the love or protection that normal kids took for granted. His own father threw him into a world where only the strong survived. Roman had grown up through constant beatings, fighting his way up from the very bottom, step by grueling step. By the time they got back to the Dimitri estate, the sun was already setting. The first thing Roman did was hit the bath to scrub off the stench of blood. He felt like his body was totally drained. It seemed like being in Roman's body made him burn out way faster. Still, since waking up in this new skin, he'd experienced a lot of wild stuff, and most of it ended up involving the Blood Fang. To wipe them out, Roman had crushed anything in his way, in the most brutal way possible, and he didn't regret a single second of it. Because back when he was Junghyeok Baek, he was exactly like this. A guy who'd tear his enemies apart, torture anyone who got in his way, and do whatever it took to finish off anyone who looked at him sideways. That was his old life, and it wasn't going to change just because he was Roman Dimitri now. But after this, Roman didn't feel like going out to cause any more trouble for a while. He still hadn't fully figured out how this world worked. Plus, his strength wasn't what it used to be. Just as Roman was racking his brain on how to get his power back, a servant outside told him his father wanted to see him. Roman finished up, changed, and got ready to face his old man. At the same time, in the study, Jonathan was filling Romero in on everything he saw at Lawrence's place. The Lord could barely believe his ears, since Roman had always been the black sheep of the family. He was the only kid who never showed any talent. But back when Romero was just a regular blacksmith, Roman was the one who loved him the most. He'd even walked a long way to the smithy, just to bring his dad a piece of candy, terrified that his father was working too hard. Because of that, Romero always wanted to give Roman a happy life and spoiled him rotten. But he never realized that his coddling was actually what led Roman down the wrong path. Honestly, he'd given up on his youngest son a long time ago. But hearing that Roman had taken down the Blood Fang, that spark of hope he thought was dead suddenly flared back up. They were mid-conversation when Roman knocked on the door. Romero's voice sounded a bit choked up when he heard his son. He didn't care how Roman had fought off the gang. If Roman had actually achieved something on his own, Romero was ready to do anything for him, just to make up for being such a lackluster father. Is that you, Roman? I heard you took down the whole Blood Fang gang by yourself. Is that true? Roman stayed silent. Looking at the expression on Romero's face, you could tell he was banking on a yes. And if Roman told him the truth, his father would see him in a completely different light. But achievements that blow everyone's expectations out of the water like this are bound to bite me in the ass eventually. So, for now, Roman wants to play it cool and keep his true power on the down low. Roman really wanted to keep his secrets, but his childhood memories kept coming back to haunt him. Back then, while other kids were getting spoiled and protected by their parents, He got dumped into a world where only the strongest could survive. And he clawed his way up from that hellhole to the very top by proving again and again just how much better he was than everyone else. That's why in this life, Roman actually wants to be loved and recognized for once. Finally, when Romero pressed him, he came clean about his accomplishments. He is the Heavenly Demon, after all, the guy who never hides his talent. Right after that, Romero and Jonathan dragged Roman off to the guards' training grounds. The soldiers there were totally confused, seeing the useless youngest son suddenly showing up at the arena. Even more confusing, Captain Jonathan announced that Roman was there for some sword training and demanded that any soldier willing to spar with him step forward. The crowd swallowed hard. In their eyes, Roman was just a total moron, and nobody wanted to touch that mess with a 10-foot pole. If they lost control and accidentally hurt the young master, their heads might literally roll. But to understand why Lord Dimitri brought his kid here, we've got to rewind 1 hour. That was when Roman claimed he'd taken down the Blood Fang gang all by himself. Even though it was the answer Romero wanted to hear, it still felt fishy as hell to him. How the hell could he take down the Blood Fang? Roman's brain kicked into overdrive, racing to come up with a story that would make sense and stop Romero from getting suspicious. So he lied and said he'd actually been practicing his sword skills in secret the whole time. He added that he wanted to prove to his old man that the Dimitri moron everyone mocked was actually capable of pulling off something huge. Roman also rattled off everything he'd learned about the Blood Fang gang, plus the exact plan he used to lure out their leader and crush him. Romero was getting more shocked by the second. The story proved his son wasn't just better with a sword, but also a calculated genius, plus he had the guts to storm the enemy's hideout solo. Romero stayed silent for a long time. He was used to his youngest son being a complete waste of space, so this sudden 180-degree turn was way past just impressive. Romero could only describe the stuff that had gone down over the last few days as absolutely insane. After a long heavy silence, he finally spoke up. "Son, can I ask you for one favor?" "Sure, what is it, father?" Lord Dimitri wanted to see Roman's swordsmanship with his own eyes to see just how much he'd really changed. That's why Roman was suddenly standing in the training ring. But Jonathan had asked 3 times already, and not a single soldier had the guts to step up and spar with the young master. Jonathan was getting a massive headache. He needed to pick someone skilled enough to beat Roman, enough to keep the knight's reputation solid, while also showcasing the young master's talent. Jonathan would have been perfect for the job, obviously, but as the captain, he couldn't just draw his sword for a petty spar like this. So Jonathan called out one name, Chris, the vice-captain of the Dimitri Knights. As soon as he heard his name, Chris went pale as a sheet. His history with Roman was honestly pretty trash. They first met last year when Chris was out dealing with some drunk idiot causing a scene and ruining business at a restaurant downtown. It wouldn't have been a big deal, except the drunk moron, slurring his words and throwing stuff around, was Roman himself. While trying to stop him, Chris got slapped hard across the face. That was the moment he realized the young master had never trained a day in his life. The guy's strength was even worse than an average civilian's. It was pathetic. Chris completely wrote Roman off as a total piece of garbage, just wasting space. And now, he had to spar with him. He was pissed and totally awkward about it. Chris tried to protest, but Jonathan didn't give him an inch of wiggle room. Young Master Roman took down the Blood Fang on his own. He's a rare talent. To keep this fair, you're the best person for the job. Chris knew how the captain rolled. He had no choice but to grab a wooden sword and step into the ring. As Jonathan was calling out for them to get ready, Chris suddenly made a demand. "I was taught that when you draw a sword, even for a practice spar, you fight like it's the real battlefield. No matter who the opponent is, I'm not holding back. If you're cool with that, I'd be honored to spar with young Master Roman." Chris was dripping with attitude. He clearly didn't believe Roman could have wiped out the Blood Fang on his own. Since he was forced into this, Chris wanted to take the chance to teach Roman a lesson. Captain Jonathan looked between the Lord and the young master, waiting to see what Roman would say. But Roman didn't look stressed at all. He just flashed a cocky smirk that made Chris want to snap. Jonathan took that smirk as Roman accepting the challenge, so he signaled for them to get ready. Chris couldn't figure out where a weakling like Roman got the nerve to spar with him. But looking at how confident he was, it seemed like Chris was the one starting to freak out. As soon as the signal was given, Chris lunged forward with everything he had. The speed caught the other knights off guard because it was the first time they'd seen Chris fight at full power. Across from him, Roman's eyes suddenly turned razor-sharp, and, to everyone's shock including Captain Jonathan's, he blocked the first strike. The kickback from the clash forced Chris to stumble back a few steps. You could see the confusion written all over his face. From the power Chris felt in that block to the way Roman stood his ground, everything was solid and powerful. Was this really the same weak-ass Roman he used to know? Chris frowned, trying to shake it off. He had no idea how the young master blocked his attack, but right now, only beating the hell out of Roman would satisfy him. So, Chris went on the offensive again. This time, instead of blocking, Roman quickly dodged to the right. Chris's reflexes were decent, so he immediately changed direction. But maybe he was too desperate, because he started looking sloppy. Meanwhile, Roman stayed totally chill. Just when Chris thought he'd found an opening, Roman sidestepped it like it was nothing. That missed attack left him wide open. Roman countered with a heavy strike, and whether he meant to or not, his blade stopped just an inch from the guy's face. Chris was freaked out, stumbling back and gasping for air. That move was legit terrifying. If Roman had put just a little more into it, he would have been done for. The onlookers couldn't hide their shock, but Roman? He just stood there, totally calm, soaking up all the attention. Chris grit his teeth. This Roman standing in front of him wasn't the guy from his memories at all. From his defense and dodges to his offense, he didn't show a single weakness. Chris was terrified that he was actually going to lose. As soon as that thought hit him, he started cursing himself under his breath. What the hell are you thinking, Chris? Your opponent is supposed to be that Dimitri idiot, and because his opponent was Roman, Chris couldn't let himself lose in front of all these people. Before Chris could even pull himself together to keep fighting, Roman spoke up. Guess that was enough of a warm-up, right? That line hit Chris like a slap to the face. He'd been struggling that hard, and to Roman, it was just a warm-up. Before Roman even finished his sentence, his blade was already right in Chris's face. The speed was insane. Chris instinctively threw his sword up to block, but he was barely holding on. Roman had no intention of letting him catch his breath. He launched a non-stop barrage of attacks. The other knights were just standing there, jaws dropped, completely stunned. Chris was struggling more and more. He had to grit his teeth and push every ounce of strength, just to defend against the young master's onslaught. Still, Chris kept looking for an opening to counter. Just then he saw Roman's chest leave an opening. He didn't hesitate. He took a step back to gain momentum and lunged. But instead of landing the hit, he saw a smug grin on Roman's face. That's when it clicked. Roman had intentionally left an opening to bait him. At that moment, Chris's fear of losing made him lose his mind. The sword in his hand erupted in a blinding green aura, and even Jonathan panicked and screamed out. Chris stopped. Boom. The training ground rocked with an explosion like nothing they'd ever seen. Dust was everywhere. Lord Romero panicked, his eyes darting around searching for his precious son. But as the smoke cleared, Roman was totally fine, and he'd actually blocked that one-star aura strike. The fight was over. Chris was basically drained and collapsed backward, right in front of Roman's smug, triumphant gaze. To be fair, Chris wasn't weak by any means. When he was named deputy captain of the night squad, he'd shocked everyone with how young he was. He was Jonathan's personal student too. Only 2 years into his training, he could already sense mana, and it took him just 3.5 years to become an aura knight. Everyone whispered about how legendary Chris's swordsmanship was, and those rumors, they weren't wrong. Even Jonathan was super proud of his student, seeing how Chris had natural talent, drive, and real work ethic. He really thought Chris was going to go far, but here he was, in front of everyone at the training grounds, getting humiliated by the Dimitri idiot. The second he hit the ground, everyone there was frozen solid. Romero couldn't believe it, especially since Jonathan had always bragged that Chris was the best one-star aura knight in the whole territory. And Jonathan? He couldn't believe his eyes either. Just a month ago, Roman was still the neighborhood troublemaker. There's no way someone training for only a year or two could reach that level of skill, let alone in 1 month. Looking at how Roman moved, Jonathan felt like he had been training for decades. My lord, please, don't be so shocked. But it looks like the young master is a swordsmanship genius. Jonathan said it, clearly shaken. Meanwhile, Roman was coldly staring down his defeated opponent lying in the dirt. Can't deny it, Chris knows how to stay on the offense and fight back hard. His focus in battle is actually pretty sharp. At this level, Roman figured Chris could totally wipe out a whole pack of Blood Fangs without breaking a sweat. No wonder Captain Jonathan was so proud of him. By these knight standards, Chris was a top-tier warrior. Still, by Roman standards, Chris was the weakest of the weak. Though that one-star aura finisher he pulled, that actually caught him off guard. Before Roman could think more about it, Romero's loud, joyful laughter snapped him back to reality. Looks like the Lord was absolutely glowing with pride over his son. Captain Jonathan himself called his son a swordsmanship genius. Romero waved Roman over. Now the Lord was convinced that he'd handled the Blood Fang pack all on his own, and he wanted to praise his youngest son for scoring such a huge achievement for the first time in his life. So Romero told him he'd grant him one wish. Roman was stoked. Father, you said I had to head out to the front lines in 6 months, right? Because we aren't exactly on good terms with the Lawrence family anymore. Hearing that, Romero immediately guessed Roman wanted to get out of it. You mean you don't want to go, right? No, sir. I want your permission to pick my own team. Romero was stunned. They still had 6 months before the war. He thought his son was going to try to haggle his way out of it, but he just stepped up and asked to go. Feeling like his son had matured overnight, Romero agreed and gave Roman the green light to take control of his own life. While his dad was in such a good mood, Roman asked for one more thing, and obviously he said yes. Roman was pretty satisfied, but someone else definitely wasn't. That someone was Chris. After finally waking up from passing out, the first thing he heard was that the Lord had personally ordered him to teach aura to the young master, Roman. Chris fought it, mostly because he felt so humiliated. He'd had to use his own aura just to fight Roman, and he still lost to some basic sword moves. He just wanted to find a hole and crawl into it. And now, the Lord wanted him to teach aura to Roman? Talk about a slap in the face. Chris tried to refuse at first, but Jonathan cut a deal with him. He wanted Chris to teach Roman and find out what made him so different. If he could handle this, Jonathan promised to pass down all his secret techniques to him. Chris was so hyped he literally jumped up despite his whole body aching. What the hell? This is a steal of a deal. If he took the deal, his master would teach him the secret to becoming an aura knight. Even though he couldn't stand Roman, the offer was too damn good to pass up, so he finally caved. That night, Roman headed back to his room to enjoy his fancy, high-class lifestyle. Hans was looking pretty shook that the useless young master he served had just crushed the region's best 2-star aura knight. Ever since he bodied Chris, Roman kept hearing people yapping about aura, but he had no clue what that was. He asked Hans, but even the old guy was vague. Isn't that just the power to use mana, sir? Roman stayed quiet. Guess they call it mana around here. He was positive that the energy Chris showed off in his final move earlier was some kind of explosive power. But the way people here channeled their energy was totally different from Roman's previous life. And this whole aura thing? Honestly, it seemed pretty inefficient to him. He didn't know why they were tapping into their power that way, but right then and there, Roman set a new goal. He was going to teach the people of this world how to actually use the potential hidden in their own bodies. The next morning, Chris showed up with a fresh bruise on his face, looking like he really didn't want to be there. Before they started training, Chris gave him the lowdown on what aura actually was. In simple terms, it's just a way for knights to use their mana. While mages use mana by storing it in spell orbs, knights store it all throughout their bodies. The one who came up with this whole aura concept was Emperor Alexander. Unlike mages who stash mana in different objects and forms, he was the first to realize that storing it inside your own body could boost your physical stats. Aura is basically just releasing that stored-up energy. Mana flows through everyone, and you can boost your power by focusing and unleashing that stash. Still, Chris didn't think the history of mana mattered much, since only a tiny group of chosen people could actually use it that way. Only 1 in 1,000 people becomes an aura knight, and even fewer, like 1 in tens of thousands, become mages. That's why testing if you've even got the aptitude is the most important part. The bare minimum for an aura knight is the ability to sense it. Chris warned Roman that almost everyone fails at this first step. Even he, a so-called sword genius, needed 6 months just to feel the mana. A regular person, it usually takes over a year. The more Chris talked, the more Roman felt like he was just flexing his genius label, and it was getting on his nerves. Let's just get on with sensing the mana. Can you explain how you did it back then? Obviously. Chris snapped back, his eyes full of hate. He felt like Roman was just being arrogant because he'd won one fight, but everyone knew that sword skills and mana control were two totally different beasts. Chris was dying to see Roman embarrass himself by failing to control his mana. But what Chris didn't see coming was that Roman already knew how to sense it. I mean, he wasn't the original Roman Dimitri, he was Junghyeok Baek. In his past life he was already a master mage. That's why he could store a little bit of mana. But if he only relied on what he already knew, he'd end up hitting a wall sooner or later. Roman wanted to test out how people in this world did things first, so for now, he just played along with what Chris was teaching him. Roman focused with everything he had, doing exactly what he was told. Suddenly his whole body erupted in a blinding golden light. Once it got too bright to ignore, Chris opened his eyes, totally floored. Roman's aura was so intense it was practically blinding. Roman slowly opened his eyes. Just like he thought, the way they use ki in this world is completely useless. In his past life, the martial arts world's ki was all about purging every impurity to store pure energy in a cleansed body. But here, the energy system is totally different. They concentrate mana and hope it flows through them naturally, without having to limit or control it. The ki of the martial world was rare, harsh, but powerful. The mana here is everywhere in light, making it way easier to push out of the body. If you had to compare, their aura training is kinda like the training back in the martial arts world. But Roman didn't need to waste time comparing them. Training makes the body stronger, sure, but it only does so much for your physical side. It doesn't help you store mana. The thing is, if he sticks to this world's aura method, Roman would never hit the peak he reached in his past life, even with hundreds of years of practice. What? How the hell did you do that? Chris finally couldn't hold it back and screamed. Was that really aura coming off you just now? He was being so loud that Roman actually remembered someone else was standing there. Chris couldn't wrap his head around it. He had taken almost half a year to trigger his aura. And Roman did it on his first try? Tell me the truth right now. Were you lying to me and pretending you didn't know how to use mana the whole time? The louder Chris got, the more his voice dripped with rage and frustration. He was yelling with tears in his eyes, like he'd finally found a reason for why he'd lost so pathetically to Roman yesterday. If you weren't hiding your power, this makes no sense. It took me 10 years to become a 2-star aura knight. Roman just laughed at Chris's angry outburst. That just made him freeze for a second, and he started crying even harder. Chris clenched his fists, ready to throw down because he thought Roman was laughing at all his hard work. Let me ask you something. In all the time you spent breaking your back to reach that goal, did you ever stop to question the training method you were using? Roman's sudden question hit Chris like a physical slap to the face. What the hell are you trying to say? Roman suddenly remembered a name from back when he was Junghyeok Baek, the Blood Demon. The Blood Demon was a monster who could wipe out an entire sect in the blink of an eye. That guy had a huge impact on the martial arts world. In his past life, Roman and the Blood Demon were locked in an intense, long drawn-out war. In the end, the Blood Demon fell to Roman, and today he sees that same vibe in Chris. Both of them chose to swallow their pride and take the humiliation just to get trained. They ditched their egos to get stronger. That was the moment Roman decided he wanted to help Chris level up. Hearing this, Chris seemed a bit anxious. There's no doubt the kid has a killer drive to improve. Still, Roman isn't the type to hold anyone's hand. He just wanted to remind Chris that sometimes you don't always have to follow the textbook way you were taught. If I have to spoon-feed you every little thing, you'll never be any different from when Jonathan was training you. But, if you want to figure this out yourself, follow my lead and watch what I do. Chris was stunned, wondering why the power dynamic flipped so fast. He was originally sent here to teach the young master how to feel things. And now, Chris is the one trailing behind Roman to learn. For the next 6 months before I head off to the military, just watch how I handle different enemies and get stronger. If you can keep up for 10 years, I'm sure you'll find your answer. That was Roman's final word before they headed home. That night, Chris was up in his room, deep in thought. He remembered the first time he met Jonathan and all the milestones he'd hit by his master's side. Suddenly, Chris felt like Roman actually had a point. After pulling an all-nighter, he finally made up his mind. The next morning, Chris went to find Jonathan bright and early to tell him what he wanted. He wanted to head to the front lines with Roman to get stronger. Jonathan didn't push him to explain why. Looking at Chris, he could tell the kid's mind was made up. So Jonathan agreed, but he still had to give him a piece of advice. From now on, you're no longer part of the Dimitri Night Squad. But I expect you to keep chasing your goal of protecting the young master out there. Yes, thank you, sir, Chris replied, his eyes filled with total resolve. It actually made Jonathan feel at ease. It looked like Chris wasn't that crying little kid, grieving his mother's death on the battlefield anymore. Since he'd been with Chris for a long time, Jonathan didn't want his student to struggle for anything. So, he decided to take him to pick out a secret weapon before he shipped out. While Roman and Chris were prepping to join the army, Roman's reputation was starting to spread through the streets and alleys. The story of Roman wiping out the Blood Fang gang single-handedly still had people skeptical. But the most important thing was that the news reached Kevin. Others might doubt it, but Kevin, he bought it 100%. He'd seen Roman take out a whole group of Blood Fangs with just a dry twig. After all, he believed the young master was more than capable of cleaning house. Thinking about that, Kevin's tears started flowing. Did he do that just to keep a promise to me? No way he'd do that for someone like me. But he really did wipe out those thugs, Kevin muttered, sneakily wiping his tears. Kevin, what are you doing? If you want to get home early, focus on your work. A shout snapped Kevin back to reality. He was picking up extra shifts as a porter to make ends meet. But after hearing about Roman, he couldn't focus on the job at all. It was like he'd suddenly found his life's purpose. He wanted to be like Roman, someone strong enough to protect the people around him when things got real. There were plenty of dangerous psychos out there, besides the Blood Fang gang, and Kevin wanted to get strong enough to protect his family. But he had no clue how to actually get stronger. Kevin kept his head down, walking and wishing he'd get the chance to meet Roman again. And honestly, fate never lets a good guy down. Kevin took a few more steps and heard someone calling his name. When he looked up, the person in front of him made him go pale, causing him to drop the crate of potatoes he was holding. It was Roman. Long time no see, Roman said, initiating the greeting. Kevin was totally disoriented. It took him a few seconds to process what was happening before he scrambled to his knees. Thank you so much, young Master Roman. Because of you, my family was able to survive this whole mess. Honestly, after Roman wiped out the Blood Fangs, Kevin's family had finally been able to live in peace. He even landed this porter job because of Hans's help. That just made Kevin even more grateful to Roman. Of course, Roman didn't just come by to ask Hans a few questions. He wanted to make a deal with Kevin. If he agreed to Roman's request, he'd never have to worry about his family's situation again. He'd have a roof over his head, food, and even a full life instead of doing this backbreaking labor. But the catch was that Kevin had to serve Roman. If he swore loyalty, Roman would give him everything he needed. Kevin didn't have to think twice. He slammed his forehead into the ground hard. It hit so hard his forehead started bleeding, but Kevin didn't care. I swear my loyalty to you, young master. If you want me to die, I'll die by your command. And if you tell me to kill, I'll kill whoever it is. As long as you protect my family, my life is yours. This blood oath from Kevin reminded Roman of another absolute beast of a man. That guy only took orders from one person. If that person gave the word, he was ready to go up against a 100-man army and wouldn't drop until the job was done. Roman watched Kevin for a long moment. He was certain this kid would turn into that kind of monster. Alright, fine. From now on, you're mine. Kevin was brought back to the Dimitri mansion. Hans was in charge of helping him adjust to his new life. From the moment he walked into the mansion, the kid's face was just glowing. Maybe it was because his dream of becoming Roman's attendant had finally come true. After handing Kevin over to Hans, Roman headed to the library. He was hunting for every book that had info on Aura Knights, the one thing bothering him the most right now. Most of the books had pretty similar info on the path of an Aura Knight. The first step is to awaken your aura. That's the sign that you've become a 1-star Aura Knight. To reach 2-star, which is Chris's current level, you have to be able to use your aura to slice through solid steel. From there, the intensity and power of the aura determine the knight's rank. Once you hit 3-star Aura Knight, you're beyond normal understanding and get special treatment from the kingdom. That's the level Jonathan is at. The book says that, as of now, there's only one 6-star Aura Knight in the entire Salamander continent, and there's never even been a rumor about anyone hitting 7 stars. And honestly, even among the top 10 greatest knights, not all of them have reached that 6-star level. Reading this, Roman was actually hooked. He had no clue how busted a 6-star knight could be, especially since a 2-star guy like Chris felt like a literal ant to him. Even Jonathan, a 3-star knight, was basically just mid-tier fodder. Roman kept reading, and it mentioned that once you hit 6 stars, you're basically transcending human limits. The aura flames they could whip off their blades had a 10-meter range, and their attack power was just on a whole different level. There are only 12 people currently known to have touched that 6-star threshold. They're treated like royalty, no matter their nationality or race, and they're dubbed the 12 Blades of the Continent. Roman's eyes locked onto those words, 12 Blades of the Continent. Judging by everything he dug up so far, these guys were the heavy hitters. The fact that they reached that level, without even knowing the efficient way to channel ki, just proves how cracked their natural talent is. The book also touched on mages. Their levels aren't measured in stars like knights, but in spell orbs. Anyone who hits 7 orbs gets the title of Dark. These so-called Darks are basically demigods. They can just stroll through battlefields and disasters like it's nothing, waiting for the perfect time to nuke everything. A single spell from them could flatten the ground or blot out the sky. When it comes to large-scale warfare, they're way more dangerous than any 6-star aura knight. Honestly, Roman was way more interested in the mages. Mostly because magic wasn't a thing back in the martial arts world. He felt like he finally knew his next move. He had to square up against these people to really get the lay of the land. The problem was, Roman didn't have a concrete game plan for the future. Not being able to predict what's coming next just made everything way more dangerous. Still, Roman wasn't about to just sit around and do nothing. He wanted to stack up experience so he could actually live a life worth a damn in this world, and just like that, Roman started mapping out his plans. First, he told Hans to find him a decent place to train, so the guy took him to the old workshop Romero used to use. Ever since he leveled up to nobility, Romero had banned everyone from entering, so Roman had a whole week to grind in private, without anyone breathing down his neck. I don't need any food or drink. However, you aren't allowed to let a single soul inside. Get this straight, unless my life is actually on the line, nobody, and I mean nobody, is allowed to come near me. It was just a few simple instructions, but Hans could feel this insane, terrifying pressure radiating off his young master. After that, Roman stepped into the workshop and shut the door. Looks like Hans had spread some straw on the floor to keep it warm. Roman appreciated the thought, but honestly, that was just gonna mess with his ki flow. He cleared the straw away and sat on the cold floor, dropping into a meditative stance. So far, Roman had only managed to tap into a tiny bit of mana. To pull off the Heavenly Demon's techniques perfectly, he had to go back to square one. He had to purge all the garbage out of this body first. Roman locked in and started channeling. It wasn't long before blood started pouring out of his 7 orifices. It definitely didn't feel great, but Roman just pushed through it. He could feel the mana, which was supposed to be flowing smoothly, getting completely jammed up inside him. This body had way more impurities than your average teenager's. But he'd seen this coming a mile away, so he was mentally prepared. Since Roman had decided to stop screwing around and actually live a serious life here, he had to reclaim the power from his past life to protect what was his. And this was just the first step. A week later, Lord Lawrence showed up at the Dimitri mansion with his daughter Flora. He was desperate to see his future son-in-law, but the servant just told him the young master was busy. Lawrence let out a massive sigh and sat down. Figures they don't want us here. Looks like we've got no choice but to wait. Just wait and sit down, kiddo. With her father's permission, Flora sat beside him. Lawrence couldn't help but nag her to watch her mouth. After all, they were here to apologize for the mess they'd caused. Flora's face looked absolutely miserable today. Actually, she'd been miserable since the day her dad found out his precious daughter had tried to call off her engagement with Roman on her own. Even though Flora tried to play it cool and explain herself, there was no stopping her old man from blowing his top. I really thought you were a smart kid. I can't believe you pulled a stunt like this. Do you have any idea what's happening to our territory? In that moment, Lord Lawrence felt totally let down by his own daughter. He didn't want to tell her that the Baek family had taken out a massive loan because he was afraid she wouldn't get the gravity of the situation. But with things hitting rock bottom, Lawrence had to lay it out. The Baek family was ready to start a war, and marrying into the loaded Dimitri clan was their only way to stand a chance against them. And yet, his favorite daughter had gone and blown everything up. Our Lawrence family isn't exactly weak, father. Can't we still have a shot without the Dimitri family? Flora still wanted to fix things, but her father just shook his head, frustrated. Sure, if it was just the Baek clan, they could handle it. But the fact that the royal family greenlit the Baek's shady orders, plus the fact they handed out a loan, without asking for a single request or collateral, proved that this wasn't just a simple beef between two clans anymore. Sweetheart, the people putting power into the Baek family's hands are the ones who want us crushed. Since they've got a valid reason now, they'll do whatever it takes to manipulate and swallow us whole. Our territory, our honor, and even you, the so-called flower of the Lawrence family. The brutal reality hitting her all at once left Flora with no comeback. Deep down, she'd already realized the state of her home territory and why her father was pushing for this marriage. But she'd chosen to ignore it all for her own selfish reasons. Riding in the carriage with her dad to the Dimitri mansion, Flora forced herself to drop those delusional daydreams. Even if she rejected Roman now, she'd end up losing everything anyway. And that's exactly why the two of them were showing up at the Dimitri mansion on the final day of Roman's seclusion. The two of them had been waiting since early morning, but even as the sun started to set, Roman still hadn't shown up. Hans was getting super restless. The Lawrence father and daughter looked pretty annoyed, but Hans didn't dare go against his young master's orders, especially since he'd been warned to be extra careful. The Viscount kept pacing back and forth until, finally, he heard the creak of a door opening. Hans was pumped, but when he saw the look on his master's face, As he walked out, he was totally shocked. Meanwhile, after waiting half the day and downing cup after cup of tea, the Viscount had finally reached his breaking point. Even though he'd come here to apologize, being forced to sit around waiting like some nobody made him lose all his dignity. Lord Lawrence tried to clench his fists to stay calm, but he couldn't stop shaking. The veins in his forehead were throbbing like crazy. After battling with himself for a bit, Lord Lawrence stood up abruptly and marched straight toward Lord Dimitri's study. Roman's father was in the middle of dealing with business. He didn't even bother looking up when he heard footsteps approaching. The study door flew open, and Viscount Lawrence stormed in like a hurricane, radiating pure rage. "Baron, what the hell are you doing making your guests wait this long? If you're not happy with us, you could just kicked us out. I didn't think you'd be this cold-blooded, Dimitri." Facing the Viscount's interrogation, Romero stayed silent for a few seconds, then calmly dipped his quill into the inkwell. "I get that you're pissed, but did you even set an appointment before showing up?" I know. I realize it was wrong to just show up, but we discussed meeting him a week ago. We had no choice but to come here ourselves because he turned down our requests and then went completely off the grid." It was true. A week ago, the Viscount had sent a letter asking to see Roman, but he never got a response. Getting impatient, he decided to drag his daughter along without an invite. The result? Waiting half a day without a single word of explanation. Lord Lawrence felt incredibly insulted and thought Lord Dimitri should just rejected their request to visit from the very start. The Viscount's attitude kept getting more aggressive. He was spewing words like he was throwing cold water in the Baron's face. "Are you really here just to tell me you're mad about waiting half a day?" After a moment of silence, Romero suddenly asked, and his ice-cold tone made both the father and daughter swallow hard, feeling the pressure. Romero wasn't an idiot. The day Flora visited the Dimitri estate, Roman had personally come to him to suggest breaking off the engagement. Even without asking why, even a 3-year-old could figure out what went down. Lord Dimitri guessed right away that Lady Flora was the reason Roman wanted out of this arranged marriage. What pissed him off the most was that the Viscount was the one who pushed for this political marriage, and his precious daughter was the one who wanted to call it off. This whole situation was like a slap in the face to Romero. Or more accurately, it was the Dimitri family who had been insulted first. And yet, Viscount Lawrence, you still think your anger is justified, just because you had to wait a while? At this point, Romero couldn't hold back his rage anymore. He slammed his hand on the desk, sending the inkwell splashing everywhere. "We didn't want to see you from the start, and now you're forgetting your own screw-up and coming here to complain to me?" The room went dead silent. Flora didn't even dare to breathe, and Viscount Lawrence started to realize his move was a massive mistake. Since the other side was staying quiet, Romero kept going. He brought up how the Bo family had reached out a month ago, looking to marry into the Dimitri clan right after the Lawrence proposal. They'd promised to hook the Dimitri family up with the royal family and give him a slice of territory once they successfully took down the Lawrence family. But Romero had turned them down. Even though marrying into the Bo family would have been way more profitable, there was only one reason he refused. The Dimitri family already had enough money and power to do whatever the hell they wanted. And on a deeper level, it was because his son liked that flower from the Lawrence house, Lady Flora, which was why Romero decided to go against the Bo family. And yet, not long after the marriage was set, Lady Flora came running over and threw a bucket of ice water on him by trying to break it off with his son. As Romero kept talking, the Viscount started beating himself up, wondering why he'd lost his cool and made such a huge mistake. The flower of the Lawrence house and the idiot from the Dimitri house. Romero said it with self-mockery. "Yeah, we all know they aren't a match, but you should remember what Roman's last name means." Once the name Dimitri was attached to Roman, its value changed. Romero's words were full of arrogance, but he wasn't wrong. Plus, the ones who were actually desperate for this marriage weren't the Dimitri family. It was the Viscount and his family. Faced with the Baron's harsh tone, Flora could only stay silent and keep her head bowed low. Suddenly, she remembered back to her days at the academy. It was where noble kids went to learn and build connections. Back then, there was a family so low-ranked that everyone questioned their worth, which made Flora pay attention. It was the kid from the Joel family. In a world where kids thought they were born treasures, the young master of Joel was the exception. One day, he made a small mistake. If it had been any other high-profile noble kid, it wouldn't have mattered at all. But because it was the young master of Joel, the academy set up an entire disciplinary committee for him. When Flora saw the teachers yelling at Joel for such a tiny error, a man who looked like his father showed up to apologize. He bowed so low, begging them for forgiveness and promising to discipline his son. Other kids were sneaking laughs at the father and son through the glass. Flora was the only one who felt bad for them. Years had passed, and now she and the Viscount were in the exact same position as that Joel family. The irony of it was pathetic. Her father next to her kept bowing lower and lower to apologize to the Baron. Flora felt like young Master Joel back then had been really weak. And now, her own family was in the same spot. Flora had been biting her tongue, but just as she opened her mouth to try and defend her father, the door behind them swung open. A servant announced that young Master Roman had arrived, and his new look made Flora's jaw drop in shock. After a week of training, Roman seemed to have grown quite a bit. His brown hair had turned into a silver-purple color, and his eyes were now a deep, intense violet. He looked a lot colder, sure, but no one could deny he was way better looking now. "I'm here to see you, father. Did you finish your training?" Even Baron Dimitri was stunned by his son's massive transformation. But Roman, looking like he'd just had some top-tier plastic surgery, wasn't the main issue on the table. Romero wanted his son to handle the marriage discussion himself. Since Roman had changed so much, he was ready to back whatever his son decided, both as a father and as the head of the Dimitri house. "I get it, father," Roman replied indifferently, then shot a glance at Flora that made her go totally rigid. Roman had lived a whole life before this. He was smart enough to know exactly how a union between their two houses would play out. With the Baek family threatening the Lawrence territory, the Dimitri name was basically Lawrence's only lifeline. When Roman brought that up, Romero thought his son might be having second thoughts about calling it off, but Roman kept that same cold, distant vibe. He pulled out a fancy handkerchief, and while wiping up the ink his father had splattered when he slammed the table earlier, he said, "From the first day I met Flora Lawrence, my intentions for this marriage changed. Her family must have heard the rumors about the idiot of the Dimitri house, and she probably figured she couldn't marry someone like that." Roman's tone was dead calm, but his words cut through the last bit of Flora's composure like a knife. He stood his ground too. He made it clear that, no matter what anyone else said about Roman Dimitri, he hoped to spend his life with someone who actually bothered to get to know the real him before passing judgment. Flora hadn't done that, so Roman was still set on ending this unwanted engagement. As soon as Roman stopped talking, the whole room felt like it was drowning in a heavy, suffocating silence. Viscount Lawrence was clearly the most desperate one here, since that arranged marriage was his final card to save his family. But his daughter had already rubbed the Dimitri family the wrong way, and chances were no other house would touch the Lawrence family after this. They were going to have to face the Baek family, and whoever was backing them with nothing but their own dwindling resources. The fight was already going to be a struggle, but if the Dimitri family teamed up with the Baek house, Lawrence would be totally screwed. To stop that from happening, Viscount Lawrence decided to swallow his pride, bowed 90 degrees, and offered one last apology. He even tried to throw money at the problem to make up for his daughter's mistake. But for someone like Romero, who controlled a massive iron fortune, that pocket change meant nothing. Romero knew exactly what the Viscount was trying to do with that bribe, too. "You don't need to do that, my lord. As the head of the Dimitri house, I won't hold your choices against you when we discuss future matters. We'll let the public know that Flora Lawrence called off the engagement for personal reasons. And if we do that, we have no reason to work with your family anymore." Viscount Lawrence let out a breath of relief. After thanking Romero, he and his daughter cleared out. Before leaving the study, the Viscount couldn't help but shoot one last look at his almost son-in-law. If he'd known the guy was this valuable, he would made sure Flora kept her head on straight and protected the engagement. Even though he realized he'd messed up big time, there was no fixing the situation now. Long after the study door clicked shut, Baron Dimitri finally had a moment to voice his confusion. He needed to know what had happened to his son over the past week, and why he'd come back looking like this. Honestly, anyone seeing Roman like this would be losing their minds. During that entire week, Roman had locked himself in the storage room and pushed his body to the limit, flushing out every impurity to reach a mortal state. To become a heavenly demon-style mage, you need that foundation to prep the body. It wouldn't have been anything special back in the martial arts world, but given how much raw, natural energy existed in this world, clearing out those toxins was a big deal. Even just prepping the foundation had some major side effects. Roman's physical change was the biggest proof that he wasn't the same person anymore, but explaining all that to Romero was going to be a pain. So, Roman just winged it, saying he didn't remember all the details of his training, but he was sure the energy was already flowing through him. Romero was even more shocked, adding, "Energy circulation is a phenomenon where you pull nature's energy into your body to boost your physical stats. Only a handful of people can ever do that." And yet, Roman, the guy everyone called the Dimitri idiot, was actually pulling it off. His progress was already blowing Romero's mind, which made him a little suspicious. But even then, he couldn't change the fact that Roman was his son. So, he just decided to keep putting his faith in him and backing him up. "Never forget that your name is Roman Dimitri, and I am Romero Dimitri, your father. I'll make sure you get whatever you need." They were simple words, but they hit Roman right in the feels. In his past life, his father had been a cold, power-hungry man. Now Romero was protecting and supporting Roman no matter what. It was a pretty damn good feeling. After talking with his old man, Roman headed out. Surprisingly, Flora was still waiting outside. She looked kind of hesitant, but the Lawrence girl didn't try to beg for the marriage to stay on. She just wanted to offer a late apology for judging him so quickly and causing so much drama for both families. Roman didn't have a single shred of feeling for this pretty lady from the start, and since he had no intention of keeping the marriage anyway, he didn't really care about the apology. But Flora kept chasing him down, trying to explain why she'd been the one to call off the engagement first. At a social gathering thrown by the northeastern noble houses, Flora had heard the rumor that she was getting engaged to a Dimitri. It would have been fine if the rumors didn't spread like wildfire and turn toxic. She could have handled marrying some useless playboy. But the big kicker was the rumors saying that young Master Roman was a junkie, and Flora felt like she couldn't spend her whole life with someone like that. As she spilled it all, Roman kept his cool, totally unmoved. No matter the reason, it didn't change where they stood. He walked off cold, but deep down, what Flora said actually stuck with him. Drugs rot your body and your mind. The original Roman Dimitri had a body that was weak as hell. If he'd really been an addict, that would make sense. But since waking up in this body, Roman hadn't felt a single trace of drugs in his system. Even though he did show signs of using drugs to check out early, that stuff was completely out of his system after he finished that week of intense training. Since overthinking wasn't getting him anywhere, Roman decided to just cut to the chase and grill Hans about it. "Hey, have you ever seen me mess with drugs, or seen anything that made you suspicious I was doing that?" Hans nearly jumped out of his skin at the young master's sudden question. Roman wasn't messing around. He couldn't exactly just blurt out that he'd transmigrated into this body and was trying to dig up the dirt on its original owner. So, Roman made up an excuse, saying he was just reflecting on his past behavior from an objective outsider's point of view. Hans couldn't figure out why the young master had suddenly done a total 180, but looking back, even though he hadn't seen it firsthand, there really was a time when Roman's behavior felt super sketchy. It happened about a month ago, right after Roman got back from a social gathering. His state back then was seriously weird. He looked both guilty and scared as hell. After that, he seemed to have zero will to live and just stayed locked away in his room. Every single night, he'd have Hans bring him a ton of booze. It made Hans genuinely wonder if the young master was using some kind of substance. Roman listened intently. Adding in what Flora said earlier, he was starting to get suspicious too. "Hans, do you know who hosted that party?" It was the eldest son of the Barco family. "Yes, young master, his name is Anthony Barco." This made things even more suspicious. The original Roman was set up for an arranged marriage with Flora Lawrence, and after hitting up a party thrown by the Barco family, his mental state took a nosedive, leading him to finally choose to end it all. The real reason Roman wanted to check out has been bugging Junghyeok Baek's mind. In the suicide note he left behind, the only thing he mentioned was that he was terrified of going to war. But back then he was already engaged to Flora, and in reality, there are plenty of ways for nobles to dodge military service once they're married. So, did Roman really off himself just because he was scared of the battlefield? That doesn't add up at all. "Hans, it seems like Anthony Barco and I were pretty tight, huh?" Roman continued digging. Hans shook his head. They weren't close at all, but ever since Roman got engaged to Flora, Anthony seemed to take a creepy interest in him. That was easy to figure out. The political marriage between the Dimitri and Lawrence families was a major pain in the neck for the Barco clan. They'd been dying to get their hands on the Lawrence territory, and the easiest way to solve that problem was to torpedo this engagement. They probably pushed Roman to the brink of insanity, which ended in his suicide. Mentioning this, Hans suddenly remembered something else. A few days ago, the Barco family sent over a party invite, but since it landed right when Roman was deep in his cultivation, he hadn't decided what to do with it yet. Roman had to admire the Barco family's absolute shamelessness. They failed to take out their target once and they're still coming back for more. But, coincidentally, Roman is the type who never lets anyone slide. The party was in 2 weeks, so he told Hans to hurry up and RSVP to the Barco family that he'd definitely be there. The next morning, Hans brought Kevin to see Roman, not forgetting to warn the kid not to freak out when he saw how the young master had changed. But even then, seeing him in person, Kevin was totally stunned for a few seconds. Not only was his appearance different, but Roman's whole aura was on a different level, leaving Kevin speechless. "How have you been lately?" Seeing Kevin walk in, Roman stopped his sword practice and took the lead. Yes, young master, I'm used to everything here now." Kevin looked a bit tense, but I keep asking myself, what is my actual purpose for being here? I'm not even sure if I have anything to offer you. This was exactly what Kevin had been losing sleep over all week. Before, he swore his life belonged to Roman if the young master protected his family. But after getting to the mansion, Kevin started doubting whether a regular guy like him had anything of value to contribute. Coincidentally, Roman had called Kevin over for exactly that reason. This was the day he'd decide what Kevin's role in his life would be. However, he didn't want to force a path on him. Instead, Roman gave Kevin 2 choices. First, if he was terrified of picking up a sword and seeing blood, he didn't have to be his weapon on the battlefield. Instead, Kevin could follow Hans and learn how to be the perfect butler, just hanging around the mansion taking care of chores. Second, Kevin could become Roman's sword and protect his master. That seemed like a tall order, since he'd never even touched a sword before. Plus, if he chose this path, Roman would have to test his willpower using some brutal torture methods. The first one was the limb-crushing method. Just like it sounds, it's a technique that inflicts agonizing pain, like your bones and muscles are being ground to dust. If he could grit his teeth and make it through that, Kevin would prove he had the guts and value to stand by Roman's side. The second method was to have him take Roman's sword and chop off his own limbs. In that extreme state of self-inflicted pain, his potential would be unlocked. Kevin could become insanely strong and develop speed that nobody could keep up with. In his past life, the Blood Demon also went from a total street rat to one of the 4 great heavenly kings, purely through willpower. And now, Roman wanted to use that same method to test Kevin, whom he thought was a lot like the Blood Demon. "No matter what you choose, I'm sure I can make good use of you. How I use you is up to you." Roman's words echoed, but Kevin's hands were shaking. Standing before this dangerous, life-altering choice, a ton of memories from his rough childhood flooded back. Kevin was born in a shanty that looked like it would collapse any second, right near the Dimitri castle. When he was a kid, he had to do whatever his dad did just to scrape by. So, growing up, Kevin pretty much learned how to do everything. Still, his life was going nowhere, and it was a total nightmare having to deal with bullies stronger than him, like the Blood Fang gang. Kevin had known for a long time that this was just how life was for the weak. That's why he never dared to forget that one fateful day. The day young Master Roman Dimitri used a dry stick to wipe out the whole Blood Fang gang in the streets. That insane power had totally blown Kevin away. He tremblingly picked up the sword from the ground. Kevin didn't get how hacking off his own limbs would do him any good, but if it meant getting stronger, escaping his miserable life, and gaining power like Roman's, he was all in. The blade shimmering in his hand had Kevin totally on edge. Saying he wasn't scared would be a straight-up lie. He took a deep breath, gathered every ounce of courage he had, and raised the sword. I'll do it. Meanwhile, someone else was losing their mind. That was Chris. He'd made the choice to ditch the Night Order and follow the young master, but Roman just ghosted him for weeks, leaving Chris feeling super anxious. Today, he finally cornered Hans and started grilling him about where the boss was, only to find out Roman was busy talking to Kevin and had ordered that no one was to be disturbed. Chris was in a sour mood, feeling like some side piece who suddenly got dumped. Who even is this Kevin kid? Just then, a scream from the training grounds echoed out. Blood splattered across the blade and Kevin collapsed. That night, Hans freaked out when he saw the blood-stained sword. Young master, when did you get hurt? Don't sweat it, I'm fine. That wasn't my blood anyway. It was the first time Hans had ever seen such a satisfied smile on the young master's face. Of course, Roman wasn't some miracle worker who could regrow Kevin's arms, so he wasn't about to let the kid actually chop them off. Right when Kevin was about to take the slice, Roman pulled him into a mind trick using the demon's Allure spell. Inside the hallucination, everything felt 100% real, even the pain, but in reality, not a single scratch. Roman had seen Kevin's recklessness for himself. The kid had actually pressed the blade to his wrist before entering the illusion. If Roman's spell had been even a second late or a bit weak, Kevin would have totally mangled himself. But this whole mess proved his worth. Roman now had two high-value cards in his hand, Kevin and Chris. With 2 weeks left until the banquet and 6 months until the war kicks off, he had to use this time to teach them everything he could. The next day, once Kevin recovered, Roman started teaching him the mana strengthening technique. This wasn't some basic stuff, it was the secret art once used by the raging demon. It was powerful, yeah, but super dangerous. It could literally eat away at the user's soul. Anyone who masters mana strengthening can unleash insane power even while dealing with absolute agony. They wouldn't lose their drive even if they were hacked to pieces. That's exactly why Roman put Kevin through that test. In his past life, the raging demon was Roman's right-hand man. He'd mastered this technique while going through hell and back. Now, he'd found someone just like him, this kid Kevin. But before diving into the training, Roman had to drop a warning. As this technique gets stronger, the pain you'll have to endure is only gonna get worse. Of course, Roman had his own reasons for teaching him this. It was the fastest way to get a kid who knew absolutely zero about mana foundations up to speed. If Kevin mastered mana strengthening, he'd have everything he needed to protect his own. As soon as he heard that, Kevin's eyes lit up. To him, Roman was basically a god. Not only did he save him from getting whipped and wipe out the Blood Fangs, but now he was teaching him real power? Kevin was so grateful he couldn't even put it into words, but he also had some serious questions. Young master, why do you trust me? I swore I'd give my life for you, but I haven't shown you anything yet. I could just take this knowledge and run. It was a fair question, but Roman didn't answer. Instead, he gave the kid another day off before they started the real grind. Looking back, the raging demon had asked him the same thing once, and he hadn't answered then either. Roman just knew. Kevin would never betray him. Just like the raging demon back in the day, once they got strong enough, they'd realize just how steep the price of betraying the Heavenly Demon really is. The next morning, their first lesson began, but weirdly, Roman didn't teach Kevin anything flashy. He just stuck to the basic sword moves. This was really starting to tick Chris off. He didn't know where this random kid came from, but he was soaking up all the young master's attention. Roman wouldn't even look his way, let alone teach him a thing. Chris had followed Roman to get strong fast, but with the way he was being treated like invisible air, he was losing his cool. Man, swinging a sword behind the master would be better than this. Should I just beg him to take me back? Chris stretched, feeling sluggish, but thinking about what Roman told him before, he decided to just suck it up and wait a bit longer. So, Chris swallowed his pride and kept showing up to watch Roman train Kevin. Then the next day and the next, and for way too many days after that, Roman still acted like Chris didn't exist. Finally, he snapped. Young Master Roman, it's been 2 weeks since I decided to follow you. The first week was a wash because you were meditating, and then you pushed me aside to train this brat. If you're doing this because I was rude at the start, I'm sorry, but please, just teach me something. I'm confident I can learn anything you throw at me. Chris let it all out, venting his frustration like a machine gun, but Roman didn't even flinch. Didn't I tell you? Just watch me and learn. Chris stood there with his jaw on the floor. Roman actually had said that, but he didn't think it meant literally just watching. Had Chris been ignored for 2 weeks just because Roman expected him to learn by observing? Roman seemed to get what Chris was thinking and, before the guy could say another word, he explained. He knew everyone had a different learning style. Kevin, for instance, knew absolutely nothing, so he needed to be guided from A to Z. But Chris? He was different. Whatever he was taught, he'd just try to parrot it, instead of actually trying to get the hang of it. So you want me to keep watching you? No, Roman answered, then tossed Chris a wooden sword. While he was still reeling, Roman dropped an even crazier demand. Chris had to spar with Kevin. Both of them looked like they'd seen a ghost. Plus, this felt like a total insult to Chris, who was already a 2-star aura knight, while Kevin was just some kid who knew squat about swords or mana. Look, Kevin might be your opponent in this match, but I'm the one who's going to teach him how to take you down. Bottom line, Kevin is basically a copy of me. If you still think you're in the right after this match, I'll personally teach you a lesson. Chris gritted his teeth, his mind filled with a stream of bleeped-out profanity directed straight at Roman. Still to prove his worth, Chris finally accepted the challenge. Fine, he snapped. Right here, right now, I'll show you I'm not some pushover. And just like that, a 2-star aura knight and a rookie trainee stepped into the arena. Roman stood behind Kevin. Sure enough, as soon as the kid stepped onto the floor, he was shaking like a leaf. Roman leaned in to fire him up. I know you're at a disadvantage, but what do you really have to lose if you go down here? Nothing, Roman continued. There are tons of people in this world stronger than you. Those blood-soaked bastards who terrorized your family, or even Chris, who's dying to beat you just to get my approval. They're all exactly the same. So, you just gonna stand there and take a beating every single time? Roman's words hit Kevin right in his weak spot, flipping his battle mode switch instantly. Kevin raised his sword and took a stance, which just made Chris even more annoyed. In his wildest dreams, Chris never thought he'd have to fight a total newbie like this. Plus, the kid had this look in his eyes, like he actually thought he had a shot at winning. If Roman was trying to tame him with this match, Chris wasn't going to give him the satisfaction. As soon as the word start was shouted, Chris lunged forward, fueled by pure rage. Given Chris's overwhelming speed and power, it was obvious Kevin didn't stand a chance. But that's only if they were fighting one-on-one. In this match, Kevin had Roman backing him up. Right before the fight kicked off, a voice echoed in Kevin's head. Defend the front with your blade. Chris is going to throw a surprise attack. No doubt about it, that was Roman's voice. He was literally coaching Kevin through every single move of the fight. With that guidance, Kevin actually managed to block Chris's first strike. Roman kept at it, telling him to sidestep and aim for Chris's chest just as the guy was about to throw a kick. Roman had predicted Chris's move perfectly, but Kevin was too slow to react. He still took the hit and went flying onto his back. Roman told him to get up and keep fighting, all while feeding him instructions through telepathy. Dodge right, fast! Kevin didn't even think, he just reacted. That roll to the right helped him dodge Chris's next attack. Even Chris looked shocked that Kevin had managed to slip away. Turn around and aim for his left chest, Roman commanded, and Kevin obeyed. With Roman's guidance and the basics he'd picked up over the last week, Kevin's counterattack actually made Chris hesitate. Still, Chris had way more combat experience. So, as soon as Kevin tried to counter, he took another boot to the chest. He clutched his ribs, trying to swallow the pain. Chris had definitely left an opening back there, but Kevin was too slow with his sword to capitalize on it. Block high, Roman's voice rang out again. Kevin instinctively raised his sword to block. Under the intense pressure, Roman guided him to shift his weight to the right to slip out of the bind. But before Kevin could finish the move, he ate a knee straight to the face. Blood started gushing from his nose, and the pain left him dizzy. Chris was starting to run out of steam too. Chris had no clue Roman was using mana to talk to the kid, so Kevin's stubborn resistance really caught him off guard. Roman watched the whole thing, laser-focused. He knew Kevin couldn't beat Chris. The kid's body just wasn't fast enough to keep up with his instructions. Meanwhile, Chris was reacting like a machine. But this was getting interesting. Kevin was struggling to stand up again, but even though he was getting pummeled, he felt a rush of adrenaline. He could feel Roman holding the absolute reins of this fight. Even though his opponent was a 2-star aura knight, Roman was reading every single move perfectly. Kevin started realizing the problem was his own body, but if he could just execute Roman's commands perfectly, taking down Chris wasn't just a fantasy, it was actually possible. Right now, Chris was basically a puppet in Roman's hands, and Roman was just messing with him for fun. As for Kevin, the kid was tough as nails. He could get wrecked, but he still had the guts to get back up. Every time he got back up, Kevin felt like he was clicking a little more with Roman's instructions. That was starting to get inside Chris's head. Chris was trying his best to put the kid down, but Kevin kept dodging, and sometimes even countering at the perfect moments. If that was just luck, it was way too consistent to be true. On the other side, Kevin was feeling pretty smug. Even Chris, the top-tier genius of the Dimitri family's Night Squad, was struggling to keep up with Roman's influence. Experiencing the master's level firsthand, Kevin felt more certain than ever that following him was the best move he'd ever made. At that moment, he swore he'd serve this man for the rest of his life. Even if Roman asked for something insane, he'd follow him blindly. Kevin's hunger to be the sword in Roman's hand grew stronger by the second. He realized that to pull that off, he needed a will stronger than anyone else's. Kevin gripped his sword tighter and lunged back into the lopsided fight. Obviously, you can't fix a massive gap in speed overnight, let alone in the few hours this match had been going on. So, even with Roman coaching him, Kevin was still getting outclassed by Chris. They kept at it for a while, and by now, Kevin was beaten black and blue. Chris actually wanted to call it, worried he might accidentally cripple the kid. Too bad Kevin was too stubborn to care. Even badly injured, he didn't plan on quitting. Fight to the end. Kevin's stubbornness just made Chris boil with rage. If that's what you want, you got it, Chris growled. From here on out, every time you look at your mangled arm, you're gonna regret this. Chris lunged, aiming straight for Kevin's left arm. But the second he committed to that high-speed strike, he left his own chest wide open. Roman didn't tell Kevin to dodge. Instead, he told him to lunge straight forward and attack with everything he had left. Chris never saw the reckless move coming. He had to stumble to the side just to barely avoid the hit. But that cost Chris his rhythm, and the fight wasn't over yet. Before Chris could even find his footing, Kevin came at him with a brutal, aggressive flurry. In Chris's eyes, it was just a sloppy, wide-open move. With a decade of combat experience under his belt, there was no way he was falling for that. Chris tried to counter, but Kevin actually blocked it. The current positioning accidentally left Chris in a tough spot. Just when Roman thought Kevin had him, Chris read the next attack and poured every ounce of his energy into one final strike. He sent Kevin's sword flying and left him face down in the dirt. Roman's mood was complicated. He looked kinda satisfied. That's because Chris saw through Kevin's second attack, realized it was just a feint, and pulled off a perfect counter. You won. As promised, I'll personally train you starting tomorrow. It's your choice. Roman threw that out there and walked off with the unconscious Kevin. That late afternoon, Chris went back to his room feeling pretty annoyed. Why the hell did I agree to fight that rookie? Chris grumbled. Winning that spar meant nothing, he just wasted time and almost lost at the last second. Yeah, in his mind, he had basically lost. Even though he knocked Kevin out, that final move Kevin pulled was exactly the same one that made Chris lose during a spar with Roman 2 weeks ago. That's a day he'll never forget. And honestly, if he hadn't gone through that hell with Roman, he wouldn't have been able to beat Kevin in that situation. It's honestly hilarious. Thanks to that spar with Roman 2 weeks ago, Chris managed to beat a total amateur. Ha! He let out a self-deprecating laugh. Have I really grown that much just from one experience? The next morning, Chris headed to the training grounds early, even though he hadn't slept a wink all night, way too busy overthinking everything. After turning it over in his head, Chris made a decision and wanted to get there early to tell Roman he didn't need any training. Instead, Chris wanted to find his own way to get stronger just by watching Roman. Chris felt like things finally clicked for him after yesterday's spar. He used to think Roman wasn't helping Kevin at all, but looking back, there's no way Kevin could have executed those parries and blocks on his own. Come to think of it, Roman coaching Kevin during the spar was really just him creating an opportunity for Chris to react and evolve on his own. Roman really isn't that failure of a young master Chris used to know anymore. He didn't know exactly what went down, but Chris knew the young master had reached a level even Captain Jonathan couldn't touch. When Roman talked about observing and learning, he meant having the realization yourself by just watching him. After all, lessons you figure out for yourself stick a hell of a lot longer than being spoon-fed. That's why Chris made this call. Roman seemed pretty happy to see he'd finally woken up. So, he kept on spoon-feeding Kevin, while Chris just stuck around to watch the two of them. Time flew by, and the day of the social mixer hosted by the Lawrence family finally arrived. They traveled a long way to get here, almost too long. This return felt a bit different. A week before the party, everyone was buzzing. Did you hear? Someone asked. It's about Roman Dimitri. I heard his engagement with the Lawrence family was called off. Then came the snickering. It was obviously the Lawrence family's fault, or so the rumors went. A guy standing with a noble chimed in. That's just bull. They're probably just playing the victim for their precious daughter. After seeing the dimwit, Dimitri moved elsewhere. A lady held her teacup. Breaking off an engagement right when the war with Barco is looming? That just means the Dimitri heir is even worse than the rumors say. Even the servants were gossiping, but I heard he took down the Blood Fang. Another servant turned around and scoffed. Give me a break. You actually believe that? That's probably just their way of saving face. After the engagement was dumped, and the scene shifted, a loud laugh echoed through the mansion. Anthony shouted, I can't believe Roman actually broke off the engagement. He's so easy to manipulate. He raised his glass. So Roman accepted the invite to the upcoming party, right? His servant replied, yes, we received the confirmation from Dimitri. Anthony smirked. Good, everything is going perfectly. He took a sip. I'm really looking forward to next week. It's been a while since I was this hyped for a party. On the day of the mixer, a thoughtful-looking Roman called out to Hans. He asked, do I really have to wear this? Hans explained, this is your first official appearance since breaking the engagement, sir. I can't let you dress like a slob. As Hans kept rambling, Roman just stayed silent. Hans's face fell, looking hurt. I'm sure you wouldn't just ignore this masterpiece, right? He asked earnestly. I put my heart and soul into this, didn't I? Roman had been called out. He sighed defeated. Fine, I'll wear it, he said, trying to make Hans happy. I knew you'd say that. Elsewhere, Chris was looking annoyed. He frowned. Why is he so late? If this keeps up, the young master is going to get there first. Kevin yelled from a distance, my bad. He scrambled to explain. I'm still not used to wearing this armor. Chris shook his head, frustrated with Kevin. How the hell did you end up like this? Kevin replied, looking confused. Because there's no armor that fits me. Not even in the forge. Chris was sweating bullets, thinking, even with the young master's help, I still can't believe I almost lost to a guy like this. Kevin started complaining about his helmet, and Chris just glared at him in annoyance. He sternly said, listen up. Chris lectured him. We're both attendants to the Lord and we represent the Dimitri family. It's no exaggeration to say that his reputation depends on how we act. No acting out and watch your damn mouth. Kevin nodded quickly. Got it, I'll remember that. He finished with a Sir Knight, which actually made Chris feel a bit better. Good, just ask me if you don't know something. Kevin's eyes lit up. Thanks, Sir Knight. Chris snapped, your helmet is crooked again. Kevin jumped, startled as the scene shifted to a castle. Melodic music filled the air, mixed with the chatter of people at the party. One guy sipped his wine and asked, is Roman actually showing up today? he said smugly. I can't believe he'd show his face at Barco's party after breaking off the political marriage he begged for, especially knowing Barco is targeting Lawrence. The girl next to him spoke up. That's exactly why everyone calls him the dimwit. If he had half a brain, he would have stuck to one of the two families, he grumbled. The Dimitri family's status is shaking because of Roman. The other guy agreed. Even though the Dimitri house is the biggest power in the Northeast, they're still a bit greedy for trying to stay in the good graces of the Barco family. But at least he's finally showing up to make up for his past mistakes. Across the room, someone's got their eyes on them. Sophia's wondering what kind of guy Roman Dimitri really is. The guy next to her spills the tea. You'll see when you meet him. He leaves a hell of an impression, and he's nothing to look at, mostly because he's so short. He scoffs, clearly annoyed by how cocky Roman acts about being the Dimitri heir. The person opposite them chimes in with more trash talk. If I were a woman, I'd move heaven and earth, just to break off that engagement. Just then the butler clears his throat, cutting off the gossip about the heir. The doors swing open, and Roman walks in. He struts into the party, radiating pure confidence. Every single eye in the room snaps toward him. People start whispering, is that really Roman Dimitri? He's nothing like he used to be. This is impossible. What happened to his hair? Sophia stares at him for a second before walking over. It's an honor to meet you, my lord. She bows and introduces herself. I'm Sophia of House Grohl. She says humbly, you've probably never heard of us. We aren't exactly a top-tier house, but my father, Baron Roel, has sworn to give his life for the Kairo Empire. He smiles and replies, I know all about House Crisso. Sophia's caught off guard. You know about House Chris? Really? Roman retorts, how could I not know a family that's been around for centuries? He recalls what the butler told him. This is the info on every noble house in the Northeast that you asked for, my lord. Back then, Hans had asked, but why are you suddenly looking all this up? Roman had explained, if I'm going to represent our family at this party, I've got to at least have some basic manners. I need to remember the background of everyone I'm going to meet, and their legacies, too. If you want to win people over, you've got to put in the work. That goes double for me, he thinks to himself. The guy everyone calls the idiot of the Dimitri house. Out loud, he says, hasn't your family been a staple in the Northeast for a long time now? The timber from House Grohl is famous across the Kairo Empire for its quality. I heard your brother just successfully sensed mana. Roman lays on the charm. I sincerely congratulate him on such an achievement. The two of them are chatting away, leaving the other two losers standing there looking confused. What just happened? The guy quickly steps in to interrupt. Greetings, Lord Roman Dimitri. I'm Ma Na of House Vo. Roman gives a light smile. So the heir of House Vo is greeting me. Roman pays him a compliment. Didn't Baron Vo have some legendary victories in the recent war? I was truly moved when I read about them. Ma Na turns red, beaming. I'm so honored you feel that way. The two people behind them are dying to get in on it too. A woman steps forward. It's been a while, Lord Roman. You've changed so much. He drops a compliment. Compared to me, Lady Heiress, you've always been beautiful. Roman gets right to the point. Is your mother doing all right? I heard she hasn't been feeling well lately. The Dimitri family have been raking in the benefits from our deal with House Hero 10 years ago. I'm grateful you've shown such goodwill toward us. The conversation between them flows perfectly. The guy says, Lord Roman, I think I had you all wrong. I always thought you were impossible to talk to because you were always drunk. Roman leans into it. I was actually about to grab a drink, but I guess I'll have to skip it. The party butler walks over. Lord Roman, the young master would like you to join him in the back room. Roman's face darkens. Finally, he thinks, time to find out who's been messing with me. Scene shifts to outside the palace where Chris is looking around. The other noble houses have brought knights as attendants. Kevin, standing nearby, wonders, hey Sir Knight, what's a social mixer anyway? Chris shuts him down. We're never gonna get in there, so don't even worry about it. Hey, your hat is crooked. Someone notices them. What's up with that guy? The guy next to him explains. I heard he's Roman Dimitri's lackey. They watch the two of them. Chris keeps messing with Kevin, pushing his hat down, just to watch him get flustered. Then they start running their mouths, talking trash about them. I heard Roman Dimitri was a washed-up heir, but I didn't think he'd bring a guy who can't even hold a sword right as his attendant. Chris calmly tells Kevin, just ignore them. What did you expect, he thinks. That's all the Dimitri trash is worth. At this point, Kevin has finally hit his limit. The party is in full swing, noisy as hell in that snooty noble way. Roman stands there like a statue in the middle of the crowd moving around. His eyes are glazed over, staring straight ahead. Turns out, what caught his attention is a gorgeous girl with long blonde hair laughing and chatting. She's seriously beautiful when she smiles. It's like her smile just makes the whole room brighter. Anthony walks up, throws an arm around his shoulder and smirks. Who are you staring at so hard, Roman? Roman gets a little jumpy and turns to greet his friend. Anthony is standing right there, so Roman quietly probes. Do you know that blonde lady over there? Anthony is surprised. What do you mean? You don't know who she is? That's Lady Flora. Yeah, that blonde girl with the bright smile is the one who made his young, naive heart skip a beat. That girl is Flora. Roman burns the name Flora Lawrence into his brain, his face turning bright red, his heart pounding out of his chest. That was Roman Dimitri many years ago. But now, the guy in Roman's body is a whole different beast. The door cracks open, and Roman walks in with his platinum hair and fancy noble threads, hearing his friend's voice. Over here, Roman. Anthony is sitting on the couch, looking exactly the same. The second he sees Roman, he calls out, pumped up. What have you been up to while I was gone? Finally found him. Roman is secretly relieved. So this is Anthony Barco. He's sitting on the chair opposite, gesturing for Roman to sit down, talking a mile a minute. People said you changed, but I didn't think you'd change this much. Sit down and tell me everything. Roman takes a look around before sitting. There are a few half-finished glasses of wine and fruit juice left out. He silently notes, there's still evidence someone was here. An empty wine bottle is rolling under the table, which just confirms someone was around. He figures the only reason Anthony cleared the room before he got there is that he has some secret to spill. Roman smirks to himself. If that's the game, I should make him feel comfortable. He replies, calm and collected, I'm not really sure myself. He just flopped into the chair, casually draping his arm over the backrest to chat with Anthony. I spent a fortune trying to reinvent myself, and honestly, I'm still changing every single day without even trying. Roman's handsome face curled into a cocky smirk. But hey, I'm actually stoked to see you again. Anthony didn't bite, his jade-green eyes flashing with an unreadable cold glint, but he quickly slapped his playful mask back on, smoothly pouring a glass of wine while running his mouth non-stop. I guess there's no way to put a positive spin on this one. Honestly, I have no clue what you were even thinking back then. Roman grabbed the wine glass, echoing his words. Back then, Anthony let out a dry, mirthless laugh, dredging up that unpleasant history. Back when you were cornered, forced to pick between a political marriage with the Lawrence family and our friendship. Caught red-handed in the storage room with my cousin, no less. He was really laying it out there, adding just enough shade to make Roman feel super uncomfortable. While Roman stayed quiet, Anthony kept talking, his voice dripping with pure disdain. I mean, secrets usually stay pretty buried at these high society parties. But I never thought you'd go that far right before your own wedding. Anthony smirked, pressing him for an answer. So, are you taking me up on this invite as a sign that you're down with my proposal? I'll keep this whole thing under wraps. Not waiting for Roman to agree, Anthony just assumed it was a done deal, immediately pivoting to talking about the marriage with the Barco house. Roman's purple eyes flickered with confusion. He tried to piece together the memory of those events, thinking to himself, a marriage with the Barco house? Suddenly, time rewound like a movie playing right before his eyes. The memory showed a younger Roman Dimitri standing in front of Anthony's door. He stood there for a long time, head bowed, staring at his shoes, questioning everything. Even though he'd betrayed Anthony Barco, Roman looked up at the door standing between him and the truth he was about to face, about to beg his father to set up a political marriage with the Lawrence family. Roman worked up the nerve to grab the doorknob, psyching himself up. I can't dodge them forever. I'll use this chance to patch things up between our families. As soon as Roman walked in, Anthony was already sitting there, all smiles. You're late. Come on, Roman, get over here and take a seat. Sitting next to him was a younger girl. Anthony jumped right in. Let me introduce you. This is Emily Barco, my cousin. She offered a polite greeting. It's a pleasure to meet you, Lord Roman. He was a bit thrown off, stuttering, Hey, I'm just Roman. Anthony played it smooth. It's cool if she drinks with us, right? It's her first time here, so she's just been wandering around on her own. She sat there, hands clasped tight, looking all nervous and shy. Roman didn't hesitate to say yes. Of course, she's practically part of the family. Emily timidly poured wine into her cousin's glass. Anthony didn't miss a beat, correcting his cousin right then and there. Emily, you gotta pour some for Roman too. He chimed in quickly to save her. It's all good, I can pour my own. As soon as he heard that, Anthony snapped. You little jerk, are you trying to flex that you're getting hitched? Roman's voice died down immediately at his outburst. Anthony, about that. Anthony cut him off with a cold laugh. Don't sweat it. From now on, the Barco clan won't be touching the Lawrence family anymore. Roman believed him instantly, his face lighting up with excitement. For real? Anthony chuckled, talking to him like he was comforting a kid. So you don't need to be so stiff, just drink up. The naive fool, thinking he'd finally cleared the air, happily took the glass from his hand. He downed the whole glass in one go, feeling relieved and hyped, his eyes squinting with joy, before they suddenly went dark. In the dead of night, faint, suggestive moans echoed through the room. Roman felt a splitting headache out of nowhere. He forced his heavy eyelids open, wondering, where the hell am I? Roman jolted awake to find the woman with the bare back lying next to him on the bed. He couldn't even process what was happening. His head was just a chaotic mess of shock and panic. No way, what is this? What the hell is going on? Before he could even get a word out, Anthony's thunderous roar from the doorway made him jump. Roman! He glared at him like he was ready to kill. What the hell have you done? Roman scrambled to talk, stammering nonsense. No, look. He stared at the girl still lying motionless beside him. Then, remembering the last thing he did before blacking out was draining that glass of wine, he kept repeating the same thing like he'd lost his mind. I don't remember any of this. Aside from a flickering candle, the room was pitch black. Anthony's voice came out slow and steady. Listen close, Roman. He perched on the table, fingers laced together, his tone dripping with dangerous threats. Who you mess around with isn't my business, but you touched a daughter of the Barco house. Roman Dimitri sat hunched over on the other side of the table, listening to every word of the threat. I can't just let this slide. Facing the cowardly, trembling Roman, Anthony said arrogantly, I'll give you a choice. Option 1, I expose the whole truth and you can just be done with it. Option 2, he emphasized the second choice, making Roman go pale with terror. You marry into the Barco family to fix the rift between us. Anthony threatened him maliciously. What you just did has got me furious. But if you become a Barco, I'll cool off and let it slide. Roman sat there shaking in front of him, looking like he was on trial for his life. Anthony's voice still echoed in his head. So, what's it gonna be? That was the past Roman had been through. In the present, Jong-hoo had just finished reliving that pathetic memory. He thought to himself, so that's how it all went down. All the puzzle pieces finally clicked into place. If the marriage fell apart because Roman had tainted a direct descendant of the Barco family, then the Dimitri honor would be dragged straight into the mud. Both of them had already taken enough heat from the public. Roman didn't even seem confident enough to face his father's rage, but he couldn't pick the other option either, because he truly loved Flora. He didn't want to throw away the marriage he'd been forced into, nor did he want to drag Flora's name through the dirt in the process. Roman stared down at the wineglass in his hand, lost in thought. So, that's why he destroyed himself when it came time to choose. He wanted his own death to settle it all. With that, he tilted his head back, down the booze, and whispered to himself, a weakling who could never finish anything he started in his life. That's just who Roman Dimitri was. Seeing Roman still lost in thought, Anthony pushed, "Why are you hesitating, Roman? The alliance between our two houses could shake up the entire Northeast," he bragged, getting more and more worked up about his own ambition. "No one can mess with us. You've got the Barco family's power in the Northeast to back you up, so there's no reason to say no." Just as Anthony was getting carried away, Roman cut him off with a savage, provocative question. "Is that really all you've got?" Taken by surprise, Anthony stumbled, barely able to choke out a sound. Roman slammed his empty glass onto the table and asked again, "You want me to agree to a political marriage for a pathetic reason like that?" Anthony shot up, livid. "You've got it all wrong. This isn't a choice. If you refuse, I'll expose everything in that warehouse to the whole world. Think about what that'll do to the Dimitri reputation. Think real hard if you still want to hold your head up in this society." Before he could finish, Roman stomped his foot onto the table, with a loud crash, shutting Anthony up instantly. Anthony stared, stunned by this version of Roman. It was a far cry from the timid kid he used to push around so easily. Roman crossed his legs, looking down at him with pure arrogance. "How many times do I have to spell it out for you? The Dimitri family has zero reason to accept a Barco proposal for such a pathetic excuse." Outside, the party was still in full swing, with everyone laughing and chatting away. Lady Sophia was busy mingling when she caught sight of him. As Roman strolled out, she called out to him, all excited. "Lord Roman, where are you off to?" He replied coolly, "Had to take care of a few things. Looks like I'll be heading out early because of it." Sophia looked genuinely bummed. "What? Really? The party just started. You should stay a bit longer." Roman offered a smooth, practiced excuse. "Sorry, this is an emergency." People around them started chiming in with polite pleasantries. "Lord Roman? Are you serious? That's a shame. I still had so much I wanted to talk to you about." "Same here, we'll catch up next time." Roman gave a quick goodbye and ducked out. As soon as he stepped out, he heard shouting, "Take back what you just said, you dirtbag!" He paused, checking out the commotion coming from a group of knights tailing the young lords and ladies. A loud crash made him flinch. A knight's steel helmet went flying across the floor. A scream rang out for Kevin. The clash had sent a red-haired boy sprawling to the ground. A voice mocked Kevin. "What did you expect? Dimitri class is exactly what you see right here." Kevin glared back, looking annoyed. Chris stood by his side, whispering to him, "Just let it go, Kevin." The two Barco knights exchanged knowing, snide grins. They started trash-talking in turns. What was he thinking, picking a brat like that as his personal guard? "Look at that helmet. It doesn't even fit his head." They circled Kevin, laughing. The kid probably just scavenged the first piece of scrap metal he found and called himself a guard. How sloppy. Chris was fuming and fired back. "Do you Barco knights just train your mouths instead of your swords?" The knight sneered. "Who knows?" He leaned in and shoved Kevin's head. "I'm pretty confident that even without training, my swordsmanship is better than this kid's." Kevin bit his lip, listening to the insults. "This is exactly why everyone calls your Dimitri young master a fool." Kevin hung his head, then commanded, "Take that back." He balled his fists, shouting a warning. "The young master, Roman, has done nothing to deserve that." "I said take it back, you bastard." The knight exploded and slapped him hard across the face. "How dare you!" Kevin's helmet went flying again. Chris yelled out in alarm and went to draw his sword, but stopped himself, feeling deeply unsettled. That's a Barco knight. The Dimitri and Barco houses were currently at each other's throats. Worry was written all over his face. If I cause a scene here, it's not just the young master who gets in trouble. The whole Dimitri family gets dragged into this mess. Kevin slowly pushed himself up and looked the knight in the eye. "I am Lord Roman's knight." His cheek was burning red from the slap, but he gritted his teeth. "I don't waste my time fighting thugs playing dress-up as knights." The guy clicked his tongue, laughing. He swung his hand, aiming to slap Kevin again, full of aggression. "Fine then, let's see how long you can keep that pride." A hand shot out, locking onto the knight's wrist. The knight's eyes went wide, staring at Kevin in total shock. Chris was just as stunned. Roman had caught the knight's hand. Kevin gasped, "Young master!" Roman turned to look at the guy with a look of pure disgust. Before the guy could even get a word out, Roman slapped him across the face. The slap sent the guy reeling. He touched his face in a daze, completely stunned. "What the? Did I just get slapped? I couldn't even react in time?" He started shouting, but before he could finish, another slap landed. "You absolute idiot," Roman muttered. The knight stood there, stunned. He tried to regain his footing, but Roman slapped him again before he could speak. He tried to stammer something, but Roman smacked him right on the head. The guy's face was stinging. He was disoriented and on the verge of tears. Roman commanded, "You." His eyes were cold as he looked up. Back in his room, Anthony was turning pale. "Damn it. What the hell just happened?" Anthony thought, recalling their conversation. I'm talking about you taking responsibility for putting your hands on our family's lady. Wouldn't a marriage proposal to the Barco house be a hell of a lot better than having your assets foreclosed? This is the final consideration I'm offering you. If you don't take it, you've made a mistake you won't be able to fix. Roman just gave him a mocking smirk. Do whatever the hell you want. I'm already called a fool anyway. Adding 1 or 2 more rumors about me being a phony won't change a thing. And honestly, you might want to watch your tone. Anthony couldn't believe his ears. What did you say? Roman said firmly, I chose to break off the engagement because I wanted to, not because you threatened me. You've pretty much gotten what you wanted ever since Dimitri turned its back on the Lawrence house anyway. But now you're baring your fangs at me? How should I even respond to that? He said coldly. Should I help the Lawrence family make things difficult for the Barco clan? Anthony was deathly pale. Roman leaned in. Should I do that to settle the score? Roman had it all calculated from the start. I've done my homework on the Barco family. Their ties to the central government and the influence that comes with it are undeniable. Still, their power only comes from that connection. If you're really talking about actual wealth and power in the Northeast, the Dimitri family is the real deal, not the Barco family. Roman stared him down with a cold gaze and the guy shuddered at every word. So, what are you gonna do now? He kept his head down, too scared to even look up. If this gets handled, you're done interfering with the Lawrence family's business, right? Roman asked. Exactly, he stammered. Then let's wrap this up right here. After flashing back to that conversation, he couldn't believe it. Roman had actually changed. He was shaking with fear. It wasn't just his face. It was his body language, his eyes, the way he talked. It was enough to freak anyone out. He wasn't the idiot I used to know anymore. He's become a completely different person. What the hell happened to him? While he was caught in his own head, someone called out to him. Young master, he snapped, cutting them off. Don't bother me right now. The person outside hesitated, then reported something that made him jump out of his skin. But, Lord Roman and his knights are outside the hall right now. Everyone's losing their minds. The knight kneeling before Roman was groveling. Please, I'm begging you, have mercy. I'll never do it again, I swear. Please. Kevin stepped in to try and calm things down. Young master, I think he's had enough. Chris chimed in to back him up. He's right, sir. Please, just consider our relationship with the Barco family and let it go. Roman didn't even blink. I'm the one who decides if he's had enough or not. If he dies, that's the price he pays for his own words and actions. Suddenly, Anthony's voice boomed out. What is the meaning of this? He snapped. Roman, I don't care if you're the youngest son of the Dimitri family. I won't let you get away with this unless you apologize for that disrespectful stunt. Roman shot him a look, cutting him off mid-sentence. Why the hell would I apologize? Then he looked at the knight, whose face was already swollen. This guy slandered me and laid hands on people from the Dimitri household. Roman turned to Anthony Barco. You really think I'm the one in the wrong here? Anthony kept griping. Even so, you've gone way too far. Roman didn't hesitate. Too far? Did I not tell you? My personal grudges are enough to burn down the bridge between us, and both of our families, for that matter. He added a final jab that made the guy turn pale. So from today on, you'd better watch your attitude. Then Roman leaned in close to threaten him. I don't have an ounce of patience left. Now, decide what you're gonna do. Roman's words from earlier echoed in his head. Should I help the Lawrence family make trouble for the Barco family? He was seething with rage on the inside, but he bowed his head and conceded. When you put it that way, you're right. Roman let out a smug laugh as the guy kept talking. I'll make sure he gets the punishment he deserves. He turned around with a fake friendly grin. We really are great friends, aren't we? Roman walked up to the knight, raised his hand and stared him down with ice-cold eyes. Grind your teeth. A loud smack echoed through the hall and the knight passed out. The others carried him off, but everyone had to admit one thing. The Roman they knew before was just a loser who wasn't worth the respect. Even if he was a member of the Dimitri family, the most powerful house in the Northeast. Roman turned his back and walked away. Chris, Kevin, let's go. People were staring at him, totally shook. But they had no choice now but to accept the truth. The idiot they knew was gone for good. After they left, the sunlight started to fade as the sun dipped below the horizon. In the carriage, Kevin and Chris sat next to each other, both looking pretty uncomfortable. Kevin bowed his head and spoke up first. I'm honestly sorry. It's all my fault you guys were humiliated like that. Chris followed suit. It's my fault too. The Dimitri name was trampled on, Kevin got beaten, and I couldn't do a damn thing. Roman sat opposite them, listening to their apologies without saying a word. Finally, he spoke up. Being humiliated like that must have been pretty miserable for you two, huh? Thanks for holding it together until I showed up. Chris and Kevin looked up, totally caught off guard. He kept going. Losing your temper just creates more trouble, so your decision actually kept the worst-case scenario from happening. However, he paused for a second, his expression turning cold. That's not the answer I wanted, because in this whole Kairo region, nobody has the right to lay a finger on anyone from the Dimitri family. Roman's eyes went ice cold. Even if you have to hold back and play nice for a while, you need to remember that person's face. You can never forget your own rage. He pointed out sharply, I can't stand the feeling of anyone being above me. If you're gonna follow someone like me, someone destined to stand above everyone else, you've got to get used to this way of doing things. Kevin and Chris looked a bit surprised, but it seemed like they finally got what he was getting at. The carriage carried them back to the mansion by early morning. This is all the info on the Barco family that you requested from the Black Moon Information Guild, sir. Hans presented the report. According to the Black Moon Guild, the Barco family had been acting pretty suspicious lately. Roman flipped through the files, lost in thought. The Barco family had been rooted in the Northeast for over a century. After a few family members started working for the central government, they rose up to become a major powerhouse in the region. Roman agreed after reading it. Just like I figured, their military strength isn't that impressive. The butler added, honestly, I was pretty surprised too. I actually thought their military power matched their social status. Roman confirmed that this just proved their power came mostly from their connection to the central government. There are 2 empires and 6 kingdoms on the Salamander continent. Among them, the kingdom of Kairo is the smallest and weakest. Kairo's borders stretch along the northeastern mountain range, touching all the other kingdoms. Because of that, the country has been through endless invasions. It's always an easy target for stronger enemies. The kingdom of Kairo had no choice but to link its military with the central government just to survive. Because of that, the central government only grew more powerful. They hold supreme authority over the continent. If a noble family refuses to do their duty, they get labeled as rebels immediately and the soldiers come for them right away. Once the rebels are taken out, their land gets seized and turned into state property. A chunk of that land gets handed to the lord of the neighboring region as a reward for helping quell the rebellion, and the rest goes to new nobles, who pledge total loyalty to the central government. It's this system that gave the Barco family their invisible power through their government ties. Hans was shocked hearing him explain it. I had no idea it went that deep. He continued, mentioning that it was thanks to the government that the Barco family managed to secure such a massive loan from the Golden Bank. He stared at the file on the Barco family. If the Barco family took out this loan on credit without putting up any collateral, they've definitely dumped that cash into the BG mercenary group. The BGR mercenaries are a squad of hundreds of A-rank mercs from all over, with their core based in BG. These guys basically just make their bank by charging to fight in colonial proxy wars. Old Hans chimed in, noting that looking at the troops the Barco family have been mobilizing lately, they're probably planning to hit Lawrence within the next 2 weeks. Roman was caught off guard. So the Barco family have already finished all their prep work, huh? Butler Hans hesitated, asking about the upcoming battle. Doesn't look like Lawrence can win, right? Roman answered flatly. Even if they hold out against C, at best they're lasting maybe a month. Roman thought to himself, I already told Anthony that I wouldn't get involved in anything related to the Lawrence family anymore. But if I want Roman Dimitri to keep breathing, I have to wipe out the Barco family. They're a straight-up threat to me. Doesn't matter how beefed up the Barco family army is. They don't stand a snowball's chance in hell against the Dimitri family. He spoke, his eyes flashing with intensity. If he borrowed the Dimitri family's power, crushing the Barco family would be a total joke. But even then, doing that would be pointless. Sure, the Dimitri are one of the biggest houses in Kairo, but they aren't exactly a threat to the other northern families. What needs to happen now is to use this as a chance to restore the family's rep. He sighed and stood up. I need to see my father right now. It's time I finally paid up on that promise from before. Elsewhere, at the bustling market, everyone suddenly froze and stared in one direction. A figure slowly walked up. It was a guy in steel armor covered in dried blood. He slowly took off his helmet. It was Lucas, some mercenary. He didn't even wait a second before started talking trash. The Dimitri really haven't changed a bit. He walked up to a blacksmith shop and dropped his armor onto the table. Someone spoke up, look at the state of you. It was Hendrik, a blacksmith for the Dimitri family. He asked Lucas warmly, was this last battle a real pain in the ass? Lucas sighed, looking beat. Don't even get me started. I almost got myself killed because of a bunch of idiots with brains the size of peas. Hendrik didn't press him. He just checked the sword in his hand. This spear is absolute garbage. Where'd you even buy this? Lucas groaned. At the first shop I saw. It's the whole reason I almost met my maker. Hendrik scoffed when he heard that. If you're buying iron and gear, you go to the Dimitri shop. Who the hell is stupid enough to pass up the best gear in the business? Lucas didn't argue. He just stood up. That's exactly why I'm here. I'm leaving it to you, Hendrik. Hendrik stayed enthusiastic. I'll craft you a whole new set of armor. It's gonna take a while though. Lucas left the task to Hendrik and headed for the door. No worries. I'll probably just head back to the MI estate to crash while I wait. He looked lost in thought. The battlefield had completely drained him. On his way back he saw a crowd huddled together. He got curious. What were they all staring at? Lucas wondered to himself, did another war break out or something? He didn't exactly plan on picking up more work, but his curiosity got the better of him, so he squeezed into the crowd. Turns out, everyone was just packed together reading a notice. He read the recruitment flyer. Hiring soldiers, pilots, healthy, ambitious to get stronger. Hiring 30 recruits. Salary, 3 silver coins a month. Lucas stared at the notice thinking, a family only needs about 5 gold coins a month to live. So, even considering all the risks, this job wasn't half bad. But, if only that one condition wasn't there. At the bottom of the poster it said, special condition, you will work exclusively for Roman Dimitri, not the Dimitri family. Keep this in mind and only apply if you're ready to put your life on the line for Roman. A guy standing next to him warned Lucas, don't even bother applying. You aren't beating out those hundreds of other people. Lucas shot back, I don't know about that. I might not look like much, but I'm a B-rank mercenary. I usually don't even commit my loyalty to a noble, unless I'm getting 50 silver a month. Lucas suddenly caught on. Wait a second. He spun around and asked, did you say there are already hundreds of people applying? The guy nodded. Yeah, Lucas was stunned. Is this gig really worth that much? He said that even if the pay is decent, it's still working for the Dimitri family, specifically for that idiot Roman Dimitri. Who knows what kind of crazy tests you'd have to go through to be one of his soldiers. As soon as Lucas said that, everyone in the crowd turned to stare at him. The atmosphere went totally silent. He felt awkward, not getting why everyone was acting like that. The guy realized Lucas had no idea what was actually going on. He explained slowly, "You're an outsider, so you wouldn't know. Lord Roman isn't the same idiot he used to be. He didn't just wipe out the Blood Fang pack, he treats everyone really well too." Lucas was completely blindsided. The guy understood why he'd act that way. We didn't believe it at first either. But after hearing about Clan, we started thinking twice. Hearing a name he didn't know, he asked, "Who's Clan?" The man explained, "Ever since Clark's son became one of Lord Roman's subordinates, their family's life went from dirt poor to actually doing pretty well." The guy tried to remember. Let's see, what was the son's name? Think it was Kevin. Remembering back to a while ago at the Dimitri estate, Kevin had been confused. "Wait, what?" he asked, looking puzzled. "Paid leave?" Roman replied, "Starting tomorrow I'm giving you 3 days off. Taking a break is part of training too." He walked away as he spoke. "You've worked hard, so just take it easy and spend some time with your family." Kevin just stood there, stunned. "Yes, young master." He headed back to his room to pack, but he was still totally confused. A vacation? He changed his clothes, but he couldn't stop thinking about it. This feels weird. Back in the day, if I wasn't working, I was dead. I haven't even seen my family since I started at the castle. I wonder what they're up to. He stepped out the door, still lost in thought, when he heard Butler Hans call his name. He jumped and answered, "Mr. Hans." Hans handed him some clothes, looking super pumped. "You've been gone a long time. You're not seriously going home wearing that, are you? Lord Roman picked out some clean clothes for you, so go get changed." Kevin was caught off guard and took the clothes the butler handed him. That wasn't even the best part. Hans tucked a small bag of coins on top. "You're gonna need some cash to buy gifts for your family, right? From now on, you're getting 30 silver a month." Hans kept chatting away, happy as could be. "Just go out there and enjoy yourself. Buying some fruit or splurging a little is no big deal." Hearing the butler say that, Kevin just stared back, totally clueless. So, he changed into his fresh new clothes right away. He was grinning ear to ear, feeling like $1,000,000 as he headed back with a bag of bread. He couldn't even believe how soft the fabric was. He was seriously stoked. Just wearing this stuff was enough to make him happy, he thought. He gushed over the loaves in his hand, stoked that he'd managed to grab plenty of bread for the rest of the fam too. The bread smelled so damn good. Kevin was practically floating down the street. He was so hyped that you could basically see flowers blooming around him. Mary is gonna lose her mind when she sees this, he thought. The kid had always said her lifelong dream was to eat ice cream stuffed inside a fresh, hot loaf of bread. As he thought about it, he started flashing back to the old days. Man, every single day, Mary would just complain non-stop about how the family had to choke down stale bread. He started reflecting on his own life, too. With debt collectors constantly showing up at our place, with knives and swords, he clenched his fists tight. No matter what, he was determined to get stronger under the young master's wing. When Kevin got home, he looked even more confused than when Roman announced his leave. What he saw was his mom and dad chilling, sipping tea and chatting away. His little sister was happily looking at the flower garden. He was stunned. What the hell was going on? Kevin stared at the scene, amazed at how peaceful it looked. He wondered, "This is weird, it feels like I was sent to the castle outskirts instead of the slums." Just as he was trying to wrap his head around it, Mary noticed him and shouted for her big brother. Kevin's parents turned around to look. They were just as shocked. His mom rushed over and hugged him tight. "Oh my god, it's been forever." Mary chirped, "It's my big brother, it's really him." His dad, Kla, ran over too. "You doing okay, son?" Kevin hugged his mom and asked about the house. His dad explained that Mr. Hans had come by and given them this place to live in. He even gave us a plot of land to farm. Apparently it was all on young Master Roman's orders. His mom added, "That's not even all of it. Everyone at the castle has been helping us out so much. We finally got a real life again, not just surviving in the slums." His eyes lit up as everything clicked. "I get it now, Lord Roman." Choked up with tears, he muttered, "Thank you so much, sir." His dad suddenly noticed something and asked, "Son, your cheek." His mom let go of him to get a better look. Claude jumped to conclusions. "Did Lord Roman hit you?" Kevin quickly shook his head. "What? No, that's not it at all." His mom grabbed his shoulders. "You can tell us the truth. If they're treating you like that, we're ready to." Kevin immediately pushed her back. "Lord Roman is nothing like that." His mom was confused. "Then what happened to your face?" He started telling them the whole story. "Mom, Dad, the truth is." After he finished, someone started questioning him. "You seriously expect us to believe that?" A bunch of guys were sitting together, gossiping. Kla, Kevin's dad, tried to convince his friends. "Come on, then how else do you explain us getting a whole house and a new plot of land?" His friend seemed a bit swayed. "That's true, but..." Kla kept pushing, "Don't listen to those rumors." According to Kevin, he even slapped that jerk of a knight from the Barco house just to protect his own guy. What noble does that for his subordinates? The other guy was stunned. Slowly the rumors about Roman started to spread. No way that idiot young master actually did that. It went from one person to another. "Did you see Claw's family now? I heard Lord Roman gave them all that stuff just because their kid, Kevin, became his subordinate. I heard he gave them a house and land too. He even slapped the Barco knight. It was all for Kevin's sake." Kevin's dad's friends swore they heard it straight from the man himself. Just yesterday I felt so bad for the kid every time I saw him, but I did see that guy make a scene at the shop once. You sure you didn't see it wrong? The kids were gossiping too. I heard Lord Roman treats his people super well. I want to be like Kevin too. If I could just earn Lord Roman's trust like Crack's family did. The rumors just kept blowing up. Roman's reputation was doing a total 180. Roman Dimitri is actually really generous to his own people. If you can get on his good side, your whole life could change. The scene shifted back to the crowd, swarming around the recruitment notice. The guy finished his story. That's why so many people are signing up to be his soldiers. Lucas overheard and was floored. What the hell is going on here? Wiping out the Blood Fang, and then that incident at the banquet. Roman did all that? He thought back to the past. The Roman Dimitri he knew would never pull anything like that. I saw that loser making a scene at the casino because he blew all his cash just 2 years ago. He muttered to himself, it's only been 2 years. What the hell happened to this world? The guy next to him didn't get it. Lucas chuckled, intrigued. Things are getting interesting. I want to see this for myself. It was getting dark out. Jonathan reported, the testing phase is going pretty smooth. We only need to provide a minimum number of troops for the entry process. Lord Roman will handle the rest of the overall process. Lord Romero asked, haven't we spent enough time on this already? Jonathan advised. This is your last chance to get everything back, sir. Are you sure about this? Jonathan kept pushing that raising a private army was too risky, saying at least ask Lord Roman what his goal is first. Suddenly, Romero cut him off. Jonathan, think back. When I heard Roman was going to the Barco family banquet, I thought he was about to team up with them to chase away our second-generation lot. But Roman stood up to all those nobles. He even slapped the Barco knight and stood up to Anthony's interference. Even though Anthony could have teamed up with our second-gen army to put on the pressure, get the succession rights, and finish his revenge. Romero swirled his drink, but Roman, who's been labeled a fool for over a decade, has finally started living his own life after the Blood Fang incident. Romero sounded proud. As a father, I'm genuinely happy for him. Jonathan got the message. Romero asked about the recruitment. So, how many people applied? 50? 100? With his reputation, I'd be happy with 50. Jonathan calculated. The estimate is already over 500, sir. Romero was shocked. What? Scene shift to the castle gate. Everyone showed up for the recruitment. Chris walked into the tent. He called for Roman and reported that the testing process was finished. Roman was deep in thought, waiting for something. Another day passed, the night before the selection. The full moon was high as the building buzzed with noise. Lucas was inside a pub taking a sip of beer. He let out a satisfied laugh. Dimitri's dark beer really is the best. His cheeks were flushed. Lucas suddenly thought, I still can't believe so many people showed up before the selection. The number of applicants is way higher than I predicted. The crowd in the building kept chatting. Not just that, Lucas looked at the group of 3 guys sitting in front of him. From the tags hanging on their belts, the 3 of them were laughing and making a ruckus. He focused his eyes on the tag, hanging from the belt of the guy on the left. Lucas took another look at the guys in the corner. Mercenaries, Class C for sure. Then he scanned the 3 dudes hanging out by the bar. 3 more over at the bar. They didn't look like typical mercs, but you could tell they'd seen some action. Lucas summed it up in his head. Besides this place, there aren't many inns in Dimitri. It's packed like 5 or 6 people for every square meter. Honestly, the turnout is way higher than I expected. He was genuinely confused. Like, why? If these guys are experienced veterans, shouldn't they be landing way better gigs? They can't just be here out of curiosity like me. Tired of thinking, Lucas slammed his mug down. Forget it, I don't get it. Right as he was about to bail, he caught a guy asking someone else, wait, Henderson? What the hell are you doing here? Didn't you say you were signing up with the Lawrence house? That grabbed Lucas's attention. He watched as Henderson replied, yeah, at first. Lawrence is my home, after all. A sad look flickered in his eyes. But after I saw Lord Roman Dimitri take out the Blood Fang in Lawrence, I had a change of heart. People who weren't there wouldn't get it. Flashback to that day, he'd been stuck in the crowd, totally floored by what he was seeing. That day I saw him in the square, Roman Dimitri, covered in blood. I watched him dragging that old man by his hair. Henderson kept going, gripping his own hair like he was dragging the Blood Fang leader. Can you even imagine it? A noble heir, punishing the Blood Fang for laying a hand on his people? The way he kicked things around, blood spraying everywhere, storming into another territory, just to crack their leader's skull open. Henderson stared blankly ahead, looking genuinely shook. I still can't get that image out of my head. Suddenly, those 3 guys who looked like Class C mercs all turned toward him. Henderson continued, everyone keeps doubting or denying what happened in Lawrence. The 3 talented-looking guys at the bar were listening in too. But I was there, I saw it. Roman Dimitri isn't the weak pushover the rumors make him out to be. Henderson slammed his hand on the table yelling, he's a real leader, the kind who will actually fight for his own people. The 2 guys beside him were nodding, totally agreeing with him. This recruitment? It's a once-in-a-lifetime chance to become one of his men. I'm gonna pass this selection, get that residency in Dimitri, and live as one of Roman Dimitri's men. Lucas repeated the name in his head. Roman Dimitri is a man worth putting my life on the line for. Got it. Looking at the building from the outside, he realized this chaos probably wasn't a coincidence. Early the next morning, outside the training tower, Lucas drifted in with the crowd. People were already talking about how they'd party after they got picked. He fell back into thought. If everything I heard is real, how am I supposed to play this? He scanned the people around him again. Everyone here probably thinks just like me. A bunch of skeptics who heard the rumors and showed up for the moment of truth. When we actually see Roman, he trailed off, his eyes narrowing in suspicion. Wait, what's that? The whole crowd went dead silent. Lucas stepped aside as everyone instinctively started bowing to the people walking in. It was the young Lord of Dimitri, Roman Dimitri. The crowd kept their heads down in total respect, clearing a path for Roman and his men to walk through. Lucas thought to himself, nobody told them to do it, but everyone just naturally stepped aside to bow. The realization hit him again, the rumors were legit. He stared at Roman's back as he walked up the stairs. The air pressure around him seemed to drop, and everyone was watching. Roman looked at them and commanded, heads up. He stood in front of them, his voice ringing out, just like the notice had promised. Today, I'm picking 30 warriors to fight for me, but before we start, I've got a few things to say, Roman roared, laying out his vision. I, Roman Dimitri, have no intention of rotting away in some backwater territory. He scanned the shocked faces in the crowd. I will keep fighting until I reach a position far higher than where I am now. And in the process, putting your lives in danger is inevitable. So, if you're not sure about following me, you can turn around and get lost right now. Roman continued. If you get your head lopped off on the battlefield, don't waste your last breath resenting me for bringing you there. You should be regretting that you couldn't be by your leader's side. His presence was massive, a powerful, commanding back that made him look like a legend, rising to conquer the whole continent. The crowd was just standing there, dumbfounded. Lucas felt a mix of panic and confusion. What is this guy saying? Forget the ruler of the continent nonsense. Isn't his standing in the family already hanging by a thread? He should be acting a little less arrogant, right? But when he looked at Roman's face, so serious and convincing, he couldn't help but feel like, for some reason, the guy might actually pull it off. The deputy captain of the Dimitri Knights spoke up. All right, listen up. I'm going to explain the first round of selection. Chris looked over at the guy holding the bow and arrows. It's pretty simple. You'll stand at the marked spots. Our archer here is going to fire 3 shots at each of you. The arrows might just graze you, they might hit the target behind you, or they might just pin you to the spot and end you right there. Chris's eyes were cold as he announced that only those who didn't flinch when the 3 arrows were fired would make it through the first round. The crowd was a mess of nervous faces and blank stares, processing his words. The deputy captain's voice echoed through the tower. The selection will proceed in the order your names were called. Move to your designated spots. Morrison, you're next. Stand right there. The archer started prepping his bow. Morrison stood there, shaking. He thought, he really meant it, didn't he? Are they seriously going to aim for us? Logically speaking, who the hell uses death as a way to pick their own soldiers? Right as the arrow hit the string, he realized that this archer had to be insanely skilled. Watching a bead of sweat roll down the archer's cheek, he kept telling himself over and over, there's no way he's gonna miss. With a sharp thwip, the arrow took flight, slamming into the target just inches from the guy's neck. Seeing Duck freak out, Morrison tried to hype himself up. All right, just stay cool. It's all a mental game. The archer drew his second arrow. This time, Morrison told himself if he just stood still and trusted the process, everything would be fine. But just as he was dead sure that arrow was gonna miss, the exact opposite happened. It pierced the guy's right leg. Morrison froze. Everyone else, except for Lucas, who looked totally unbothered, did the same. The guy went stiff from the shock before Duck let out a blood-curdling scream, grabbing his bleeding leg and collapsing. Chris rushed over, screaming for the medics. He ordered the soldiers to grab a stretcher and get him out of there, fast. They moved on his command instantly. As they hauled him away on the stretcher, the kid was just wailing in pain. The rest of the crowd was panicking. Was that stuff about being prepared to get shot really legit? It was insane. Chris called out the next name in a cold, detached tone. When he heard his own name, the guy was shaking in his boots. Morrison stared at the blood still dripping onto the wooden target. That arrow had been buried deep in that kid's thigh. If that had been aimed at his head, he'd be dead already. Morrison blurted out exactly what he was thinking. Damn it all to hell. This is total madness. I only signed up for a chance to become a knight, man. Chris explained it cold-bloodedly. This is exactly what the young master said would happen. He added, I'll repeat this one more time for anyone thinking about quitting. He looked at Morrison, who was crying his eyes out with his head hung low. If you're too chicken to take an arrow, then just get lost right now. With that same intense, unyielding gaze Roman always had, Chris laid it out. If you can suck it up and make it to the end, even if you get tagged by an arrow, you'll earn the honor of passing the first round. Chris doubled down. Any cowards still hanging around this training ground? Get the hell out of here, right now. Backtrack to the day before the selection. Roman had said, let me break down your roles one more time. 4 guys stood in line, listening intently. For tomorrow's first round, you guys are going to take an arrow. The archer is a pro from around here. He's only going to hit spots that won't kill you. The archer tapped his chest, giving a confident grin. I don't miss, so don't even sweat it. Looking over at Chris walking up with a chest, Roman said, and here's your reward. He popped the lid open, revealing stacks of gold coins. Seeing the glitter of all that cash, the guys erupted in cheers. Roman kept a straight face, finishing his pitch with a question. It won't hurt too bad since the medics will be on standby, but you're still going to get hit. You guys still in? All 4 shouted, yes! Once the room was quiet again, Chris asked, my lord, why go to such lengths? Sitting at his desk, buried in paperwork, Roman replied, I can't find the kind of people I want just by scaring them. I need them to realize they're gambling with their lives. Even if the chance of getting hit is only 1 in 100, most recruits will break under the pressure of that 1%. Chris asked, "So, what exactly are you looking for in your men?" Roman answered, "I want people with nerves of steel, in other words, people born with the heart of a beast." Chris repeated, "The heart of a beast?" Roman explained, "Exactly. Those born with a beast's heart grow strong fast. Even if they start from zero, only those with that kind of grit can walk alongside me." Back to the present selection round, some guy started shouting, "What kind of crazy test is this?" A bunch of people started grumbling and decided to bail at the gates. "Are you going to take responsibility if I actually die? He's not even a royal official. I'm not risking my neck for Roman Dimitri. I'm out." "Yeah, me too." Chris watched the scene and started counting. About 100 people quit. He looked over at Roman, who was deep in thought about the heart of a beast, that raw, innate talent. He remembered Kevin, how he didn't hesitate for a second to chop off his own wrist when ordered. Then he thought about his vice captain, or even Chris. People who asked how to get stronger after being brutally taken down. He concluded, those were the ones born with the heart of a beast. Anyone without that heart, no matter how strong they act, could never beat someone who was just built differently from the start. Roman was determined to weed out the weak with this test. He called out firmly, "Keep going!" The blue sky stretched out over the building. One guy was panting, completely wiped out. Lucas watched him and thought he was at that inn, so he's not giving up. He saw Henderson shaking, leaning against the wooden target. I guess he meant it back then, even if he is shivering like a leaf right now. Henderson was crying, biting his lip, thinking, "This is my chance to pledge my loyalty to Lord Roman." He stared straight at the archer drawing his bow. "I can't just quit without doing anything." The arrow whistled, hitting the target right next to his temple, and he let out a sob. Feeling the dark, suffocating pressure from the archer, Henderson wondered, "Wait, should I just bail? If I die, this is all for nothing." The arrow whizzed past his shoulder. His only thought was, "I've still got time." The archer pursed his lips and let the string go. Henderson shook all over. The arrow slammed right between his legs. 1 inch closer, and he would have lost his manhood. Chris announced that Henderson had made it, though the guy was still on his knees, clearly unable to shake the terror. Lucas laughed. He was a second away from quitting. Lucky guy. The selection kept moving and went smoothly from there. Out of all the applicants, about 400 dropped out. 120 people passed the first round, and the survivors looked absolutely radiant. Roman mused that he'd managed to find some useful people through this first round. Looking at the group, including Henderson, he evaluated those who passed despite being scared out of their minds, then glanced at Lucas and the others, who hadn't shown a shred of fear. Roman concluded that both types actually fit his standards pretty well. Watching the group, including Henderson, he could see some people shaking like leaves, even though they'd already passed. Then he glanced over at Lucas and the others who were just totally chill. Honestly, Roman figured both groups pretty much hit the mark for what he was looking for. They've all got enough guts to keep their fear in check. Scanning the crowd, I've got to spot the gems hidden among these pebbles, see who's here for a real reason or has some secret motive. I need to figure out who's going to look at me with respect and who's going to be shaking in their boots. I declare loudly, you all passed the first round. This selection process proves you're warriors. But I'm only taking 30, so I'm going to test all of you again in a second round. I tell them with total confidence. If you pass this, you become my men, and you'll get to live the life of a predator. Lucas looks shocked. The life of a predator? Roman walks down the stairs. Let's get the second round started. The rules are simple. I stand in front of a bunch of wooden swords in a crate. As you can see, there's a whole variety of wooden blades ready for you. Doesn't matter which one you pick or how many there are. I pick one up. Choose the one you like. I slash the air, adding, "Prove your worth by dueling me." Henderson is stunned. He's actually going to duel them? Lucas smirks, confused. He's going to take on 120 of us all by himself. My eyes narrow. You don't have to win. Anyone who can last 1 minute against me passes, and they'll get better terms than what was on the notice. Someone speaks up. Wonkin steps forward, face completely blank. I'll go first. The crowd clears a space for the two of us. I ask, what's your name? He snaps back, Wang Can. Looking at the sword in his hand, I ask, you sure about that wooden blade? He insists it's fine. He's staring me down, thinking Roman Dimitri's confidence is way overblown. Are the rumors that he took down the Blood Fang even true? Either way, there's no way he's taking me down in under a minute. Chris yells, "Get ready!" Wang Can is still thinking, I just gotta last a minute to pass, but screw it, even if he is the guy I'm gonna serve from now on, I'm seizing this chance. Chris flips the hourglass and shouts, "Start!" Wang Can's resolve is burning. He's gonna make sure I never forget exactly what kind of guy he is. He lunges, swinging with everything he's got. My eyes track him. I dodge, trip him up, and he hits the dirt instantly. He looks shocked. My wooden sword is already pressed against his throat. I say coldly, "Next." Lucas is watching, realizing I'm on a completely different level. The way he dodged, so smooth. I didn't think anyone could move like that. This test is going to be 100 times harder than the first one. An intense killing aura starts pouring out of me, and you can see the fear spreading through the crowd. As Wang Can loses, the image of me standing there with my sword at his throat hangs in the air. My glare looks like I'm ready to tear them apart. Everyone's thinking the same thing, watching the way I look down at my defeated opponent with nothing but contempt. They know I'm too strong, but they keep telling themselves, maybe if we just wear him down over time, so they take turns stepping up. Even though they struggle like hell to fight someone this strong, they cling to the hope that I'll get tired and run out of gas eventually. An hour into the second round, After 60 fights, a bunch of candidates are sprawled on the ground, faces twisted in pain. 60 losses. I stand there, stone-faced, calling for the next guy, my blade pointed right at the coward sitting at my feet. Correction, the pathetic loser sitting at my feet. I'm not even winded after 60 bouts. The onlookers are freaking out, remembering what I said before the selection. If you pass this round and join me, you'll get to live the life of a predator. They finally get it. I'm the predator. A predator with the overwhelming aura of a beast, ready to pounce on anything in its path. A predator who can live however the hell he wants in a world where only the strong survive. They look at me, terrified, feeling like my words are actually coming true. They can't help but think, and to think, everyone still calls him the fool of the Dimitri family. This might be a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Shock and fear are written all over the faces of everyone around the ring. They want to serve me, but then a thought kills that ambition. But how am I supposed to beat that monster? To them, I look like a demon crawled out of hell. A dark aura surrounds me, and they're shivering just from looking at me. I tell them flatly that if no one steps up, everyone loses. Hearing that, they start pushing each other forward. Hardly anyone has the guts to face the guy standing in the middle. Then a voice cuts through. Fine, I'll go. A guy with a small pouch on his belt steps up. A blue-haired man walks out looking like a savior in a time of crisis. He introduces himself. I'm the 61st candidate, Lucas. The sky is clear, and a breeze sweeps through the castle. Lucas is thinking a monster. Roman Dimitri is a monster. I stand across from Lucas. The aura is still there. We square off, waiting for the sparks to fly. Lucas is still processing more than just my crazy combat skills. The way he projects that kind of pressure, my gaze is just as cold as the aura rolling off me. I'm a completely different person now. Just like I said, I'm not going to be stuck in this backwater forever. To Lucas, I look like a massive, immovable monument. He knows for a fact that the man standing in front of him is going to conquer this whole continent. Lucas raises his sword, getting into his stance. I don't care about the silver. I'm going to find out if what Roman said is real or not within a year. He flips the hourglass, and the timer starts. The word start echoes. The sand starts falling, marking the beginning of the fight. As the sand drops, Lucas's resolve hardens. He's determined to pass this test. He lunges at me like a bolt of wind. Not bad, I think. He didn't hesitate to charge. Out of everyone, he's the first one to attack first. And that strategy, I actually break a sweat. I'm impressed. He's swinging his sword at my head while trying to drive a dagger into my heart at the same time. The scene kicks off. Roman steps back, parrying Lucas' incoming blade. Lucas thinks to himself, he dodged my dagger and blocked my sword, and he immediately switches up his tactics. How about this? Lucas keeps swinging, stepping forward to close the distance. He lunges with the tip of his sword, but Roman just holds his own ground. The impact is massive. Roman's eyes go wide, but he still tanks the hit. With a quick flick of his wrist, he sends Lucas flying back a few steps. Lucas thinks, guess that wasn't enough. He starts analyzing. Usually anyone moving that fast would leave an opening, but Roman? He's like an impenetrable fortress. Lucas grips his greatsword tight, telling himself he can't give up now. One split second of hesitation, and it's game over. To last even a minute, he has to stay on the offensive. Lucas tightens his grip and charges, desperate to get the upper hand. Roman sees this and gives a cold smirk, almost like he's impressed by Lucas' guts. He figures Lucas' style is trash for a real battlefield, but for a one-on-one duel, it actually works. A glint in his eyes says he's found something interesting. He knows exactly what Lucas is trying to do. He's fighting for control. But with that amusement comes the counterattack. Roman moves in, his true goal being way more than just letting Lucas survive a minute. Roman lunges, blocking Lucas's strike. Now it finally looks like a real fight. That 1 minute is a trial to show them exactly how strong the lord they serve really is. They clash again. Lucas swings, Roman dodges. Roman strikes back and Lucas barely manages to block. Turns out, Roman's real goal for these tryouts is to leave a lasting impression. Roman decides it's time to wrap this up, catching Lucas off guard with a sudden move. A final crushing blow lands. Lucas falls backward. The match is clearly over. Guess that's as far as a B-rank mercenary goes. An average guy can hit B rank if they work their ass off and risk their life. But without mana, you're never hitting A rank. A rank is a whole different level of power, the kind that makes anyone bow down. Lucas just sits there on the ground, totally shell-shocked. The first real sign of mana awakening is a lonely memory, a figure standing amidst a literal pile of corpses. That's when Lucas realizes he's hit his limit. No matter how hard he tries, he can't break past B rank. Still, Lucas grinds his teeth. Even so, I survived. On those battlefields where so many died, a massive fire like a nightmare consumed everything over and over again. And that's when he realized it. He clutches the small pouch at his waist. To survive, to win, he's gotta use every damn trick in the book. Lucas rips the pouch open and throws it straight at Roman's face as he approaches. A cloud of dust blows right into Roman's eyes. He bites his lip. He's throwing sand? The onlookers whisper, confused. The guy only said to last a minute, there aren't any other rules. But in the blink of an eye, Lucas is down, and Roman is still standing there, unbothered. Seeing his chance, Lucas grabs his greatsword and rushes back in. He lets out a primal scream, sprinting as fast as the wind. Then his eyes snap open in pure terror. Roman is still standing there, sword held high. Roman's eyes glow with zero emotion, just cold, hard intensity. The red glare from the sand in his eyes is locked onto mine. Lucas feels like his whole world is crumbling. His own reflection is trapped in Roman's gaze. The look is so cold it sends shivers down his spine. A chilling laugh echoes, and the sword falls right out of Lucas's hand. He sighs, I give up. His hands clench into tight fists. A memory flashes back, the Heavenly Demon Sect. Before they even taught you martial arts, the first thing they drilled into you was how to keep your eyes wide open. If you twitched, if you even blinked, you were dead. The training drills play out in Lucas's mind. It was a brutal requirement, because when you breathe, your internal energy flows. Even a single blink is a split-second decision you have to be careful with. That's why we were trained to keep our eyes wide open at all times. No matter how strong the enemy is, no matter how badly your eyes are injured, or even if you're about to lose them. Even if an enemy is swinging a blade straight at your face, even if the knife is inches away, in any situation, just like Roman is doing right now, you keep your eyes fixed, stone cold on your opponent. Lucas mumbles, defeated, I surrender. He balls his hands into fists, pissed at himself. The weather is clear, with a bright sky and clouds hanging over the castle. Someone hands him a water skin. Roman takes it and pours it straight into his eyes to wash away the grit. Lucas stands behind him, still clenching his fists, head hung low. If I knew it was going to turn out like this, he thinks, I never would have used the damn sand. Lucas bites his lip, eaten up by guilt. He's tearing himself apart, thinking about how he pulled every cheap trick in the book just to get through the qualifiers. What a pathetic result. Lucas stands there, hands balled up, head down, drowning in self-loathing. A thought crosses his mind. He must really look down on me. No, maybe he never expected anything from me in the first place. Lucas looks at Roman, whose face is still soaking wet, staring right back at him. Is he gonna lose his mind? I should be punished. Lucas wonders, how am I gonna get screwed for this? But before the thought can finish, Roman's voice rings out, next. Lucas is stunned. Roman isn't punishing him, he's just moving on like nothing happened. Everyone around is shocked too. He's not even mad, he didn't even bother asking why his opponent played dirty. Roman just tilts his head, glancing at Lucas. He obviously knew about the plan and he'd figured it out. He saw Lucas reaching for the pouch when he leaned back to dodge that sword strike. But Roman just let it slide so Lucas could fight with everything he had. The hell Lucas has lived through, there's no telling how much bloodshed he's seen. Roman thinks this while looking at Lucas, who's still totally dazed. But there's no doubt now, he remembers a pool of blood soaking his own feet. Roman drifts into his own thoughts. The amount of blood he saw back when he was Junghyeok Baek was enough to form an entire ocean. At this point, the vision of blood rising to his knees appears before Roman. That's how a heavenly demon is born. Roman snaps out of it and says, is there no one else? The hourglass has run out. Another guy screams and charges at Roman, swinging his blade. But he misses, and Roman dodges the hit easily. That guy grabbed a rock from the yard and hurled it at Roman. Roman didn't even flinch, he just tilted his head and dodged it. Lucas had set the tone, and now every single person in the tryouts was using whatever dirty tricks they had left until the very last second. The guy lunged again, sword in hand, but got a boot straight to the face. Lucas was thinking to himself that playing dirty wasn't against the rules. Still, he stopped to watch the scene. The moment these guys crossed the line, Roman didn't hold back at all. The sight in front of Lucas right now was that same guy lying on the ground, clutching his face in agony and screaming, while Roman just casually called for the next one. A chilling thought hit him. If I don't surrender, I'm definitely gonna end up just like them. Like, seriously, what is going on here? This is totally pointless. It's already the 100th match, and the qualifiers have been going on for 2 hours. Aside from a few beads of sweat, his breathing remained perfectly steady. Roman's gaze was locked, his expression as calm as it could possibly be. A mountain of corpses and a sea of blood on the brink of death. No enemy is going to go easy on you just because you tried your best. Your movements get sluggish the second your breathing goes out of whack. And that's exactly when you become just another part of the pile of bodies under your feet. That's why anyone who has no choice but to be a master has to fight. Roman took a breath in and out. Natural energy can be harnessed through this sequence of actions. It flows through the body to flush out the fatigue that's built up. Combined with perfect physical conditioning and skeletal reinforcement, the body reaches its peak state. Another guy swung his sword at Roman, but he parried it, drifting back to the days when he was conquering the martial arts world. Back then he'd fought for 3 days and 3 nights straight. That's why his stamina was never going to run dry. Roman gripped his sword tight and bolted toward his opponent at max speed. All the candidates gathered for this laid-back trial. A signal rang out through the fortified castle. Chris clearly announced the number of people who passed the second round. As the crowd's mood sank, Chris continued with none. Standing on the training ground, he kept going, however, that doesn't mean no one is moving on. Out of the 120, 30 have been chosen. The list will be posted later. Then Chris shouted, you all did great. By the time they dismissed in the evening, light was streaming through the windows, reflecting on the grass. Roman held the list. This was the list of the candidates who actually made the cut. From now on, you'll be training these 30 people. Chris took the list and nodded. Understood. He looked over the names. So these were the ones who made it. Vo Can, the first one to challenge the young master. He must be brave and hold the young master in high regard. And then there was Henderson Chris, who was full of questions, because the guy just mentioned had always seemed shy and unremarkable. Did the young master see something in him that I totally missed? Chris questioned himself. Aside from them, everyone else was easy to figure out. Suddenly, his eyes went wide with shock. He asked Roman, Lucas got picked too? Roman just sat there, cold and indifferent. Yeah. Roman put his hand on the table and fired back. Is there a problem? Chris just replied, I admit Lucas has more talent than the other B-rank soldiers, but he played dirty during the qualifiers. The memory flashed in Chris's mind of Lucas fighting Roman. and how he decided to surrender the second he realized he couldn't win. He didn't fight to the bitter end. A guy like that is just going to be a liability for us on the battlefield. Chris stated it to Roman, completely disregarding his own reputation. He's the kind of mercenary who'd ditch his own squad and do anything just to survive. If I'm the one responsible for these soldiers, I really can't accept it. Before he could finish, Roman cut him off. That's exactly why I picked him. Roman looked totally relaxed. Chris asked suspiciously, what do you mean? Like you said, Lucas might be a coward who doesn't care about honor. But when no one else thought to play dirty, he had the practical mindset to get right in my face and do it. Those are the types who usually shine on the battlefield. They're constantly looking for ways to survive and escape, no matter the cost. Roman asked back, let me ask you this. Why are you so sure he'd abandon his squad just because he played dirty? Hearing that, it was like a light bulb went off for Chris. He stood frozen, still holding the list. A memory surfaced. Jonathan's voice, soft and steady. Chris, survivors on the battlefield who aren't knights like us can't use mana. Only those who keep a calm face in every situation and act based on what's actually happening are the ones who make it to the end. He continued to tell Chris, so remember this, no matter how strong a knight you are, you'll never be able to escape getting killed by those waiting in the shadows for their chance to strike. Chris calmed down and reflected. That's right, Lucas's decision really was practical. My perspective has been way too narrow. Chris's eyes looked a bit sad, but he continued, young master, please answer me one thing. There's something I still don't get. You've still got 5 months until you have to head to the front lines, and nobles aren't forced to the front by any draft. So why are you gathering troops so early? Roman's mood darkened at that. He just replied quietly, I'll announce it soon. The next day was the official declaration of the Barco family. We've been waiting for the Lawrence family's decision regarding the treaty signed in the past. However, they've betrayed the honor of a noble, as well as the treaty we had. So after all this patient waiting, we've decided to draw our swords. The crimes of the Lawrence family are crystal clear. Not only are they refusing to pay back the debt their ancestors owed, but they're also living it up in their fancy villas, with expensive luxuries, while arrogantly declaring they won't give up the land that was put up as collateral. Because of that, we're issuing this formal indictment to the people of the Kairo Empire. If the Lawrence family doesn't pay their debts or hand over the land held as collateral within 1 week, the Barco family, with the approval of the central government, will initiate a territorial war against the Lawrence family. Chris suddenly realized the gravity of the situation, only to see Roman respond with total indifference. Yeah, let's get this show on the road. He flashed a twisted smirk. We're about to kick off a full-blown war between the Barco and Lawrence families. Lady Flora, we've got to go our separate ways now, so we need to handle our own business. The Barco family just took out a massive loan from the Golden Bank. You get what that means, right? It means war is the only card they have left to play. We're not the only ones getting screwed by this political marriage. The whole Lawrence family is on the line. I don't care what society says about Roman Dimitri. I want someone who actually trusts and follows things they've seen and experienced for themselves. So I'm getting out of this engagement and I'm not changing my mind. This is all your fault. You're the one who dragged this family down. Flora's face was a mask of panic and terror. Her eyes went wide, pupils shrinking to pinpricks. Flora jolted awake, screaming, finally breaking free from the nightmare. She was gasping for air. The room was pitch black, save for a sliver of moonlight creeping in from outside. She sat up, clutching her head. Flora was spiraling, wondering what the hell she'd done. Earlier that day, under the bright blue sky and fluffy clouds, was that voice talking about calling off the engagement? 2 servants walked by. One whispered, "The lady has locked herself in her room ever since she got back from the Dimitri estate." The other one replied, "I heard the engagement fell apart because of Lady Flora, right? Like, what could she have possibly done to get dumped by her fiancé? Besides, are we even gonna be okay? I heard we're about to go to war with the Barco family. The Lord's mood is, well, you know." Meanwhile, in her room, Flora was just staring blankly at her desk. She thought to herself, I really thought I was so damn smart. Her long hair fell around her face, her eyes glazing over as she stared into nothingness. I aced every advanced course at the academy. With the bright smiles my father always gave me, I honestly thought I was a good daughter. But in reality, I'm nothing without my family behind me. I'm no better than a flower trapped in a glass cage. The child of the Dimitri house. It's laughable. That child is supposed to be me? The sight of Flora sitting there all alone was pathetic. She didn't have the guts to face her father or see what that man would do. In that moment, she just shut her eyes, feeling completely helpless. Come to think of it, Roman was the polar opposite of her. He didn't rely on anyone, and he didn't crave anything from anybody. He conquered the northern territory with his own strength and pulled off that terrifying stunt against his own kin. Could he really have done all that without any help? When the hell did he get that strong? Flora sat on the edge of the bed wondering how he could pull off something like that. No, she shook the thought away, pushing the possibility aside for now. The fact that he could figure out a solution, compared to that, Flora bit her bottom lip, burning with frustration. Outside the door, the butler knocked gently. "Lady Flora, dinner is ready." A servant pushed the food cart behind him. When they didn't hear a sound, they exchanged glances and let out a heavy sigh. Suddenly the door swung open. Flora walked out. The butler was so stunned he couldn't even get a word out. The butler stammered as he greeted her. Flora had her hair tied back and a deep, heavy sadness hung over her face. She looked at them coldly and said, "I need to go to the study." Father is doing his best to beg for help from other families, but I know for a fact no one is going to lift a finger. She started flipping through books, searching for info with fierce determination. Just like how Roman Dimitri conquered the north, we have to find a way using our own strength. That morning, a shout echoed through the hall. My lord! The Mattel family turned down our offer. The messenger sounded panicked. Well then try signing with Vra! But the next words sucked the life out of the lord. The Vachara family rejected us too. Even though we agreed to the distribution system they kept demanding, they made it crystal clear. They aren't helping us with this. The pressure was so intense he slammed his book down. A close aide tried to calm him. My lord, no matter how you look at it, getting help from our neighbors is a long shot because the Barco family has them under their thumb. He kept reaching for more books, flipping through them. There's a rumor they'll retaliate against anyone in the northeast who messes with this fight. He grabbed another book, desperate. The messenger's voice rang out clearly. If the Lawrence family doesn't pay off their debt or hand over the mortgaged land within 1 week, the Barco family, with the central government's blessing, will declare territorial war on Lawrence. Finally, the book was slammed shut. Flora sat slumped over her reading desk. She buried her face in her hands, defeated. Only 1 week left until the war. The best thing Lawrence could do in this situation. A roar of rage erupted, and a fist slammed hard onto the table. Damn it, every last one of those bastards. After all, they were just sucking up to us before, and now they're acting like we don't even exist. Lord Lawrence gritted his teeth in pure fury. Any word from the Golden Bank? He barked at his aide. The aide replied, yes sir, they said they'd look into the land mortgage issue, but it sounds like the investigation won't be wrapped up within a week. Given the massive amount of money they've sunk into Barco, I think they've already decided siding with them is more profitable. The Lord rubbed his forehead, his face turning dark. So, after trying every damn thing we can, are we really out of options? Silence filled the room. No one had a decent suggestion. Someone spoke up. Maybe it's better if we just surrender. A bearded man said, Barco has blocked all help from the neighboring countries, and the gap in our military strength is plain as day. So, I think surrendering and giving them what they want is the only way to save our innocent soldiers and keep some of our land instead of losing it all. Everyone listening felt the dread wash over them. They all knew this was the last resort they could think of. The Lord stayed silent for a long moment before saying, defeated, you have a point. Just then, a servant's voice rang out. My lord, Lady Flora is asking to see you. The Lord was surprised. Flora, I'm busy right now but... Before he could finish, Flora pushed the door open and walked in. The Lord and his advisor sat in stunned silence. He softly whispered her name. Flora's eyes were locked with a look of iron resolve. Father, I have something to say. Elsewhere, an angry voice echoed out, what? What did you just say? At another meeting, Roman spoke up. That's exactly what I'm saying. He repeated himself, cool as a cucumber. I'm going to step into the fight between Barco and Lawrence myself, as Roman Dimitri. He sat there in his chair, fingers interlaced, looking so serious it was clear he wasn't messing around. Romero held his teacup and fired back. Do you even know what that means? Yes, he replied. But then his father slammed his cup down, tea splashing everywhere. He barked, you know what it means and you're still saying that? The fight between Barco and Lawrence is a legal one, approved by the central government. His face darkened, brows furrowed in pure annoyance. Since you already called off the engagement with the Lawrence girl, we have no business sticking our noses in their drama. If we do, the northeastern nobles will cut us off completely. And in the worst-case scenario, the central government might even send troops to crush us. If you're only trying to help Lawrence because of some little crush, cut it out. For God's sake, I thought you'd finally grown up. His father rubbed his temples in frustration, but Roman just called out, Father. Then he said, is this how you want me to live from now on? His father roared back, what the hell are you talking about all of a sudden? He replied calmly, I'm not getting involved because of some crush. Truth is, the eldest son of the Barco family has been threatening me lately. He did it because my engagement to the Lawrence family was getting in the way of their plans. He looked his father dead in the eye and said, I don't have proof of what went down that day, but it got me thinking. Everyone says the Dimitri family is the real power of the Northeast. The words shook the entire mansion, but he continued, calm as ever, yet the Barco family thinks they can boss us around. And you, father, you haven't done a thing with the power and wealth you have. I'm sure you're content with how things are. Hearing him call it out, his father looked startled. Right then, a flash of ambition and dark killing intent flickered in Roman's eyes. But I, Roman Dimitri, am different. I crave power and I won't just sit here and watch. Faced with his son's intensity, his father looked a bit guilty. He continued, because the Dimitri name has been tarnished, whether by Barco or anyone else. I have plenty of reasons, just like how Barco declared war on a fake excuse. Reasons are just toys for the powerful. It's a new life, but it still feels like I'm struggling in an endless ocean. But one thing is for sure, the identity of Junghyeok Baek is changing, and I have to live a life of total domination. I'm not asking to borrow the family's strength, I'm just going to intervene in this fight with my own capabilities as Roman Dimitri. Roman said it with a chilling tone. So, just watch me. The path I'm about to show you is the life I want to live from now on. A person's origins can't be changed, no matter how great they become. Romero stood with his hands behind his back, staring out the window, thinking about how even if you achieve greatness, get rich, or become the lord of a territory, the truth is I'm still just a regular guy, and that never changes. Lady Lihan sat on the velvet sofa and said softly, I'm guessing something happened with the other nobles when you went to the palace. He smiled gently, It's nothing, really. Romero slowly walked over to sit beside her. You only have to look at the way they stare at me to know what they think. His expression suddenly turned dangerous. It's not the way a noble looks at another equal. Lihan looked at her husband with tenderness. So you want to change it? He gave a faint smile. No, I'm happy with how things are. I don't want to burn it all down, just for a little extra profit. In the grand living room, the two of them were just sitting there chatting. I hope our son is different. Outside the palace, the sky was growing dark, but Romero's voice still echoed steadily. Unlike me, who is content with just managing a remote little patch of land, I want them to push past the limits of our roots and reach for something higher. Back then, Roman was sitting rigidly on his chair. Seeing his son's seriousness, he felt a bit taken aback. Those eyes, right. His eyes glowed with the steadiness and integrity of a grown man. Romero thought to himself, the eyes of someone who cannot be swayed. As a father he was, more than anything, feeling overjoyed. Right. I've always dreamed of this moment. The child who always worried me has grown up, and I didn't even notice. Roman sat before him, his face cold and distant. He sat quietly as his father encouraged him. Do whatever you want, and tell me if you need any help. He clenched his fist and said powerfully, Roman Dimitri is my son, and I, Romero Dimitri, am your father. He declared firmly, no matter what mess you get into, you don't have to carry it all by yourself. Hearing that, Roman couldn't help but crack a satisfied smile. The next morning, the sound of metal clashing rang out in front of the blacksmithing district. He stepped up to the gate, scanning the scene. It was empty of people, but loud as hell. So this is the place. Roman looked up at the sturdy gate. It seems they weren't exaggerating when they called the Dimitri family's workshop the largest in the kingdom of Kairo. Inside the forge, there were muscular craftsmen everywhere. The facilities were set up for tons of blacksmiths to work at once. Each person handled a different stage to ensure peak professionalism. There are about 30 shops like this in the blacksmith district, Roman thought. All the questions about Dimitri's wealth were answered just by looking at this district. The iron mines behind the palace had the largest backlog of orders in the country, and the Dimitri family's blacksmiths could sell their forged steel at exorbitant prices. That's why the northeastern nobles of Kairo never dared to cross the Dimitri family. Besides being terrified of their money, it would be a major problem for the rest of the kingdom if they couldn't get their hands on the Dimitri family's weapon supply. Roman looked around and realized, so that's where he is. The man he was looking for, the guy known as the symbol of the Dimitri house, the master smith. He slowly spoke up to make his request to his father. I plan to handle this on my own, but I do need your help with something. Equipment for the troops? Romero crossed his arms, catching on. Weaponry, huh? He took a sip of tea and suggested, go see Hendrik. Holding the hot tea, he looked at his son and said slowly, I used to handle all the workshop business myself when I was the boss. But Hendrik, who worked by my side, took over after I got my title. As the family master, he manages the entire production process for all our iron gear. Seeing his son so fired up, the old man couldn't help but feel pleased. If you tell them you're coming on my authority, they'll give you whatever you need. Roman nodded eagerly. Thanks, Dad. The old man didn't forget a final warning, though. Just remember one thing when you get there. The blacksmiths at the Dimitri estate, they're arrogant. They aren't the type to show loyalty just because you were born with the Dimitri name. Only those who can tell quality steel apart and know how to work it can earn their respect. Turns out, the old man wasn't lying to him. Everyone in the forge looked at Roman like he was some useless dead weight getting in their way. If they weren't openly glaring at him with disdain, they were just straight up ignoring him to keep doing their own thing. Roman saw it all firsthand and got the picture immediately. He got it, just like his old man said. He clenched his fists, feeling the tension walking through the hateful stares of the crew, while thinking about how much of a screw-up the original Roman used to be. No wonder they treated him like trash. Before long, he reached his destination. He'd barely stepped through the gate before he was met with a not-so-friendly greeting. Look who it is, came the voice of Hendrik. A burly, bearded man spotted him walking up and immediately started running his mouth. What business do you have coming all the way out here? Roman stood tall and firm. I believe my father sent word to you about why I'm here. Hendrik crossed his arms and stepped closer. Oh right, equipment for 30 soldiers, wasn't it? His voice dripped with pure hatred and contempt. I thought maybe you just came to steal something because you blew all your allowance. At Hendrik's attitude, Roman bit his lip in frustration, but he didn't snap back. Then, the guy pointed toward a pile of junk in the corner of the workshop. Just take whatever you want from that pile in the corner. That's more than enough to arm 30 soldiers. Roman asked back, his voice dripping with meaning. You're saying I should take that? He sneered. This is your best work, really? Master Hendrik didn't care about being polite and started cursing him out. Best? Like hell it is. If you don't like it, get the hell out of here. Roman walked over to the corner, picked up a piece of equipment, and held the sword up, questioning him. So much for all the hype about Dimitri steel being the best in the land. Kairo is full of it. You actually call this soldier equipment? Hendrik was clearly pissed off by his remark. I'm gonna ask you one more time. He gritted his teeth, steaming over Roman's interrogation. Is this really your best? Master Hendrik couldn't take it anymore. He roared. Dimitri steel is known for being the absolute best. And you, Kairo, a guy who's never even broken a sweat in front of a furnace, you think you can judge Dimitri craftsmanship? Roman just held the sword up and stared him down as he went off. If it wasn't for Romero's request, I wouldn't have given you a damn thing. While your little brother Rodwell spent years as my apprentice to prepare for taking over the family, you spent your time chasing skirts in the city. He wouldn't stop, just kept laying into him. You have any idea what that makes you? Compared to the dirt on the ground, a waste of space like you is impossible to recycle. Hendrik got right in his face, barking, "You're just a firstborn who doesn't know how to do a damn thing. You're worthless trash." Roman thought to himself, right, this scene again. He was way too used to it by now. He waited for him to finish before speaking up. "It's not like I don't understand your anger." He held the sword out to explain. "But this blade wasn't tempered with even pressure during the forging process. Look, it's already discolored just from the sunlight hitting it. This is obviously the work of some amateur who doesn't know how to swing a hammer." Roman looked at him, coolly trashing the gear. "So, this doesn't even deserve to be called Dimitri gear, and you, Master Hendrik, you can't deny that fact. Are you really trying to pass this garbage off, just to spite me?" His sharp point-blank honesty caught the guy off guard. "What the hell are you talking about?" Roman gave the sword a test swing and kept at it. "Master Hendrik," every word he spoke sounded like a real master smith breaking it down. "You just finished this. One of my soldiers died because he couldn't even cut his opponent with this junk sword. The edge was so dull it couldn't even slice through flesh properly. And that soldier?" He lost his head with a look of pure confusion because he couldn't pull his blade out of the enemy's muscle. Hearing him say that, Hendrik finally went quiet. Roman kept pressing him. "How do you feel about that injustice?" He was doing his best to survive, but he had no choice but to die because his piece of trash master equipped him with piece of trash gear. Hendrik frowned. "What the hell are you babbling about?" He grabbed a piece of armor off the floor. "Master Hendrik, why do you think soldiers wear armor in the first place?" Roman lifted the armor, eyeing it. "If it can protect a body from an attack, even just once, it's worth wearing the weight." Hendrik watched him in silence, then just swiped the armor out of his hand and threw it on the ground. "You're talking about that?" Roman pushed. "Another soldier wore this plate armor I gave him, only to be betrayed by the very thing he trusted. He died because of it." Looking at the armor on the ground, Roman felt the bitterness. He trusted that those iron plates would protect him. But some shoddy scrap from a nameless amateur couldn't stop the enemy's attack. It punched a hole right through the armor, and his guts spilled out right there in the middle of the field. Hendrik was still scowling, trying to justify his spite. "What kind of crazy talk is this?" Roman snapped back, his tone icy. "You still don't get what I'm saying?" In his heart, he actually understood Hendrik's grudge. "I get why you're pissed off. A firstborn who only shows up when he needs something, and then judge all the ironwork without having any interest in the craft. I get where you're coming from, I really do, but you crossed the line." Roman, angry, slammed the sword down into the armor and growled. "If I hadn't realized that this junk on the floor was total garbage, my soldiers would have put their lives on the line, trusting this trash, not knowing any better." The armor on the ground cracked under just a little bit of pressure from him. He didn't let up. "This isn't just about you getting back at me for personal reasons. 30 human lives were on the line. And even knowing that, Master Hendrik, you turned your back on the truth." Roman stared him down, unafraid. "You really call yourself a proud master representing the Dimitri name?" He looked him dead in the eye, his voice booming. "Because of the scrap you tried to pawn off on me just to satisfy your own grudge. People who didn't do anything wrong had to face death." Hendrik felt guilty, shrinking back. "I didn't mean for that to happen." Roman cut him off immediately. "Your intentions don't mean a damn thing." I gripped the dull sword tight. "The purpose of weapons and armor is crystal clear. I specifically asked you in the name of Baron Romero, my father, but you replied by handing me this piece of trash." My gaze sharpened, turning into an accusation. "Master Hendrik, can I consider your actions an act of defiance against my father?" I pressed him. "I know you didn't intentionally disobey my father's orders. You just didn't want to give me anything of quality. Even so, this act feels like you're straight up rebelling." My face hardened as I kept questioning him. "This isn't just a personal request. This was a direct order from the Lord to craft quality weapons and armor for me." Class. The thin line between the master and the servant had blurred. The class system would crumble in an instant. A loyal servant, or one you thought was a friend, the moment they crossed the line, they deserved to be dealt with. When he didn't answer, I lowered my voice. "I'll ask you one more time, is your behavior toward me an act of defiance against my father?" Hendrik immediately denied it. "Defiance? Absolutely not. I didn't hold back." "Then explain it. Why did you give me this garbage?" Suddenly, someone spoke up. Too loud. "What's going on here?" Hendrik's apprentices started chirping in. "You bastard, what are you doing to Master Hendrik?" "I don't know what's happening, but I won't stand by and watch this scumbag Roman challenge our master anymore." Someone pointed at my sword. "That asshole is even holding a sword." The crowd got even more aggressive. "You, what are you trying to do to Master Hendrik? Hold him back." I looked at them with a cold stare. Hendrik couldn't stand the shouting anymore. He yelled, "Stop it!" The guys next to him turned. "But Master," he cut them off. I said, "Stop!" The place went silent. He stepped up. "I apologize. This was entirely my fault," Hendrik admitted. He started flashing back to his younger days. Back then, his boss had slapped him across the face. "Hendrik, you piece of trash. A good-for-nothing like you thinks he can stay? Didn't I tell you it was way too early for you to be forging your own swords?" The boss screamed even harder. "Throw that crap away and get the hell out of the forge if you ever try that again." Outside the workshop, there was a sigh. "That pig," Hendrik thought to himself while chopping wood. "He never taught me a damn thing." Even as a master blacksmith, he just had me running errands, and if I messed up, he'd punch me. When will I ever become a real smith? Suddenly, someone shouted, "You think we're a charity or something?" A young guy held a gold coin, trembling. "I know this isn't nearly enough to buy a sword," he stammered, explaining to the shop owner. "But this is all I've got. I promise I'll pay you back if you just give me a sword. I've got nothing but my strength. I really need a weapon to make a living." Hendrik was eavesdropping from inside. "If you're just window shopping, get lost. Please. I'm begging you. I have a family to feed," the owner yelled. "I said get lost." The kid walked away defeated, but Hendrik called out, "Hey you." The guy shouted in shock, "Huh?" Then he grabbed the sword he was handed. "You're giving me this sword for free?" Hendrik said, "I heard your situation. If you need a blade, take this." The guy was overjoyed. "Thank you so much. Please take this silver coin." But he refused. "No, I told you I don't need money. It's just gonna end up in the trash anyway. I just want the weapons I make to actually help someone." The guy grinned, beaming with joy. "Thank you." It actually made Hendrik feel a bit awkward. The guy kept thanking him over and over, but not long after, he was terrified. That same young man lay dead in a pool of blood. His eyes were wide open. Hendrik grabbed his chest and ran away from the crowd, petrified. Everyone was whispering, "He died while guarding a merchant. If only that sword hadn't snapped while fighting those bandits." Hendrik collapsed on the ground, listening to them talk about his own blade. "Are the others okay? That's why you need good weapons. What's his wife and kid supposed to do now?" He was shaking now, tears streaming down his face. "It's like I killed him myself." Back in the present, he clenched his trembling fists, consumed by regret. "That day, I swore I wouldn't let it happen again." He couldn't stop beating himself up inside. "Hendrik, what the hell have you done? I can't believe I almost let that happen again just because I don't like this kid. How could I be so low?" Then he spoke up. "I will pay the price for my actions." I cut in. "If you're that serious about making up for it, I won't pursue this any further." I dropped my sword. "I know you're a damn good blacksmith, Master Hendrik." I turned to look at him. "So, I'm putting you in charge of equipping my 30 soldiers. Like I said, I don't think you intentionally disobeyed my father. Maybe you're just annoyed with me. I get that. So let's just forget about our mistakes." I continued, "I just want armor and weapons to keep my men alive." He was stunned, wondering to himself. After all that punishment, he's actually giving me a way out? I heard rumors, but how could someone change this much? He finally realized it. "I see. He's not the old Roman anymore. He promised me he wouldn't let it happen again. I'm truly sorry. I swear this won't happen a second time." His promise made me smile. "And to make it up to you, the armor and weapons for your men will be of the highest quality we can forge." Hendrik commanded, "Get back to work everyone, we're starting now." They all shouted in unison, "Yes, master." The forge immediately roared to life. Everyone was working at full capacity, quickly hammering out the best quality weapons and armor. "I stole a sword from Master Hendrik?" I asked, skeptical. A blacksmith replied while hammering, "Don't you remember? You were wasted drunk that day." I was puzzled. "What are you talking about?" He explained, "That was about 3 years ago. You were desperate for cash because the Lord cut your allowance. You snuck into the forge, stole one of Master's swords and sold it to some merchant for pennies." I looked over at the master. That was a masterpiece that took 6 months to design and 3 months of non-stop work in the forge to finish. Something like that, sold for nothing. I stayed silent and he continued, "You'll never understand, young master. A masterpiece you poured your soul into, stolen and gone forever." Deep down, Roman knew the one who really pushed the limits back then was his former self. He walked out of the forge after hearing that. Someone called out, "Roman Dimitri!" He stopped and looked back to see it was Hendrik. Hendrik called him over to say a few more things. "I still haven't fully forgiven you for what happened. I accepted your request because I was wrong that time, but I still can't stand the idea of the Dimitri family's eldest son messing around with a forge." He stressed, "Remember, this forge is the very foundation of the Dimitri house. If one day you can actually craft even a piece of trash sword on your own, I might look at you differently." Roman just smiled and agreed, "That won't take long. I'm heading out, I'll be back when I'm done." After walking for a bit, he reached a door, opened it, and smirked. "It's been a while, my personal training ground." Roman looked around, sizing up the place he'd set up just the way he liked it. Everything he needed was here. "All right, let's get to work." The forge inside the room roared to life. Roman's mind drifted back to the past. "Back when I was in the marine world, I decided to craft my own sword when I turned 18. Before the demonic cult took over, the brothers were constantly at each other's throats. I had to sleep with one eye open, always watching for assassins. My 11th brother, Baek Chang-hyun, set an ambush for me. It was a hell of a fight, but my sword snapped, leaving me wide open for his attack. The memories of that battle came flooding back. Baek Chang-hyun lunged, aiming to finish him off. Their eyes locked in tension. A massive clash echoed out, and a broken sword, stained with blood, lay on the ground. He kept thinking. When I slashed across my brother's face with that broken blade and barely escaped with my life, I realized I needed a sword that would never break, one that could fully unleash my potential. Roman was locked in, filled with resolve. "I need a blade that belongs only to me." He remembered his old self, tirelessly working away in the forge. After that day, unlike my brothers, I took over the forge and learned how to smith my own weapons. Before every major battle, I'd forge a blade specifically suited for the situation. The flood of memories moved faster, and after hundreds of thousands of battles, his blades kept evolving. Back in the present, he hammered away at the iron, but the memories didn't stop. And the 39th sword I created was called the Heavenly Demon Sword, a priceless treasure. Now he slammed the hammer down hard on the glowing red iron, his face drenched in sweat, ready for the coming war. He thought with grim determination, "It's time to craft a new sword for myself." Roman threw himself into smithing. He hammered the red-hot steel repeatedly, over and over, perfecting the rhythm. While keeping the same pace and strength, in that moment where he was completely consumed by the object in front of him, a thought echoed in his mind. In a trance, he delivered one final, heavy, perfect strike to the iron. His eyes were deep in thought. What am I living for? I have to survive in a world where only the worthy make it out alive, since my father is the heavenly demon, and then become the strongest by overcoming endless suffering thrown my way. I've never thought of that as a bad thing. It's the same right now. I'm just living true to my own reality. He kept talking to himself while he worked. Still, my current state isn't enough to handle every turn of events, so I need to train to become tougher. The world Roman belongs to, and the powerful forces within it, I still don't have a clear grasp on them yet. The loser doesn't deserve mercy. He blew into the flames and fire surged around his body. The blazing fire divine art. Roman obsessively worked on the weapon. This was a martial art created by the fire demons, using scorching power to quickly build up mana. It's the ultimate ability for a useless piece of trash like me right now. But my lungs and internal organs will get torn up if I use it too often. His gaze burned with pure resolve. But right now, I'm starving for the kind of power that can stand up against anything that comes my way. The next day, on a beautiful day at the palace, back to the present. Flora reported, "We've hit a dead end." She looked serious. The surrounding people have refused to help, and the gap in our military strength is just too obvious. They're already whispering about surrendering, just to save even a tiny part of the family territory. But I believe that's something we cannot do, no matter the cost. Flora's father slammed his hand on the table and stood up. Instead of sacrificing the lives of innocent soldiers for a battle we're destined to lose, surrender is the best option for everyone. Barco has been leveraging his connections with the cabinet to get a massive loan from the gold bank. If that's true, that loan can be seen as an unsecured debt. The people below whispered in confusion. How could it be unsecured? Flora continued after her father. Unsecured loans usually carry extremely high interest rates. Barco isn't the only one benefiting from this war. Her father just stood there listening. Flora kept explaining. Barco is the borrower, and the gold bank is the lender. To get the payout they both want, they'll carve up this land the moment they conquer Lawrence. Everyone went silent, staring at her. Her father sat back down calmly after hearing that. "So what should we do?" she replied. "There's only one option. Resist until the very end." Flora insisted it was the only way to survive. Her father clenched his fists, resisting. He hung his head, clearly disappointed. For a second, I actually expected something from Flora's speech. I thought that maybe Flora, you could see through any situation and give us some genius countermeasure. But it turns out it's just the usual talk. He asked Flora, "Is this long-term lockdown really the only way to survive that you're talking about?" She shot back, "I didn't say we should just hole up. We give up the entire year's harvest, burn the fields, and store as much food as possible to sustain ourselves. When winter comes," he wondered, "we just have to hold out until winter?" Flora answered, "Yes. Even though Barco managed to borrow a huge sum thanks to his cabinet connections, that's all he has. The interest will just keep piling up over time." Her eyes were firm. The force holding immense power, with influence stretching across the entire empire. The gold bank. If the war drags on instead of ending quickly, they'll put crushing pressure on the Barco family through that interest. She continued, "The gold bank isn't some force that can be easily threatened just with a few cabinet connections. Merchants need money, and that money comes from the gold bank. When winter arrives and their siege strategy loses its edge, they'll have no choice but to hand themselves over on a silver platter." Flora's father finally seemed to get it. Everyone was suddenly excited, barely able to believe there was a way out. "That makes sense. She's right. This is a war of attrition." "I think so too." He sat silently amidst the chatter. "Ever since the incident with the Dimitri family, I think I raised my daughter to be less than mature. But that's not it. When did my daughter grow up so much?" He braced his hands on the table and stood up. He spoke up. "Flora is right. From this moment on, we prepare for a siege. We'll hold our ground and protect the Lawrence bloodline. Even if these walls crumble and we all perish, we will fight with our backs against the wall, until the very end." Flora looked at her father with a resolute gaze. Over there, Roman was just as determined. He focused on finishing the blade. Outside, it was a beautiful sunny day, and everything was dead quiet. He grabbed the freshly forged sword and slowly walked outside. "No matter what it is, your first time is always something special. My first sword, this blade is perfect for who I am right now." He held the sword up before him. "You shall bear a name, Fire Dragon." The messenger sauntered toward the castle gate. A sudden, heavy gust of wind hit, making the tension even thicker. The guards couldn't help but feel on edge. He smirked and read from the scroll. "Under the authority of Viscount Barco, I offer you 3 choices. First, evacuate the castle and surrender unconditionally." The messenger warned that surrendering was the only way for everyone to stay alive. He shouted, "Second, a local skirmish against our forces. We'll have a fair and square fight out in the open wasteland." The messenger kept reading, "Under the supervision of a judge from the cabinet. You can also choose a one-on-one duel," he bellowed. "The method of war is up to you. We'll roll with whatever you decide." Lord Lawrence frowned, watching him. He retorted, "We don't buy Barco's excuses." Lord Lawrence slowly stepped forward, declaring the war illegitimate, claiming the records of their ancestral debt were total fiction. Then, he suddenly shouted, "And I have no intention of gambling with the lives of the Lawrence people." Lord Lawrence said sternly, so tell Viscount Barco that Lawrence will never. The messenger didn't care and kept talking. The third choice is to toss away your honor as a noble family. He looked up, implying they should just keep resisting hopelessly inside the castle. The messenger continued. From this hour, Barco will respect whatever path you choose. His face turned dark. The thought of all the blood that was about to be spilled on this brutal battlefield made the guards tremble. Lord Lawrence's face was twisted in pure rage. The war had begun. Archers, loose! Soldiers screamed as they charged, no turning back now. Troops rushed into the fray. Someone yelled, damn it! Lord Barco cursed, those sons of butches. A soldier standing behind him thought to himself. Barco had mobilized a force 3 times larger than Lawrence's, yet he was sweating bullets. I thought this would be over in an hour, but the tide of the battle is going in the completely opposite direction. The soldier frowned and said, it looks like Lawrence was fully prepped for this. My lord, he reported, they dug trenches to stop our troops from reaching the walls. The soldier added that they hadn't hesitated to rain down arrows from the very start. He said it seems they managed to secure a massive amount of war aid. Lord Barco was absolutely furious. He thought, what the hell happened in just that 1 week? I can't believe Lawrence actually chose to turtle up. Lord Barco studied the map, deep in thought. By our calculations, Lawrence should have surrendered to save as much land as possible, even if it was just a tiny bit. But in reality, his face turned pale. They're actually risking total annihilation by locking the gates. Where did it go wrong? The soldier asked. What should we do, my lord? Lord Barco commanded. What do you think? Use that thing. He looked visibly tense and replied, understood. The lord suddenly smirked. Viscount Lawrence isn't exactly a man of strong will. Lord Barco's face showed his cunning side as he thought to himself. He sold his own precious daughter to the Dimitri family because he couldn't handle the pressure from Barco. He figured the guy was just a coward who would hide in his shell the moment things got tough. Back at the castle, Lord Lawrence ordered, move it fast. The soldiers obeyed immediately. Understood, he reminded them. We don't know when Barco will strike again. Stay sharp and keep your weapons ready. They replied in unison. Understood. Lord Lawrence turned his head and said, Flora, you were right. He looked at his daughter. Barco must be confused. That's why he retreated. How did you foresee that? She stepped forward. I realized that I had to become strong myself. Flora said seriously, instead of just waiting for things to fix themselves. She said, that's the path I've chosen to walk in this life. Her words deeply moved Lord Lawrence. Flora, he said, feeling guilty. I'm sorry for forcing that marriage with Demit. At the time, I thought it was the only way our family could survive. Lord Lawrence said. Then he continued, from now on, no matter what happens, I trust you to make the right call. She said appreciatively, Father. Flora's face suddenly turned to terror. A bomb flew out of nowhere and detonated right in front of them. The castle wall had been breached. She panicked, thinking, the wall, it's been destroyed. Could it be? Flora guessed, is that a fire launcher? A soldier holding a spear was shocked. This is insane. Barco had prepared a fire launcher. The guy next to him couldn't hide his shock either. What? No way. The fire launcher was a massive magical siege weapon. It was a weapon of mass destruction. Every shot cost a mountain of gold. Since it's a strategic weapon, you couldn't use it without cabinet approval, no matter how much money you had. Flora clenched her fists. Forget the debt they'd borrowed. It was unbelievable that Barco had the connections and the wealth to get his hands on a fire launcher. She was sweating bullets. There were only 2 ways to stop that thing. Flora couldn't hide her panic, counter with a magical weapon of the same class, or charge out and destroy it. Both options were impossible. She squeezed her eyes shut, telling herself we can't give up. Suddenly, a servant appeared. Report! My lady, we just received a magical call. Flora was confused. Magic? She blurted out. Roman Dimitri told me to relay this to you. I have a way to help, so pick up the call. She was stunned. What? Flora couldn't believe her ears. Roman Dimitri? Don't tell me. Flora Lawrence wanted him to clarify exactly what he meant, as she stared at the magical long-distance communicator. She continued, you're going to save Lawrence? To answer how we'll get out of this mess, let me be straight with you. I've got a personal score to settle with the Barco family. This is my call, and making them pay is just a matter of time. She looked stunned hearing that. Roman kept going. If the Lawrence family plays along with my plan, Flora listened intently as he continued. Then I'll fast-track things and wipe out the Barco house for you. Flora immediately voiced her doubt. Then what kind of role do we have in this plan of yours? He told her it was simple. He leaned down, looking at her through the magic circle. If the Lawrence family agree to set the stage for me first, by acting as bait, basically, I'll put everything I've got into helping you. He swore on the name of Roman Dimitri, his magic wrapping around her. She clenched her fists, thinking to herself, he must have already figured out my situation. That's why he's making this demand. We don't really have another choice, even if he's being a jerk asking us to be bait. Flora made up her mind and said, I promise you, as long as you protect my family, I'll do whatever it takes. Raising a finger, he added one more condition. And one more thing, give me an excuse to intervene in this battle. Outside the walls right now, the enemy is about to storm in. Roman explained, since our engagement was called off, I'll need a different pretext. She looked a bit worried. What kind of excuse? He opened his mouth. Tell them Anthony Barco harassed you. She was stunned at the suggestion. Roman continued to coach her. You just need to say that, even though nothing actually happened between you two, you had no choice but to break things off with Dimitri because of the harassment. The guy's face twisted into a sinister grin. He laid out the future consequences. her value in high society would drop to zero. Flora knelt down before the crowd that had been judging her, her reputation as the flower of the Lawrence family, ready to shatter. To wrap it up, Roman hammered the point home. However, if you ditch everything that being a noble daughter gave you, you'll have the one crucial excuse I need to resolve the crisis facing the Lawrence family. Flora imagined herself as a bluebird breaking free from its chains. He looked at her with a calm gaze. That is the excuse I need to step into this fight. With her hands pressed to her chest, her whole body trembled. He offered some reassurance. If the harassment happened before you broke off the engagement, then at that time, you were still my woman. Roman asserted, I don't tolerate anyone laying a hand on my people. Flora was shocked by his words. She bit her lip, repeating it in her head. My people. Outside, enemy shells slammed into the walls and flames roared to life. A section of the wall collapsed from the blast, as if the castle were being swallowed by fire. The guards around them screamed, signaling each other. The wall is down. Get the barricades ready. Back inside the room, their conversation continued. Flora gave in. I'll satisfy every condition you set. She closed her eyes and shouted, please just kill every last one of those Barco bastards. Facing the enemy onslaught, the soldiers panicked. The enemy is coming. Don't let them get close to the wall. Lord Lawrence commanded. We have to hold the wall. Keep holding. Suddenly, an enemy soldier climbed the wall. He lunged at the lord with his sword. The guard saw it and screamed, my lord, watch out! The situation was dire. The blade was inches from his face. Just then, an arrow with incredible power flew in, knocking the attacker backward off the castle walls. And the person holding the bow was none other than her. The lord looked back at his daughter. Flora immediately replied, Father. With a determined look, Flora gazed into the distance. We have to open the main gate and face the Barco family head-on. Lord Lawrence panicked. What are you talking about? As she spoke about opening the gate, her tone was ironclad. Roman Dimitri promised to help us. An image of Roman appeared, backed by his elite troops. She offered the solution. If we distract them by opening the gate, Roman Dimitri will be able to move his troops in to destroy their cannons. Her father questioned Roman Dimitri? But why? Flora was urgent. I don't have time to explain, but I know for sure. At that, she smiled with complete trust that Roman Dimitri was a man of his word. The magic communication stone flickered out. He stared at it, deep in thought. His vice captain asked, Are we attacking now, sir? Roman replied, No. Chris looked confused and anxious. If we hesitate any longer, the Lawrence family is going to lose. Chris tried to reason with him. Cannons are powerful siege weapons, sir. If you truly intended to stop the Barco plan by helping the Lawrence family. Looking at the distant castle being torn apart by shells, the vice captain said what he thought was obvious. We have to attack their camp right now. Roman looked at Chris with a cold expression. Why would I do that? Seeing the confused look on the guy's face, he explained, whether the Lawrence family win or lose doesn't matter to me. Roman gestured to Chris, pointing to a pile of dead bodies nearby. He judged that instead of the deaths of hundreds of people he didn't even know, making sure not a single one of his own men bled was what really mattered. A soldier's corpse lay there, a reminder that the Lawrence family would lose many lives today. Gesturing to another body, he added, but that's partly because they chose to serve an incompetent master. Finally, Roman summed it up for himself. Unlike them, he wasn't going to let anyone who swore to serve him become a meaningless sacrifice. Hearing his philosophy, Chris sweated and muttered, Understood, sir. Watching his back as he walked away, the soldier stood at attention. I understand. The wooden gate groaned and shook. Someone shouted, Open the gate! The massive wood swung outward. We have to punish those vicious Barco bastards. Lord Lawrence gave the order. The troops rushed out with swords and shields, roaring with adrenaline. The enemy commander laughed contemptuously. You guys have no idea where you stand, do you? With his axe, he snapped one soldier's arm and decapitated another in one swing. He created a scene of flying blood while laughing loudly. They were the mercenaries of the Burr squad. The troops who had just charged out saw their comrades torn to pieces. Every soldier was struck with terror. No one knew who screamed first. Help us! We're all gonna die! The soldiers scattered in a panic. Flora stood on the wall, commanding, Hold the line, no retreating. She fell into deep thought. If we don't act as proper bait, he won't show his face. The thunder of hooves shook the ground, the sound rolling toward the enemy camp. Lord Barco turned his head and asked, What is that? So, Roman and his squad were charging in on horseback. He thought to himself the war had started, and his soldiers were betting their lives way sooner than expected. The troops, including Lucas, came charging in. You could see the hesitation on Chris's face and pure concern on Kevin's. Roman's eyes widened as they faced the reality of it all. If you guys survive like my soldiers, I promise you a real life. He led the charge with his sword drawn, but at the end of the day, their own strength and willpower were the only things that would decide if they'd make it out alive. Roman barked out his orders. The priority for this march was to hit Barco from the rear and take out their siege weapons. It was half prediction, half reassurance. There's a good chance Lawrence won't be provoked by my moves, so I'm not really expecting much from you guys on this run. With a totally blank face, he declared, I'll take the vanguard. In a voice that sounded like a supreme commander, Roman added, I'll slaughter the soldiers in front of us to clear a path. So, all you need to do is follow me and clean up the leftovers. But remember, the main mission is taking out those siege weapons. Meanwhile, the Barco army watched the cavalry charging toward them, and the Lord was pissed. Did they seriously think they could pull this off with just a handful of guys? Lord Barco barked at one of his men, Get ready to welcome these crazy guests right now. Without missing a beat, the guy raised his sword and yelled, Yes, sir! His troops locked into a shield wall, spears pointing out. That defense looked solid enough to stop the charge, but nope. Roman swung his sharp blade, slicing right through the formation and sending those soldiers flying. He flashed back to a saying from the orthodox martial arts sects. Just then a few spears pierced his horse. Roman stepped up onto the saddle, staying deep in thought. The Heavenly Demon was always the vanguard of the demonic cult. He soared into the air, delivering the first strike. The Heavenly Demon is invincible. Blood splattered onto Roman's armor. Taking him on face-to-face was basically suicide. He asked himself, has anyone ever wondered why he took the most dangerous role even after becoming the Heavenly Demon? As he faced the terrified soldiers. Then he answered it himself, there's only one reason. The strongest has to lead the way to completely shatter the enemy's spirit. The soldiers were starting to panic. A massive, overwhelming aura swirled around Roman. He made a bold announcement. If you guys aren't moving, then I will. Seeing that, Kevin gritted his teeth and roared, charging hard to keep up with his lord. Chris stood there, stunned, watching him. The rest of the troops followed suit, hacking out a blood-soaked path. A Barco soldier stabbed Kevin's horse. Kevin's eyes went bloodshot. He swung his sword and cut the enemy down. The gash went from the guy's throat to his heart. He was in a wild, crazed state just trying to stick to his lord. His eyes bulged. Chris gripped his sword tight, hyping himself up. Just a little bit more, and he slashed a curve through the enemy line, desperate to get just a little closer to the lord. By now the Barco army had bunched up, screaming to boost their morale. We gotta stop this monster! Before they could even finish, Roman kept slashing. His eyes were locked on the target ahead. There it is. That's our goal. He carved a zigzag path and lunged at the thing on top. The flare. The Burr mercenaries couldn't believe their eyes. What the hell? Is that Roman Dimitri? He thought about the mountain of gold. This mission had a massive payout, but it was risky as hell. The Bear mercenary group was basically on the verge of going bust. A killer vibe surrounded B as he drew his sword. He was going to finish Roman off himself. The ground still held the friction from the air as Roman rocketed toward him. He ran a quick analysis in his head. B, an A-rank mercenary known all across the Empire. Then, two massive sources of power collided through their blades. Unlike B-rank mercs, guys at the A-rank knew how to use aura. The energy pouring from their two swords kept clashing. While B went all out, Roman was still taking it easy, sizing him up. A 2-star aura knight, huh? The guy stared at him, totally shocked. You didn't even flinch? Roman chuckled, and the sword aura from the other guy started to fade. The fight was pretty much over. He swung his sword. Bager was stunned. No way, he's too strong. Roman's sword light lashed out, piercing right through him. 5 seconds. That was how long it took for Beger to drop to his knees. That's all the time an A-rank mercenary could hold out against Roman. His body hit the ground, head severed. The soldiers were totally mind-blown, calling out for their captain. Chris and Kevin just grinned. Unlike his troops, Lord Barco looked furious, screaming and pointing forward. Kill him! Kill that bastard for me right now! His own men held him back. It's too dangerous, sir. We have to get you to safety first. Roman didn't give a damn about them. All he was thinking about right now was the flare. It was a product of magic that didn't exist in the martial arts world. The glowing magic circle hung high in the air, right in front of Roman. He kept turning it over in his head as he stepped forward. Heavenly Demon Art. Suddenly he held his sword up and screamed, Heavenly Demon Sword Technique. First form. A massive overwhelming wave of power from the blade tore right through that magic circle. The Barco crowd stood there, stunned by what they were seeing. That so-called flare was completely shattered. It all came crashing down, just piles of broken wood now. He made a loud declaration for everyone there to hear. Listen up, Lawrence. I am Roman Dimitri. With his right hand pointing his sword straight at the sky, he yelled out that he had destroyed Barco's siege weapons. Everyone raised their swords and cheered. Flora covered her face with both hands, tears streaming down. She couldn't believe he'd actually done it. After taking down Bager, the A-rank mercenary, Roman Dimitri stood right in front of the wreckage of Barco's siege engine. Fire blazed, sending up plumes of white smoke as his red cloak snapped in the wind against the backdrop of the enemy's collapse. At that exact moment, having lost their main weapon, the Barco army had no choice but to retreat. That remnant of an army looked pathetic, and off in the distance, white flags were waving, the unmistakable sign of their defeat. Those losers were running away, looking like cowards, leaving nothing behind Roman Dimitri but a massive cloud of dust and debris. But something was a little different. It was Chris. After the battle, his silver armor was drenched in fresh blood. And the weird thing was, during this fight, Chris had used a different kind of aura than he ever had before. He held the sword up, and a blinding deep blue aura surged from both his body and the blade itself. That blue aura kept pulsing off the knight captain's blood-stained sword. He was pushing himself to condense that aura as tightly as Roman had taught him. And the result? His mana consumption was low, even while going all out in the heat of battle. Everyone used to mock him for following Roman around, but just look at this scene now. Chris stood tall with his back to the camera, firm and unyielding, with piles of pathetic corpses from Barco's army scattered behind him. His power was radiating intensely. Chris was getting stronger. Seeing the victory, a confident smirk curled on his lips. I've got no choice but to admit it. His eyes flashed blue, his face a mix of pride and strength under the glaring sun. Chris sheathed his sword, finally realizing his lord's method was straight-up genius. And just like that, he snapped back to reality to take in the scene unfolding around him. He let out a grunt. Right in front of him were his allies, panting for breath, exhausted. They were covered in blood, their armor beat up and scarred. In that moment, something clicked for Chris. I get it now. Everything seemed to fade away until it was just Chris and his men. His thoughts raced. To keep from being wiped out, they'd chased after their lord like madmen. They were clearly spent. A look of genuine satisfaction and pride washed over Chris's sharp features. He felt good about it. None of the 30 soldiers had been left behind, and no one had taken any life-threatening hits. Looking at these determined warriors, even in their state of total exhaustion, Chris knew for sure why his lord had picked them. The soldiers kept panting, and he didn't stop his internal monologue either. There was only one reason they made it out alive. As he thought that, the image of a legendary warrior appeared in his mind. A crimson cloak and silver hair flowing amidst the smoke and fire. That person turned their back on the wreckage of Barco's forces, walking forward with unmatched presence. That was Roman Dimitri, and in Chris's eyes the man was a monster who played by his own rules. The soldiers were stunned by the sight, their eyes wide with awe as they looked at Roman. Right then, the Heavenly Demon's face loomed large in their vision. His silver hair glowed under the brilliant sun. He lowered his gaze and spoke, "I'm telling you all, everyone did a hell of a job surviving this." At that moment, everyone knew for sure, they were alive only because of Roman Dimitri. A wave of relief washed over them. We're done with the mission. The kingdom's stone gates loomed ahead of the victorious troop. A wooden drawbridge, held up by thick chains, lowered to let them pass. Leading the way was Roman Dimitri, his red cloak fluttering majestically. Behind him, soldiers in polished silver armor marched with heavy, powerful steps across the wooden bridge. The sun shone down as if the whole world was cheering for the returning warriors. The glory of victory seemed to fill the very air around them. Just as expected, behind those quiet stone gates, all the people of the kingdom, men, women, young and old, were already waiting. The cheers were loud enough to shake the sky. "Roman of Lawrence, thank you so much. Lawrence will never forget what Lord Roman Dimitri has done for us." But far off to the side, the Lord of Lawrence shot a look toward Roman. He let out a silent sigh of regret. His expression remained deep in thought, his blue eyes locked onto Roman. "I knew he wasn't just some nobody the moment I met him, but I can't believe he actually wiped out the opposition all by himself." Roman Dimitri stood there, surrounded by an undeniable, brilliant aura. The Lord's internal monologue continued. His talent was beyond anything imaginable. Lord Lawrence pictured Roman Dimitri as a beast, a white tiger radiating killing intent, shrouded in blue and purple flames. He imagined standing before that tiger, confirming his own belief, yet tinged with regret. Dimitri produced a tiger. If things hadn't gone sideways, that tiger would have been my son-in-law. He clenched his fist in frustration. It was a damn shame, but that was all in the past now. Contrary to his deep inner turmoil, the Lord acted like he was thrilled, rushing toward Roman with an excited expression. He beamed, his eyes squinting, arms raised in the air. "Oh, the hero from Dimitri." Lord Lawrence reached out to shake his hand, his smile looking a bit forced. "I'm so damn happy to see you again." Facing the Lord, Roman said nothing, just gave a faint smirk, his sharp eyes piercing right through the man. They shook hands awkwardly amidst the roar of the crowd. The scene shifted inside the royal palace, where light poured in from somewhere, highlighting every intricate detail of the architecture. Roman stood facing the ornate wooden doors, someone's footsteps echoing behind him. That person spoke up, sounding a bit shy. It was Flora. She was wearing silver armor too, looking a little timid as she gently spoke up. "Thank you." Facing Roman, who looked like he was about to leave, Flora, clad in her battle skirt, stood a few feet away and persisted in finishing her thank you. "We didn't exactly handle the mission the right way, but you didn't just ignore us. You helped Lawrence until the very end." Seeing Roman turn to look her straight in the eye, Flora continued, "So, I really wanted to thank you properly." Dimitri didn't seem to care about her words in the slightest. He frowned slightly, his expression remaining ice-cold as ever, and replied casually, "I was just doing my duty as promised, that's all." Without waiting for Flora to respond, he continued, "Lawrence has already done more than I expected." Hearing this, Flora understood, but she didn't give up. "I get it, but regardless, I still want to repay you. You might not need any thanks," but as the representative of Lawrence, Dimitri still didn't show a hint of emotion. He just listened silently as Flora went on. "If there is anything you want, please bring it up at the meeting." Her expression was firm, her eyes bright. "Whatever it is, I promise you'll get it." As if a thought had just flicked across his mind, Roman's lips curled into a smirk, a smile that didn't reach his eyes. He stared straight at Flora and gave her his answer. "If you're going to be that persistent, then I guess I won't say no." With that, Cautran waited a bit. Roman placed his hand on the meeting room door handle. He shot a cold, sharp smirk at Flora. The warrior shoved the door open, letting a blinding light pour out like it had been held back by a dam. Roman's voice cut through. "Let's get this meeting started." The room was massive, featuring a long, polished wooden table right in the center. People were lined up on both sides. Roman sat at one end of the table. Dimitri's face was deep in thought, intently listening to the others debating back and forth. If we offer to end this now, they should probably take the deal. Barco still has plenty of troops, and there's no point in dragging this out into more danger and chaos. At the other end of the table, facing Roman, sat the Lord of Lawrence with Flora standing right beside him. The high-ranking officials kept droning on, echoing the same old sentiment. We should let go of the past and look toward peace. Hearing that, Roman looked pretty unimpressed. He bit his lip, eyes dropping as his mind started racing. Lawrence were a bunch of herbivores, all right. To respond to the minister's chatter, the Lord furrowed his brows, putting on a serious face to show he agreed. "I agree with everyone, even if we manage to hold off their last attack with some help." The time we can keep blocking Barco's attacks with just Lawrence's own strength is limited. He kept on. Because of that, I'll send out a peace offering immediately. Right then Roman's face went stone cold. He opened his mouth. Mind if I cut in? His sudden interruption made the room's air feel like it had frozen solid. For a second, everyone just sat there, dead silent. Finally, the only one brave enough to break the heavy tension was the Lord. He said, "Go ahead." That's exactly what he was waiting for. Roman Dimitri stood up, his voice turning formal. "Thanks." He stood fully up, and as he walked, the official next to him started shaking. Barco is facing a financial crisis right now. His every step was powerful and commanding. He scanned every face around the table, his tone unwavering. To pay off that massive debt, they have no other choice but to invade Lawrence. And that won't change even if Free gets wiped out. I predict. He paused for a moment, and it felt like his whole body was radiating an intimidating, murderous aura that no one could ignore. The only thing we'll get back is the messenger's head. Hearing that, it seemed like some of the officials in the room started having second thoughts. They cleared their throats, while others stayed quiet, but they couldn't help but fidget in their seats. The Lord heard this and became pensive, sweat trickling down his cheeks. He didn't know how to respond, so he could only listen as Roman continued, calm and collected. Soldiers are still dragging bodies outside. Does that sight feel empty to you? That scene instantly flashed through everyone's minds. The image of brave soldiers charging into battle only to get mangled, blood everywhere, men helping each other just to stay alive, and even the living dragging the dead. Roman's voice didn't waver. Barco cannot be forgiven. I have to show the world. Standing in the middle of the room, he declared how he would take revenge on the animals who dared to lay a hand on Lawrence. Faced with Roman Dimitri's sharp words, the Lord looked terrified, completely at a loss. It's not that we don't know, but what can we even do with our limited strength? As soon as the Lord finished his question, the guy shot back firmly, "There is only one way." At that moment, his expression and vibe were no different from a wild tiger. That tiger looked down at the Lord like he was something small, lips curled into a smirk. There is only one way. Facing this side of Roman, the Lord was truly spooked. His eyes widened, and his face turned deathly pale. He got what Roman meant now. Herbivores had no choice but to end up as prey for the predator. Elsewhere at Barco's stronghold, a roar of metallic fury rang out. The Lord of Barco's face was twisted, dark with rage, his mouth wide open as if he wanted to crush the guy whose name he was growling. Roman Dimitri. Why the hell is he meddling in this? His face was black with anger, like his temper was about to explode. He muttered, "To flip this losing situation, there's no other choice but..." The faces of the Lord of Barco and Roman Dimitri seemed to flash on screen at the same time. One side pure, burning rage, the other cold as ice. Their eyes both sparked with a dangerous light, and they spoke almost in unison. A duel. You have to organize a duel. Once Roman Dimitri proposed a duel, it ignited a massive explosion of rage from the Lord of Barco. And it wasn't just in Barco. His proposal also made Lawrence seriously anxious. A gladiatorial duel? Back to the meeting. After the color drained from his face, the Lord of Lawrence finally gathered his composure. He furrowed his brows deeply, showing his concern. Gladiatorial duels had long since been corrupted into fights of political connections and money, and his deepest worry was that the opponent was Barco. That terrifying Lord of Barco instantly appeared in the Lawrence Lord's mind as a powerhouse with endless gold, who knew the central government because of the massive loans he took from the gold bank. This was the exact thing the Lord of Lawrence was so worried about. He secretly thought of someone built like a giant with glowing orange eyes. The Lord fretted, wondering which top-tier fighter he would bring in. Outside, the day seemed to be fading into evening. Through the glass windows, the orange-gold sunlight pierced through, casting a glow over the pattern-tiled floor. Roman Dimitri's voice rang out clearly. "I understand." In front of the ministers, and under the brilliant light of the sun, he cracked a completely confident smirk and assured them, "From now on, we're going to give you a guarantee." Hearing that, the whole room fell silent for a second. The Lord pondered for a moment, then after a while, looking both thoughtful and doubtful, he expressed his feelings with an uncertain tone. "A guarantee, you say?" Unfazed by the attitude of the Lord and his ministers, the guy with the platinum hair kept his cool, confident vibe. He looked down at the Lord, drawing a confident but cold smile on his lips. There's no better way than a gladiatorial duel. The officials at the table didn't know how to respond, but then again, they didn't really have the right to. And just like that, Roman's powerful voice kept steady. For starters, Barco is a level 3 swordsman. This is probably his first time entering. His face still glowing, his energy off the charts. He confirmed it with total confidence. "I'll be representing Lawrence, and I'm taking the lead as the first fighter." His light purple eyes flared, then narrowed as he stared the Lord down. "Whether it's one of Barco's knights or some hired gun from the outside, I'm gonna take that top spot, no sweat." Hearing that, the Lord visibly trembled. He locked eyes with Roman, whose words still echoed, filling the entire room. Roman didn't know exactly who they'd recruited, but winning one round meant nothing if they lost the next. He pictured Chris, the vice captain of his knight order, surrounded by that intense blue aura of his. Roman's strategy clicked into place. Chris would handle the third round. Even though he's only a level 2, he's got the freakish talent to go toe-to-toe with a level 3 knight, and come out on top. Roman Dimit looked around the table again, holding everyone's gaze as he spoke up. "So, this match is looking pretty promising, don't you think?" If they won this duel, Lawrence would finally get its reputation back. The meeting wrapped up, and the second Roman stepped out. He came face to face with Flora. For a second they just stood there, neither one saying a word. But the silence didn't last long. Roman put that arrogant look back on his face and shot a glare at her. Just make up your mind. That thought hit Flora like a freight train. Memories of when she stood at the meeting room door flashed in her mind. She'd told him that if he wanted something, he should say it during the meeting. Now she was thinking, could this be it? Is this what he was after? Flora went pale, visions of a blood-soaked arena flashing before her eyes. When did this happen? Is he actually going to fight in the grand duel? Is he basically saying that Lawrence has to deal with whatever crazy disaster he's about to cause? To her, Roman Dimitri was dangerous, a real wildcard. She squeezed her eyes shut. I agree to the grand duel. With both sides on board, the match was locked in. It would happen exactly 1 week after the official order was sent out. Cut to the arena, a booming voice echoed out of nowhere. I am Countess. A guy in a black cloak stood there. He was the referee for the grand duel. The Count shouted, his voice ringing out. The grand duel is a sacred ground blessed by Valhalla. Representing Lawrence, we have Lord Flora and Roman Dimitri. The Count's voice remained steady. Regardless of the outcome, both houses must accept the result. If either side breaks this, the kingdom of Kairo will hold them accountable with all its honor. On the opposite side, the Lord of Barco was sitting there, flashing an arrogant grin. Then the Count bellowed, now, both houses, nominate your 3 knights and submit your roster. Maybe it was to show off how confident they were, but the Barco side was just chilling, pouring wine like they didn't have a care in the world. Roman saw it and was just straight up speechless. His eyes turned icy cold, and as he thought something over, he turned to Lord Lawrence and suggested, we might need to switch up our order. The Lord looked skeptical. What are you talking about? We decided this a week ago. Yeah, and that 1 week is exactly the problem. The longer this dragged on, the more interest Barco had to pay on their debts. Roman shot back. Looks like the Barco house was intentionally stalling for time. They were still laughing and talking like nothing was wrong, not in a rush at all. Realizing the same thing, Lord Lawrence glanced over at the other side. Did they find some monster of a fighter while they were stalling? In the Barco section, a guy looked lazy as hell, sprawled out on a wooden chair, basically sleeping. Roman's focus shifted to him instantly. Lord Lawrence looked at Roman, panicked. So, how do we change it? Originally, Roman Dimitri was supposed to go first to lock in an easy win. The second would be a Lawrence knight, and Chris would finish it off at the end. In a split second, Roman made his call. Chris would fight first. Both Lord Lawrence and Flora were floored. Roman was radiating pure, raw killing intent. I'll go second and take on whatever ace Barco's hiding. And just like that, the plan was scrapped at the last minute. The arena went wild. It looked like people were pretty curious to see which fighter would step out first. A Barco warrior walked onto the field. The other one was none other than Chris. The Barco soldier, a level 3 aura swordsman, introduced himself. I'm Jansen of Barco. Chris stepped up. I'm Chris of Lawrence. After the introductions, the crowd started buzzing. Chris? Isn't that the former prodigy from the Northeast? Why send a level 2 swordsman? What a waste of talent. Ignoring the chatter, Chris kept his focus, talking to himself. To get stronger, I need to face real danger. That was the whole reason he left his well and followed his master. The flag dropped and the roar to start the match went up. Chris and Jansen immediately clashed. A blazing strike from Jansen's blade whipped toward Chris. Chris's mind was sharp. I realized one truth the first time I fought my master. He dodged the lethal strike like lightning. Nice, got away. Chris set his sights on Jansen. No matter how strong the guy's aura was, he barely missed Chris with another fire-infused strike. Chris kept dodging, his face set in a cold mask of intensity, his eyes locked on the Barco swordsman. Timing is everything. I just need one opening. The guy was just blindly swinging, throwing power around with zero finesse. Jansen screamed, you little rat, how long are you gonna run? A crimson aura flared up and he charged at Chris like a maniac. Die. Yeah, the blood-red aura was spreading. It was massive. Is that wide-range aura? Chris gasped, panicking. I can't dodge this. What do I do? Right then, Roman's voice echoed in his head, guiding him. Chris, forget everything you think you know about proper fighting. His eyes lit up and his own aura flared to life. He lunged straight at his enemy. Right. Just dumping mana everywhere is a waste. I need to do it like Master, showing off power with just a tiny bit of mana. From here to there, from this point to that point. Focus the aura. Both of them had eyes blazing on the battlefield. They both aimed for a single point. A thunderous crash shook the ground, and blood sprayed everywhere. Jansen's head was gone. The arena exploded with roars of Chris! Chris! The guy was panting, absolutely gassed. He was just a tier 2 swordsman, and he'd actually taken down a tier 3. Over by the sidelines, Roman Dimitri was just grinning like it was all going according to plan. Alright, next up, the ref shouted. The tier 2 had actually pulled it off against the tier 3. The crowd was losing their minds. No way! That's impossible! Oh my god, someone gripped their hands tight, voice shaking. Jansen lost again? Lord Barco gritted his teeth, pure rage building up inside. I thought it would all be over by the second match, he told himself, trying to calm down. But now the final fight is actually the decider. He shook it off. Whatever, I don't need to stress about the second one anyway. He looked toward the waiting area, feeling untouchable. He dropped a massive pile of cash to secure this ace up his sleeve. When the announcement finally hit, Homer looked confused. Already? Me? He dragged his feet up the stairs, letting out a massive yawn. He scratched his head, sounding bored as hell. Yo, I'm Homer. I'm with Barco. Wait, that's Homer, a tier 4 swordsman. As soon as he stepped out, Chris, Lawrence, and Flora's eyes went wide. They were freaking out internally. Homer! The crowd went absolutely feral. The wandering swordsman, why is he here? Are we actually lucky enough to see a guy of his caliber in person? Homer, ranked 49th. He let out a long, pathetic sigh. If it weren't for the guildmaster begging me, I wouldn't be here. He thought about how the ranking system actually started in the Valhalla Empire. It was this holy land where swordsmen fought and died for honor. They'd literally bet their lives just to get to Valhalla, desperate to prove what they were made of. Victories were documented. The names of the strongest were etched into the archives. That was the real origin of the swordsman ranking system. It used to be just a Valhalla thing, but after the empire expanded, it spread across the whole continent. Every ranking up to the top 100 is now handled by Valhalla. Lawrence was panicking. I never thought Barco would pull out a heavy hitter like Homer. Thinking about the guy's track record, he couldn't help but feel a chill. Everyone in Kairo knew exactly who he was. He spent his life wandering the kingdom, addicted to the thrill of dueling the strongest, which is exactly why they called him the Wandering Swordsman. The chatter in the stands just wouldn't stop. I heard he once fought a Tier 4 swordsman who was a leader in the top 3. He only just hit Tier 4 recently, guess we're toast, and we finally won one fight too. Pathetic. Down on the stage, Homer was yawning his head off, looking bored to tears. Roman saw it and let out a smirk. Tier 4, huh? Through the guild, I did some digging on Barco, but everything I found was just surface-level garbage. Roman eyed Homer. So, the big secret Barco was hiding was this guy? Roman felt a surge of excitement. This is gonna be good. Just like he was keeping his own strength under wraps, they had no idea who they were actually messing with. This was a rare chance to see a high-level fight that you usually only read about in books. Seeing Roman head for the stage, Flora grabbed his arm, frantic. Are you insane? Just forfeit, she screamed. That's Homer. He's ranked 49th. Forget the swordsman tiers. Even the legends who are ranked first say this guy is a future top 30 contender. Flora was practically hyperventilating. Do you really think you can beat a guy like that? Just bail and save your life. She kept babbling, just praying the team could somehow scrape by in the next round. Homer turned his head, his eyes suddenly turning razor-sharp. When Roman caught his gaze, he saw a look of pure, unshakable confidence. I don't like that look at all. Flora was still pleading. This is too big of a risk, let's just fold. Skip this fight, she shrieked. There's no way to win this, it's not worth dying for. Roman shoved her hand off and snapped back, his voice dripping with annoyance. I don't owe anyone an explanation. Stop getting in my way. His coat whipped in the wind as he strode onto the stage shouting, I'm Roman Dimitri. Roman pulled out his golden blade and Homer took his stance. Roman eyed him coldly. If this is his best, he's nothing. A Tier B swordsman is usually considered high class on this continent. Let's see what he's really made of. Homer was getting seriously annoyed now. I was supposed to be fighting Fernando, the guy ranked 30th. Instead, I'm stuck in these low-rent matches. He shouted, let's just get this over with. He bolted toward Roman like a gust of wind. Chris gasped. That speed. But suddenly Roman's golden sword flicked up and dead stopped Homer's blade. He tilted his head ever so slightly, dodging the tip, then twisted his body, throwing Homer's entire strike off balance. Homer's eyes lit up. He was pumped now. Well, look at that, a pretty interesting kid. He unleashed 3 quick strikes, but Roman gripped his glowing blade, rock solid. Homer lost his mind, screaming, how the hell did you block that? Roman was unimpressed. I was hoping for a decent duel, but he's clearly looking down on me and not even using his full strength. Homer started channeling his energy. Third move, extreme sword. This is getting fun, he roared. I'll actually try for real this time. The whole arena felt the pressure from the lightning arcing off Homer. The crowd went into a total panic. His power is insane. Hold on to something. Roman just looked disgusted. This guy's ranked 49th? What a joke. He made up his mind. No reason to drag this out. As he stepped toward Homer, Roman called out. His blade was now wrapped in a weird, sinister glow. Since when? He growled. Try blocking this. Heavenly Demon Sword Art, Traceless Shadow. Homer stood frozen, dead in his tracks, staring at the sword technique. This attack? Pure terror washed over him as the blade closed in. He's using a technique like that? This wasn't some fair fight, it was a brutal, nameless slaughter. Roman held the sword coldly. It didn't need a name, just a sequence. He watched for a second, closed his eyes and whispered, Heavenly Demon Sword Art, Form 3. A few days before the match, the guildmaster was sitting in his office. Homer, I know you were hoping to fight Fernando, but you need to think about our standing here. He sat at his desk, staring down at the guy who was lazily slumped in a chair. This is a major inter-clan tournament. Just think of it as a vacation. Homer rested his head on his hands, sighing. Ever since he got that A-rank mercenary card, he'd turned down every single job, just wandering the kingdom, obsessed with fighting anyone strong. He curled his lips into a twisted grin. Guess I don't have an excuse to say no now. Back in the moment, the match was underway, and Lady Flora's beautiful face was twisted in shock. Everyone watching from the stands was just as stunned. Looking at Homer sprawled out on the ground, everyone had the same question. This guy was a powerhouse who'd climbed the rankings long before he even hit 4 stars. The stark contrast between him and Roman, who stood there looking completely unfazed, left people speechless. He was ranked 49th, yet he got taken down in a heartbeat. Roman glared at the guy, someone who couldn't even reach the top but was still so full of himself. What a pathetic loser. He sheathed his sword. This world didn't have the cutthroat, life or death competition Roman was used to. Thinking back to his past life in the martial arts world, it was a totally different beast. Back then, you had elite masters everywhere. That was a world filled with real danger. You could lose your life at any second, whereas this place? It's just a dump. Roman casually turned and urged the referee to get on with it. The ref jumped, startled when he was called out. Roman practically had to feed him the instructions to announce the result. Finally, the ref snapped back to reality and shouted the verdict. Winner of the second match, Roman Dimitri. The soldiers listening to the announcement were all freaking out, unable to believe it. How was this even possible? Two soldiers who just witnessed it were stunned. Homer is dead? Am I hearing things? Chris clenched his fists, trying to keep his composure from cracking. He thought in shock, is this his real strength? His surprise quickly turned to worry. Chris couldn't make sense of it. Had the young master's strength really reached this level since their spar, or had he actually leveled up this drastically after fighting me? Chris remembered their match. The young master couldn't possibly have been the guy who took down Homer back then. It was too fast, just unbelievable. He watched Roman slowly walk off the arena, his mind spinning. Could this really be happening? He was getting more and more anxious by the second. In the first match, he finished his opponent in 2 strikes. I thought I'd be surpassing him soon. Chris frowned, deep in thought. My perspective was just too narrow. The family flag fluttered high above, signaling Roman's victory. The duel was already decided. There was no way to waste more manpower or change the lineup now. Lord Tess announced loudly that the outcome had been settled. When the Lord heard the news, he gripped his hands tight, head hung low, shaking with rage. He stared vacantly and muttered, "It's over." The thoughts kept swirling through his head. After all, Homer had failed, and Homer was a 4-star swordsman. He wasn't some bottom feeder from the north, he was one of the kingdom's rare talents. The more he thought, the less he could accept it, clinging to a desperate theory. Could the mercenary guild have sent us a fake Homer? His subordinate approached to inform him, "My lord, we have to surrender the duel." He protested, "We can't afford to lose anything else." The lord bowed his head and ordered, "Send Benson out." The guy was shocked by the decision. Benson had already lost the Barco family's honor at that social banquet, groveling and begging Roman for mercy like a coward. Please, just let it slide this once. This match was his only chance to redeem himself. The guy bowed and obeyed, though he was hesitant inside. Benson, a total nobody of a knight, was basically being sent to his death. Standing on the arena platform was this hulking guy, trembling as he held his sword out. "I am Benson Barco." People below were murmuring. No one had ever seen this knight before. Chris and Kevin just watched in silence. Footsteps thundered as Kevin rushed over to Roman. "Young master, let me take him on." The boy looked straight ahead, his face still young but his eyes dead serious. Roman looked at him without a word. In a world where the big fish eat the small, the loser is destined for nothing but death. This random knight was a tough matchup for Kevin. Does he want to prove himself? He seemed pretty confident. Roman smiled slightly. "Be careful." That was all the green light Kevin needed. He responded quickly and headed out. "I won't let you down, young master." On the platform, Benson was shivering and questioning his life choices. Why am I getting punished like this? He was so scared his hands were cramping on his sword hilt. He only felt okay because his father was a knight. Benson gritted his teeth. Even if he was a useless knight for the Barco family, he had to give it his all. But dying in a duel was the price of his loyalty? Damn it. He looked up at his opponent and froze for a second. Little Kevin was slowly walking toward the platform. Kevin looked up at him thinking, is he really my opponent? Realizing this, Benson broke into a weird twisted grin like he'd just escaped death. "Oh gods, thank you!" Both of them started to fight. One look and you could tell it was a totally lopsided match. He laughed wickedly, threatening him. "Hey kid, looking for revenge? Whether you were forced or you volunteered, the Lord has abandoned us both." He chuckled to himself, thinking this was his lucky break. Kevin ignored his trash talk and spoke clearly. "I am the sword that protects my lord," Ben yelled, swinging his blade as he charged. "Die, you arrogant little brat!" A sharp, vicious swing aimed straight for his head. But Kevin dodged it fast, using his small frame to thrust his sword upward right as the guy jumped. The tip of the blade barely missed piercing Ben's throat. The guy got pissed, cursing and throwing a kick. The bastard's single kick sent Kevin sliding across the floor, his helmet flying off. Fresh blood began to drip onto the tiles. He propped himself up with his sword, struggling to stand. Chris watched from afar, his heart heavy with worry. The gap in strength was just too big. He looked at Roman, who was still silently watching, and got even more confused. What is the young master thinking, letting Kevin fight this? As soon as Kevin managed to get up, Benson went back on the offensive. He unleashed a flurry of blows that made the boy grit his teeth in anger. "You bastard!" Despite the relentless barrage, Kevin held his ground. A surge of raw motivation echoed in his mind. Kill him, he wants to kill you, get your revenge." It was like his strength had multiplied tenfold. In his head, Roman's stern voice echoed. "From this day on, you're cutting off your own shackles. The demonic arts have taken root, awakening the monster inside you." Kevin's whole body felt like a new power was about to explode out. His eyes glowed with streaks of blood red, and a voice in his head kept saying, "Stay sharp." Right then, Ben came down with a direct overhead strike. He swung his sword down with everything he had, but Kevin dodged to the side, lightning fast. Benson looked genuinely shocked by Kevin's reflexes. That twisted laughter echoed in his head again. It was like his brain was about to shatter. He wanted to tear that bastard to pieces. Kevin rubbed his head, whispering to himself, "Why is it so damn noisy in here?" Deep down, a powerful surge of motivation kept pushing him forward. "I want to be the Lord's right-hand weapon even more than Chris." Kevin felt his body getting hotter by the second. Insecurity, loyalty to his lord, the emotions inside were a violent whirlpool. He gripped his sword tight. It was time. It was here. The demon soul was awakening. The demon inside him rose up, cackling like a madman. Kevin looked like a literal monster, his eyes burning with a crazy toxic intensity as he charged straight at Benson with his sword. Benson stood there frozen, caught off guard. What the hell is this? The blade plunged into Benson's chest, piercing right through his armor. The armor was tough, making Kevin pause for a split second before he swung his sword and roared. You bastard! Kevin charged back in, his momentum unstoppable. This terrified Benson, tears streaming down his face. Aren't you gonna stop? You've lost your damn mind. Kevin didn't say a word, his eyes just glowing a terrifying blood red. And just as expected, the demon's power surged, driving his blade straight through the rock-hard armor. Chris watched in shock. Even the crowd in the stands couldn't hide their amazement. On the arena stage, the match that seemed like a guaranteed win for B had completely flipped. Now, he was lying helpless under Kevin's blade. Kevin flashed a twisted demonic grin, then yanked his sword back. Blood sprayed out like a geyser following the path of the blade. In the twilight, with the metallic scent of blood staining the arena, the atmosphere was suffocating. Lady Flora and her father were paralyzed with fear. Blood was everywhere, splattered all over Kevin's armor. Kevin stood tall, savoring his work before rushing off the stage. Kevin knelt before Roman and reported respectfully, I've returned. Roman offered a satisfied smile. Kevin, you've worked hard. Kevin looked up with a bright, genuine smile. After the fight, the demon stepped aside, leaving room for the good, loyal boy to return. The Lawrence and Barco grand duel was over. 3 matches, 3 wins. A landslide victory for Lawrence, with Roman Dimitri at the center of it all. Like an epic hero from the legends, truth and rumors started to blur. Everywhere you looked, people were praising Roman's achievements. In a local tavern, the tables were crowded with snacks and mugs of beer as big as buckets. People were buzzing with the latest gossip. Did you hear what happened? 2 guys were chatting away. That grand duel, man. Barco must be furious. He made such a big deal out of it, only to get crushed by Lawrence. A guy at the next table chimed in. You know my relatives are Lawrence locals, right? They're saying Roman is the savior of Lawrence. They swear he wiped out hundreds of Barco's backup troops all by himself. A blonde guy took a huge gulp of beer and jumped in. And get this, even their player was taken out with a single hit. Everyone was singing his praises. If Roman hadn't shown up, Barco probably would have planted their flag in Lawrence territory by now. The blood of the rank 49th Kairo Home Rose ranker painted the sky red, marking the end of the grand duel. On the streets, kids were playing pretend, shouting, I am Roman Dimitri of Lawrence. His fame spread like wildfire. Roman Dimitri was a hero. The Dimitri family, the hidden dragons, had finally ascended. This was the golden moment for Roman to cement his legend. I'll personally collect every single tale about myself. Contrast that with the excitement elsewhere. Over in Barco, the mood was bleak. In his study, surrounded by messy files, the Lord was devastated. It's over, he groaned, clutching his head in despair. It's really over. The notice in front of him made him feel even more trapped. A demand from Golden Bank Home Rose, sent through the Mercenary Guild, ordering him to take full responsibility and pay up for the loss of manpower. Furious, the Lord slammed his fist onto the desk. You greedy bastards! Papers scattered across the floor like trash. He recalled the days when people used to praise him and shake his hand, only to feel a wave of bitter regret. All this time when Barco held sway over the Northeast, everyone scrambled to get on his good side. Now, they were all pretending they didn't know him. He seethed, damn it! If only that bastard Roman Dimitri hadn't interfered. He suddenly froze. Now the name Roman was etched into his brain. Yes, it's all Roman Dimitri's fault. Roman Dimitri had committed an unforgivable act in noble society. The Lord cooked up another sinister plan. This was the final chance to save Barco. A few days later, the Lord of Barco held an important roundtable meeting. He announced with grave authority, before we begin, I want to sincerely thank all the nobles who have come to Barco. Thanks to you all, I feel the future of the Northeast is still bright. A bearded noble impatiently interrupted. Cut the small talk and get to the point. Lord Barco continued, very well, I'll be blunt. Just as Barco used legitimate standing to attack Lawrence, reputation in noble society is everything. The guests listened in silence. The Lord got to the heart of the matter. This battle was to settle a debt to our ancestors. The central government deemed it a rightful cause and even sent judges. But Roman Dimitri? He had no standing whatsoever to interfere in this fight. He furiously accused Roman, claiming that because of his surprise ambush, Barco lost their player. Not a single one of Lawrence's original warriors even made it to the grand duel. He slammed the table. Does this sound reasonable to you? By what right did Roman Dimitri intervene for Lawrence? From start to finish, he pinned all the blame on Roman. If the two houses were allied by marriage, there would be no issue. But we all know, Dimitri and Lawrence broke their engagement. To Lawrence, Roman Dimitri is just an outsider with no official capacity. He sat there sternly, delivering his final verdict. This was an act that crossed the line. The room was silent for a moment, then everyone started agreeing. You're right. Roman Dimitri has no standing at all. Exactly. The first step was a success. The Lord smirked to himself. Good, that's all I needed. The conniving Lord planned to push all the responsibility onto the Dimitri family and collect a massive settlement. That would take care of the Golden Bank debts. Suddenly, a loud noise erupted outside, and Roman walked in, greeting them casually. Oh, so everyone is here? He smiled slightly. I heard you all have some complaints about me. Is that so? The Lord stared at him in complete shock. Roman, what is he thinking, showing his face here? Roman looked at him with a dangerous glint in his eyes, enunciating every single word. I'll say it myself, Viscount Barco. A few days back, Chris blurted out, totally anxious. Are you really gonna head to Barco? That's basically suicide. There's no way the Barco goons are just gonna sit back and let you show up. Roman cut him off. Chris, have you even thought about what this is gonna do to the relationship between me and Barco later on? He explained. Super chill. In Barco's twisted mind, I'm their worst enemy. If you're smart, you'd both just steer clear of each other, Roman said coldly. Nah, if you haven't started, you're good. But once you've started something, you gotta finish it. He hopped on his horse, doubling down. Fact is, Barco's got a massive bone to pick with me. Chris was stunned. If that's the case, Roman continued, this is the perfect chance to pay him back. Roman gave him a smug wave. I'm going alone. Chris could only stutter. My lord, you walked into the room where Lord Barco was meeting with everyone and dropped the bomb. I'm curious, what right do you actually have to be sitting in that seat, Barco? He gritted his teeth. Barco's eyes turned bloodshot, looking down on you with pure spite. Just some brat from a baron's house, who hasn't even inherited the title yet. And you have the nerve to look down on my rank? He made his disdain clear. So you showed up? I guess since you come from nothing, you don't get noble law. Let me spell it out for you. He clenched his fist, spitting out his point. Interfering in a war without any official standing? That's illegal in the kingdom of Kairo. We're granted our status, by noble law, with approval from the central government, before we can even touch a conflict. Declaring a territorial war, his voice was full of bait. You think nobles are idiots for making that rule? It's to keep some shred of honor between us. Then he slammed his hand on the table, yelling that not knowing noble law is just an excuse. He kept getting more aggressive. You get how stupid your little stunt was now? Because of you, the Demit house is in deep trouble. You kept a stone-cold face while he fumed about how the Northeast nobility was blaming you for your son's mess. He finished his rant and sat down. The room fell dead silent. You calmly asked him, you done yet? Lord Barco was caught off guard. What? You gave a sinister grin. My turn to talk about my status then. His eyes bugged out. You started spilling it. Lawrence and Dimitri were supposed to be hitched. But yeah, I'm the jerk who broke off that engagement. Everyone's wondering why, right? My reputation? Some secret affair? All that rumors trash is wrong. You pointed straight at Lord Barco. The real truth is Barco's eldest son. It was all Anthony Barco's threats. He stood up, totally shook. You went on slow and steady. Now it's time for Barco to crawl back to the evil sect. I was close with Anthony Barco, so I got dragged into his circle. Before he was even engaged to Lawrence, I fell right into his trap. When I woke up, I was in a room with Emily Barco. Anthony used that to blackmail me into breaking things off with Lawrence. You were ice cold. It was the perfect trap to take down both Lawrence and Dimitri. The room started buzzing with gossip. Threats? So this was the Barco house's game plan? You smiled, satisfied. Once you expose a weakness, it ain't a weakness anymore. He shouted, you think I'm gonna listen to this absolute garbage? We all know you've been living like total trash. You'd say anything to cover your tracks. You smirked. Knew you'd say that. You turned to face him. I've got one more reason why I'm meddling in the fight between Barco and Lawrence. He wasn't buying it. Another reason? Anthony Barco crossed the line. The woman I was engaged to, Flora Lawrence, was harassed by him. Because of that, Flora made the call to end the engagement. Your face was dead serious. True or not, go ahead and ask Flora Lawrence yourself. You'd already decided on payback. Anthony's lies had trapped you once. If that's how he plays, I'll do the exact same thing. You balled up your fist in rage. I stepped into this fight using only my own power, not dragging my house into it. It's the only way I can pay him back for her. You pressed him hard. I want to ask Lord Barco and everyone else here. Do I really have no status to intervene in this war? And just like that, Roman twisted Barco's own logic against him, grabbing his status. Barco was starting to panic. No other way, he thought. Debating the truth of his status doesn't matter anymore. Need to stall for time and dodge this trap before figuring out a way out. He calmed himself. I don't believe a word you're saying, but I'll look into it to see if there's any truth there. Get out for today. You called out, Lord Barco. Make your choice now. You can have Anthony pay the price for his personal beef with me to end this right here. Your eyes were dead set on threatening him. Or cause a war for your whole house, just because of this. If you don't choose right here and now, I'm heading home to tell my father everything. Lord Barco turned pale as a sheet. What? Absolutely not. Declaring war on Dimit? We're already at rock bottom. If we mess with the Dimit house, Barco is done for. His hands were shaking out of control. This psycho. He cut a deal. I don't want to blow this up into a family war between you and Anthony. I'll use my authority to make my eldest son Anthony kneel before you and apologize. Deal? You shut that down immediately. Who said I wanted Anthony to kneel? He couldn't believe his ears. What's that supposed to mean? You'd already decided. In this world, nobody gets to pick their own punishment after they've hurt someone. I'll decide the penalty. After everyone cleared out, Anthony started begging. Father, but he just shook his head. I'm sorry, son. He dropped to his knees, grabbing his dad's legs, sobbing. No way, no way. A duel? Father, are you really putting my life in someone else's hands? He wailed even louder. He's gonna kill me for sure. Father, please, tell him no. His father grabbed his hand and barked. Get a grip. You're the eldest son of the Barco house. From the second you became the heir, your life stopped being just yours. It belongs to the family's fate. He gritted his teeth in fury. So face the music. Don't forget this hell, and be ready to give up an arm if you have to. He marched off, brushing past his son who was still groveling on the floor. In his heart, all he could do was cry and beg, Father, Father, please! Everyone watched, totally horrified. Lord Barco glared daggers, making the air in the room feel suffocatingly heavy. Anthony's hands shook as he grabbed his sword. He was pale as death, stammering, Lord Roman, you know I'm crazy about Flora, right? When I heard you two were together, I must just lost my mind. Anthony scrambled, desperate to save his skin. I'm so sorry for everything I did to you, my lord, he stammered, his voice shaking. I didn't mean anything by it. Aren't we friends after all? Anthony was clearly losing it. "Roman," he screamed. "No, my lord Roman, please just spare me this once. If you let me live, I, Anthony Barco, swear I'll spend the rest of my life making it up to you." The crowd around them started whispering. It was pathetic. Lord Barco gritted his teeth, cursing that little savage under his breath. Roman's face went cold. "The rest of your life? Yeah, that's not happening." He took a step forward. "Did you already get that loan from the gold bank?" Roman unsheathed his sword and walked straight toward Anthony. "Even your connections with the government aren't enough to wipe away the messed up stuff you've done. The Barco family is finished." "Why should I?" Roman asked. "Why would I ever fall for some pathetic plea for mercy from a guy I've always despised?" Lord Barco suddenly realized something was wrong. Wait, before he could finish, Roman drove his sword straight through Anthony. "Exactly, there is no reason." Roman glanced at Anthony, who was coughing up blood from the sudden strike. Back in the day, he'd lived through a brutal survival war against his own brothers, forced to stay on edge every single night just to avoid being assassinated. Then one day, he just drove his blade into their hearts and ended it. "Do you even know what your problem is, Junghyeok Baek?" He let out a sigh. "It's that you don't know how to compromise." He rested his chin on his hand. "The second you decide someone is an enemy, you just want to wipe them off the face of the earth immediately." Junghyeok Baek stayed silent. He kept going. "You don't even have an ounce of pity for your enemies. One day, that's gonna come back and bite you hard." Even though he acted cold on the outside, deep down he actually respected him. He was incredible, not just with his insane strength but with his mercy. Junghyeok Baek had always tried to win over his enemies after taking them down. He held his head high. "I get what you're saying, but crushing anyone who hates me is the only way I know how to live." Junghyeok Baek's expression turned dark and terrifying. "That's how I survived the bottom of the demonic cult, and that's how I'm going to keep living." Back in the present, he thought to himself. Death is the only way to shut those things up for good. Roman swung his blade. Anthony Barco's death was a mess nobody wanted to deal with. Lord Barco lunged forward to stop him, but he was way too late. "No," he screamed in despair. Roman just looked back, totally unfazed. "Is there a problem?" he said with a smirk. "People die in duels all the time, don't they?" The Lord went off on him. "What the hell do you think you're doing? How dare you kill the eldest son of the Barco family?" Just like that, without even blinking? The crowd was completely horrified. They were all whispering, "How did that monster do it?" Lord Barco's eyes welled up with tears. "How long did you plan this? You didn't even bring any guards with you when you came to visit Barco." Roman glared at him. "I've been at war with the Barco family since the moment that guy tried to pull his crap on me." He turned to face everyone else. "And this is how it ends for him." Roman warned them. "If anyone here is still too attached to the Barco family." One of his eyes glowed with a dangerous light. "Then you're the next person I'm coming for." Lord Barco yelled. "You really think you can just walk away from this?" Roman answered coldly. "What's the point of talking trash now?" Roman turned his back on them and walked away. "From now on, I'm going to be watching very closely to see how you Barco family survive, and I'll keep attacking until you're all down in the dirt. I'm heading out." Everyone watching had the same thought. We messed with the wrong guy. A few days later, the Viscount, who couldn't pay back the gold bank and tried to skip town, was found dead on some nameless hillside. The Barco family, which used to throw its weight around the northeast, had ended in such a pathetic way. Moonlight washed over the castle. Hans called out, "Young Master Roman?" He looked confused. "Where have you been out so late at night?" Roman made an excuse. "The moon was just too nice. I lost track of time." But Hans seemed to notice something off about Roman's clothes. He just decided to look the other way. "Everyone's really worried about you," Hans reminded him. "I'd love it if the world knew how great you are, but you keep throwing yourself into danger like this." He broke into a cold sweat. "It's hard not to worry. Please, just be careful." Roman's face remained stone cold. "Hans, yes, didn't I tell you before?" Roman repeated, "You're my person." Hans held his head high and looked at him. "Yes, I remember, young master." Junghyeok Baek had slaughtered so many enemies that the blood ran like a river. But there was one rule that allowed him to become the Heavenly Demon. He protected his own people. Roman thought, "My people are more important than 100 enemies." Hans stared at him in a daze. "Young master?" Roman suddenly cracked a smile. "I'll do everything in my power to make sure my people stay out of danger. That's enough for me." Even though the Barco situation was still causing a huge stir, the Malok family went ahead with their party. Lady Helena Melok covered her mouth with a fan and chuckled to herself. "Even the ladies who used to suck up to the Barco family are here now." Her eyes were deep in thought. From now on, the Dimitri family are going to be the heart of the Northeast. This is the perfect chance for the Maloks, who've always had their backs. Seeing the woman walk up, Helena said with a bright, welcoming voice, "Oh my goodness, welcome, I've been waiting for you." As the woman smiled, Helena kept up the flattery. "My God, how do you keep getting more beautiful every day?" The lady of the Dimitri family. Lana Dimitri smiled gently. "Thank you so much." Seeing that, other noble ladies swarmed in to greet her and start chatting. "I've prepared a special batch of wine just for you, Lady Leon. It's such an honor to meet you here." The Baroness Dimitri covered her mouth with her hand and laughed gracefully. "The honor is all mine." She was constantly working the room, building a support base for the Dimitri family. She had a crazy amount of political talent. Sometimes, even Baron Romero had to step back and let her handle it. If Leon hadn't laid the groundwork, the Dimitri family would have been crushed by the Barco family before they could even step into high society. She stepped forward and said, "Thank you all so much for coming to this gathering." Leon placed her hands over her heart. The reason we're all here is because I thought, since we live in the same region, we should really get to know each other starting now. She looked over at the families who used to back the Barco family. They looked pretty nervous. Of course, we haven't always been on the same page before. She looked at the whole crowd and declared, but things are different now. We need to focus on what matters, not the past. Is that a hidden message from Rihanna? She's definitely low-key threatening anyone who's siding with Brackle. While she's acting all generous, pretending to welcome them into her circle, the tea party is still in full swing. Helena steps up to the table, where Romero's wife is sitting, and makes her pitch. Rihanna, what do you think about our Veronica? She flashes a radiant smile. Matchmaking? I think she'd be a perfect fit for Roman. Beside her, a lady with short red, shoulder-length hair looks totally caught off guard. Helena doubles down to make her case. Roman is 25 now, he really needs to settle down and get hitched. She wraps it up by saying, I'm not just saying this because she's my daughter, but Veronica and Roman would be a match made in heaven. The lady next to her immediately cuts in. Come on now, wasn't Veronica already engaged to someone else? She thinks to herself, you're getting way too greedy, Helena. As Rihanna sits there with her eyes closed, calmly enjoying her tea, the group keeps chatting about all those girls. Right, Roman's future wife needs to be chosen very carefully. One lady adds, since we've all been talking, you guys should definitely visit us next time. Rihanna opens her eyes and sets her teacup down with a sharp clack, cutting through their noise. My daughter actually mentioned she fell for Roman at first sight. My cousin's daughter is pretty sharp too. She's always been top of her class at the academy. Rihanna stares at her own reflection in the tea. My girl is still young, but she's definitely going to be a total beauty. Then, Roman's face flashes in her reflection. She thinks back on how, for the last 6 years, Roman has been nothing but a massive headache for the nobility. The fact that he was the eldest son but got passed over for the inheritance really held him back. But his potential as a 4-star knight is already enough to promise him a bright future. And if he actually got his hands on that inheritance, there wouldn't be a better son-in-law in the world. The doors to his future are wide open. This is the moment he stops being a nuisance and starts being the main event. Thinking that, she says, I'm really glad you all think so highly of my son, shifts her teacup slightly, but Roman has been deeply hurt in the past. Rihanna subtly shoots down their offers. Instead of following what the families want, I want Roman to find someone he actually loves. She doubles down, telling them to drop the marriage talk altogether. The ladies look shocked, though they're still holding on to hope for what's to come. In other words, whoever grabs his heart first wins. Night falls and the crescent moon and stars cast a soft glow over the clouds blanketing the castle. Lady Flora sits in her study, flipping through books, thinking that power is the only thing you need to survive in this world. She continues that train of thought under the candlelight. In reality, Lawrence lost that fight against Brackle. I honestly thought if we could just hang on until winter, we'd have a chance. In reality, it all happened so fast like a flash flood. There were just too many variables, she sighs. But Roman predicted every single one, dealt with them fearlessly, and saved Lawrence. Flora's head is full of him, and she's completely in awe. How could I ever be like Roman? Her face starts to burn. She shakes her head to clear her thoughts. No way, I hate that guy, so why am I blushing? Flora gets lost in her own messy thoughts. He's arrogant, selfish, and only cares about his own gain. But how is he that strong? And what kind of person is he really? She snaps the book shut, decisive. I want to know, that's all. Flora jogs down the hall looking for answers, then suddenly stops and grips the railing. I need to get some air. Right, even if I am curious, we don't have anything to do with each other anymore. The engagement is off. She looks up, feeling a bit down. There's no way around it, I'm never gonna see Roman again. Suddenly someone yells out, Flora? She looks confused. Huh? The girl just smiles. Long time no see. Her eyes are sparkling. Flora. Flora answers back, Sylvia. Seeing the fake smile on Sylvia, a girl from the Lawrence branch family, Flora thinks, what the hell is she doing here? Flora bursts into the living room and calls for her father, asking about the news she just heard. The Lawrence family is throwing a party at Dimitri's place? She gives him a questioning look. Why didn't you tell me? Lord Lawrence turns to his daughter, answering softly, Flora, I've learned a lot from this whole situation. She freezes when she hears his take. You showed me how to judge right from wrong when I couldn't do anything at all. Lord Lawrence slowly walks toward her. And thanks to you, Roman Dimitri entered the battlefield, and that's how we won. He puts a hand on her shoulder, firm and sure. I won't downplay your worth anymore. I'll support whatever you want, and I'm not going to pressure you to do anything for the family, ever again. Finally, Lord Lawrence tells her, Flora, live your own dream. Naturally, she's over the moon. As you wish, father. But then her expression drops as she looks away. The speech was touching, but I wanted to be the one at that party. Her father doesn't get what's up with her. She circles back to the main point. Why did you invite Sylvia to the party? I know you've got another motive, since she came all the way from the capital. He glances at the invitations on the table, saying it's just for his own personal gain. Immediately, she repeats personal gain in her head, thinking about Sylvia's fake, innocent-looking face. Does father really plan to reconnect with Dimitri through her? Her face darkens. If that's it, then I get it. She places a hand over her heart and flashes a radiant, sunny smile. Since we need to pay Roman back, I'll go with Sylvia and show her the ropes. He waves his hands, trying to stop her. You don't need to do that. I'm sure you have nothing to do with Roman anymore. Before he can finish, Flora clenches her fist, stressing every single word. I said, I will be the one guiding her. The Lord is completely baffled. That afternoon in the capital of Kairo at a branch of the Ban temple, someone holds a letter, questioning if it's even real. Dressed in priest's robes, he sits in a room before a crucifix, analyzing the report. A 25-year-old son of a noble family in some backwater area killed a 4-star knight with a single sword stroke. That's totally impossible, but he thinks for a second. If this isn't just some garbage rumor, then a terrifying genius has just been born. The priest, an evaluator for the Ban will rankings, smiles sinisterly. I'm going to have to see this for myself. The party is set for the evening, but noble ladies have already started showing up at the Dimitri estate. Gorgeous girls in royal-style dresses are all gathering in one spot. They meet, greet each other, and start chatting loudly. Everyone is decked out in stunning outfits and the precious, sparkliest jewelry. A girl with blue hair speaks up. This is Dimitri, and that girl is Sylvia Lawrence, the daughter of the second branch of the Lawrence family. She looked around with a bored expression. It really is as gloomy as the rumors say. The group was chatting and laughing as they walked. Since this place is famous for metal forging, the area is mostly filled with barrels of black coal and iron ore. The houses are just plain and boring. The young ladies kept making snide comments as they walked. Oh, this place is so underwhelming. I mean, it is just a land for miners after all. Most of these girls are obsessed with aesthetics. I don't get how anyone can live in a dump like this. In the capital, even commoners care about basic fashion sense. Sylvia held her nose, looking totally disgusted. I totally get it. Dimitri and Art might as well be on different planets. Sylvia's dad is the younger brother of Count Lawrence. He settled in the capital as a merchant. Listening to Sylvia whining, Lady Flora thought to herself that compared to the capital, both Lawrence and Dimitri are basically the sticks. In the distance, a group of miners was coming back from the mines. Sylvia shrieked, "Oh my God, are those miners?" The group just finished their shift, their hands and faces covered in mud, but they were still laughing and having a good time. They noticed the noble ladies approaching from the opposite side, and a few of the guys glanced over. The ladies tried to look all high and mighty as they passed by. "Ugh, my beautiful dress is getting all dusty. Are these miners just strutting down the street now?" They laughed even louder, mocking them. This is exactly why Dimitri is such a mess. Flora was the only one who kept quiet among the stuck-up ladies, and she didn't even bother looking at the miners. Suddenly, she passed someone who looked really familiar, though she couldn't be sure if it was really him. Flora quickly turned around wondering could it be? It actually was him, Roman Dimitri, dressed in a dusty mud-stained miner's outfit. But with that massive muscular build, even just a glimpse was enough to turn heads. From afar, the sound of heavy footsteps came thumping toward them. Old Hans was rushing over, yelling, "Young master, my lord, please, let me help you wipe that filth off." He couldn't stop complaining. "I couldn't stop you from going into the mines, but can't you at least take care of yourself while you're working?" Hans kept rambling. "Look at this. I just wiped you for a second and the handkerchief is already black as soot." Roman was being wiped so hard his face was all squished and he helplessly groaned. All right, you're like a nagging dad worried about his kid playing in the mud. I get covered in dust every single day." I think Hans's heart is about to shatter. His loud voice grabbed the attention of the ladies on the side of the road. Their eyes lit up when they heard the name Roman Dimitri. Sylvia was no exception. She was pumped, thinking he looked even hotter than she imagined. She checked out his shredded muscular physique and silently swooned. Oh, his body? Sylvia was practically drooling, thinking he looked like a total snack. She did some quick math in her head. Rumor has it the second son might lose his inheritance, but what noble family makes their son work like a common miner? He's definitely the heir. Lately, word on the street is that Roman's status has skyrocketed. He's officially on Sylvia's radar now. She immediately suggested they go up to Roman Dimitri to say hi before the party. Sounds like a plan. Meanwhile, the rest of the girls were still hesitating, not sure if they should go or not. Roman had just pulled his mining helmet off when he heard a greeting. "Hello." Sylvia led the pack of giggling ladies over to check him out. "Lord Roman Dimitri, I'm not mistaken, am I?" She put on her most polite, adorable face. "I'm Sylvia, from the Lawrence family. Thanks for your help earlier. I wanted to express my sincere gratitude to you." Sylvia beamed, pouring on the compliments. "You really are as extraordinary as the rumors say." Roman ignored her excitement and replied with cold, formal politeness. "Oh right, I get it." Then he turned to his servant. "Let's go, Hans," leaving Sylvia standing there like a statue, totally ghosted. Lady Flora knew exactly how Roman was, and just had to hold back a laugh at the scene. Short-legged Hans scrambled to keep up, reminding him, "My lord, you still have to make it to that party. Don't you want to get some rest?" As he walked, Roman started pulling on a clean white dress shirt, saying, "I'll mingle with people worth my time, but those people, they just mock the work of the Dimitri family." Hans wondered out loud how much longer he was going to spend in the mines. Even though the king didn't order it, he'd already been working his tail off there for days. Roman's voice turned serious. "The roots of Dimitri are found in our smithing, and that's an iron mine, the iron ore that our craftsmen have dug out with their own blood and sweat. We melt it in the furnace fire and forge it into steel. This is the essence of the Dimitri family." He straightened his clothes and explained, "Empty words won't get you anywhere." "Since when did the young master grow up this much?" Hans whispered to himself, trying to sound pumped. "I won't be a burden to him anymore. I'm gonna make this perfect." In the private training grounds of the Dimitri estate, the sounds of intense practice rang out. The soldiers were locked in, training their swordsmanship with total focus. "Again!" Captain Chris shouted. Roman watched his men training their hearts out. Roman told himself that the authority he showed in the recent clash with the rival families had clearly lit a fire under his men and boosted their loyalty. He knew the soldiers who fought by his side had picked up a lot, with the training methods he'd accumulated from his past life, combined with the sword techniques he mastered, and his own knack for forging legendary blades. He could push his soldiers to their absolute limits, turning them into a battle-hardened elite force. It was like he was sitting on a goldmine of knowledge. He kept a close eye on everything on the training ground, calculating every move. So, I've got my own army now, but that's not enough. These guys only have a little combat experience. I need a truly elite squad. Roman stood there with his arms crossed, deep in thought. The problem was, building an elite force took serious money and manpower, and he didn't have the capacity for that yet. He called out to his vice captain Chris. The guy hustled over asking, "You called, sir?" Roman checked in on the situation. "How's the training going?" Chris reported happily. "They've all got the drive and they're learning fast. I think we'll see some real progress soon," Roman said softly. "Chris, I'm gonna teach you a new sword technique." As soon as he heard that, Chris was stunned. "A new technique? For me?" Roman had seen what the vice captain was capable of and didn't sugarcoat it. "You're not like the rookies." He noted that Chris had leveled up and gained real experience after the clan battle. That was the foundation he needed to master advanced techniques. It would be tough, but Roman knew he could do it. With that in mind, he made the offer. "I think you're ready for the next level," Roman began to explain. "The sword technique I'm about to teach you is called Thunder God Strike. It's a technique with massive damage and blinding speed. The master who created it was called the Sword Saint, and that's your next goal, Chris." The chandeliers were glowing, giving the whole place a fancy high-class vibe. Everyone was decked out in their best and the room was buzzing with gossip. The main door started swinging open, followed by a formal announcement. "Young Master Roman Dimitri has arrived." The shout immediately turned every head in the room toward him. Roman walked in with total confidence and a charming smile. Every girl in the room was blushing at his glowing, handsome face. They swarmed him instantly. "Why'd you leave so early this morning? We wanted to chat with you before the party, you know." He gave them a polite, practiced smile. "I had just finished up some work, please understand. I would have liked to as well." Looking at Roman, they were easily swayed. "Oh, I see, of course," Sylvia chimed in gently. "You really are as amazing as the rumors say." Her eyes were full of admiration. She couldn't believe an heir to a noble house would actually work alongside minors like that. Her eyes sparkled as she thought, "I wonder if my life would be better if I married someone like him." Roman bowed his head, replying smoothly, "You're too kind." He started making small talk with the noble ladies. His silver tongue had all the girls totally hooked. The party rolled on and everyone raised their glasses to toast. Roman leaned his hand against the outdoor balcony. He was feeling a bit wiped out and stepped out for some fresh air. A soft voice broke his train of thought. "You're a pretty good actor, aren't you?" Roman turned around to see Flora walking toward him. His voice was low. "It's just something that needs to be done." She stepped closer and replied in a flat tone. "Surprising. I thought you didn't care about these kinds of relationships." Roman replied coldly, "Usually I don't." He started explaining. "But at this party my parents and their guests are here. It's different from the usual stuff." He hesitated for a second. "And we met for the first time just like this, so it shouldn't come as a shock." His words caught her off guard. Flora tucked her hair behind her ear and laughed. "Now that I think about it, you're right. Actually, I think I was the one who acted rudely back then." She opened up to Roman. "You've always been so firm in your convictions. That's why I've been so curious, how you've lived your life to stay that principled." Flora couldn't help but ask, "But why work in the mines? Aside from forging, there's no reason for an heir to be doing that kind of labor." Roman didn't answer directly. He threw a question back at her. "How do you think Lawrence reached this position?" She was surprised he'd flipped the question on her. "Huh?" He kept explaining. "People think Lawrence got to where they are because of fertile land and plenty of goods. According to history, the Lawrence clan succeeded through trade. They sold or swapped their goods to rise to the top. That's why the Viscount's brother is a merchant in the capital." Flora's face showed real shock. Flora was starting to really respect him. He knew things she had only just found out and he was dead on with the details. Still, she pretended not to get it. "So what does that have to do with working in the mines?" Roman answered patiently. "The Dimitri family started in the iron mines." He shared his perspective. "If it wasn't for the miners digging up that buried iron every single day, the Dimitri family wouldn't be where they are today." His eyes were steady. "I'm sure that spending time in the mines is the best way to understand and connect with them. I believe it's the duty of anyone carrying the Dimitri name." Flora was stunned by his noble words. It was late. Roman said his goodbyes. "I've been out here long enough, I'm heading out." Flora hesitated before saying, "Oh, okay." Flora stood alone on the balcony, still dazed by what Roman had said. She told herself she'd made up her mind. Right after, a beautiful smile broke across her face. Her head felt crystal clear. All the mental clutter from the aftermath of the battle was finally gone. "Everything is clear now," Flora said happily. "I knew meeting him would be the right call." A few days later, Flora headed to the capital. It was time for the sheltered flower of the Florence family to leave home and explore the world. Somewhere else, Jacob lifts his beer mug with a hearty laugh. "Man, that hits the spot." Someone across from him asks, "How's it going today?" He replies, Same old, same old. No matter how much we dig, that vein just keeps on going." His expression turns serious. "We've only just scratched the surface of this mountain." Jacob asserts with confidence that even if the Dimitri family dug for another few decades, the iron mine wouldn't run dry. I can guarantee that, as someone who's been digging his whole life. Hendrik asks him a question. There are rumors that Roman started working at the mine half a month ago. Why has it been so quiet lately? Jacob reacts instantly at the name. Oh, Roman, you say? Flashback to half a month ago. A worker carrying supplies announces. Word is, young Master Roman is starting work at the mine today. The other guy looks pretty shocked. Huh? Why? He's skeptical. Who knows? Probably just putting on a show. Moan looks annoyed. The Lord must have lost his mind. He starts grumbling angrily. If he wanted to discipline his heir, he would have done it ages ago. He only treats the blacksmiths well and always leaves us miners in the dust. The more Moan talks, the angrier he gets. The 3 Dimitri heirs have been learning to forge since they were little. He shouts. But they've never learned a thing about mining. He continues. This is proof that Lord Dimitri treats us like second-class citizens. Someone tries to reason with him. Isn't that a bit of a stretch? But Moan keeps venting his frustrations. What are you talking about? The foundation of Dimitri is this iron mine, yet the blacksmiths get all the glory. Moan declares, I'm sure he was forced to come here, but I'm not bowing down to him. He yells out, determined to show Roman what real mining is all about. A pair of feet walks in, and he's introduced to the miners. From today on, young Master Roman will be working with us. Below him, they just yawn, completely uninterested. The group over there starts smirking, but Roman's face is cold, showing no reaction to them. They get a reminder. Always remember, we're in a mine. Priority 1 is safety, priority 2 is safety, and priority 3 is safety. They all chime in. Understood. Everyone starts working on command. Get moving now. Roman observes the miners' attitudes, silently noting how they're totally blowing him off. I won't let their attitude get to me, he thinks to himself, looking at how the mining town residents live. Roman drifts into thought about how much power they hold and what he can do for this place to further his future plans. He makes a firm resolution to understand every issue Dimitri faces. Deep in the iron mine, many people are soaked in sweat, busy with their own work. Alright, get a move on. We're still way behind on today's quota. A pair of strong arms is hauling sacks of raw iron. That's Roman Dimitri. He's joined the workers and is sweating right along with them. Rules, huh? He glances around and sees everyone is completely focused on their own tasks. He thinks the workload is distributed pretty evenly and the safety measures aren't too shabby either. So that's why Dimitri Iron is so famous. An older guy with graying hair wipes his sweat and tells him, it's not just the skill of the blacksmiths, it's because our raw ore is top tier, which is why it's worth so much. Other places take huge losses because they have to buy their ore. He gestures with his finger, continuing proudly, but because Dimitri is self-sufficient, we pull in massive profits. Roman stares at him, expressionless, as he keeps rambling, wondering if there's any other reason for their success. After hearing that, he falls into deep thought. Because they're self-sufficient with raw materials and it's a blacksmithing city, they rake in more profit than any other house. This has been going on for decades. An image of the Dimitri family mansion flashes in his mind. The Dimitri family fortune might be even bigger than I thought. Suddenly, a voice comes from behind him. This isn't the place for chit-chat, young master. Roman turns slightly to see a worker standing there, with his hands clenched. If you don't want to work, then don't get in everyone else's way. The guy is a veteran miner named Mokan. He talks to Roman like he's giving an order. Get out of here. They lock eyes for a moment. To Mokan's surprise, Roman speaks first, and it's to apologize. My apologies. I'll focus on my work. Without another word, he immediately hoists a huge bag of raw iron onto his shoulder. Mokan is taken aback, his eyes tracking the young master's movements. A week later, on his tray is a standard meal, 2 loaves of bread and a cup of warm milk. Roman sits far away from the rest of the miners. He eats thinking, we've been working together for over a week, but they still won't talk to me after that first question. His eyes drift toward them while he keeps chewing on his small loaf of bread. Maybe this is their way of marking their territory. Suddenly, a pair of feet stops in front of Roman Dimitri. It's Mokan. He sits down across from him. Can I ask you something? He asks calmly, continuing, I've been watching you all week and I'm curious about a few things. Then, he finally looks up to ask the main point. Why did you come here to work? Moan thinks of the other children of the family, including Rodwell, the second son and the most successful heir of Dimitri, who has never once set foot in the iron mine. And the eldest son is putting on a show by coming here for training after all this time? I thought he was looking down on mining work. The veteran miner's internal monologue continues. That's why I've been keeping an eye on him, but he's working harder than I expected. No, not just harder, he's even more enthusiastic than the other miners and always hits his quota. While observing him, plenty of other miners have come to talk to Mokan. According to my friend who's a servant at the castle, the lord never ordered the young master to come to the mine to work. The chatter continues among the others, sparking surprise in Moan. He came here voluntarily? His face is stern, but Roman just smiles and asks him back, an idealistic answer or a practical one. Which one do you want to hear? He looks at Roman. How about both? He grins and says, let's start with the ideal answer. Many people here work in the iron mines to make a living. He continues, instead of trying to understand the people here through data from afar, I want to experience their daily lives for myself. Moan immediately asks, do you really need to go that far? And Roman replies instantly, I do. His face is serious. As long as my name is Dimitri, I need to do this. Mokan is secretly impressed. It's a perfect idealistic answer, the kind of thing people want to hear from their ruler, the kind of noble image everyone admires. And then, Roman drops a bombshell, and the practical reason is, I'm not the head of the Dimitri family. Even though the Dimitri family has a massive fortune, it belongs to my father. At this point his face hardened. That's exactly why we headed to the iron mine, to find something we could offer Dimitri and secure a valid reason to claim what's rightfully mine. Man smirked at that, then let out a low chuckle before bursting into laughter. So that's your excuse for wanting a cut of the family fortune? I didn't think about it like that. Roman was momentarily stunned by Mokan's boisterous reaction. Mokan continued, I thought you only came here to fight for the inheritance. Lord Roman is building his foundation at the iron mine, not the forge. He clenched his fist, implying that he truly understood the importance of mining. Then Man, looking pumped up, grinned at Roman Dimitri. I'll answer every single one of your questions. Man answered my long string of questions honestly. I managed to get some pretty unexpected intel out of him. The Dimitri iron mine is the largest in the kingdom, or hell, you could say the entire continent, especially that unclaimed territory on the edge of the kingdom, right next to Dimit. It's endless. If we can develop what's out there, Dimitri's wealth will skyrocket to infinity. Man stroked his chin and said, honestly, compared to Dimitri's financial status, the actual production output isn't that great. Images of miners working their asses off flashed through my head as Mokan kept talking. Mining speed has dropped due to dangerous working conditions, and when the speed drops, the production rate falls right along with it. Of course, the head of the Dimitri family has provided plenty of safety support, but even then, mining is still super dangerous. His next words cut through the air. The Northwest Mountain Range keeps having earthquakes. How is anyone supposed to stop that? He couldn't finish his sentence because, at that exact moment, a massive earthquake shook the earth, jolting every miner there. Everyone, including Mokan and Roman, panicked and bolted toward the sound. A desperate scream echoed out, Mokan! The miner turned to look at the veteran. Shaft 8 collapsed and someone's trapped underneath. What? A view of a collapsed, pathetic-looking mining shaft appeared before every miner there. Oh God, what are we gonna do? It could collapse again. Don't even think about measuring anything. While everyone was losing their minds in pure panic, a strong, firm voice cut through. It was Roman. I'm going in. Mokan was horrified when he heard that. He turned pale and yelled. You can't. You're the eldest son of the Dimitri family. Even if you're a knight, it's way too dangerous if it collapses again. We need to assess the situation first. Roman snapped his head around to look at him, his eyes dark. It'll be too late by then. Mokan was pale, but the guy's strong voice just kept going. I said it before. Those who carry the name Dimitri must fulfill their responsibilities. He stood tall and unmoving right in front of the collapsed pit. Roman said firmly, I'll be back. Get the bandages ready. He bolted down into the pit like a flash. Only a short while later, a hand grabbed the edge of the pit. Everyone was completely shocked. Roman slowly climbed out, hauling the person who had been trapped during the quake on his back. Everyone erupted into cheers. The young Lord of Dimitri saved him! On the other hand, he started yelling for someone to bring a splint immediately. Roman began giving emergency first aid to the miner's leg. Everyone stood there in total silence, watching him bandage the miner's wound. Only Mokan watched him, lost in thought. First aid isn't easy at all. How does he know so much about it? After finishing, Roman turned to everyone and said, I've finished the first aid. Take him to the doctor. If you need money for the treatment, I'll cover it. Understood, they shouted back. They scrambled to get the injured miner out of there. Roman stood there, deep in thought, then said, Everyone, listen up. You have to accept that today's accident is just the fate of a miner. Roman put his hands behind his back, looking stern. No matter how well we prepare, we can't fight against sudden disasters. He declared it straight. But even if it's tough, there's always a way. As someone who bears the name Dimitri, I will solve everyone's struggles. Roman continued with a determined look. It won't take long, no matter the cost. The next day, Roman's father called him into his office. He asked worriedly, Are you hurt? Roman shook his head, saying he was fine. His father got pissed off by his son's casual, carefree response. What the hell were you thinking, pulling a stunt that dangerous? Even if you are a light-energy swordsman, you can't fight a natural disaster on your own. He let out a sigh of relief. You got lucky this time. Suddenly, he slammed his hand on the desk, unable to hold back his anger. But because of your reckless bravery, I almost lost my beloved son. And I'm not saying this because you're the eldest son of the Dimitri family. His face was furious, radiating pure killing intent. His voice dropped, deadly and cold. If it were anyone else, I would never forgive this. 2 people throwing their lives away just to save 1 man? Seeing his father's rage, Roman stayed stubborn. I just did what I had to do, his father shouted at him. Roman stayed calm and said, Even if I could go back in time, I wouldn't change a thing. An accident happened at the mine, and as someone from the Dimitri clan, I think I made the right decision. He emphasized every single word. His father could see his son's stubbornness and refusal to listen. He commanded, Stop working at the iron mine. I never asked you to work there. I don't get why you'd choose that place. If you'd said you were working at the forge, I wouldn't have stopped you like this. Roman calmly replied, Father, I think I need to work at the iron mine to understand the Dimitri family better. Even though Dimitri is famous for its forging skills, most people in this region work in the iron mines to make a living. So, naturally, I had to work at the mine, not the forge. Roman's father looked like he'd been struck by lightning. He was so pissed he wanted to teach him a lesson. He accepted the request. So, what did you learn there? Roman answered clearly. I saw the struggles that everyone has to endure. His father jumped, surprised, not understanding what he meant. Struggles? Roman continued to analyze. and I also learned that you really care about the safety of your workers. Even the people at the iron mine really respect you. His father didn't agree with that thought, but even so, mining is something we can't do without. You don't know when an earthquake is going to happen. What if the mine collapses? If you've forgotten, let me remind you. That place is prone to landslides, like yesterday. I haven't forgotten, I told you already, disasters like that are unavoidable, no matter how well we prepare. Roman was certain there was still one way, using magical artifacts. His father thought that idea made some sense. Using magical artifacts for the safety of the mine is a good idea, but do you have any idea how much those things cost? Protecting the iron mine with ancient artifacts is gonna cost a fortune. Roman knows that better than anyone. Still, he doesn't hesitate to pitch it. You know how it is. Plus, those air shields, they're not exactly foolproof 247. His old man is still scratching his head, wondering why Roman would push for it when he clearly knows the risks. You're saying we have to use them, even with all that? Roman just keeps laying out his game plan. Look, if we install these artifacts, not only do we boost iron production, but we can finally stop playing it safe and start mining the untapped veins. It's all about opportunity cost. He clenches his fist, dead set on this. Yeah, the artifacts are pricey, but if the ROI is there, it's worth the gamble. And hey, why not set up a dedicated safety crew to keep the risks down, and use the extra profit to cover their pay? Hearing his kid lay it out with such sharp, calculated logic, Baron Romero is low-key impressed and proud. Seeing Roman so dialed in, the Baron figures his son must have already crunched all the numbers. So, what's the investment? And you better be right about this, or you're gonna have a problem with me. In this world of martial arts, it's strictly eat or be eaten. There are two heavy hitters when it comes to intel: the Jibong and the Hamon. The Jibong guys use beggars all over the world just to eavesdrop on everyone's business. Then there's the Hamon group, digging up dirt through the marginalized folks, always keeping their ears to the ground. Roman closes his eyes, thinking about why he chose the mine over the smithy. This way, he can scoop up every piece of intel in the Northeast. Alright, with the old man's cash and manpower, he's gonna launch his own outfit, the Han group in this world. But that's not enough. He heads back to his study, mapping out his next move. An intel guild, or news guild, whatever you want to call it, can't just be stuck in the Northeast. Once info starts pouring in from across the continent, he needs someone smart enough to organize it, because the average guild grunt won't be able to handle it like a pro. Someone capable of managing that kind of intel belongs in the upper crust of Dimitri. Then it hits him. There's only one guy for the job. After the war wrapped up, the soldiers heard something absolutely wild. Dimitri's vice captain Chris stood tall and announced, "From here on out, I'm gonna teach you guys how to use mana and swordsmanship. This is a gift from our lord, so you better put your heart and soul into your training." Everyone was floored, couldn't believe their ears. No way, they thought. What even is this mana technique he's talking about? It's a systematic way to channel mana, unlike anything else. If this isn't some cheap knockoff, it's literally a priceless treasure. Lucas watches with a heavy heart. He knows how rare this is. Even fathers wouldn't teach their own sons how to manipulate mana like this. He was convinced the guy was just gonna tell them to slack off at the market or something. Even if we're loyal to Lord Roman, this is too much. He wouldn't just hand us a treasure like this, Chris says, his voice dead serious. The technique is called light energy, or Asura, named after some phantom warrior from a land far, far away. Lucas is losing his mind. He can't process it. This is insane. I can actually feel the mana now. It's only been a few days, but my senses are going into overdrive. I can even feel the breeze brushing past me. It's the light sword technique, a fusion of 108 combat styles, the perfect way to unleash that raw mana power. Chris keeps wondering, what kind of guy is Roman Dimitri anyway? Using that blue mana, if word got out that light energy and light sword were running the show, he'd keep it top secret even from his own kin, let alone the grunts. He happily starts testing out the moves. Back in the day, he wasted a fortune just to learn basic mana control, and spent sleepless nights worrying, all just so Lucas could have a bit of fun now. Lucas goes to see his lord, ready to pledge his life to the cause. "I'm sorry to overstep, my lord, but I want to stay by your side." Roman stares him down, weighing the guy up. No way he's turning him down. A former mercenary with a ton of experience, deep connections, sharp instincts, and he's seen it all. The guy's perfect. Lucas looks bummed out, disappointed. "If I'm stuck managing the intel guild, I won't be able to stay by your side anymore." He says it with everything he's got. "I already bet my life on you during the Barco war, didn't I? Please, don't send me away." Roman hears him out and is secretly stoked. Everything is playing out exactly how he pictured it. Nice acting, he thinks to himself, giving himself props. "Let me ask you something. Why do you think I taught you light energy and light sword in the first place?" Lucas is totally caught off guard by the question. I don't know." Roman keeps his voice warm but authoritative. "I gave you that gift in exchange for your loyalty." He fires back, "Lucas, what kind of person do you think I am? You think a guy like Roman would do all that just to buy some soldiers' loyalty?" Lucas finally starts to get where Roman is going with this. "So that means?" Roman breaks it down. "I don't expect blind, absolute loyalty. That was just the price I paid for you, following me into battle and risking your neck." He flashes a knowing grin. "So, if you're more than just a soldier to me, what do you think I'm gonna give you next?" Lucas hears that and realizes one thing for sure. There's something better than light energy? He has no clue what it is, but if he stays ride or die for this man, he knows he's gonna get it. "As you command, my lord. I will build the best guild on this continent." Roman watches him, thinking it over. A sharp guy who actually thinks? Yeah, he's definitely the right guy to head up the Hamon Guild. Down at the mines, the workers are grinding away. They all start cheering in unison. Lord Roman's here! Our Lord! They're hyped, all lining up just to get near him. Thank you, from the bottom of our hearts. You actually care about our safety. Thank you so much. An old guy is bawling his eyes out. Young master, thanks to you, my only son is still alive. He drops to his knees right at Roman's feet to thank him, swearing he'd give his life for him if he ever needs it. Roman just smiles, looking pleased and genuinely touched. Appreciate it. Looking forward to us working together. From that day on, the people's love for the Dimitri house shifted entirely toward Roman, and that has Baron Romero absolutely fuming. It's been a month since we crushed the Barco family at the Dimitri clan's meeting. The guy presenting basically said the Barco family is toast. No one left in the Northeast can even touch us anymore. Everyone who used to back Barco is begging to be our ally now. The old man looked over at the head of the house. Like you ordered, we've officially cut off all negotiations with those scumbags who sided with Barco and beefed with us. He glanced down at the reports. So how do you want to handle them? Romero asked. Giving those snakes a break after they hurt us. That's not being high-minded, that's just asking to be walked all over. He doubled down, making it clear, no deals. We're gonna make sure they learn exactly what happens when you cross the Dimitri. Keep going, he signaled. Jonathan jumped right in. Look, this whole mess showed us exactly what kind of wild cards you're dealing with when outsiders get involved. Even though we fought Barco, guys like Frey and Homer are still massive threats. We can't ignore those variables. Captain Jonathan explained, that's why we need to boost our military power and buy more magic weapons. Roman's old man leaned back, deep in thought. Nothing keeps us safer than having real power. The officials kept at it. Thanks to young Master Roman, our funds are looking great, even after we dropped a ton of cash upgrading that mine. He pointed at the paper. Because of that, iron ore production shot up 30% in no time. He turned to the guy next to him. At this rate, I'm betting we hit 100% soon. Romero Dimitri chimed in, and what about the cost for those artifacts? Another council member shot back, we're still totally in the green, especially with the profits rolling in. The boss started weighing in. Roman was right. Getting his hands dirty at the mine actually worked. He saw the problem and nailed the solution. Seeing everyone's faces light up, he kept thinking. Everyone's take on Roman has been shifting for a while, but this whole event, it pretty much set their opinions in stone. The captain of the Dimitri Knights broke the silence with a question. Sir, what's on your mind? The succession? Romero's face fell. Here we go. Jonathan gave his 2 cents. 3 years ago, you picked young Master Rodwell because Roman was, well, he was a total disaster back then. Not exactly leader material. The noise drifted outside, but things have changed. But look at him now, he's proven he's got the goods. The Barco fight, the mine safety, his sword skills. The group started buzzing, nodding in agreement. Honestly, the way Roman's acting lately, that's the vibe of a real leader. Yeah, we're all thinking the same thing. Since nothing's official yet, he pushed his point. I think an open, fair competition is the only way to go. The rivalry between Roman and Rodwell was starting to stir up the normally quiet Dimitri clan. Romero kept repeating their names, weighing them against each other. Roman's been a beast lately, but Rodwell's been training to be the heir his whole life. He let out a long sigh, wondering if pitting his own kids against each other after all this time was even the right call. Finally, Romero laid it out. I'm gonna keep watching how this plays out for now. He gripped the edge of the table hard. The weight of the meeting was still hanging over him. Settling this succession is gonna need the thumbs up from the big players, the vassals, the mine foreman, and finally Hendrik, the head blacksmith. He leaned back and closed his eyes. With those 3 on board, they can fight it out however they want. He spoke up. Get Hans in here. Roman's right-hand man walked in looking confused. You wanted to see me, sir? His face was dead serious. Romero repeated the question. I'm asking you, is Roman really cut out to lead the Dimitri family? Hans looked stunned, but he answered straight. If you'd asked me that 3 months ago, I would have laughed in your face. But he's a different beast now. His eyes lit up. From what I've seen, he's exactly the kind of person who deserves to lead. Explain, Romero demanded. Hans didn't hesitate. Roman told me he went down to those mines to really understand the people. He put his ego aside, just to see things from their perspective. He remembered seeing Roman swinging a pickaxe right alongside the miners, facing the real deal. Hans's voice was firm. The Roman we have now, he actually gives a damn about the responsibilities of a Dimitri. Romero nodded. Got it, you can go. He called out to the person outside. Get the mine foreman in here. I want the details on that mine collapse. The foreman walked in, dragging someone behind him. Romero looked over, curious. Who's this guy? The foreman started his report. I heard you wanted to know what went down, so I brought the guy who was actually there. He gave the worker a shove. The guy shouted, Name's Mokan, from the mines. Romero thought the name sounded familiar, and told him to spill every detail about that day. The veteran miner started from the jump. It happened a week into the young master's stint at the mine. A shaft gave way and trapped one of our guys. We were trying to play it safe so it wouldn't collapse more, but Roman said he could get him out. He looked a little nervous. Mokan kept going. He went straight in there, even though we told him not to, and pulled the guy out. He sounded like he really meant it. Honestly, I didn't think much of him at first, but damn, I was a fool. During the rescue, he told us it was his responsibility to fix our problems because he's the eldest son of the Dimitri house. He remembered Roman's face, determined as hell. I'm going. Mokan mimicked how he insisted on saving that worker himself. He bowed low to Romero Dimitri. If you're asking if he's the right heir, I'd follow that man anywhere. Romero had checked with 2 people, but he still wasn't sure. Everyone's saying Roman's the guy, but he was still on the fence. The last piece of the puzzle was the blacksmith. The sound of metal hitting metal echoed outside. A hammer hung on the sign, the mark of the forge. A worker walked in asking for orders. Boss, young Master Roman sent over a mountain of gear to fix. What do we do? The head blacksmith grunted, take the job. The guy looked like he heard wrong. Huh? Hendrik roared, are you deaf? I said take the job! After saying that, he immediately followed the order. As he finished up the sword mold, he thought to himself, honestly, I wanted to say no, but after hearing what Jacob told me about what went down in the mine, I'd feel like a total jerk for treating him like trash. What a mess. Looking at the pile of destroyed gear and weapons, the blacksmiths were shaking their heads. How hard could they have been training to wreck all this stuff? Standing out in the middle of that junk pile was a sword with a golden glow. He shouted, what the hell is this? Hendrik grabbed it and started getting a feel for the blade. The edge was razor sharp, the weight was spot on, and the hilt felt like a work of art. He couldn't help but talk to himself. This is a top-tier blade. You wouldn't even find something this good in the Dimit blacksmithing hub. He was dying to know, where did the kid even get this? Seeing that golden aura swirling around it like a flame, Hendrik was seriously impressed. The mana conductivity was insane. The power radiating from that sword just wouldn't quit. If it's like this without even pumping mana into it, a sword aura user would go absolutely wild for this thing. His thoughts raced. I like to think I'm the best blacksmith on the continent, but cranking up mana conductivity like this, that's on a whole other level. I gotta ask him myself. All the equipment had been repaired. Chris was shocked. It's already done? I thought this would take at least 2 weeks. The blacksmith, looking like he had completely given up on life, replied, same here. It usually takes 2 weeks, but Hendrik went on some kind of rampage and made all the blacksmiths lock in and focus. The vice captain slowly turned his head back. Hendrik, looking like a total zombie from working non-stop, screamed, Roman, where did you get this sword? He was desperate for an answer. Who made it? Tell everyone right now. Roman just smirked, thinking everything's going according to plan. I didn't get it from anywhere. Hendrik was completely lost and shot back. What? What are you talking about? At that point, Roman put a hand to his chest and gave a bright smile. I made that sword myself. Hendrik roared, his voice booming like thunder. You expect me to believe that? Lord Roman, you're standing in front of the master blacksmith of Dimit right now. He said sternly, you know that, and you're still messing with me? Those rumors that Roman Dimitri had changed must be total BS. Roman just kept that calm look on his face. I'm serious. The name of this sword, the only one of its kind on the continent, is Salamander. Hendrik was fuming, but before he could finish his rant, he was cut off. I'll show you. Once you see it with your own eyes, you'll believe me. Roman was confident. I trust that the master blacksmith representing the Dimitri family can recognize quality, right? The two of them were talking inside a building that housed a forge. Roman walked over to the table and started explaining the process of how he forged his blade. Back when we were prepping for war with Barco, I realized I needed a proper sword, one I could actually bet my life on. So, I just endured the hellish heat of the forge and poured everything into it. It felt like the forge was the only place I could hide. Hendrik listened in silence. Roman stood by the forge, his face lit up by the glow, and looked back at him with a meaningful expression. I think you get what I mean. Hendrik watched as Roman held his hand out toward the forge. I've got some defending to do soon, so I've been crafting a new sword to replace the salamander. Roman locked his eyes on the table, decided. What I'm about to show you is the process of how I make that blade. With that, he took off his shirt. Hendrik watched from behind, totally stunned. He's not even wearing protective gear? He crossed his arms and sighed. I bet the kid doesn't know the first thing about blacksmithing. Guess I've got no choice but to stand here and watch. Just as he was thinking that, the sound of metal hitting the anvil echoed through the room. Hendrik's eyes went wide. Roman had started. Every strike of the hammer rang out, and in his head, Roman kept reminding himself of the gap between the two worlds. The way they handle metal in the marine world versus this world is like night and day. Since people here can't perfectly control their mana, they pour all their effort into how the sword handles. On the flip side, Marim people focus more on how the internal energy flows. It's about cranking up the density of the energy in the blade. Only swords made like this were considered top tier in Marim, and since he had survived a life of endless war, he knew how to forge the kind of weapons he needed. Roman was practically engulfed in flames. He was in a state Hendrik would call transcendent. Hendrik's mind was screaming in disbelief. No way. Is this really Roman Dimitri? Is this really him? The way he handles the metal, the rhythm of his hammering, the welding, it's all perfect. He couldn't believe his own eyes, his heart racing with awe. This scene, it reminds me of Lord Romero back in his prime. There's no way I'm mistaking this. As the sun dipped behind the mountains, Roman finished the job and wiped the sweat off his face with a towel. Hendrik bowed his head in defeat. You really were the one who made that sword. I am truly sorry. Roman gave a satisfied smirk and dropped his decision. I'm giving the salamander to you. Hendrik's head snapped up, totally floored. Roman pointed to the new blade sitting on the table. You saw it yourself. I just finished a new sword, and besides, I already sold your sword a while back. He held the hilt out. So, I want to give you the salamander as a gift. Flashing back to 3 years ago, a loud shout echoed through the manor. Please, you need to get a grip. Hendrik was losing his cool. The firstborn son was so important that he was willing to throw away the future of the Dimitri family. He kept trying to convince him. If anyone asked what kind of person Roman was, dozens of people would describe him as a total piece of trash. Do you really want to make Roman the heir to this family? He couldn't wrap his head around it. Is there seriously no other choice? Roman Dimitri sat with his arms crossed, eyes closed, listening to the old man. He slammed his hands on the table. I'm talking about my second son. Rodwell is the only one who's been learning the craft since he was a kid. Doesn't that alone prove he's the one for this city? Romero stared at the wine glass in his hand, feeling anxious. 3 years later, Roman had changed, but he was still worried Hendrik wouldn't buy it. But Hendrik was grinning ear to ear. Of course I agree. Lord Roman is more than capable of being the heir. Romero double-checked. Are you serious? Hendrik was locked in. How could I ever lie to you, Lord Romero? He remembered seeing Roman working his butt off, sweating away in the forge when no one else was watching. His voice dropped, and to be real with you, when he first asked me for some weapons, I just handed over the crappy, outdated stuff because I didn't like him. But you know what he said? He said that giving those trash weapons to my soldiers was basically murder. After all the days I spent thinking he was bad news, I started to reconsider. It's true, Roman always puts the Demit family's interests first. He thought back to the way Roman would get totally absorbed in his work. And it wasn't just that. I saw him with my own eyes, working at the forge, putting his heart and soul into it. Even dealing with all that brutal heat, I couldn't help but respect his talent. He placed a sword on the table. This is a blade he forged with his own 2 hands. Just one look at it and you'll know exactly what it's worth. Romero drew the sword from its scabbard and was shocked. He stared at it, finding it impossible to believe. How could Roman possibly forge something like this? Hendrik stood across from him, his voice heavy with gravity. As a master blacksmith, I think it's time I re-evaluate the decision I made 3 years ago. Romero opened a desk drawer and pulled out a letter. It was from Rodwell. Father, it's your son Rodwell. I've officially ranked up to S-class at the Royal Academy in Kairo. I'll be skipping the theory classes from here on out to focus entirely on gaining experience as the family manager. I'm going to graduate at the top of my class so you can be proud of me, Father. I'll pave a new future for the Demit family. He placed the letter on the desk and turned away. He stood with his hands clasped behind his back, looking out the window deep in thought. Both Roman and Rodwell were showing their potential, but even Rodwell, the so-called genius, couldn't measure up to Roman right now. Roman was so damn talented that he was becoming famous not just in the kingdom of Kairo, but across the entire continent. He analyzed the situation seriously. As soon as Rodwell graduated, Roman would take over managing the defense force. That was when he'd announced the start of the succession war. A few days later, Will, a priest from Valhalla and a high-ranking official, arrived. At the entrance to the Demit estate, 2 riders were approaching. Romero and Hans, his right-hand man, were already waiting for them. Romero spoke up first. I'm Roman Dimitri. You're from the Valhalla temple, right? The man across from him introduced himself. I'm Jealous, a priest from the Kairo branch of the Valhalla temple. I heard Roman Demit defeated Homer. He took off his hood and added, I came here personally just to verify if the ranking was accurate, but I guess it's just a coincidence. Rankings, even if the guy is low level, it happens. Reviewing and verifying a family's rank is also part of the job. Romero grinned, playing the polite host. Unfortunately, Roman has to be at the forge for the next few days. So, why don't you guys take it easy and meet him tomorrow? Why not use this time to take a look around? He agreed. Sounds good. He gestured for them to follow. We'll have a guide show you around. As Hans led them, he bragged about how the Demit family was famous for having the biggest forge in the kingdom of Kairo, and for their top-tier metalwork. If you look around, you'll see all the furniture is made of metal. He went on enthusiastically. Even the front gates are built to last. Suddenly they heard the sound of synchronized chanting in the distance. 1, 2. It caught Jealous's attention. He turned his head and saw a group of men training nearby and asked about it. Mind if I head over there to take a look? Hans stood behind him, smiling. You can see plenty just standing here. He just shrugged. Thanks anyway. 2 wooden swords clashed. Both men stumbled backward from the force of the impact. The warrior Baek guy smirked, trying to get under the other guy's skin. Still trying to make gains even with that pathetic defense of yours? Kevin raised his sword into a stance. Cut the crap. Baek guy laughed. Fine, bring it on. Both of them were fired up, their faces filled with the determination to win. Seeing the tension, Jealous looked confused and a bit freaked out. He watched them clash, and when their swords glowed with mana, he stuttered in pure shock. No way, are those rookies actually aura users? None of the 30 guys Roman picked were aura users back then. Roman had crossed his arms and asked, looks like you've got a natural talent for martial arts, huh? He had said a few things to Baek guy, who just scratched his head and apologized. Back then, nobody even understood what he was talking about. But one day, less than a month later, Baek guy was already able to trigger his mana. After that, the soldiers' attitude toward training did a complete 180. They were willing to put their lives on the line just to get stronger, to break through that wall. The sparring match heated up. Baek guy swung his sword. Try and block this. He slashed down without a second thought. Kevin blocked it without even blinking. Baek guy shouted with crazy energy. Damn it, your eyes are terrifying. Kevin thrust his sword forward, the tip already inches from Baek guy's face. The hell? Kevin, eyes burning, lunged forward. Everything happened so fast that Baek guy couldn't react in time, thinking, I'm screwed. With a single flick, Kevin sent Baek guy flying backward. Baek guy yelled, you really gotta take it that far? Kevin kept a straight face. Get serious. Then they lunged at each other again. Kevin held his sword to Baek guy's neck and said coldly, If this were a real battlefield, your head would already be rolling on the floor. Jealous stood there watching, totally caught off guard. What the hell am I looking at? All the soldiers were using the exact same sword style, and they were experts at it. How were these guys really warriors from such a backwater town? It was like looking at a miniature version of the Imperial Guard. These weren't just regular soldiers. They were knights the Dimitri family had been training in secret. He watched them bickering, his mind full of doubt. Since when did the Dimitri family have that kind of power? Sure, the Dimitri family were the main force in the northeast. But this kind of strength was way beyond what a rural family should have. The guy next to him asked confused, is the Dimitri estate really just a mining town? Jealous didn't know what to tell him. I can't even believe my own eyes. He finally managed to choke out. The only thing I'm sure of is that these aren't your average grunts. They have to be the Dimitri Knights from Romero's house, right? Hans heard him and chimed in. Actually, they aren't Dimitri Knights. They don't belong to any organization. He chuckled. They're just personal guards for young Master Roman. Jealous was stunned, frozen in place. Just personal guards? He grabbed Hans by the shoulder, demanding an answer. How can aura users be regular personal guards? Doesn't it cost a fortune to hire guys like that? Or are they just trainee knights? Hans said calmly, I'm not sure why you're asking, but if you're talking about Baek Guy and Kevin, they weren't even aura users before this. Kevin's just some commoner kid the young master personally invited, and as for Baek, he's nothing more than a C-rank mercenary. They only grew this strong because the young master trained them. Pretty wild, right? Being the heir to the Dimitri house, young Master Roman has an insane eye for spotting talent. He really is a blessing for the Dimitri family. Jealous stood there, totally frozen. Who the hell is this Roman Dimitri guy? The next day, he set his teacup down, muttering to himself that he finally got a chance to meet the guy. He leaned back, crossing his legs, deep in thought. Roman Dimitri? Could he be some hidden dragon in human form who just hasn't had his chance to shine yet? Or maybe a genius whose true potential hasn't been tapped? The room door opened as a servant's voice rang out. The young master is here. Jala started sizing him up, relaxed walk, eyes full of confidence without being arrogant, and a totally chill vibe. This guy is used to living like a predator. He stepped in front of him and introduced himself. Pleasure to meet you, I'm Roman Dimitri. They both sat down, and the guy started questioning him. Is it true you really took down Homer in that duel? Are you sure? Yeah, he kept going. Doesn't look like you realize what you've actually pulled off, do you? Homer isn't just some random guy ranked 49th. He was expected to get even stronger once he hit 4-star, and you beat him at 25. You have any idea what that means? It's no exaggeration to say you're the greatest genius in history. Roman just laughed it off. No need to beat around the bush. What I did shouldn't be possible by your standards anyway. Why don't we just get straight to the point? He stared right at him and kept talking. I'll explain the ranking procedure once I verify the facts. A ranking match is split into official and unofficial bouts. In an official match, you have to take down an opponent. With a referee authorized by the Valhalla Temple watching, the results show up on the rankings immediately, and you get an ID confirming your status. However, in an unofficial match, if you beat someone on the list, you take their spot, but the actual rank only updates after a year. Under no circumstances can you just snatch the loser's position, even if you win an unofficial match. He listened intently. Still, after an evaluation of your strength, the winner of all unofficial matches will secure the lowest spot on the rankings. Roman already got the gist. In other words, he'd become the 100th ranked guy if he could prove he had the muscle. Jalas kept on talking non-stop. The Valhalla Temple only trusts their own eyes, he said, sliding an orb toward him. To verify the strength of unofficial match winners, we use the Light Energy Assessment Orb. It's a simple test. If you pass the standards we've set for the orb, you're cleared and get that 100th spot. But in those cases, unlike official matches, we don't provide support and we usually try to drag things out. Because that 100th ranked spot is eventually going to be hunted by every challenger out there. He wondered why go through all that trouble just to get a name on a list. He added, it's so the whole world knows you as a swordsman, even if there isn't any special reward. He chuckled. Was it really worth risking all that just for some clout? Then he gave his own take. If that's the case, wouldn't it just be way easier to beat some high-ranked guy in an official match? Jalas felt pretty annoyed. What does this kid think an official match even is? But he hesitated for a second before speaking. Sure, an official match is the easiest way to prove your worth, but actually getting one set up isn't that simple. There are a ton of hoops to jump through, just to prepare for an official ranking match. Plus, nobody in the Northeast has ever even made the list, so just arranging an opponent is pretty much impossible. Roman said sheepishly, guess that's embarrassing. Jalas didn't even care. Alright, let's start the test. It's simple. The orb changes color based on how much mana you pump into it. Red is 1-star, orange is 2-star, yellow is 3-star, 4-star and up turns green. He stood up and got closer to explain that since he took down a 4-star swordmaster, he should at least hit the yellow 3-star mark. Roman nodded, getting the idea. He placed his hand on the orb while thinking to himself. Unlike the martial arts world, this place runs on mana, a tool that can measure a fighter or mage's skill. What kind of existence is this thing? Are they like the sorcerers back home? Or are these people some kind of freaks who've reached godlike power? I can't just ignore this magic stuff. Jala spoke up. Go ahead. Roman was feeling pretty hyped. The logic between these two worlds is completely different. What's gonna happen if I channel my own world's energy into this thing? He smirked, figuring the only way to know is to test it. As he fed his mana into the orb, a massive intense purple energy flared out. The energy just kept growing and growing. Jalas watched with his jaw on the floor, panicking. What the hell is this? Roman kept his hand on the orb and a blinding purple light shot out. A few seconds later, it blew past orange. Jalas, watching from the side, was totally stunned by the sight. Red? No, orange? Isn't it supposed to take 5 minutes? The orb didn't stop at one color, it shifted to yellow. He was confused even for a 4-star swordmaster. This speed was way too fast. Roman smirked, watching the colors shifting like crazy under his hand. I guess these guys' methods only go this far. Guess I should try using some of my own techniques, huh? With that smirk, the orb lit up with a blinding green flash. It looked like it couldn't handle the load, swelled up, cracked, and then went completely dark. Jalas was absolutely gobsmacked. No way, the assessment orb just shattered. And what was that orb anyway? It was a masterpiece created by the greatest minds on the continent. A perfect item, durable enough to handle mana from a 6-star swordsman. The highest color it could show was green. Even if you shoved way more energy in than it was rated for, the light energy orb was supposed to work without any issues. Roman dropped a bombshell question. Is it broken? Jalas stammered. That's impossible. He scrambled to come up with some excuse to tell Roman. Since this is unprecedented, I can't give you a straight answer. He thought to himself before it shattered. The determining orb definitely glowed green. Staring at the pitch-black orb, he was visibly rattled. Roman Dimitri was a 4-star swordsman. Recalling how Roman looked like a total demon the second he touched the orb, Jalas started connecting the dots. This guy isn't just some fledgling dragon still learning to fly, he's a fully grown monster. It's insane that such a massive monster was hiding inside the Dimitri family. He just realized something truly earth-shattering. The emergence of a janker, with the potential to reach 6 stars in the kingdom of Kairo, and honestly, the whole salamander continent, was about to be flipped upside down by the arrival of Roman Dimitri. Jalas pushed his glasses up the bridge of his nose and lowered his voice. Unfortunately, he carefully packed away the orb, explaining, since this is a first, I can't jump to any hasty conclusions. I'll send you the results soon. He clutched the orb, completely bewildered. He had to finish his mission, figure out why the Empire was building the Valhalla Temple in Kairo. My apologies, Jalas muttered. He turned and walked away, already mapping out a new objective in his head. Roman Dimitri, I need to dig deeper into this guy. Jalas got back to his room and sat down at a desk buried in paperwork. He mused, what the hell is up with that Roman? He's like a completely different person since he turned 25. Can a guy really change that much? He gripped the report in his hand, deep in thought. The submission of the Blood Fang and that battle against Barco. He's even handling his own affairs flawlessly. A guy with nerves of steel, ready to risk it all for his own goals and actually make them happen. Jalas frowned, feeling a chill. Roman isn't just some freak of nature with crazy power. He's actually smart enough to use it effectively. He reread the report one last time before sending it off. The determining orb showed nothing weird. The only reason it shattered, as far as I can tell, is that the power it had to withstand was just way over the limit. It glows green under normal conditions. Jalas quickly shoved his chair back. He realized he had to report this ASAP. He stood in front of a pillar of light and chanted the spell. I am Jalas from Kairo. I want to upgrade Roman Dimitri's status for recruitment. Regarding the Valhalla Empire, they aren't just savage warmongers. They're smart enough to know that the more powerful an empire gets, the more devious they have to be. And they know how to manipulate national media and ranking systems to scout prospects from other countries. Because anyone with talent is dying to climb the ranks. Even if they're rare, Valhalla always finds them easily. Standing before Jalas in the pillar of light was a priest in a hooded robe. He spoke slowly. Sounds like someone actually worth the effort. Upgrade Roman Dimitri to A rank and find a way to recruit him, he ordered in a cold, emotionless voice. Remember, the most important thing when recruiting talent from other countries is confidence. Be as natural as you can. Subtly manipulate him into joining Valhalla. Jalas put a hand over his chest and bowed. I obey. He bowed respectfully. I'll tell Dimitri the determining orb malfunctioned. Roman Dimitri will be classified as a 3-star swordsman instead of 4. This mission will be done once we get him into the top 100 ranking, but him entering the rankings is going to cause a massive stir in Kairo. The next day, Jalas's announcement completely upended the status quo in Kairo, the rise of the youngest ranker. In the beautiful capital of Kairo, the news just broke, the kind that shifts the whole power structure. An aristocratic man looked shocked by what he'd just heard. Is that for real? His personal attendant carefully repeated. Yes, Jalas from the Valhalla Temple was beaten by Dimitri, and he's confirmed him as a 3-star swordsman. And it looks like the rumors about Roman taking down Homer are true too. The Marquis listened, deep in thought. Still, out on the streets, people were whispering that Homer just got caught off guard and didn't have a chance to use his 4-star aura. The Marquis asked, how old is Roman this year? The attendant replied, 25, sir. The Marquis nodded in approval. Only 25 and already a 3-star. Looks like some serious talent has popped up in the boondocks. He suddenly remembered to ask, how are the other powers reacting? The assistant immediately briefed him on the situation. The big players were already moving fast, especially the Kronos and Valhalla empires. The Marquis got angry. Those damn empire bastards. How dare they reach out to him before us when he showed up here in Kairo, not anywhere else. Right now Kairo was split into 4 factions, the royalists backing the king, the nobles huddled around Marcus Benedict, the pro-Kronos faction, and the pro-Valhalla faction, all taking orders from outside. That was the state of a small country like Kairo. He quickly ordered, "Send someone out now to snag Roman Dimitri for our side before the other factions get to him." Marquis stroked his chin, emphasizing, "Especially the royalists. We have to do whatever it takes to make sure he doesn't fall into their hands." On the western front of the kingdom of Kairo, the city gates were deserted. Kairo shared a western border with the Kronos Empire. To the south they bordered Hector. Kronos was one of the two continental superpowers, the birthplace of Emperor Alexander. They'd been pressuring Kairo to annex itself and become their subject state for years, keeping the border in a constant state of war. Kairo's soldiers were dying on the front lines every single day. Even the Kairo citizens who'd defected to the enemy and sided with Kronos were putting pressure on them to surrender from the inside. Looking at the piles of bodies on the front lines, a soldier cursed. "Those royalist scumbags!" He grumbled in frustration. "I can't believe we're not even allowed to hold funerals for the people who died for this country." Someone asked with a hint of concern, "You doing okay there, Rodwell?" He said quietly, "I'm used to it now. It's not like the first time." The other soldier put his hands behind his head, looking disgusted. "I never thought the front lines would be this damn miserable. Every single day I think about ditching my academy degree and heading home." They approached the pile of bodies, lit a torch, and threw it into the mass. The two of them silently watched the fire consume the soldiers who didn't even get a funeral. Rodwell mused, "This is the reality of a country as small and weak as ours." The Western Front didn't have a single peaceful day because of all the vultures circling Kairo from the outside. Rodwell's friend said casually, "Hey, you hear the news? Your little brother Roman is a ranker now." Rodwell frowned, thinking about Roman. He clenched his fists, annoyed. "He really made it to 3 stars? No way, the little brother I know couldn't possibly pull that off." Rodwell retorted coldly, "It's just rumors, that's all. I have no clue why my family's putting out rumors like that, but forget about Janker, it can't even handle its own mess." Staring into the crackling fire, he said in a low, dark voice, "When the time is right, the truth will come out." Back at the Dimitri estate, a close servant's voice echoed, "Young master, you have a visitor." Roman looked surprised, then gave an order. "Everyone, get out." In the living room, the BT envoy sat across from Roman with a relaxed attitude. "I'll get straight to the point. I serve under the King of K." He flashed a fake smile. "The reason I've come to see you, Dimit, is to appoint Roman Dimit to the royal guard." So the royal faction had finally started making moves to drag in Roman Dimitri, the dragon hiding on the border. All 4 factions of Kairo were finally in motion. Roman smirked, looking forward to the drama to come. The royal guards served the king directly. It was the most prestigious position a knight could ever hope for. The BT envoy gestured with his hands, explaining, "Honestly, direct nominations for the royal guard almost never happen. Usually you'd have to go through a brutal screening process set up by the royal family itself just to earn the privilege of serving in the guard." He chuckled, looking at him. "However, you're an exception. If you come to the capital with us right now and swear your loyalty to the king, you'll be inducted without needing to go through the screening." Roman cut him off. "That's it?" The envoy was annoyed. "Are you really turning this down?" Roman replied calmly, "Isn't it obvious? I'm the eldest son of the Dimitri family. I'm not weak or pathetic in any way. So why should I become a royal knight?" The envoy hurriedly dangled some juicy perks to reel him in. "Once you become a royal knight, you'll be granted your own mansion, and the Dimitri family will be bumped up to a higher rank." Roman wasn't impressed at all. "Is that the best the royals have to offer?" The envoy looked shocked by his question. "The best? Are you kidding?" He slammed the table and raised his voice. "You're making a huge mistake. The reason the king actually wants to serve you is because he values your future potential even more than your current strength. You could be a royal knight, get a new title, even have a mansion right in the capital. These rewards are way too huge for you." Roman emphasized every word. "You're the one who's delusional, not me." The envoy looked confused. "What do you mean?" He said slowly. 5 days ago, someone from the Count Gregory family came to see me, trying to trade for my loyalty to their house. They offered to give me a mansion in the capital, with thousands of square meters of land, plus gold and silver. On top of that, they wanted me to marry into their family through a political alliance." The envoy cursed under his breath. Those jerks from the Kronos territory had acted first. Roman wasn't done yet. "From the Denver family 3 days ago, they wanted to become my patrons. Last night, I met someone from the Benedict family. They offered me something even weirder. They offered triple what the other families did. Plus, starting next month, I'd manage the family myself." Hearing this, the envoy's world quickly collapsed. "It's over." He gripped his knees, blaming himself. "We're way too late." But the BT envoy still tried to convince him. "Even so, there's no reason you shouldn't side with us. Like you said, they're all traitors plotting to swallow the whole kingdom. Thanks to the leader of the royal guard, the best swordsman in Kairo, he stopped the rebellion." Seeing Roman staying quiet, he took the chance to add, "And he's completely regained control of them. However, managing the country is tough for the royals because their eyes and ears are limited." The envoy was getting more and more anxious. "As you know, Kairo is actually a tiny country. Even the previous offers faced backlash from other nobles, so all I can guarantee is the royal knight title for you." He pleaded, "However, I'm begging you from the bottom of my heart, can you offer your strength to the king?" Roman chuckled to himself. "Only one kingdom, yet 4 factions. I'm used to this situation because I was the 12th son of the Heavenly Demon." He crossed his arms, looking relaxed. "The 3 previous offers, and even the one from the royals, don't convince me. So I have no intention of accepting any of them." Hearing him say, "I won't turn them all down," the envoy finally let out a sigh of relief. If he hadn't said no yet, there was still hope. Roman stood up, signaling the guest to leave. "So, just head back for today." The envoy hurriedly replied, "I understand." He bowed. "I'll wait for the day I can offer my loyalty to the king." 4 offers, 4 rejections. Roman had no intention of pledging to any of them. He smiled faintly. "They're all going to come after me anyway, so I should just stall for time by keeping all 4 factions waiting." One morning, the sound of a wooden sword echoed steadily through the training yard. Roman had just finished training and stopped for a break when a greeting sounded nearby. "So, it's just a servant." He bowed politely. "I'm from the intelligence department of Valhalla." He was slightly surprised. It was Ban, but he was wearing a Dimitri uniform. Roman frowned. "What's this about?" His eyes turned cold and threatening. "Didn't I already send a message through the Denver family a few days ago?" Mine was startled, thinking, "What's up with this guy's look?" But he quickly said, "I'm so sorry for approaching you so rudely." Bowing respectfully, he explained, "There were too many spies back then, I couldn't act properly. But now, you can take this as a sincere wish from the Ban family." The Valhalla family was completely obsessed with his potential, the fake servant insisted. "Even so, your background is an issue. Plus, leaving a fairly wealthy family like the Dimitri is a difficult problem. We're here to offer you a title along with a metal mine. We'll also gift you fertile land to help you solidify your position in the family as someone with real power." Roman was a bit surprised. "My family's survival? That's quite the strange offer," Maki emphasized. "And the most important thing to a swordsman is power. The Valhalla Empire possesses secret manuals, and that's the gift they promised to give you." Roman was genuinely surprised. Valhalla specialized in things like internal energy cultivation, swordsmanship, and keeping all the records from their ancestors. They kept them in the family library. Internal cultivation was defined most similarly to breathing techniques, meditation, and mental management related to Taoism and Chinese martial arts. Those records were classified by content level. Except for the special or highest level records, all the rest were kept in the first class. Marin smiled. "Ultimately, Valhalla will organize the main government after conquering the entire continent. If you agree to follow them, wealth, luxury, and power will be yours in no time." He narrowed his eyes. "So side with Valhalla, a glorious future awaits you there." Roman inwardly scoffed. The way he was peddling this, framing it to manipulate human psychology, any smart guy would have snapped up that offer. But Roman went against the grain. He kept it real. "I'm gonna have to pass." Marin was caught off guard. "You're serious?" Roman spelled it out. "It's not that your offer sucks or that I'm some super loyal lapdog to the kingdom." He looked confused. "Then why?" Roman kept it brief. "I've had plenty of offers already." Roman took his time. "If you look at the current state of Kairo, there are 4 distinct factions: the Royal Knights, the Kingdom of Marquet, Count Benedict, and Count Gregory. Offering my loyalty to any one of them is a heavy move. So, I've got to calculate my next steps carefully. I'm standing at a major crossroads in my life. It's not just about some random offers. I want to think long and hard about what's actually worth sacrificing for." Markin was totally floored by that answer. Roman figured the best way to hike up his own value was to stay unaligned. It made him look like a man of integrity. It made it seem like joining any faction was a huge, difficult decision for him. So, to make any power player thirsty for his service, Roman had to make everyone believe that once he pledged his loyalty, he'd be ride or die for them. And Macon fell for it, hook, line, and sinker, never guessing it was all just a calculated act. He had no idea what was going on in Roman's head. Hearing that, Marin flashed a wide grin. "I don't know how long it'll take for you to realize Valhalla's worth, but we can't wait forever." Marin pressed him seriously. "Be careful not to realize it too late. When the time comes, give us your answer." Roman gave a quick nod, acting like he understood. The guy turned to leave, but then remembered something. He turned back and said, "I'll leave you a gift, a symbol of our future collaboration." He added, "Keep a close watch on your southern defensive shield. It's like a ticking time bomb waiting to go off." Back at the Demit household, his parents and Hans were saying their goodbyes to Roman. Romero spoke up. "So the day has finally come for you to leave," Roman said with confidence. "Don't worry, Dad. I'll come back in one piece." With that, Roman turned and walked away without looking back. Romero let out a worried sigh. Lady Elhan grabbed her husband's hand to comfort him. "Don't worry so much. It's not the northern border, where we share the line with the Kronos territory." She gave a small smile. "He was sent to the safer southern border." He frowned slightly. "I know he'll come back safe." Watching his back as he walked away, he sighed again. "But I guess worrying about your kids is just unavoidable." With his war face on, Roman called out to his soldiers. "Let's move." Their cheers echoed. "Yes, sir." They still had no clue that Roman's arrival at the southern border would trigger some serious chaos the moment he got back. At the last rest stop, before hitting the southern border, Roman gave the order. "We're crashing here tonight and heading out to the border first thing tomorrow." The soldiers shouted in unison. The guys were busy moving gear into the inn and looked hyped. "The boss rented out an inn for us. I heard other nobles make their troops camp outside. He's the real deal, our lord." Roman was chilling in his room when he heard some weird noise outside. He stepped out to the stairs and heard someone yelling. "Who the hell are you clowns? Do you know who I am?" Some arrogant, doughy fat kid was throwing his weight around. "I'm the son of the Anbeck family." It was Henry Anbeck. Roman remembered the letter's contents. "I heard you're going on a mission to protect the country. I get your dedication to this kingdom, but I can't let someone who could become one of us get his health and eyes messed up in such a desolate environment. I pulled some strings to get you sent to the southern front." Remember this? The Benedict family is always waiting for you. Roman sat there thinking after reading the letter. For the past few months, the guy had been showing nothing but goodwill. The Marquis leading the noble faction clearly didn't want to lose him. Besides himself, there wasn't another talent good enough to take on the Royal Knights. He thought about the Southern Front. Contrary to the Marquis' belief that it was safe, the Valhalla Guild had called it a ticking time bomb. I'll figure it out as soon as I get there. A noisy voice blared. I am the only second son of the Anbeck family, the fat guy bragged. Henry Anbeck, Chris glared at the arrogant prick. A descendant of one of Cairo's holy families wants this in. How dare a lowlife like you talk back to me? Roman noticed the racket and came down to check. What's going on? Chris explained the situation. He's telling us to clear out because he wants the whole place. I told him we booked the whole joint, but he's being a total stubborn jerk. Roman remembered what kind of house the Anbecks were and scoffed. The guy was basking in former glory when they weren't even a holy family anymore. But he didn't really care. It didn't change anything. Roman fired back, why would we leave? Henry was shocked by the question. Are you the master of these peasants? Roman owned it. Yeah, I am. Henry got testy, then try to be smart about this. He acted all high and mighty. I don't know where you crawled out from, but do you realize that pissing me off is going to end really badly for you? Considering we're both heading to the Southern training camp? That prick Henry ordered him. I'll give you 10 minutes to drag this trash out of here and get out of my sight. Roman looked at Henry's behavior and finally got it. So this is how people treat someone from a small house like Dimitri, he said coldly. I'm not leaving this in. He put his hand on his sword and slowly drew it. There was a super simple way to settle things like this. Roman pointed his blade at Henry. Draw your sword. His eyes were glowing with a scary intensity. If you can beat me, I'll happily clear out. Henry was absolutely livid at the challenge. You dare? One of the soldiers next to Henry suddenly realized something and instantly stopped him. Stop! But master, Henry asked annoyed. What now? The soldier blurted out. That's Roman Dimitri, the swordsman who just made history as the youngest gladiator ever. Henry froze, looking terrified. That bastard is Roman Dimitri, the youngest gladiator in Kairo. During the battle with Barco, he killed their eldest son right in front of his own father. Is that the bloodless, tearless devil, Roman Dimitri? Roman saw him just standing there and asked, Why'd you stop? What's the matter? Henry's mind went totally blank. He froze up, realizing he was absolutely screwed. In his head, he could already picture Roman, eyes burning with rage, looming over him like a giant. Henry knew exactly how this would end. If he drew his sword, he was a dead man. He broke out in a fake cold sweat at the thought. My bad. I just remembered I've got an appointment. But then Henry tried to play it cool, acting like he was doing him a favor. Let's just end this here. Consider this my fault and let's just say we're even. You'd better be grateful. I'd love nothing more than to punish you for disrespecting the Anbeck family. But right in the middle of his sentence he looked up. Henry jumped out of his skin. Roman was standing right there, staring him down, silent as the grave. He screamed and bolted out of the tavern. His guard didn't even have time to call out to him. Roman just watched, totally speechless. So this is what the Southern Front is like, Roman thought. That same day it happened 2 more times. 3 guys in total panicked and ran off the second they heard Roman's name. That night, Roman hit up a tavern and told the owner the story. She laughed and said, yeah, that's standard around here. Compared to the Western Front, the Southern Front is basically a walk in the park. Since we've got such a solid relationship with the Kingdom of Hector, the kids of noble families who want to escape their own family's shadow do everything they can to get posted here. They call this place a vacation resort. The training is a joke, and there's zero real danger. It's the perfect spot for nobles to punch their clock and say they served their country. That night, Roman checked the maps. He calculated that exactly 48 days ago, a Kingdom of Hector scouting party had crossed the border. Even though they just checked the Southern Front's defenses and turned back, they'd come back to probe the area 3 more times since. He stood in his room, lit by a single lamp, lost in thought. He couldn't say for sure if they were prepping for war, but based on the little intel he'd gathered, it was clear the Southern Front wasn't the safe zone everyone thought it was. A dangerous smirk crept onto Roman's face. War. He could almost smell that familiar scent of blood hanging in the air. The next morning, a man announced himself loud and clear. I am Viscount Bael Lafranc, the commander of the Southern Training Camp. You're here for basic training, before being shipped off to the reserves, where you'll finish out your service. None of the soldiers were listening. They were all busy yawning. I don't care what your status was before you enlisted. Forget it all. Here, you're just a soldier doing your duty. Roman was in the back, listening in. If any of you break the rules, you'll be punished by getting transferred to the Western Front. Roman let out a sigh of relief. He didn't get what the big deal was. Just a transfer to the Western Front? That's it? He thought nobody would care, but when he looked around, everyone else had turned deathly pale and dead serious. The commander added, you'll get your training schedule by this evening. Get your gear settled in your assigned quarters. As he was heading out, someone called for Roman. A soldier told him the commander wanted to see him privately. As soon as they met, Bael gave him a super warm welcome. How was your trip to the south? I hope it was comfortable. Roman kept it polite. No issues at all, thank you. Bael motioned for him to sit. He laid it on thick. Do you have any idea how pumped I was when I heard you were getting transferred here? Roman Dimitri, the youngest fighter in Kairo. Just the rumor of the hidden dragon of Dimitri arriving was enough to get me excited. Roman still wasn't feeling it. Then Bale finally got to the point. Look, truth is, I brought you here to confirm something. Did Marquis Benedict actually pull some strings to get you sent to the Southern Front? Roman didn't deny it. That's right, I didn't ask him to, but I heard he did influence the decision. Bale's face twisted into a sly grin. Marquis Benedict is dropping a ton of investment into this kid. Bale started calculating. If he built a rapport with Roman now, he might get a shot at climbing the central government ladder. His eyes lit up as he started dealing. All right, I'll be straight with you. I want to make a good impression on the Marquess. This southern training camp isn't bad, but it's nothing compared to the luxury of the capital. So, I'm gonna do everything I can to make your time here easy. In return, when you see the Marquess again, just tell him that Viscount B. Frank made your life at the camp a breeze. That's all I'm asking for. Roman listened to his pitch and thought, he's pretty shameless about it. But there's no reason for me to turn down free help. After finishing with Bale, Roman headed back. But as soon as he stepped outside, someone yelled, "Found you!" It was that jerk Henry from the tavern, covered in sweat, looking like he'd been tearing the place apart looking for him. You messed with the wrong guy, you hear me? Do you even know who my mother's family is? Henry boasted confidently. Viscount Bale Lefranc is my uncle. You realize how screwed you are now? Roman just stared at the guy, completely unimpressed. He looked down at the short, loudmouth punk and asked, "And what exactly do you expect me to do with that info?" Henry was fuming at Roman's indifference. "Do you have any idea how deep in trouble you are?" he screamed. "Damn it, just wait right here." Henry stormed back into the office to see if Roman could keep that arrogant attitude up. He shouted, "Uncle." Bale was happy to see Henry. "Why so grumpy, my favorite nephew?" Henry played the victim perfectly. "Uncle, if someone from a lousy baron's house threatened my life, what would you do?" Bale roared with rage. "What? Who the hell would dare threaten you?" Henry led him out the door. Bale was charging out, ready to kill. "Who dares touch my nephew? I'll crush them into the ground!" Henry was smirking, waiting to see Roman get wrecked on the other side of the door. The door swung open, and Bale, who had his sleeves rolled up ready to brawl, suddenly froze. Instead of hitting the target, his fist swung back and leveled his own nephew. As his teeth went flying, Henry was completely stunned. A memory flashed. Henry as a kid, calling out for Uncle Bale, and Bale looking at him with so much love. My nephew. He remembered how close he'd been to his uncle growing up, how he always spoiled him. Sometimes he even liked his uncle more than his own mother. But the shock of that punch left Henry clutching his cheek, absolutely speechless. The kid looked at the uncle with those weak, watery eyes. Bale didn't give a damn, just thinking to himself. The guy in front of him was Roman Dimitri, a rising star favored by Marquis Benedict with a limitless future. The old man broke into a cold sweat, scrambling to apologize. "Oh God, please, just cut my nephew some slack," Bale pleaded, trying to do damage control. "I should have raised him better than this. Let me apologize on his behalf." Roman didn't care to hold a grudge over such trivial stuff anyway. "Fine, I'll let it slide for your sake." Roman didn't stick around and took his leave. Bale laughed it off, grateful he wasn't going to make a scene. The second Roman left, the old man turned and started tearing into his nephew. "You idiot! Do you even know Roman is someone the Marquis has his eyes on? What the hell were you thinking, trying to pick a fight with him?" Henry stood there with a dirty face, feeling completely wronged. "So what? Why are you hitting me?" Seeing the kid's reaction, the old man had to soften his tone to coax him. "When the hell are you gonna grow up? If you keep acting like you're still at home, I can't protect you." Bale suddenly had an idea. He started plotting. "Roman probably doesn't like me much now, so from now on, I'm gonna make sure you stick to him like glue. No matter what, you've got to build a connection with him." Henry looked confused, not getting what his uncle was up to. The old man warned him, "Remember that. If you don't listen, I'm sending you to the Western Front." Henry turned pale at the mention of that. Meanwhile, Roman had returned to his quarters. He was actually satisfied with the setup, a private room. Bale was surprisingly diligent. People who wear their ambition on their sleeve are easy to control. He figured his time at the Southern training camp wouldn't be half bad after all. In a room at the training camp, a man stared at the papers on his desk, muttering, "I can't believe I actually have to organize these war games for a bunch of spoiled nobles." That was Marnie, the instructor at the Southern training camp. He thought back to 3 years ago, when he was a veteran officer on the Western Front. Marnie had volunteered for the Western Front out of loyalty to the kingdom. Through countless battles over 10 years, he'd helped protect Kairo. Marnie started as a regular grunt and worked his way up to commanding hundreds of men. But then, one moment changed everything. During a battle on the Western Front, he lost his right arm, his sword arm. The thing that really hurt wasn't the pain, but the realization that his life as a soldier was officially over. After that, in recognition of his service, Marnie was appointed as an instructor at the Southern training camp. Marnie had to leave the battlefield behind. People kept trying to comfort him, saying he could still serve the country. But he struggled to accept reality even while his heart was heavy. The training system at the Southern camp was a total dumpster fire. Everyone was supposed to train the same way, but the nobles just got a free pass. "I set up a strict 3-week basic training course," he thought. "But it's completely pointless if the noble commanders don't even participate. What's the point?" He watched the nobles helplessly, wishing they'd at least pretend to train. One of the nobles was busy showing off. "Next time you come by, I'll show you what having a good time is really like. You're always welcome." Those nobles were just chilling under the trees, yapping away. Marnie couldn't even stand to look at them. He was annoyed, fuming that they were actually relaxing. He'd reached his limit. Suddenly, he froze. The sight of soldiers standing in a neat line caught him off guard. A line at the southern camp, and they had a commander? He was genuinely baffled. Do they not know where they are? He walked up to Roman and told him that nobles aren't required to train here. Marnie gave a strained smile. If you want to rest, you can go sit over there and watch the others train like they do. Roman glanced over. Those guys? Looking pretty happy. Marnie awkwardly muttered, yeah, pretty much. Roman's expression darkened. The enemy doesn't care about your social status when they attack. And not every battle happens on an open field. Mountains, rivers, lakes. A commander has to complete their mission on any terrain, which means they need the stamina to keep up with their troops. That's why commanders have to train too. Roman's words completely caught Marnie off guard. He realized the southern training camp was meant to be a test of strength and a way to pass on experience. Seeing Roman speak like that, Marnie was floored. The kid actually understood the point of training. Roman looked him straight in the eye and said, so, you don't have to keep putting on that fake smile in front of me. I'm ready for whatever training you throw at me. Marnie was moved. This is the first time I've ever heard a noble say something like that. They say a man will risk his life for someone who actually acknowledges him. I was gonna compromise just to get the training started, but not anymore. He turned and marched to the podium, determined. For these next 3 weeks, I'm giving it everything I've got. Marnie took a deep breath and roared. The first week of physical training starts now. The gates of hell swung open. Roman and the other soldiers took off at a dead sprint, with Marnie barking orders. This was all about prepping for the brutal front lines, keeping everyone nimble anytime, anywhere. Chris and Kevin were running for their lives just to keep up with Roman. We're climbing this mountain every single day, no matter the weather. The others fell behind, exhausted, watching the three of them. They were shocked and confused. What the hell is wrong with these guys? Even at dusk, they didn't stop. Marnie was shouting, full of life, war is a mind game, you never know when it's gonna end. Swing your swords until you hit your limit and go beyond it. Anyone who slacks off has to train extra, even if you're sleeping, you're training. Only when it was pitch black did they get a break. Some of the guys were bitching. What a load of crap, and they said the southern camp would be easy. While they were washing up at the stream, 3 guys were whining. Why was today so damn hard? I think the difficulty spiked because of someone. Someone not too far away barked, keep it down would you? Think about other people for once. Another guy chimed in, yeah, we're all just rookies, compared to you lot. If we'd been prepared, this would have been a piece of cake. But we haven't been training as long as you, so obviously there's a gap. A figure stepped up and asked, oh really? It was Henderson. He looked at the guy who spoke. So, how long have you been training? The guy jumped, startled, and answered, not even a year yet. Of course we're gonna be weaker than you guys who've been at it for years. Henderson shot that down immediately. You're wrong, we've only been training for 3 months. He looked suspicious. You didn't have time to prepare? His cold, deadpan expression scared the life out of the guy. Don't make excuses, you're just not giving it your all. Flashback to the day Henderson saw the recruitment notice. He'd already made up his mind to become a subordinate to Roman Dimitri. He clenches his fists, feeling super nervous. I mean, he's just signing up to be a regular soldier, so you wouldn't think you'd need some crazy, special talent just to get in, right? But man, that's a huge misconception. The veteran mercenaries like Lucas and Pookie and all those other guys under Roman's command, they're absolute monsters. Henderson basically just became a little lamb walking into a den of wolves. He's panicking, wondering if he's even gonna survive this place. Back then, Henderson told Chris, look, I'm sorry, but I don't think I've got what it takes to serve Lord Roman. Chris was confused. Why the hell would you think that? Henderson explained, I'm sure you know, I'm basically a total loser who can't even swing a sword properly. He bowed his head, feeling pathetic. A guy like me who spent his whole life digging dirt and growing veggies, showing up here and asking to serve Lord Roman, it's just too arrogant. Chris fired back. So you're just gonna quit because you think you're worse than everyone else? Henderson nodded. Yeah, pretty much. That's when Chris started telling his story. When I first met Kevin, he was just some kid filled with nothing but pure, unadulterated hate, Chris said. Honestly, even I didn't get why the Lord would take a kid like that in. Henderson was just as confused. Chris continued, even so, look at Kevin now. In such a short time, he's become a warrior no one dares to mess with. He used himself as an example. I was just as full of myself back then too. Chris remembered getting his ass kicked over and over. With my dumb ego, I even challenged the Lord the first time we met, and ended up almost getting my front teeth knocked out. He gave Henderson a cold look. I was just a frog in a well, just like you. But the Lord's training, it changed me just like it changed Kevin. Chris lowered his voice. Listen up. The Lord personally chose you to be his subordinate. That means you might be a pathetic mess right now, but you've got potential, just like Kevin and me. And the very Lord we serve is the one who's gonna bring that out of you. Every word hit Henderson like a truck and he just froze. Henderson gripped his hands tight and admitted, truth is, I really don't have that kind of confidence in myself. But then Henderson imagined himself working his butt off, thinking, there's gotta be a reason he picked me out of all the people who applied. He didn't know how a farmer like him would get stronger, but his eyes turned fierce. Like you said, I'm gonna put my faith in our Lord. Henderson said that from that day on, his life changed. He threw himself into the standard training for months without even caring how brutal it was. Whether he was puking his guts out or passing out, he pushed himself to keep up with his comrades, and that's how he became the man he is today. Henderson asked the guy in front of him, do you even know what war is? The guy looked at him, totally confused. Henderson kept going. Are you seriously gonna sit there and whine about not having enough time to prepare? What about on the front lines, where it's kill or be killed, the only way to survive? He frowned. Instead of trying to own up to their weaknesses and fix them, Henderson gave the guy a stern look. You're just trying to drag everyone else down to your level. It wasn't just him. Everyone around them heard what Henderson said and went completely silent. He didn't bother sticking around, just turned his back and walked away, not forgetting to call them a bunch of losers on his way out. Roman's troops were ready for action. The insane physical training kept going. Even as the difficulty spiked every single day, they just gritted their teeth and kept at it until the very end. The nobles weren't training, they just hung out in the shade, mocking them. Don't get why they're trying so hard. If this were the Western Front, things would be different. Another guy chimed in, but isn't the Southern Front supposed to be outside the war zone? One of them sneered, those lowlifes are just wasting their time. How else is Dimitri's crew gonna get any attention unless they go all in like that? The others laughed along. Henry was sitting there resting too, but he stayed out of the conversation. He was busy thinking about how he could actually approach a guy like Roman. He watched him and wondered, doesn't he realize it'd be way better to just talk and build connections with the other nobles? Henry grimaced. Is this a commoner versus noble thing? He couldn't figure it out, so he stopped trying and let out a huge yawn. Whatever, screw it, it'll all work out eventually. Meanwhile, in the royal palace, the captain of the guard, Jackson, was reporting to the king. He explained that over the past year, the guard had infiltrated and investigated Cairo's 5 defense lines on the southern front a total of 48 times. Based on our investigation, their defense is clearly skewed toward the western front because of the war against Kronos, so the southern front is wide open. Because of that, conquering the southern front shouldn't be a problem at all. King Hector just listened in silence the whole time. The kingdom of Hector used to be a powerhouse on par with the Kronos Empire, growing super fast thanks to their military, but after a crushing defeat against Valhalla, they've been going downhill ever since. Hector's power now relies solely on Kairo, and they're pretty much no different from any of the other 5 kingdoms on the continent. So playing it safe is the only option. Edwin suddenly spoke up. Mind if I ask something? Father, if you please. Go ahead, I allow it. Prince Edwin said, our kingdom of Hector has suffered way too much since the biggest crop failure in over 5 years. He continued, the money we borrowed from the treasury to deal with that has left us with massive interest, and it's choking us dry every single day. Our kingdom literally can't afford to keep going like this. He was basically saying that at this rate, Hector wouldn't even be a kingdom anymore. King Hector obviously knew this and answered his son, exhausted. It's not like I don't know that. This is the consequence of all the wars our ancestors left behind. Edwin kept going. Our kingdom lost so much in the war that we've tried to distance ourselves from the fighting and that painful past, doing everything we can to make sure those old mistakes don't repeat. He wouldn't stop, even though the king was clearly getting tired. Still, everything has to have an end point. We haven't stopped preparing all these years. He urged his father to act, for the sake of the suffering people and the future of the kingdom. Your Majesty, you need to make the call. We've been dancing around this war for way too long, and I just don't have the guts to say the words myself. But my son, he doesn't seem as weak as you are. The old man eyed Win and asked, are you confident in this? Win replied flatly, I wouldn't even be bringing this up if I wasn't. King Hector finally made his move. Fine then. From this moment on, I'm handing over full control of the war effort to the first prince of the kingdom of Hector, Edwin. Huh. Edwin bowed low, his face set with absolute determination. As you command. Meanwhile, at the southern training camp, the 3-week boot camp was finally wrapping up. Commander Frank beamed at the kid, telling him he'd officially be assigned to the 5th Line Reserve Corps, starting today. Suddenly realizing he was laying it on a bit thick, he cleared his throat and turned serious. I'm sure you already know this, but that's the spot everyone's dying to get into. I had to pull a few strings to get you placed there. Roman thanked him. Frank laughed heartily and told him, don't sweat it. If you need anything, just say the word. Back at the southern front, Marnie bowed his head, thanking him for everything. He said respectfully, I realize now that I've come this far only because of you. And maybe, just maybe, I can finally train these soldiers with all the passion I've got. Moni held out a piece of paper toward him. This isn't much, but I think it'll be useful for you. He continued, it's a summary of the intel and terrain layout for the southern front. I'm sure it'll come in handy if the fighting ever breaks out there. Though I have a feeling you'll have a nice quiet 2 years. I'll be praying for your safety. Roman smiled and thanked him. Marby had a thought. His gut was telling him to follow this guy. He looked at him. The Roman Dimitri he'd spent these last 3 weeks with, that was the kind of man he wanted to serve for the rest of his life. But he was still hesitant. Even so, Marnie looked at the soldiers behind him. Lord Roman already has plenty of talented people under him. There's no room for a guy who's missing an arm and can barely even swing a sword. He felt pathetic, scared he'd just be a burden. Marbney bowed his head, letting go of that thought, and said his goodbyes. Roman watched Mark Burney's back as he walked away, then opened the paper to take a look. I heard Lucas had to bust his ass to put this together, he thought. He chuckled softly. The guy's genuine goodwill was actually something worth respecting. At the first line of defense, one of the 2 guards noticed something off. The second he turned to look, he realized they were under attack. Henry remembered his uncle's words. I specifically got you into the 5th Line Reserve Unit, where Roman is stationed. Do this for me. For the next 2 years, you need to earn Roman's trust at any cost. Over at the 5th Line's reserve district, Henry was trailing behind Roman's troops. He was fuming. Why the hell do I have to get buddy-buddy with this jerk? Well, at least I made it to the 5th Line. He was deep in thought when an ear-splitting sound tore through the air. Henry stood there, totally clueless. The emergency alarm was blaring on a loop. The kingdom of Hector had declared war. All troops were to prep for combat. Henry couldn't wrap his head around it. War? Combat? What the hell is going on? He turned around, but Roman was nowhere to be seen. He wondered where the hell he'd gone. The 1st line was supposed to be the front line of the battle after Hector's declaration, but the 5th line was the one facing total collapse. Right on cue, the Hector army smashed the gates open. The guards screamed, "They broke through the gate! Stop them!" Along with the shouting, the sickening sound of swords clashing, and people dying filled the air. The two kingdoms were locked in a fight for survival. The commander of the 5th line, Baron Brooke, watched the scene from above, shaking like a leaf. This place was basically the retirement home of the Southern Front. The soldiers stationed here did nothing but eat and slack off. It had long since lost its edge as a frontline post. The mid-tier nobles stationed here were busy living the high life instead of doing their duty as soldiers. And it was all because of one guy who took bribes to stuff his own greedy face. That piece of trash, Baron Brooks, the supervisor in charge. Looking at the slaughter, he panicked, realizing that trying to defend the 5th line now was basically a death sentence. Brooks screamed at his men to hold their positions. "If they get past us, innocent citizens are gonna die," he barked. "Don't you dare fall back, no matter what." Brooks bolted. A soldier caught sight of him and yelled, "Commander, where are you going?" The guy was frantic. "Hold them off. I need to contact the royal family directly." Roman got word of the war and ordered his troops. "Listen up. We're heading to the 5th line right now." Every soldier snapped to attention. Roman led the charge at full speed. The southern front was severely lacking in defenses. All they had was junk gear, broken morale, and a pathetic commander. Roman pushed forward with a cold stare, a plan already forming in his head. The reserve unit was supposed to be a 2-hour backup for the front lines. Roman clenched his fist, determined. "We have to get there in at least 1 hour." Suddenly, Brooks came running up, waving his arms. "You guys must be the reserves, right?" He gasped for air, barking orders at him. "I'll fill you in on the details. Are you the guy in charge of these soldiers?" "Escort me to the rear first. A commander's safety comes first. Forget reinforcing the 5th line. I need to report this crisis to the royals immediately." Roman realized this prick was Baron Brooks, the commander of the 5th line. He asked politely, "Why are you here all by yourself without your men?" The guy snapped, "You insolent brat. How dare a low-level reservist talk to me like that?" Roman's face darkened. He didn't have time for this garbage. "I'm done talking." He grabbed Brooks by the throat with one hand, his voice cold enough to freeze blood. "The fact that you're here means..." He glared at him with ice-cold eyes. "You, the so-called commander, abandoned your own men and ran away like a coward." Roman leaned in closer, squeezing his face until the guy started shaking in fear. "Do you even know what the law says about this? Deserters get executed on the spot, no matter the circumstances." Even knowing that, the guy still tried to throw threats back at him. Roman didn't even bother listening to the trash coming out of his mouth. He swung his blade once, and the guy's head hit the floor. No mercy. "If you'd retreated with your men, you might not have died by my hand." As the head rolled away, Roman and his unit kept pushing forward, just like he ordered. At the 5th line, bodies were scattered everywhere. You couldn't tell who was friend or foe. Nearby, a few curses drifted through the air. "Damn it all." Stephen was holding his own, just barely hanging on. "I knew a day like this would come eventually." He was fighting like crazy, cursing out Brooke, fuming about how a commander could just abandon his own men, that absolute piece of trash. Out of nowhere, a blade sliced through him. Stephen couldn't dodge in time, coughed up blood, and hit the ground hard. He dropped his sword, just sitting there, waiting for the enemy to finish him off. But before they could even get close, 2 flashes of steel swung through the air. The 2 soldiers couldn't react in time and got wiped out instantly. A figure stood before him and asked, "You're Stephen, right?" Roman told him, "Baron Brooks is dead. You're in charge here from now on." Roman was doing the math in his head. Stephen was one of the names Lucas had sent him. Lucas had specifically said, the only guy worth a damn on the 5th defense line was Stephen. Roman added, "Since you've been holding down the 5th line for years, I trust your judgment. Tell me how we're gonna defend this place." Roman promised him, "If you say this place is a lost cause, I, Roman Dimitri, will pull the entire reserve army back." Stephen was shocked. "So this is Roman Dimitri?" Stephen laid out the situation. "Truth is, the situation on the front lines is super tense right now. Retreating would be the smart move, but if they do, the enemy gets a huge tactical advantage. If Hector captures any one of those 5 defense lines, they'll have a clear path to bring in reinforcements. If that happens, this war is going to drag on forever." Roman and Stephen locked eyes. They were thinking the exact same thing. There was only one way left. "We gotta use a barricade to choke the enemy and force them through the gate." Roman ordered, "I'll buy us time to set up the barricades. You rally the troops and get them ready." Stephen couldn't believe it. Is he seriously going through with such a suicidal plan? He hesitated, trying to speak up. Stephen worriedly said, "Sir, this plan is way too dangerous. The enemy is just getting stronger by the second. You'll get yourself killed if you get cut off out there." Roman stayed calm and reassured him, "I know exactly what you're worried about." Suddenly, an enemy soldier lunged from behind, swinging his sword at him. Stephen froze up, but Roman dodged it like it was nothing. "Besides, I'm not some idiot who'd throw his life away on a plan that won't work." He spun around and sliced the guy down in one clean motion. Stephen was even more stunned than before. Did he dodge that without even looking? Chris and his squad ran up then yelling, "Commander!" Roman ordered them, "We're clearing a path to the gate. All troops, follow me." The whole unit followed orders without a second thought. Stephen stared at them in total awe. They didn't question a single thing. He couldn't believe a commander-subordinate bond like this even existed. Roman turned to Stephen and reminded him, "Now, go do your job." Stephen snapped to attention and replied quickly, "Yes, sir." Stephen finally got it. This was just the beginning. Their loyalty to him was built on pure raw respect. Roman thought to himself, for someone like me who doesn't give a damn about patriotism, is it really necessary to risk my life fighting this hard? When it comes down to it, war is just a place where the weak get used as cannon fodder to clear a path for me. As someone favored by the kingdom of Kairo, I've got all the privilege in the world. There are plenty of ways to dodge this war. But honestly, when it comes to a small, powerless, broke nation, it just makes my blood boil. Yeah, I remembered my own past life and how I wasted it all on the battlefield. All the soldiers started shouting as they charged forward. Chris and Kevin were fighting with everything they had. Everywhere Roman went, death followed. The sound of swords clashing against shields was constant. Once Roman took down 10 guys, the Hector army kept coming regardless. But after Roman took down 20, they finally realized their opponent was way more of a monster than they ever imagined. That blade was cold and blood-stained. By the time Roman hit 50 kills, sheer terror was written all over the enemy's faces. Watching that horror show, they couldn't help but scream, "It's a monster!" They turned and ran for their lives, screaming for a full retreat. Hector's commander, Baron Mary, saw his army suddenly bailing and was totally confused. "What the hell is this?" Mary thought. "All we had to do was break the wall and we'd win. Why is everyone suddenly running away?" Then he noticed something. What is that? Right in front of him, he saw Roman charging the enemy army all by himself, his eyes sharp enough to cut through anything, locked dead on Mary. He was terrified. "He can see me from that far away?" Roman flew straight toward the Hector army. Mary gritted his teeth, trembling in fear. "He's coming for my head all by himself?" The arrogance. Mary barked out the order to kill him. "Don't let him get any closer." It was like he had no clue how terrifying Roman actually was, screaming about how it was just one guy. "Stop him!" Roman's eyes were filled with nothing but murder. He spotted the commander losing his focus. The war was about to end. He launched himself right into the middle of hundreds of waiting enemies. "I've been in more battles than I can count at this point. So I know damn well, once you cut off the head of a snake, the rest of these losers will scatter." With one single swing, Roman sliced through an entire row of men. He stared at them with pure, cold determination. He was killing that commander no matter what. 3 soldiers lunged at him, one after another, trying to take him down. Roman was like a bloodthirsty demon charging forward, the second form of the Heavenly Demon Sword. He swung his sword like the scythe of death. The ground literally split in two, leaving a deep chasm right in the middle. The enemy was so terrified they fell to their knees. Mary couldn't even speak. Roman was stepping closer. He panicked, gripping his sword tight. "I am Baron Miri of the Hector army." He couldn't even finish his sentence. A single swipe of Roman's blade sent his head flying. Roman grabbed the severed head and held it up high. He shouted clearly, "Soldiers of the kingdom of Kairo, listen up." Roman held the cold, dead head up and declared, "I've cut off the enemy commander's head. But if we let the rest of these bastards live, they'll just come back someday and point their spears at us again." Standing at the top, he roared, "Better to draw blood today than pay for it in blood tomorrow. Brothers, fight with everything you've got. Wipe every single one of them out." Henry was drenched in sweat. He couldn't believe his own eyes. "Oh my God, what is this?" Only now did he truly understand. He looked down at the absolute chaos unfolding below. "Now I know why they told us, under no circumstances, to mess with Roman." Once the Hector army lost their leader, they scattered in every direction. Roman and his troops had successfully held the 5th defense line. Chris, covered in blood and armor, reported, "Out of 30 soldiers, including myself." Everyone on the opposite side stood at attention, listening intently, and not a single soul had died. Roman saw this and gave them some props. "Good work. Now, use those healing potions on your wounds." The soldiers immediately followed his orders. Stephen was shocked. "Wait, he's actually handing out healing potions to all the troops? Those things are worth a fortune. They're straight out of the Magic Tower." Even the cheapest, bottom-of-the-barrel potion cost a ridiculous amount of money. He watched as they poured the liquid over their wounds. Stephen praised him. He's not just a brilliant tactician, he's seriously generous to his men. That's exactly why his soldiers would walk through fire for him, without a second thought. Roman called out, "Stephen, keep watch over the battlefield here and prep for the next wave." He added, "And one more thing. I need someone who knows the southern terrain like the back of their hand." Stephen looked surprised. "You're really heading down there yourself?" Roman answered coldly. "Yeah, the war isn't over yet." A little later, Stephen brought someone to meet Roman. "This guy knows the area better than anyone. He'll definitely be useful to you." The guy stood stiffly and saluted. "Name's Cobb, sir." Roman didn't waste any time and pulled out the map. "Look, this is the layout for the southern sector. What's the fastest way to hit them from behind their camp?" Cobb studied it for a moment. "How about this path?" Roman wasn't feeling it. "Nah, that'll take us 2.5 hours. I need a shortcut that gets us there in 2 hours flat." Cobb started scanning for another route, then he just froze. "Hold up." He looked at Roman, totally confused. How the hell does he already know those mountain paths take 2.5 hours? Cobb thought to himself, that kind of travel time isn't something you can just guess. It's obvious he's already studied this terrain. I had no idea he was this familiar with the area. He started getting suspicious. If he knows all this, why does he even need me? Roman answered his unspoken question. When Steven came to find you, you probably thought I didn't know a thing about this terrain, right? Cobb didn't say anything. Roman didn't seem to mind and just kept explaining. It's whatever. Anyone would think that. Just to be safe, I did some homework on the geography beforehand, but even then, I can't know everything. That's why I need help from someone who actually knows the terrain, like you. Cobb was stunned. He's nothing like those nobles who come down here just to leech off the military's perks. If he's really leading the way, then, a spark of hope flickered in him. Maybe there was a chance for the South after all. The meeting only lasted 10 minutes. As Roman stepped out, he saw Chris waiting for him. 30 men, including myself, are ready to move out, Chris reported. Suddenly, he spotted someone else walking toward them with a hesitant gait. He snapped, Henry Anbeck? Henry was sweating buckets. Roman questioned him. What are you doing here? I said, why are you here? Henry's mind was racing. If I tell him I came here to be friends, he'll probably tell me to get lost on the spot. He bowed his head. I came here to apologize for everything I did before. Henry kept his head low, feeling the shame. I know how shameless I look right now, but I really want to follow you and help out. I'm a noble of Kairo, too. I can't just stand on the sidelines and watch. I'm waiting for your orders. Roman's face darkened. Whether you follow me or not is your call, but let me get one thing straight. Roman said stone cold. If you mess up my plans even just a little bit, I won't hesitate to leave you behind, no questions asked. That warning made Henry even more tense. Roman took off, his boots thumping against the ground with his men sprinting behind him. Henry was already struggling to catch his breath. They're way too fast, Henry thought. Kobe noticed someone groaning nearby. He looked down at the guy on the ground and wondered, wait, is this one of the soldiers from the southern training camp? Roman knelt down. What happened? The soldier gasped. The southern training camp. We got hit. Please, you gotta help us! Please. Roman thought it over. The attack didn't happen on the front lines. It was the southern training camp. If a guy from the training camp made it all the way here, that means the attack started at least 30 minutes ago. If that's the case, the Kingdom of Hector probably hit all 5 defensive zones at once, using their fast attack squads. Roman's eyes widened. Don't tell me, he barked an order. Move, we're heading to the southern camp now. Marnie was holding his sword, handshaking. The guy with the blue hair mocked him. It's pretty much game over for you. Even if we left you alone, you'd just die anyway. The other guy chimed in. Give it up. We'll make sure your end is quick and painless. Marnie cursed. Go to hell, you bastards, he shouted. You think I'm going down alone? Even if it costs me my life, I'm taking at least one of you with me. Come and get me, he thought. Damn it, if only I still had my right hand. Meanwhile, Marnie couldn't stop worrying. I wonder how things are going with Sir Roman. He was the only guy on the southern front who didn't let his guard down. When I heard he was being moved to the 5th defense line, I knew he'd pull off something legendary. I can't believe it, he mused. On the verge of death, he's the only person I can think about. I guess that means I've still got stuff to do on this battlefield. Suddenly, the wall behind the 2 enemies cracked and exploded, sending them into a panic. What the hell? Did Kairo send reinforcements? Roman stepped over the rubble, and the soldiers went crazy. Who the hell are you? Reinforcements? How did you know to come here? Marnie stared at his face. Is that he recognized him? Sir Roman? Roman looked back at him. Marnie, you're still alive? Chris stepped up, shouting orders. Wipe them out. Save the survivors. The soldiers charged, surrounding the enemies. The enemies tried to rush Roman, but he flashed across the ground. Roman shut them down instantly, taking both of them alive. Purple flames flickered on his fingers as he thought, they're pressure pointed. They won't be moving for a while. The last guy standing turned to run. Damn it, I gotta report this. But Marnie grabbed him by the collar. Didn't I tell you? He choked the guy. I said I'd take at least one of you with me. The soldier's face turned sheet white, and Marnie finally collapsed, completely drained. Roman walked over. Good job, Marnie. Leave the rest to me, just get some rest. Marnie shut his eyes, feeling a sense of relief. Thank you, sir. Not long after the skirmish somewhere else, Chris reported, we took out 12 soldiers from the Kingdom of Hector and rescued 5 survivors based on what they told us. The Viscount was badly hurt while clashing with Hector's soldiers, so he retreated deep into the mountains. Roman figured Hector's main force had already wrecked the southern training camp and dipped. There had to be at least a few hundred of them. He demanded to know where they were hiding. Chris didn't miss a beat. We've got them all locked up in one spot. Roman dropped the hammer. From now on, nobody goes in there without my say-so. That's an order. As the door creaked open, he thought, Hector definitely didn't use a diversionary tactic for nothing. Roman's face went stone cold. Time to find out why. He stood in front of the 3 tied-up soldiers. You guys have 3 minutes. Starting now, he growled. Give me the answers I want, and I'll make it a quick death. Keep playing dumb, and you're gonna feel a world of pain before I finally end you. One of them struggled, acting tough. Just kill us already. Go ahead. Roman ignored the trash talk and got to work. Question 1. What's the Kingdom of Hector actually after? The long-haired guy kept his mouth shut playing the hero, but Roman kept the pressure on. Question 2. Why'd you guys stick around the southern training camp? The guy yelled, I told you, just kill us all. Roman was losing his patience. He held up his glowing finger. 3 minutes up. Roman unleashed pure agony on the long-haired guy. The dude started puking blood, eyes rolling back in his head, screaming his lungs out. Roman glanced at his finger, cool as ice. I call this Crusher. You're gonna feel every muscle and bone in your body twisting until you finally kick the bucket. I'm sure you've had torture training, but you've never felt anything like this." The guy in black looked terrified, screaming, "You think doing this changes anything? Even if I spill Hector's plan to you, it's already way too late to stop them." Roman's eyes glowed with lethal intensity. "That's the answer I was waiting for." The guy in black's voice shook. "What?" Roman's eyes flashed. "I never thought you'd actually tell me the truth. I just wanted to see how you'd react. Looks like I nailed it." He figured it out. Their real target was at the border. The guy went pale with fear. Roman pointed his index finger at him. "Time to die." A deafening scream filled the room. After taking care of business, Roman walked out. "They used a diversion to hit the southern front and mess with my head." He thought, if their plan goes off without a hitch, the southern front is basically toast. Roman Dimitri stood there, clad in silver armor with a deep crimson cloak. He stood over Marber, who was wrapped in bandages from head to toe. "Tell me exactly what went down at the southern training camp." Marber replied, "Yes, sir." Monai furrowed his brows. He muttered, "About 2 hours ago we got hit by the kingdom of Hector." The scene flashed back to when Marnie's squad ran into Hector's soldiers. "We were just doing our usual drills when Hector's guys showed up out of nowhere. We scrambled to fight back, but the numbers were just too insane. Only our guys took the hit. We don't even know if the Viscount in charge is still breathing." Hearing that, Roman's face turned into a mask of ice. He narrowed his eyes. "Did they have any specific gear?" Marber raised his eyes. "Just light armor," he added. "Also, the leader had a face full of scars." Roman nodded, crossing his arms in thought. "A scarred face and light gear, huh?" Roman's expression darkened as he realized the truth. "That's gotta be the Guardian Legion." Moni jumped, his brow tightening. The kingdom's elite guard. Their leader treated his jagged scars like trophies from all the battles he'd survived. Marber looked up at Roman, confused. "But why hit the southern training camp?" His voice was raspy and tense. "If they wanted to grab the strategic points, they shouldn't have trashed the place." Roman put the pieces together. They must have flanked them from the back. Roman kept his head down, voice calm, because the southern camp was on the path to the rear camp. "They had no choice but to take you out." Moni started to catch on. "You mean?" Roman stayed calm. "The kingdom of Hector is pulling a total smokescreen." His purple eyes were cold. "Hitting the front line is just a distraction. The real target," Roman's face darkened as he looked down, "is the warp gate." His words hit Marnie, who was still stuck in his hospital bed, like a ton of bricks. The warp gate, the ultimate magic tool for controlling space. Because it allows for instant travel, fighting over it is always a bloodbath. It's not just about stopping reinforcements. Link gates can move entire armies for a surprise pincer attack. That's why you can blow up a warp gate if the enemy tries to use it against you. Roman kept his arms crossed. The kingdom of Hector is dead set on this war. If their plan works, they've already won. It looks like they're trying to take the warp gate inside the rear camp. Marnie's face went pale. "If that's true, don't we need to send backup right now?" Roman's response caught him off guard. "No, Marnie? Have you gotten any calls for backup from the rear camp?" Marnie gripped the sheets, restless. "No." Roman kept his voice low while updating Bernie. "Hector's Guardian Legion left the southern training camp about an hour and a half ago. They've probably already snatched the warp gate. The frontline defenders, the rear camp, and the southern forces, including us, are totally cut off." Roman Dimitri didn't hesitate. "From here on out, we have to survive on our own without any help from the kingdom." At the Hector border, a hill collapsed with a roar. A soldier shouted a report. Prince Edwin of Hector stood on a platform. His subordinate knelt. "Our forces have cleared the southern training camp and are about to hit the rear camp." The kingdom of Kairo threw everything they had at the defensive line, completely clueless about our real move. Edwin's red hair whipped in the wind, his expression dark. He wasn't about to let his guard down. Looking down from the heights, he barked an order at his subordinate. "Make sure our troops at the Kairo defensive camp buy us as much time as they possibly can. The main priority right now is tearing down those walls. Once we pull this off, the south falls into our hands naturally." Edwin's face was stone cold, his lips pressed thin. "Security is the whole point of this operation. We spent an entire year investigating the defenses on the southern front. Jackson's unit has already breached the place." He kept calculating, figuring that even if they went for an all-out assault from the start, wrecking everything in 4 hours was totally doable. But the biggest thing we need to watch is that gate. Right on cue, an image of the spatial gate flickered into view. Wynn's tea-colored eyes narrowed sharply as he stared down. "Prepare for the worst-case scenario. Be ready to destroy it." He radiated pure, killing intent. "If the plan goes south, we blow the gate and move to plan B." Hearing his powerful, decisive words, his subordinate looked at Edwin with nothing but awe. A solid judgment, as is expected of the guy they call the shining star of Hector, Edwin. Hector, the silver pedestal Edwin was standing on, suddenly flared with a massive burst of blue light. The subordinate swore that he was the one destined to resurrect the kingdom of Hector. Back at the southern training camp, blood sprayed everywhere, as the leader of Jackson's guard unit took down a soldier and muttered to himself, "We need to step it up now. Before the enemy catches on, we have to finalize the connection," he roared. "Move." A year ago, Jackson had been sitting at a desk, taking orders from Prince Edwin. The kingdom's debts were piling up, suffocating under the pressure of the banks and bad loans. If next year brings another bad harvest, even Hector's reserves will be bone dry. Edwin, looking sharp, spoke smoothly to Jackson across from him. "That's why I'm making this offer." He reached out, formally asking for Jackson's input. "You want to help me wipe out Cairo's front lines?" Rumor had it that Hector was constantly plagued by bad harvests because they were cursed by the gods. They were in a spot where the kingdom could collapse at any second. Edwin Hector, touted as the greatest genius in history, he flashed a brilliant smile and held out his hand to Jackson, looking like some kind of savior. That was why Hector had sent scouts to the southern Kairo border 48 times a year. They used spies to dig tunnels and connect to the rear camp. The guard unit finally broke through with a secret tunnel and hit the transfer gate. Behind Jackson, Kobe shouted a report, "Connection established." A jagged, dangerous-looking blue electrical surge crackled from the spatial gate, and out of that light, Edwin stepped out like a god. Cheers erupted from every direction. "Greetings, Prince Edwin." Glancing at Kellen behind him, Edwin gave the order, "Kellen." The man quickly replied, "Yes, Your Highness." "Take charge of the first unit and wipe out any survivors," Edwin commanded, "and set up a rock-solid defensive line to handle the enemy." Kellen saluted immediately. "Understood." Then, looking down at Jackson who was waiting for orders, he spoke. Jackson bowed respectfully. "I await your command." Edwin continued, "We've lost contact with Baron Mary, who's in charge of the 5th defensive line. Do you know anything about that?" Jackson closed his eyes and answered, "We're still looking into it, but I don't think there's any reason to panic." As he said that, an image of the 5th unit flashed in his mind. The 5th unit is notorious for being a bunch of troublemakers. Even if we lost half of them, we could still crush the enemy. Edwin pressed him. "But I told you not to bunch up that many soldiers, didn't I?" Jackson replied, "Yes, you did." Suddenly, the prince's expression hardened with resolve, his hand clenching into a fist. "As soon as this is over, I'm going to punish Baron Mary, no matter the outcome." Wynn's plan was flawless, but he didn't account for 2 unforeseen events. At the 1st defensive unit, a voice shouted, "Reinforce the walls before the enemy attacks again." Someone came sprinting up, yelling loudly, "Commander, Commander of the 1st defensive unit." Count Donald turned toward the sound, listening to the report. "We've received a transmission from the southern camp." He looked stunned. The southern camp? In the comms room, Roman Dimitri's image flickered onto the screen via the system. The voice addressed Count Donald. "Count Donald, this is Roman Dimitri of the 5th Reserve Defensive Unit." Donald fired back, "Why are you contacting me in the middle of all this?" Roman's face was grim. He cut to the chase. "I have reason to believe Hector is using a distraction and has already seized the rear camp's spatial gate." His voice remained steady. "Before we get cut off by the Hector army, we need to abandon the fort and retreat behind the mountains. Then, we gather the remaining forces south of those mountains." Count Donald frowned, deep in thought. "The southern mountains are dangerous. Is that really his advice?" Roman Dimitri was about to continue, but Donald abruptly cut him off. Preparing for a surprise attack, Donald barked, "We'll decide that for ourselves." Cutting connection. The comms line went dead. Roman Dimitri was annoyed. Did he just hang up on him? He flicked his cloak and turned sharply. "Since it's come to this, I have to abandon the remaining defensive team." Roman Dimitri stood before his own hand-picked force, led by Dimitri Knights, Chris and Kevin. "Pack it up." Roman's expression was icy as he declared, "We're heading to the mountains, starting today." The crystal kept glowing, but it couldn't connect to the outside. Count Donald panicked, shouting, "We can't contact the outside camp." He stood there, confused and doubting himself. Was Roman actually right? A guard stepped closer to the crystal to inspect the situation. Donald stood there, mulling it over. Even if the southern front and nearby areas sent reinforcements, it would still take half a month to arrive. Is there really no other way to fix this? He frowned, anxious and calculating. If we can just hold the fort until reinforcements arrive, there's still a high chance we can win. Time ticked by. 4 hours passed with no further movement. Now, he was truly scared. How could this happen? We're totally cut off. Donald stood on the ramparts, calculating. Damn it, those bastards actually snatched the gatehouse and sent in reinforcements. Our front and flank defenses have been completely blocked by Hector's troops. As he scanned the area, he tried to keep his cool, telling himself the wall could still be fixed perfectly. The troops were already at their posts, weapons ready. Every single soldier was fully geared up with armor and steel. He figured we wouldn't repeat the screw-ups from the first battle. Once he'd steeled his nerves, Donald gave the order. "All troops, get ready to move." Standing on the high wall watching his soldiers lined up, he shouted, "First defensive line, listen up. Hector has taken the gatehouse." They all stood dead still, listening. "Because of that, we're completely isolated now. Don't expect any backup from the kingdom." Donald put everything he had into hyping up his men. "However, just like in the first battle, I believe in us. We're gonna hold the line until reinforcements get here." As soon as he finished, a massive roar echoed out, leaving everyone jumpy and confused. Thompson noticed something was off. Donald looked over, seeing how rattled Thompson was, and wondered what the hell was happening. Turns out, the enemy's war horns were blaring from the distance, followed by an explosive roar. A bright red magic circle appeared in the sky, and the deafening sound of those horns had everyone terrified. A fire projectile shot out of the magic circle at insane speeds. That thing had terrifying destructive power, and it was locked straight onto the gatehouse where Donald and his men were standing. The moment the firebomb hit the gate, it erupted into a massive inferno, enough to incinerate everything in sight. Right then, a faint memory of Roman's warning clicked in his head. Before the front lines and the outskirts get totally cut off by Hector's army, we have to ditch the castle, hide in the mountains, and regroup what's left of the southern forces there. Trapped in the sea of flames, Donald felt nothing but regret. "Roman, you were right. This fire is like a bloodthirsty monster." Donald scrambled to find a way out, but he was grabbed by the head in seconds. Hector's troops were barking threats. Your general is dead. Once the job was done, the fire vanished, revealing a wall that had been wrecked. Hector's flag was planted high up, signaling they'd claimed the spot. Edwin looked around. Using that fire magic to take the upper hand right from the start, we managed to take the castle without any serious losses. At this rate, I think we can snatch up the whole southern front, he said coldly. Time is on our side. All of Donald's men were tied up. The Prince of Hector ordered them to keep all the prisoners in one spot, so no one could pull a fast one and gain the upper hand during the negotiations with Kairo. We need as much ammo as we can get. Given the situation, we can even use the hostages to cut a deal. Jackson immediately hit the dirt to take his orders. Even though they won fast, something was bugging Edwin. The plan was perfect, so why did he feel so uneasy? He clenched his fist, showing his frustration. Did I miss something? His gut feeling was right. A soldier came sprinting in with news. We've got a huge problem. The guy shouted, Baron Marleri is dead on the battlefield, so the communication gate is down. Edwin's face went ice cold. Who reported this? Bring him to me now. A soldier with a bandaged head was brought in to explain. He sat there, dazed, slowly recounting the story. At first, the 5th defensive line didn't look ready for any kind of attack. Edwin stood in front of the wounded soldier, listening in silence. The second we started attacking, we managed to get inside, and Baron Marleri ordered us to start trashing the place. He clutched his head, terrified. Right after that, the monster showed up. Edwin was shocked. A monster? The guy kept trembling as he told the rest. He was so strong. Even after seeing it with my own eyes, I can't believe it. That monster wiped out countless allied soldiers all by himself. Dozens of them just vanished in a blink of an eye. Even Hector's strongest knights couldn't take it. One move from that monster, and they were dead in an instant. The wounded soldier stared into space, totally checked out. We lost just because that monster showed up. Just a monster. Edwin watched him pulling at his hair, becoming even more skeptical about the person mentioned. A monster, huh? He turned to walk away thinking, now that I think about it, I did hear that the youngest gladiator from Kairo was sent to the southern front. The Prince of Hector fell into deep thought. We spent a whole year prepping for this, but an unexpected variable just popped up. Roman Dimitri, he started walking, pacing as he spoke. Jason, give me a status report. He replied immediately. Yes, sir. We checked the 5th defensive line, but there isn't a single Kairo soldier left. Watching Edwin slowly sit down, he added his 2 cents. Looks like they retreated into the mountains. I'll round up a hunting party right now if you want. Edwin cut him off. No, we've already got the upper hand. Since we've taken the southern front, it's time to start negotiating with the Kingdom of Kairo. At the grand opulent Kairo royal castle, red carpets were rolled out to the very entrance. Daniel was fuming. What the hell is taking them so long? The butler wiped his sweat, terrified. My apologies, sir. Everything happened so suddenly, it's taking everyone a while to get here. Daniel scowled and slammed his fist on the table, cursing. Daniel was the king of Kairo, but he couldn't make any calls on his own. He had to get the green light from the nobles in charge before he could deploy any troops. He was sitting in the waiting room, just fuming. As he was losing his patience, the sound of footsteps outside got louder, making him crane his neck to listen. The first one to show up was Marquis Benedict from the noble faction. He smiled. Sorry I'm late. The carriage ran into a little trouble on the way. Right behind him were 2 guys, Count Denver, who supported the Valhalla faction, and Count Gregory, who supported the Kronos faction. As soon as he sat down, Gregory asked point blank, by the way, is it true that Hector attacked the front lines? Daniel sighed, looking worried. The Kingdom of Hector crossed the border and ambushed our camp. At this rate, the southern front is going to be in serious trouble. Marquis Benedict turned and asked, so can we not send any reinforcements right now? Daniel inwardly cursed the guy for being a shameless old geezer, then quipped, in that case I assume I have your go-ahead to send reinforcements to the southern front immediately, right? He slammed his hand on the table and barked. What? They already took the archway. The fact that the command system was split into 4 parts had become a massive disaster. King Daniel slammed the table again, fuming. How do you lot intend to take responsibility for this mess? He lashed out in frustration. If you had given me the authority a king needs from the start, the southern front wouldn't be in such deep trouble right now. Daniel pointed an angry finger right at them. This is all your fault. Just then, a guard rushed in to report. Your Majesty, Hector just sent a magic transmission. They stood before the glowing crystal as Edwin's image appeared, his voice chilling. All we want is war reparations. Edwin said arrogantly, send over the amount of gold you think is worth buying back the southern front. They were absolutely livid the moment they heard that. Benedict snapped, war hasn't even been officially declared. Don't you think this is absurd? Denver cursed, this is straight up robbery. Edwin calmly continued, I'll give you exactly 3 days. If you don't meet our demands by then, your southern front will become part of Hector. He threatened, his voice dropping to a growl. If you even think about pulling some cheap stunts to buy time, none of the hostages on the southern front will make it back alive. Edwin sat alone in his room after sending the magic transmission to Kairo Assembly, lost in thought. He thought about Hector's national reserves, which were running dry due to back-to-back crop failures and late payments on interest to the royal treasury. He crossed his arms, silently calculating for the sake of the civilians suffering in poverty. Even if it meant losing his reputation as the star of Hector, his eyes glimmered with the dark ambition of someone ready to become the villain of this era. If it's necessary, I'll do whatever it takes to save my people. Back in the Kairo Royal Conference Room, Daniel looked grim. The enemy has already reached the gates. We have no other choice. He gripped the paper on the table so hard it was nearly crumpled, looking furious. Paying the reparations the Kingdom of Hector is demanding is the only way to minimize our losses. Market's voice cut in, clearly against Daniel's move, but if we keep letting them push us around, they'll never stop making demands. Daniel couldn't hold back his rage anymore. He furrowed his brows, eyes bulging, and shouted, "Do we even have any other options? If you've got a better plan, spit it out." Both Count Gregory and Marquet just shut their eyes, hung their heads and fell silent after that outburst. Daniel ground his teeth in pure frustration. He realized that this bunch had always spent their time pathetically fighting for power in this tiny country. And now, in a crisis, they were completely useless. His anger simmered down a bit. Daniel spoke calmly, "If you don't have a better plan, then just go along with Hector's demands." As soon as he finished, Count Denver spoke up, saying he opposed it. The air in the conference room grew heavy. Everyone was shocked and rattled by Count Denver's objection. Instead of being afraid, Count Denver said calmly, "Roman Dimitri is at the southern front." He explained the situation. "According to the reports I've received, Roman Dimitri has successfully held the 5th line of defense. If he can turn the tide in our favor, we have a chance to win this war." At this, Daniel's anger vanished. He seemed to agree with the Count. "I agree that he's a hell of a swordsman. To be a 3-star knight at barely 20 years old, that's a huge blessing for the kingdom." Contrary to his sympathetic tone a moment ago, his brows furrowed and his eyes dropped. However, he doesn't have the influence to change the outcome of this battle. Marquet seemed to agree with Daniel. He stated clearly, "Exactly. Roman Dimitri is the future of this kingdom of Kairo. We can't throw away a talent like that on a gamble. We should prioritize minimizing our losses." Count Denver mused to himself, "I see. These guys have no clue about Roman's true potential. Then again, I only have this info because I'm a high-ranking member of the Valhalla faction." He continued thinking, "He's actually a 4-star talent, or even higher. He's the wildcard who could flip the script in this war, but no need to spill that to these guys." Count Denver's expression was a bit stiff. He offered a forced smile and said, "If that's what you all think, I won't say another word." He turned serious, "But how about this? If there's no change at the southern front in 3 days, we accept Hector's demands. Does that work?" Daniel looked reluctant. "Fine. For now, the Kingdom of Kairo will prepare to negotiate war options with the Kingdom of Hector." A scene of fierce fire and smoke appeared right before Henry's eyes. His face was panicked as he gasped, "Oh my god, Henry is at the first line of defense." He stood there watching the tents getting destroyed in the flames, the fortress walls crumbling. He realized it was all over. Kairo had lost. Suddenly, Henry whipped his head around and yelled at his troops, "We have to turn back toward the mountains and retreat." As he spoke, he thought to himself, "War hero? Forget that. I don't need any of that stuff." Henry started barking orders at the troops to move fast, and they followed his lead. Henry and his panicked troops scattered in every direction, everyone for themselves. As Henry ran, he was determined to just survive at all costs. Suddenly, a man jumped out from the bushes with glowing blue eyes, blocking his path. He pressed his sword against Henry's throat. Henry was so scared he just ground his teeth. It turned out to be Chris. He put a finger to his lips and said, "Keep it down." Only then did Henry recognize Chris. Chris told him to follow, his voice firm. He led Henry and the troops along. Henry followed Chris, thinking to himself with suspicion, "What the hell are Roman's knights doing here? Didn't they head to the rear guard? What could possibly be out here in the middle of the mountains?" Henry's eyes went wide with disbelief. Before his eyes was a secret base with sturdily built tents. Henry finally blurted out, "Since when did they build a secret base here?" Chris slowly replied, "My commander predicted that the rear guard barracks would fall. This is the base he prepared for exactly this situation." Right then, Henry spun around to face Chris and screamed, "If the rear guard fell, why the hell didn't you guys just run? Why are you setting up a new camp here?" Chris's eyes were cold and sharp, his voice booming over everything else. "The fight isn't over. We stayed and slipped behind the mountain, waiting for a chance to strike back and protect allies like you." Suddenly, one of Chris's eyes flashed, and a mysterious surge of blue energy started radiating from his body. "If you guys were on the Hector side, you'd be dead by now," Chris said. Henry's eyes went wide with pure terror. How could the Dimitri family produce a monster like this? Henry panicked and lowered his voice, trembling. Where is Lord Roman right now? Why can't I see him?" Chris answered calmly. "He's out there wiping out the enemy army." Henry clenched his fists, thinking to himself, if Roman Dimitri is leading people like this, then he's the real monster. Deep in the forest, soldiers were hacking at each other. The screams of men being cut down echoed through the woods. Further off, 2 men were locked in a sword fight. It was Brand, the vice commander of the first defense line, desperately dodging every swing. "Damn it," Brand thought while fighting, "it's all because of Donald's stupid arrogance that my men are getting slaughtered here." Suddenly, Brand was sent flying back by an enemy blade. He slammed into the dirt, staring up at the soldier charging at him with a raised sword. Is this the end? The enemy soldier grit his teeth, ready to finish Brand off, but Roman arrived just in time. He stood right in the middle of the enemy formation as they all screamed and swarmed him. In the blink of an eye, Roman took them all out. Brand stared in total shock, speechless. Am I in hell right now?" Finally, Brand pulled himself together and demanded to know who he was. Roman gave him a cold, hard look. "I'm from the 5th Defense Line, the reserve unit. I'm Roman Dimitri." Brand looked stunned. "Is that the Roman Dimitri who told us to retreat? He came back to save us instead of running away?" Brand stood up, gasping for air. "The front line is completely gone. The Hector army is already prepping to take the 2nd defense line." We can't hold them off any longer. Roman fixed his gaze on Brand, his voice firm. You're saying we should just give up? Brand replied with a tired look. I get that you're a hell of a swordsman, but this is a war between kingdoms. There's no way you can fight the entire Hector army on your own. Roman bowed his head, his expression softening. He seemed to grasp the reality of the situation, the famine, the sickness, the brutal reality of war. So this strategy doesn't fit the current situation. Roman seemed to have figured out Hector's plan. The reason the kingdom of Hector was rushing their attack to the south was because they couldn't afford to drag this war out for long. Brand asked, what are you talking about? So, Roman started breaking it down for him. They're using this war to stabilize the chaos inside their own kingdom. If they want to force a favorable negotiation with the Kairo royal family, they need to take the southern front. If that's their actual premise, Roman thought, then I get what the kingdom of Hector is doing. Roman's face changed and he flashed a mysterious smile. They're gambling their entire kingdom's fate on this. Back at the southern defense border, at the second line, Jackson was drawing a magic formation map. He pointed at it and gave the order to fire. Somewhere, a massive blast of fire rained down on the wall, creating a massive explosion that shook the earth. Edwin watched the flames, smiling to himself. According to my plan, Baron Mechlery is still alive. The 5th defense line will be at the weakest link of the southern border. And Roman Dimitri, his eyes drifted to the soldiers fighting. If he's even stronger than the deserters said, can the whole Hector army even take him down? We've come too far to let anything mess this up. At this, his eyes sharpened, his brows furrowed in resolve. The Hector army isn't so weak that they'd lose to just one guy. Suddenly, Stephen came running up, looking panicked. Prince Edwin, we've got a major problem. We've lost contact with the first unit we sent to mop up the enemy survivors. Not just that, but the second and third units have gone silent, too. Edwin's face went pale. The bad feeling I've had this whole time, is it because of Roman Dimitri? Back at the base in the tent, Edwin ordered Jackson to report. He said, right after we broke the first defense line, we ordered the third unit to handle the stragglers. But an hour ago, all contact with them was cut. It looks like they've been wiped out. Edwin stared, questioning him. How many men did we lose? Around 300, sir. Edwin frowned, his expression turning grave. His worst fears were coming true. It definitely had to be Roman Dimitri. Now Edwin looked truly rattled, biting his lip. Instead of crossing the mountains to run away, he chose to stay at the southern border to fight. Edwin spoke up. If we let Roman Dimitri do whatever he wants, it's going to cause us big trouble later. Jackson disagreed, trying to argue, but Prince, Roman Dimitri is just a minor variable. If we get distracted by him and fail to surround the fortress, we can't guarantee our plan will succeed. Jackson continued. The issue isn't that Dimitri rat, it's about taking out the rest of the enemy's defensive camps. Before he could finish, Edwin snapped back. No, the priority right now is exterminating that rat. Edwin's face darkened, his eyes turning cold and threatening. He's the one interfering with our plans. Order the warriors at the second defense line to retreat immediately. Jackson obeyed the command. Yes, Prince. Why is he so obsessed with that Roman guy? Jackson wondered. From what I've heard, he's definitely hiding in those mountains. Under the gloomy, silent night sky, a squad of soldiers stood in perfect formation, waiting for orders. Jackson looked at Edwin, noting that he had checked this plan countless times over the past year. He can sense it instinctively. Roman Dimitri is a dangerous factor. Edwin looked at everyone and said, I know what you're thinking, but as your commander, I need to prepare for the absolute worst-case scenario right now. Everyone listened intently. Any remaining enemy defense forces we haven't conquered are just a nuisance. But the worst-case scenario is the appearance of Roman Dimitri, the one who causes unpredictable chaos for us. Hearing that, Jackson immediately caught on that Edwin Hector was always calculating, always playing the long game. The squad shouted in unison, At your command, sir! Hector turned his back, his tone dripping with menace. Time to hunt down the rat messing with our plans. Deep in the vast southern mountains, a torch flared to life as a voice cut through the dark. If we scour the whole area, we'll lose them. Split up the army, spread out at the base and tighten the net as you climb toward the peak. A soldier hollered, the second you spot the enemy, blow your whistle. If we pin them into a corner, we can wipe them all out without taking any losses. The guys all roared back, yes sir. Suddenly, Hector's expression shifted. What about the left flank? Another soldier replied, nothing out of the ordinary, sir. A different soldier looked absolutely terrified, his face turning ghostly pale, like something had just zipped past him faster than the wind. Hector turned to the other side and barked, and the right? Nothing unusual here, came the reply. Hector thought to himself, everything's still in order. That soldier stood alone in the woods, torch in hand, surrounded by nothing but shadows. At this point, the fear was plain on his face. There was nobody there. He clutched his whistle, thinking, I gotta blow this thing, fast. He brought the whistle to his lips, but before he could make a sound, Roman appeared like a gust of wind and snapped his neck in a flash. The guy crumpled to the ground, his torch rolling off into the dirt. Roman scanned his surroundings, thinking, Hector's making bolder moves than I gave him credit for. I was planning to rake in as much profit as possible while he attacked the defense camp. But he actually ditched the second line of defense just to come after me. An urgent voice rang out. Enemy sighted. Check your buddies. The soldier with the torch shouted. We need to cut off their escape route and corner them. Before he could even finish, Roman lunged out of nowhere like a lightning bolt and decapitated the guy. With wild eyes and a wicked grin, Roman thought, man, it's been a minute since I felt this rush. He flashed back to the 12 children of the Heavenly Demon living through hell, constantly being tested just to survive because they were the demon's own brood. Back in the day, the Heavenly Demon had schooled him. Bong Hui, from now on you live as a shadow demon. The memories kept flooding back. His first mission, track a low-level cultist who'd been causing trouble, then vanish. He finished that loser in 3 days flat, but the missions just kept getting nastier, until he finally hit an impossible wall. Every job got harder. Lucky for him, he'd stumbled upon the Night Demon King's secret martial arts scroll hidden in the cult's chambers. The Night Demon King was a notorious thief who owned the darkness. He'd pulled off insane heists and wiped out any guild that tried to mess with him. His rep blew up across the underworld. Eventually, the righteous factions cornered him in Beongjing after a massive slaughter, and he went out in a blaze of brutal tragedy. But the legend of the Night Demon King lived on in the martial arts world. Bong Hui mastered those techniques, and from then on, he could crush any mission, no matter how suicidal. Back in the flashback a year later, he'd already put 38 high-level masters in the ground. He'd become the Heavenly Demon, a legendary shadow assassin feared by both the light and dark factions. The darkness was his greatest weapon. Back to the present, a furious voice roared, "Where is that bastard? This is the Vanguard Legion search squad, we're pushing ahead. Everyone fall back." Roman's eyes turned cold as ice. "Hector, I'm gonna make you regret ever setting foot on this mountain. This is my kingdom of shadows." A frantic voice broke the silence. "Sir, Squad 1 is wiped out." Thompson stood there trembling, clutching his head, tears welling up. He couldn't wrap his head around something so insane. "I have to report this now." He slumped to the ground, terrified, and screamed into his communication device. "Commander!" A ghost just appeared. "If this keeps up, we're all dead." Out of the dark, Roman materialized, his eyes glowing as he stared down at Thompson. Thompson was crying, hands shaking, begging, "Please, send reinforcements." The blood-curdling scream from the other end of the radio left Edwin stunned. He tried to keep the guy cool. "Thompson, get a grip. They're just using the darkness to mess with you." Thompson was losing it. "I can't see them, they're nowhere." He screamed into the device in pure despair. "My men are dying left and right, and we have no clue where they're attacking from. Commander, we can't fight invisible ghosts." Edwin was sweating bullets. Thompson was an aura swordsman. It was impossible that a guy with senses that sharp couldn't track an enemy. No way. He gritted his teeth. "Are they using magic? That's insane." "There were spells to turn invisible, sure, but you couldn't spam that stuff. It needed a cooldown." Back with Thompson, he remembered the surprise blade that had sliced him. "Don't let the shadows trip you up. I'm bringing backup, hang on!" He gritted his teeth, trying to steady his nerves. "The allies have already surrounded the camp. I just need to hold on a bit longer, and this place is ours. Just gotta wait for the prince." Thompson yelled out, "First Legion, listen up. The enemy is coming for my head. Tighten the formation and counterattack." He gripped his sword, poured every ounce of his energy into it, and closed his eyes to focus. "Come and get me." He sensed something, pointed his blade and lunged, but then, Thompson froze. "Damn it, are they using my own men as bait?" His sword had just run one of his own guys through. The soldier gasped, "Captain." Suddenly, a faint shadow whispered in Thompson's ear, "I used to hide in the shadows and hunt my prey." And in their final moments, they all had the same thought. Thompson spun around, sword swinging. "Stop acting like a coward and show yourself." A blade parried his, and Roman slashed him, sending a scream of agony ripping through the air. Thompson collapsed, trying to scream to his team that the enemy was right there. But Roman coldly crushed his hope. "It's useless. I've got a mana field up. Nobody can hear a thing." With that, he drove his blade into Thompson's back, slashed his legs, and carved into his back again. As Thompson lay there whimpering in the dirt, Roman grabbed his communicator. He spoke into it. "You hear me? I know exactly what you're thinking." He thought about the people suffering right now, starving because of the worst drought their country had ever seen. Why would the kingdom of Hector even try to take the southern fortress? And why risk your necks like this? Roman said coldly, "There's only one reason. To solve your country's problems through war. You're trying to hold the southern fortress hostage to extort Kairo. The problem here is that I already know everything." On the ground, Thompson was struggling to move, while also hearing Roman's argument. "You guys are out of time. From the start, you never had the supplies to last 3 months. I've been messing with your plans this whole time." Deep down, Roman felt a bit relieved that he'd achieved his goal. They wouldn't be able to ignore his presence anymore. From the other side of the device, a voice asked, "Are you Roman Dimitri?" Roman smirked, satisfied. Edwin continued, "I won't deny what you're saying. The kingdom of Hector is indeed suffering from a drought so severe we've had to borrow from others. To break out of this debt cycle, we had no other choice." Roman shot back with pure disdain. "You expect me to sympathize with your situation?" Edwin sounded almost desperate. "I'm just trying to explain our urgency. The fate of the kingdom of Hector depends on this war. Like you said, we're out of time, but that doesn't mean we're backing down. Our comrades didn't die for nothing, so pass this message to the Kairo royal family for me." Then he made his threat clear. If they gained nothing, he'd unleash the soul necromancer's poison everywhere and turn this place into a dead zone. "I am Edwin Hector, and as prince of the kingdom of Hector, I will do whatever it takes to save my people." Roman kept listening. "Roman Dimitri, what is your decision?" Edwin offered him a chance to join a crumbling Hector or try to negotiate. This decision would pull all of Kairo into the mess. Roman didn't answer, silently sizing him up. "Edwin Hector, a name he'd heard a million times while investigating the South. Unlike his father, he was brilliant, capable, and born to carry Hector on his back. Everyone inside and outside Hector respected him. Plus, he was leading this war. Roman felt a spike of irritation. Even if he was capable, how dare he threaten him? Pissed off, Roman stabbed Thompson in the thigh again, making him scream. Edwin panicked. "What the hell are you doing?" Roman replied nonchalantly, "I'm just stabbing this guy in the leg." Edwin was outraged. "Just kill him then. Even if you're enemies, how can you torture him like that?" Roman continued. "Getting emotional, are we? I'm not interested in your misery, don't get it twisted." He stabbed Thompson again. "The war has already started. You're the one who crossed the line first." His words made Edwin turn pale. "You have no right to demand decency from me." Roman threatened him. "I'm going to do what I think is right, so don't you dare try to lean on me. I won't show any of you mercy." He kept stabbing Thompson's thigh as he spoke. "Even if you wave the white flag and try to run, I'll hunt every single one of you down and shove my sword into your backs. I am Roman Dimitri." His excitement only fueled Edwin's fear. "If you want to fight to the bitter end, we'll be seeing each other soon enough." Edwin looked completely shell-shocked and couldn't say a word. The call cut off, and he finally realized that Roman Dimitri was way more dangerous than he'd imagined. Jackson asked, "What do we do now?" Edwin's face darkened as he ordered, "Mobilize all forces immediately, circle the device's location. For the soldiers who died in agony, I will peel the skin off your bones with my own hands." Roman walked away while his men scrambled to obey. Scene change. Fire consumed the entire forest. A voice rang out, "Soldiers, keep climbing. Even if our brothers fall, we must cut off the enemy's escape route." From the other side, Roman crushed their hope. "You won't see it coming," he explained. "2 humans. This is a tiny amount of mana, but every rock and tree has mana naturally." Roman looked at the soldiers and added, "If you can control that mana, you can bend space itself." He suddenly vanished in a gust of wind. Chris's face went pale. All 5 of his senses had been tricked. A second ago, he was right there. Now all that was in front of him was the forest, which had vanished like some sick divine joke. This was a visual trap. A soldier screamed, "Charge! Kill the enemy!" It looked like he didn't even realize Chris was there. He dove hard into the ground. Chris thought just like his commander said, "The Hector soldiers can't even detect us." So this is a visual trap? Then he ordered the attack. The enemy went into a panic. Where did they come from? Group up and counter-attack. After just one skirmish, Chris had been reborn as a completely different person. He trained obsessively to get stronger, unable to absorb all of Roman's lessons at once. If he lost focus even for a second, he kept pushing through, even when he was about to collapse. As a result, Chris mastered the sword styles of the top 10 martial arts masters. Like lightning, he slid across the ground. Chris sat down, exhausted, looking at the results. "We took out all the enemies as the commander ordered before the Hector reinforcements could get here." He shouted the order to pull back immediately. Chris thought to himself, "We need to move to the next spot." At the same time, a battle was raging in another area. Soldiers yelled, "The enemy's here! Stop him!" Kevin's friend said he was a monster, growing stronger and faster by the second. Kevin thought about the commander, dealing with enemies on his own. "I'll do exactly what he did." His face was filled with killing intent, because the commander's path was the only absolute truth. Meanwhile, on another front, Baal and Wang Guan had finished their mission. They split into 4 raiding parties and attacked at the same time. The plan was a total success. A soldier ran down to report. "I'm sure the Kairo side has mages," he shouted. "Even in broad daylight, Kairo soldiers are appearing and disappearing to attack our Feta troops." Jackson deduced, "Looks like we've walked right into their trap." Edwin frowned. "No magic can teleport that many people." He explained, "That would only happen with high-level magic scrolls, but those are tightly controlled by the magic tower. There's no way the Southern Front would have something like that." He speculated, "If that's the case, the only possibility is they have a mage, but a high-level mage in the south instead of the west." Edwin couldn't believe what the soldier was saying. It was just plain ridiculous. Jackson agreed. "Mages are even rarer than high-ranking swordsmen, and almost all of them belong to the Magic Tower, an independent organization. The Magic Tower operates all over the continent, hoping to recruit anyone with mana talent. Since the Magic Tower has a total monopoly on all the knowledge, mages don't really have a choice. They have to join the damn tower." Edwin scowled. "That's exactly why, ever since then, you've barely seen any rogue mages in any of the kingdoms. This isn't even magic. Now isn't the time. I need to wait for the perfect opening. I'll just wait until Roman Dimitri falls right into my trap." Out on the battlefield, a sword pierces straight through a soldier. The soldier groans, his voice trembling. He finally caught him. Suddenly, the soldier's body starts glowing, catching Roman off guard. The light from the soldier's hand lights up the entire forest. Roman vanished out of nowhere. He was running, but they spotted him. "Roman Dimitri is here. He's right over there. Surround him now." When the artifact explodes, it shoots light beams everywhere. Those beams cling to his whole body, exposing Roman's position like a firefly glowing in the deep dark woods. A soldier reports, "Roman Dimitri is moving north. He's crossed to the other side." The warning echoes out to them. "The 2 cowards are heading your way," they scream. "Kill him! Avenge our brothers!" Roman chants a spell, Heavenly Demon Sword Art, second form. He stops somewhere and forces himself to sit down. It looks like he's reached his limit. The soldier trembles. "You think you're actually making it out of here alive? There are thousands of soldiers surrounding this place. No matter how strong you are, you're dying by our hands tonight." Roman's face turns cold and dark. "You think I didn't know this was a trap?" The guy looks shocked. Roman stands right back up. "Countless soldiers are scrambling just to chase me. all of them rushing in recklessly, fueled by hope. You couldn't even stop me for a minute, not even for 30 seconds. Roman glances at the soldier. Don't you find this interesting? You all are letting your guard down more than ever. I can play with you guys whenever I want. After all, there's still plenty of time before dawn. The enemies are all slumped on the ground. Jackson steps up behind Roman. It's over. Roman studies his face, fully geared in light armor, covered in scars. Jackson's face is pure killing intent. Roman thinks he must be the captain of the guards. That aura is definitely 4-star level. Looks like Hector hit his real stats. Jackson lunges to attack and Roman doesn't hold back, meeting him head on. The two clash violently, magic flaring between them. Jackson shouts, "Finally caught you, Roman Dimitri." From Roman's perspective, this mysterious man just appeared out of nowhere. He's got a scar across his face. Jackson is just a 4-star swordsman. He's not even considered elite in the Hector Empire. Jackson's reputation has been masking his actual skill. Everyone only knows him as the captain of the guard. But it's precisely because of those high-profile jobs. As Jackson trades blows with Roman, Roman suddenly realizes no one actually knows how terrifying his real strength is. Even Jackson himself is shocked by Roman's power. He took a direct hit and didn't even get pushed back. He sees the confidence on Roman's face and realizes he's screwed up. We seriously underestimated Roman Dimitri. That report saying he was only a third-rate swordsman was a lie. Jackson remembers Roman standing in the middle of the battlefield, starting things off by wiping out 4-star swordsmen. A walking natural disaster. Now I get why the soldiers were so useless. The sound of their swords clashing is ear-splitting. Jackson grits his teeth because the guy is just too strong. The sword in Roman's hand glows with a swirling purple energy. He swings it, sending 2 blinding diagonal slashes toward Jackson. Jackson panics. Wait, am I getting pushed back? A small cut appears on his face. Fine, I'll admit it, you're pretty strong. But Jackson loses his balance and kneels down in the distance. He steels himself. No matter how strong you aren't escaping this. He pulls out a signal whistle and blows it with everything he's got. In response to the sound, his reinforcements rush in. Over here! Surround Roman Dimitri! Help Captain Jackson! He's surrounded and Jackson tries to talk him into it. Give it up, Roman Dimitri. Roman's eyes stay steady as he laughs and replies, give up? That's rich. Looks like you still don't get what kind of spot you're in. You guys are getting a few things twisted here. He says arrogantly. First off, how can these pieces of junk even contend with my will? Jackson is caught off guard. Suddenly, those glowing fragments fall off Roman's body onto the ground. Roman keeps his voice slow and steady. Secondly, I'm fully confident I can get out of any encirclement, even if you guys try to block my path. Something moves in a blur, leaving only the echo of Roman's voice behind. A bunch of people like you still aren't enough to take me down. He appears behind Jackson like a lightning bolt. Jackson is stunned that Roman managed to move behind him. Roman talks down to him coldly, but Jackson, I have to give it to you. Captain of the guard, one of the strongest in the kingdom of Hector, coming all the way out here. Doesn't that prove Edwin Hector is all alone right now? Like he's been caught in a trap. Jackson turns pale. When he looks back, the space behind him is empty. He screams at his subordinates, damn it! Chase him! Prince Edwin is in danger. Roman is moving at top speed. The only way to end this conflict when you're outnumbered is to cut off the head of the snake. He feels like he's headed in the right direction. If he follows the flow of mana Edwin Hector is using to send messages, he'll be able to track his current location. Beneath the Hector headquarters tent, a guard hears a strange noise. Roman bursts out of the bushes. The guards panic. What? Roman Dimitri. He doesn't waste time taking them all down instantly. He knows exactly what his mission is. Gotcha. Roman jumps up, swinging his sword toward the back of Edwin Hector's head. He grins triumphantly, but orange-red magic circles appear in the enemy's hands. Roman realizes something's off. He's changed how he uses mana. He exclaims, a mage? Edwin casts a spell, creating a strange fiery ring. From his magic, countless sparks fly out, engulfing Roman. He dodges, sliding out of the way. Roman yells, don't even think about running. The ground begins to crack, and beams of light shoot up through the fissures, aiming straight for him. Next, countless giant tentacles lash out to attack him. Roman slashes through them, cutting them to pieces in an instant. How is this cheap magic supposed to stop me? Just then, a voice booms out. How dare you stalk Prince Edwin? An attack as bright as the sun slams directly into Roman. You arrogant brat, do you not know your limits? Being attacked by someone else makes him a bit suspicious. This guy has an aura this powerful. He definitely isn't a normal person. He is. The mysterious man takes off his hood, the second-ranked powerhouse of the kingdom of Hector. Butler, the head of the royal guard, roared, Roman Dimitri, you ain't got nowhere left to run. Roman thought, so, you went through all this trouble just to take me down? Edwin Hector's heart was pounding. He was on high alert. Roman Dimitri, no matter what tricks he had up his sleeve, Edwin was certain the guy couldn't survive a 5-star swordsman and a 4th-class mage combined. I'm ending you myself this time. Butler chanted a spell, conjuring 2 razor-sharp blades of wind. Butler swung his sword, snarling, go to hell. The double-sided attack actually caught Roman off guard. Roman was trapped in the middle, staring death in the face from both sides. He focused all his energy, his eyes burning with magical fire. He blocked both strikes with his bare hands. The raw power of the collision sent a massive shockwave tearing through the area. The sword lunged forward, the blade glowing with blinding light. Roman was struggling, pushed to his absolute limit by the sheer power behind the attack. A deafening blast ripped through the air. Roman stood his ground, barely keeping himself from collapsing. I knew they'd set a trap, he thought. He was a bit rattled, though. He never expected Edwin Hector to be a mage, let alone one traveling with an entire battalion led by a 5-star swordsman disguised as a common soldier. With his back against the wall, Roman flashed a wicked grin. A massive surge of power erupted from his body. Only when I'm staring death in the face do I finally feel like I'm actually alive. Butler felt a flash of genuine respect. He couldn't believe this kid, barely in his 20s, was strong enough to tank an attack from both him and Prince Edwin simultaneously. Where the hell did this monster come from, he wondered. Good thing he's not on my level, or else. Seeing the old man stunned, Edwin shrieked, "Butler, what are you doing? He's exhausted." Roman moved like a lightning bolt, sword in hand, charging straight for him. Roman's voice was ice cold. Heavenly Demon swordplay. Realizing what was happening, Butler rushed in shouting, "No!" The sheer power from the sword technique exploded outward. Third form, Butler barely managed to block the devastating impact. As the energy dissipated, all that was left was a crater carved into the earth. Butler turned to check on the prince. Edwin stammered, I'm fine." He actually blocked that? Roman spat out blood. A 5-star swordsman really is on a whole different level, isn't he? Using the Heavenly Demon swordplay twice is really pushing my limits. Damn it, I gotta get out of here. Edwin was still shaking, terror clear on his face when Roman's voice echoed in his ear. "Remember this, Edwin Hector." Roman remained cold and detached. "Next time we meet, don't you dare think you'll survive what you've done today." Roman's figure faded into the night. Butler looked stunned, while Edwin stood there in total silence. Because of one man's blunder, the entire army had been dragged through the mud, and they'd nearly lost their commander in the process. The reality was so brutal that even though they saw it with their own eyes, they still couldn't wrap their heads around it. Edwin gripped his fists tight, cursing himself. "This is all on me. I was just too damn arrogant, thinking I could finish off Roman Dimitri like it was nothing." Remembering the massacre of his men, he realized the turning point of a war is exactly that moment when one side suffers a blow they never saw coming. This is a pathetic defeat for the Hector army. He bowed his head, screaming internally, "No, this is my defeat." The sounds of the sunset echoed over the high peaks. "Let's bury our fallen soldiers together. Pray for their souls to rest in peace." Everyone stared at the roaring funeral pyre. Edwin was drowning in grief and regret. "I'm sorry, this is all because I acted like a fool." A soldier immediately stepped up. "Why are you saying that, sir? How could this ever be your fault?" Jackson chimed in. "The lad's right. None of us blame you, Prince." He insisted that their failure was simply because the enemy was too damn strong. Edwin's eyes narrowed. Finally, Jackson boosted his morale. "Please keep your head held high, because we—" Edwin froze as he heard the next 5 words. "Still believe in you." Seeing the absolute trust on his men's faces, Edwin closed his eyes and let out a sigh, feeling a weight lift off his shoulders. "Yeah," he thought. "Jackson's right." He spoke up. "All right, but from now on, if any of you thinks my call is going to lead the whole army to ruin, you better stop me." No questions asked. No formalities needed. The troops shouted their agreement. Edwin declared, "From here on out, before the Kairo army reaches us, we need to fortify our frontline camps. We've got 10 days left." Looking toward his castle, Edwin kept barking orders. "Once we're set up, we camp on the outskirts and get ready to fight to the death." Butler wondered how he planned to deal with Roman Dimitri. Thinking about those rugged mountains, Edwin replied, "He's a tough bastard, sure, but if we fight him in the mountains, where we've got the home field advantage instead of the open plains, the whole game changes." He sounded dead serious, convincing both his men and himself. "I'm gonna use that to my advantage. I lost, but the Hector army didn't." Jackson questioned, "If we beef up our defenses, can we really trade blows with Kairo?" With the arrogant bravado of a top commander, Edwin shot back, "We aren't just taking back what Kairo stole from us, we're gonna take back everything from the Castronos Empire too." Back at the Kairo royal court, they'd been bleeding money into the eastern border for a while now, because of Castronos' constant provocations. Count Azer of the Kingdom of Kairo shouted, "With the state of the budget, there's no way we can meet all the demands the Hector army is throwing at us." The old guy kept whining, "If we give them everything they want, our treasury is gonna hit rock bottom." King Daniel Kairo heard this and threw out a solution. "What about a tax hike?" Thinking about the public riots, the count barked, "We just raised taxes 6 months ago. If we do it again, the people are gonna lose their minds." Daniel sank into a deep, dark funk. "The only way out now is to tap into the Kairo nobles' pockets. But if I do that, I'm basically letting them walk all over the royal authority." His brain was a total mess, but he felt like he had no other choice. Daniel gave the order, "Get word to the government nobles. I'm calling an emergency meet." Before he could finish, a messenger burst in with urgent news. "Your Majesty, word from the southern border, we've routed the enemy." He was completely floored. "What?" Daniel asked, needing to hear it again to be sure. Count Gregory, sitting next to him, looked like he couldn't believe his ears. "Hector had 10,000 troops. How the hell did we chase them off with such a small force?" Seriously though, if this news is legit, a huge weight has finally been lifted off our shoulders. Meanwhile, the long-haired count next to him was muttering that name to himself. Roman Dimitri, sweat beads on his forehead. Had Den Dover really overcome such a massive obstacle? One of the guys reached out for the communication artifact to hit up the southern front. The counts waited for the connection to go through. Daniel stared at the person on the screen, demanding, "Who are you? Which squad do you belong to?" The kid spoke up clear and confident, "I am the second son of House Anbeck, Henry Anbeck." The room erupted in whispers. "House Anbeck? Which one is that?" Baron Kolo tried to recall. Oh, right. The Anbeck family used to be the cradle for so many legends and was a huge deal in the capital. Sweat was pouring down his face. Yes, that's the one, he blurted out, voicing his thoughts. But even so, why is this kid the one answering for Roman? Henry started by reporting that he had joined Roman's unit, then dived into the explanation. Honestly, Roman should be the one talking, but he said he wanted some privacy. Since I'm the only other noble here, I stepped up. I was personally trained by Lord Roman to handle the defense at the 5th front line. I got there, and we received intel that the Hector army was going to hit the southern border. I was freaking out at first, but I rushed to the 5th line with Roman and gave it everything we had to. Before he could finish, the Count cut him off, pointing a finger. Hold it, kid. You planning on telling us the whole life story? Get to the point. Henry obeyed, gripping his fists to hype himself up. I'm betting that once Roman Dimitri pulls off this win for the Kingdom of Kairo, his name's gonna be legendary across the whole continent. I gotta suck up to him now before everyone else realizes how valuable he really is. He gathered all his strength to continue. This victory is entirely thanks to Lord Roman. Looking at the King of Kairo, he had already predicted that the Hector army would strike the southern camp, and that their real target was the Archgate. That's why he immediately climbed the mountain and set up a secret base. Thinking about Roman's badassery and skill, Henry lamented that if the southern commanders had just listened to Roman in the first place, the border wouldn't have fallen so fast. Just like that, Anbeck buried all the idiots in the dirt and hyped Roman up to the skies, leaving everyone watching in complete shock. Anbeck was damn sure Roman's subordinates nearby could hear him. To be extra safe, he even yelled like he was worried everyone was deaf. Then, like a natural-born orator under the blazing sun, he claimed, "We fought side by side, and Lord Roman led us into the light of glory. He stood right on the front lines when we were down to just 200 soldiers, way fewer than the enemy." Henry wrapped it up, bragging about the epic win, and added that the soldiers were currently ready to take on the Kingdom of Hector. Everyone stayed silent for a second after his report. King Daniel Kairo was the first to break the tension. "We've been such cowards." Daniel beamed, looking hopeful. Even in such a crappy situation, Roman Dimitri stood his ground. While we, the big shots of Kairo, were just looking for ways to surrender. The Baron agreed. "Your Majesty is right. When Hector took the Archgate, we all thought we were done for." He raised his right arm. "But the Kairo troops proved that we weren't out of the game yet. The hero of Kairo, Roman Dimitri, is down at the southern border. It's time we use the edge he gave us to launch a counterattack." Gregory slammed the table, demanding they send reinforcements to the south ASAP. "We're gonna teach those Hector punks a lesson for messing with our land." Daniel threw back his cloak and declared loudly, "No more negotiating with Hector. From now on, our job is to take back the pride of the Kingdom of Kairo." The king ordered the vassals to be gathered immediately to get the status on the southern front, even though the capital nobles were worried about the south before. After the meeting, all their attention shifted to Roman Dimitri. Some notable faces included Baron Kolo, Count Den Dever, and Count Gregory. That was when they decided they needed him on their side. The light from the communication crystal faded, but Henry's mind was still racing. "I'm positive that after this, once the war is over, Roman is going to get a major promotion to the capital." Done with that, he turned to the soldiers. "If I can use this to become Roman's right-hand man, I'm set for life." Thinking that, he handed some top-tier beef jerky to the vice-captain Chris. "Hey, you're hungry, right? Eat this." Chris shut him down immediately. Henry chased after him, begging. Chris turned and barked in his face. "You think I don't know what you're after?" He kept going. "If you really want to be recognized, quit playing games in front of us." Then he emphasized, "Be someone we can actually trust on the battlefield." Henry stood there looking clueless. He muttered trust to himself, then turned and handed the jerky to the guy next to him. "You're Kevin, right? Want some?" The reinforcements sent by the royal army to the southern front line were ordered to buy Roman some time, to hold out until the main Kairo force arrived. Up on the ramparts, two guys were facing off. Vasily thought about it seriously. 200 men beating the Hector army? Are those guys just super weak or something? The guard nodded. "My thoughts exactly, sir. I heard rumors that Hector is dealing with a massive famine too. Maybe their army isn't all that scary." He didn't answer, just kept thinking. "I've been stuck defending this dump for 3 years. This is my chance." Vasily wasn't having it. Help Roman buy time? Screw that. Anything that guy can do, I can do better. I'm just as good as him. He gave the order, "Gather everyone. We're starting a guerrilla war to teach those Hector losers a lesson." Strategic points popped up on the map. Hector had split their forces to attack separately so they could reclaim the Kairo lines as fast as possible. Among those lines, the force attacking the third front line had about 3,000 soldiers. Because of Baron Vasily's crazy ambition to get some credit, they launched a guerrilla attack against the Hector army, but he got shut down fast because the Hector troops weren't as weak as he thought. Vasily's face went dead serious. The gap in power between the two sides was massive. After playing defense for a while, Hector's army finally got their act together and took control of the situation. Meanwhile, Baron Vasily's troops were just rotting away in the castle, living like they were on vacation. Because of that, they were no match for Hector's forces. The Kairo army finally realized they could actually win this fight in the canyon. The truth was out. The only reason they were losing before was because of Roman Dimitri. Before he could even finish his sentence, a soldier hacked Vasily in half. In the throne room, a soldier knelt and reported, "Your Majesty, Baron Vasily, who was leading the line at the third front, was killed in action against the enemy." Another guy burst in, yelling, "Your Majesty, Both the third and fourth fronts are under attack. The mana crystal started buzzing with intel. The second front was in deep trouble. The request coming in was desperate. The situation was critical. The second front couldn't hold out for 10 days like this. They were begging the king to send reinforcements immediately. Daniel sat on his throne, totally freaking out. Are you telling me all our defensive lines might fold in just a few days? He went quiet, finally getting it. It wasn't about one side being stronger or the other being weak. He realized the real issue. That total wipeout before only happened because Roman Dimitri was there. Daniel was pissed. Our army has been way too cocky. He clenched his fist. Roman Dimitri, where the hell are you? Somewhere else, a weird smoky cave. The continent still had so many secrets he didn't know about. A strange tree popped up, pulsing with magic. In his old life, he'd been a martial arts master, absorbing natural energy from plants and using their roots to boost his own power. Roman's two egos clashed. He realized this world was different. It had magic. Roman sat in meditation, with magical energy swirling around him. If Edwin Hector had been an even stronger mage back then, he probably wouldn't have made it out alive. He was weighing his options. His own power hadn't fully recovered to his old level yet. Back when he was the Heavenly Demon, if he'd made any rash moves he would have been screwed. It was just like a spider spinning a web waiting for a fly. Roman realized Edwin Hector had predicted he'd try an assassination and laid a nasty trap to reel him in. He opened his eyes, feeling a bit annoyed. Definitely not the start he wanted. His attack had plenty of magical power behind it, but he needed to rethink his game plan for the future. Roman's eyes sharpened. If he kept attacking like a reckless idiot. Electricity cracked from his palm, whipping toward Edwin like a lash. Light streaked across the air, their blades clashed, and the shockwave was insane. Roman realized the sword had turned into Butler. He was shocked. Boo. Thinking back to the fight, he admitted he couldn't win against a combo of two mages and a 5-star swordsman. He got knocked back by the sheer force, but honestly, he lived for this. That feeling of putting his life on the line for the most intense, edge-of-your-seat victories. Roman felt the tension. This was a totally new challenge. He kept throwing himself into the toughest fights. That was just who he was. In his head, he pictured himself getting his head chopped off. He was just a guy who couldn't handle living a boring, comfortable life. Roman swung his sword like a maniac, every hit packed with crazy power. He lunged and blood sprayed from his opponent's stomach. The guy in front of him collapsed. Roman looked cold. I'm ready. Elsewhere, Henry was shouting. Chris, didn't Sir Roman tell you when he'd be out? He was frantic. I don't know what he's doing in there, but the royal palace is desperate to get a hold of him. Let me see him. Chris looked dead serious and shut him down. From now on until he comes out on his own, nobody is seeing him. Henry started to sweat. What is he doing in there? What the hell is even happening? Suddenly he saw a shadow walking toward them. It was Roman. Henry felt a wave of relief. Why did he look so intense? Inside the war tent, Chris reported that, just like Roman had predicted, the third and fourth fronts had been taken in a matter of days. The second front had just fallen too. He kept updating Roman. Yesterday, after grabbing all the supplies from those fronts, Hector's army regrouped at the rear. Behind those lines, based on what Chris saw of their determination, that was clearly where they were planning to make their final stand. Henry cut in. The Kairo royals are losing their minds right now. They're dying to talk to you. Your army has already done so much. Shouldn't your main force just handle the rest? Roman's voice turned cold. Connect me to the royal palace. The mana crystal flickered to life. This is Roman Dimitri at the southern front. Daniel barked at him. I heard all 4 southern fronts have been demolished by Hector's troops. What the hell were you doing when that happened? Roman explained. He'd been spending the whole week prepping his own strategy. Daniel grilled him on his plan, then warned him. I'm not trying to pin the loss of the 4 southern fronts on you, but they all fell in a single week. Did you just sit there and do nothing to help them? Daniel demanded coldly. Roman replied, keeping it real. Honestly, it was just luck that I survived that death trap against Hector. He added, the royal army was way too careless. There was nothing I could do for them in that situation. Roman's tone was dead serious. Hector is betting everything, his country, his life, the whole 9 yards, on this war. I even had to face Butler, the second strongest swordsman in Hector, during that fight. Roman dropped the bomb. I should also tell you that the commander-in-chief Edwin Hector is an incredibly powerful mage. Daniel lost it. Wait, you're saying Butler is a 5-star swordsman and Edwin Hector is a mage? Roman laid it out. I'm sure you all know that on the battlefield, a mage is a game-changer who can flip the situation in a heartbeat. In my opinion, we shouldn't engage their main force until the rest of the Kairo army arrives at the southern front. Marquis stood by, nodding in silence. Roman was right. With the current southern defense, there was no way they were stopping Hector's army. Count Denver looked terrified. He hadn't even thought they'd make it to this point in the war. Count Gregory was deep in thought, realizing the kingdom of Hector was going all in on this gamble. The Marquis spoke up first. Your Majesty, I think that's enough. There's no need to keep grilling our hero here any further. Count Gregory's on the same page. Daniel's getting a headache because this whole mess is looking real bad for him. Roman, our main force is already headed south. He's ordered the Hector side to pull back, set up a base, and just hunker down and fight to the death. I need you to join our main strike force and help them take out Hector's army. Roman heard that, but he wasn't feeling it. Those Hector guys aren't gonna just fold. If that happens, any hope of winning favorable terms with the Kairo royal family is totally dead. You're just giving your 2 cents on the best move we've got, but what's the absolute worst case scenario for our side right now? Sorry, but time is definitely not on our side. Daniel frowned. What are you getting at? The answer came back fast. We've got 3 days at most before the main Kairo force hits the southern line. If we don't wipe out Hector's rear base by then, they're definitely gonna bring in backup. Like the Kronos Empire might jump into the fray. Daniel was sweating. How the hell are we supposed to deal with that? Roman gave a cocky grin. There's only one way out of this. We hit them head on. We have to crush the Hector army within those 3 days. Elsewhere, two sides were talking shop. A voice piped up, coming through the southern Kairo gate. Hadit chuckled, sounding slimy. That's a tempting offer. He hesitated. It was gonna be tough to swallow Hector's terms right now. Harriet leaned his chin on his hand, sounding pretty skeptical. Holding the southern border is fine and all, but won't we just get the full brunt of Kairo's rage? Edwin looked annoyed at him, barking orders. If we can hold the rear for the next month, I'll take Hector's deal, Edwin thought with pure spite. Can't believe this guy is still trying to cash in during a crisis. Hades pressed Edwin for an answer. He gritted his teeth, not wanting any part of it. It's a huge pain in the ass, but we don't have another choice. The deal was sealed. I'm in. Once the call with Hades cut, Wynn turned and gave the order. Jackson, get a hold of the Hector clan now. He made sure to stress that they needed to save their troops and supplies. Jackson gave a sharp nod. 2 magic portals popped up, spitting out weird energy beams. Edwin was doing the math in his head. The Hector portals will stay open for at least 3 days. He went quiet. If we can just hold out, we'll make it. I'm gonna bring hope back to here, no matter what. Viscount Pacius and his men stared up at the fortress gate. He was fuming. How the hell do you guys think you can just plant your flag on Kairo territory? He glared at the enemy. At the makeshift camp, the Viscount looked miserable. Viscount Brahim was just as tense. In the tent, the three of them just sat there in total silence. Viscount Pacius was fed up. Who would have thought the big shots in the government would show up for a pointless war like this? Is kissing up to Roman Dimitri really that necessary? Roman walked in. Roman Dimitri's here. Viscount Pacius scrambled to greet him. Come in, come in. It's a huge honor to meet the hero of Kairo. Roman kept his face stone cold, ignoring the flattery. Wow, you look way better than the rumors say. He remembered what the Marquess told him. The southern border isn't my problem. First, we need to get Roman Dimitri on our side. He kept talking. If our faction loses to Hector, the blame's gonna fall on the royal family. If other nobles manage to snag Roman first, the whole power balance is gonna go to hell. Viscount Pacius had done his homework. Roman Dimitri, eldest son of the Dimitri clan, big influence in the northeast. His family's just commoners, and he's only, in his 20s? He thought to himself, if I can recruit this guy, the Marquess is gonna promote me for sure. He said to Roman, have a seat. Roman was polite but distant. Thanks. Viscount Pacius introduced himself. I'm Pacius, under the Marquess's command. I hear the Marquess personally reached out to you at the southern camp. He tried to act all buddy-buddy. He really cares about you, you know. He told me to let you know he's really sorry about how things turned out. Roman didn't blink. It's fine. Nobody could seen this coming. Viscount Pacius asked, you got a minute? I've got a special gift for you. The Viscount looked annoyed. He cut in. Count Gregory is dying to talk to you, Roman. The Count says he's got some super useful intel for you. Viscount Brahim didn't want to be left out. Count Denver even sent his own kin here to help out. Hope they're useful to you. The Viscount tried to shove in, what about me, my clan? Roman looked totally annoyed. What the hell are you guys doing? The Viscount looked a bit spooked. Roman warned him. I know exactly why you guys are here, Roman said, his voice ice cold. But with the enemy's flag flying high over our land like this, I don't think now's the time to be talking about perks. Then Roman laid out his plan. After I wipe out Hector, I'm gonna challenge the top dogs and become the greatest swordsman in Kairo. He sounded dead serious. Just wait, I'll prove myself then. And when that happens, my blade will only serve one person. The room went dead silent, totally stunned by his integrity. Roman sat down. Why don't we focus on the problem in front of us first? Roman's suggestion cut the tension, and the real strategy meeting finally kicked off. This was a war where everyone had to put their skin in the game. Everyone had their own ideas, but nothing was actually working. The lights in the room flickered on. Someone spoke up. Hector's using a portal link. You've got at least 3 days. They need some time to get ready to strike back at us. Viscount Pacius kept going. But if that's the case, Hector's troop count should only be around 10,000. Since we've all got our forces here, wouldn't an all-out frontal assault give us a better shot at winning? Roman chimed in. With you guys backing me and our numbers, we'll definitely have the upper hand. But we can't say for sure we'll dominate, not if Edwin Hector's got mages on his side. Roman was fired up. That doesn't mean we're out of options. On the wall, the guards were freaking out. The enemy's here. Get to your positions. Down below, the massive Kairo army was standing there. Viscount Pacius looked grim as one guy stepped to the front. Roman shouted a bold warning. Listen up, Hector's goons! I am Roman Dimitri representing the kingdom of Kairo. He raised his knight's sword. I'm calling out Hector's commander for a one-on-one duel. Edwin stood on the wall, completely shocked, having no clue what Roman was pulling. You're still pushing this fight? Look, I don't want anyone dying for nothing. I'm sure you feel the same, right? Here's the deal, Roman. You beat me and Kairo accepts all of Hector's terms. But if I win, all of you get the hell out of Kairo right now. Edwin was stressing out. Dimitri shouldn't be able to take down Butler, yet he's dead set on a one-on-one. Is this some kind of trap? Roman held up his sword, swearing on his honor as a knight. If you don't agree to my terms, I'll tear this camp down, even if it kills me. I'll give you 10 minutes to think about it. Roman's voice still echoed, hoping for a smart decision. Edwin was starting to lose it. Every choice they had just led to more problems. Butler wasn't backing down and charged forward. Edwin blocked him. "I'm not letting you." Butler tried to reason with him. "Your Highness, please just trust me this once. I'll take Roman's head and find a way for the kingdom of Hector to survive." Edwin lost his cool and shouted, "It's not that I don't trust you, but we just lost 700 men in his last attack." Win's voice turned heavy with emotion. The stench of burning corpses from those soldiers still seemed to linger in his nostrils. He warned him, "I trust you, but Dimitri is definitely up to something." But Butler stayed firm. "I'm certain I can crush whatever dirty tricks he's got planned." He reassured Edwin, "I've been by your side my whole life. You really think I'm scared enough of a little trap to back down now?" Edwin knew there was no talking him out of it. He just said, "Promise me one thing. I don't want to lose you, so if anything feels off, just get out of there. Run." Butler was surprised by the concern, then gave a nod to put Edwin's mind at ease. After getting the go-ahead, Butler grabbed his sword and marched out of the hall, saying, "I'll be back." He stepped out of the gate and started probing Roman with his words. "I've lived long enough to meet plenty of crazy people, but you take the cake." Butler fired himself up, channeling his magic power. "I don't know what kind of scheme you're pulling, but I'm going all out." Roman replied respectfully, "When I hit you on the mountain, I genuinely wanted to fight you properly. There's no trap here. I want to test my strength against yours." Roman's expression turned aggressive, "So you better give it everything you've got. If you manage to kill me, you get whatever you want." Butler called him a lunatic. No sooner had they finished talking than both of them lunged at each other with their swords. A 5-star level. Once you hit that tier, you're a powerhouse in the region, the kind of person who can flip the entire tide of a battle. The general unleashed a blast of aura because the fate of the kingdom of Hector was hanging by a thread. He didn't plan on letting this fight drag on. He moved for a powerful, decisive finisher. "I'm ending this right now." Roman didn't even flinch. He blocked the strike with everything he had. A massive explosion rocked the area. The intense clash was still anyone's game. Everyone watching was shocked and stunned. The blinding light radiating from Butler's sword kept getting brighter. He poured all his power into one final decisive blow. Roman immediately vaulted into the air to dodge. The second he hit the ground, he was shocked to find Butler had already zipped behind him before he could react. A strike came crashing down, but Roman reflexively parried the blade. The sword skidded off, and the blow slammed straight into the dirt. The sheer force split the ground in two. The explosion thundered through the air, and the whole place was heavy with suffocating pressure. Viscount Pacius was horrified by what he was seeing. He couldn't believe it was actually going down like this. He had agreed to this fight, only to kiss up to Roman, even though he didn't want to. But if Roman lost now, all the effort he spent trying to recruit him would go down the drain. Viscount Theo was just as bad as Pacius. He was so surprised he was stuttering, unable to get a word out. Was he really going to lose like this? The fight dragged on, still dead even, blow for blow. But it looked like ever since Butler went full 5-star, Roman was just barely managing to hold his ground. Still, there wasn't a hint of worry or fear in Roman's eyes. If anything, he was even more determined to win. A group of soldiers watching from the walls were screaming their lungs out, cheering for their general. "Avenge our fallen brothers!" The battle was still raging. Every time their swords clashed, it sounded like thunder. The magic light lit up the whole sky. "He's actually matching my speed with every hit now." Butler kept attacking while analyzing his opponent. Roman wasn't just blocking, he was starting to read Butler's moves. Butler realized, wait, has he been testing me this whole time? Roman was hyped as he started to figure out the hidden potential in this body. "Finally, I know exactly where I stand in this new world. Even though I could easily wreck someone like Humrus, a 4-star, I still couldn't beat a 5-star swordsman. I need to go all out against the general to really understand my limits." Suddenly, a fierce glow erupted from Roman's sword. He unleashed his final move, breaking past his limits to reach a whole new level. Butler was furious at being played by a little punk like Roman. He yelled, "You cocky little brat!" Aura explosion. The downside to going wild with energy was obvious. Aura Knights don't focus on controlling their flow, they just let it erupt like an explosion. That means not every part of the blade is powered up equally. If a sword has 120% aura, the blade itself might only be using 80% of that power. Roman spotted Butler's weak point instantly. He moved for the finisher. "I'll read the aura flow and strike right at the gap." No wasted movement. He aimed right for the center of Butler's blade. Butler scrambled to block, but he'd already left an opening. Seeing that, this was his one and only shot. And finally, it was time. The third form of the Heavenly Demon sword style. He launched a massive strike, a blow so bright it lit up the sky, slamming right into his opponent and catching Butler completely off guard. Even a 5-star knight got pushed back. Everyone on both sides was hit with absolute disbelief. They were straight up shook, completely speechless. How the hell is this happening? Isn't Roman Dimitri just a 3-star swordsman? How is he going toe-to-toe with a 5-star general? General Butler is barely holding himself up with his sword, his body a wreck after that last hit. Edwin can't wrap his head around it. His brain is totally fried. Does this guy really just want a fair fight to test his own strength, without any underhanded tricks? If the general loses to Roman Dimitri, that's literally the worst-case scenario. We won't just lose our main combat powerhouse. We'll be forced to retreat to the edge of the camp. I've just gotta trust in the general now. That's right, he hasn't even gone all out yet. Butler grips his sword tight. He thinks Roman is a total lunatic. He spits out a mouthful of blood, but he's still standing tall. I thought he had some scheme going on to use as an excuse, but no, the bastard really just wants to wreck me right here. The only reason our perfect plan is falling apart is because a crazy psycho like him exists on the southern front. If I let Roman Dimitri walk away from this, the kingdom of Hector is eventually going to face a monster they can't handle. That's why I have to finish this monster off myself, right here, right now. He screams at the top of his lungs, "I'm going to kill you with everything I've got." His eyes light up, hands locked onto his blade, unleashing a final strike. Until now, only 2 people have ever managed to block this move from the general. One of them went on to become the strongest swordsman in the kingdom. The other made it onto the continent's rankings. His gaze is lethal and brimming with pure confidence. Solar Slash, a technique that shakes the very earth. A massive boom echoes out, a ring of fire erupts, and the light is blinding. Facing Butler's insane power, Roman is actually hyped, looking forward to it. If I try to tank that technique with my current level, I'm toast. In that case, I'll just focus everything on defense. Suddenly, a wave of darkness swallows him up. If that's the general's strongest weapon, then the ultimate shield of the Heavenly Demon Junghyeok Baek is the Heavenly Demon Iron Shield. The fight gets even more brutal. Butler's fire is growing, looking like it wants to devour Roman's wall of darkness. A deafening blast, debris flying everywhere. Edwin is completely stunned. Everyone is holding their breath, waiting to see how this ends. The ground is torn up, the sky looks shattered. It's a deadlock. This is the climax, and both of them are dumping everything they have into it. Roman looks more stoked than ever. "Let's see who's stronger, your spear or my shield." The fight ends. A thick cloud of dust fills the air. Edwin moves closer to the center of the madness. He can't believe his eyes. How could it even be like this? After the dust settles, there's a massive crater from Butler's attack, but the aura of darkness is still surrounding Roman, shielding him from the hit. Even a 5-star swordsman couldn't break through that. Roman gives a cocky smirk, even with a few scratches, while Butler is struggling just to stand, looking frustrated as hell. I poured way too much mana into that hit, but his pride won't let him fold. He keeps charging in. Roman isn't letting it end either. He dashes straight at Butler, their swords clash, lighting up the area. For one split second, Butler's mana didn't recover in time, and Roman knocks him back. He barely parries Roman's ruthless follow-up, thinking to himself, "What the hell is going on here? I've survived hundreds of death matches, and now I'm being pushed back by some 20-year-old punk? I can't quit now. Even if I die." Suddenly Roman grabs his face with one hand, a clean, brutal move. He slams Butler's head into the dirt with a massive thud. In his final moments he's still thinking, "I have to take this monster who's threatening the prince down with me." Suddenly his head glows. Roman is surprised and immediately on guard. A massive explosion of golden light erupts and a deep voice echoes. "Butler, I will never forget your iron will." Roman raises his sword, ready to deliver the final blow. Butler looks horrified and Roman gives him a cold, sharp glare. Edwin sees things are going south and yells, "Stop!" Then he fires a massive explosive fire spell, a scorching beam of fire straight toward the arena. Roman senses the danger and instantly dodges the prince's attack. Edwin screams, "Save the general! Get away from him, you heartless demon!" Hector just broke the rules of the duel. They ditched their honor in front of both armies just to save Butler. Roman's eyes flash with a calculated look. To pull that off, they'd have to open the castle gates. I can't miss this chance. Back at the strategy meeting, someone asks, "Even if that miracle happens, what do we do next?" Roman analyzes it. "After facing Hector on the mountain, I did some recon from a distance. Even after fighting all night, they carried every single comrade's body down the mountain before leaving. The army gathered at the southern front is in a tight spot, forced to retreat. They even took the time to cremate their dead and pay their respects before moving out. A guy who lets his soldiers mourn like that. Edwin Hector is a damn decent commander. I'm planning to exploit that weakness of his." Viscount Pacius's eyes widen as he finally gets Roman's plan. "Don't tell me." Roman keeps breaking it down. Butler is the only one who can mess up his judgment. "He's exactly what I need right now. I'm going to capitalize on his mistake." He says this with a face full of total confidence. "If I take down Butler, that's all I need to get the first step moving. I'm not going to end Butler in one hit. I'm just going to make sure he can't fight anymore." He grins, looking completely arrogant and self-satisfied. The moment Edwin Hector chose to save Butler, the second phase kicked off. Back in the present, the soldiers are ready to throw their lives away to attack Roman. They aren't afraid of dying. All they want now is time. They have to buy enough time to save their legendary general. Roman shot the army a look that could kill. "Edwin Hector, you're quick, I'll give you that. You might be a decent king, but let's be real. You're absolute trash at war." Soldiers scrambled toward Butler, screaming their lungs out. "Save him. Buy us some time." The archers on the walls were useless. They couldn't fire without hitting their own men. Damn it. Viscount Pacius can't believe this. It's like Roman is performing some kind of black magic. Everything is going exactly how he predicted. Roman Dimitri is the biggest freak of nature Kairo has ever seen. No wonder Viscount Benedict wanted him so bad. Now I get why he'd do anything to land this guy. With a monster like Roman on our side, we don't even need this weak-ass king. We could wipe those 2 neighboring empires off the map like they are nothing. Seeing the plan clicking into place, he ordered the Kairo army to charge. Another massive explosion shook the earth. Edwin watched from the walls, drowning in the realization that his own stupid choices led to this nightmare. His mind was racing, his brothers in arms, the idiots he trusted as generals. "I should have kept my cool until the bitter end, but I lost it the second Butler went down." He couldn't stop beating himself up, but no, it wasn't over yet. He forced himself to lock in. "We're saving Butler and sealing the gates. There's still a chance." A magic circle flared to life. Edwin poured everything he had into one final blast. Explosion! A massive shockwave ripped through the air, sending fire raining down on the Kairo troops. Hector's mages instantly countered, casting fireballs of their own. They slammed into the ground, kicking up a blinding cloud of dust and debris. Pacius roared at his troops, "Spread out and push. If we miss the chance to breach these gates now, we're taking way more casualties." Killian, a Hector knight, was pacing, watching the chaos with pure desperation. "We need to shut those gates now. Faster, damn it, faster." Suddenly, a voice boomed from below the walls. "Butler's right there! Shut the gates, quick!" Roman heard it and didn't hesitate. He took off, moving like a blur toward the castle walls. The enemy soldiers were screaming in terror and Killian yelled, "Stop him!" Roman just grinned, mocking their pathetic attempt to stop him. The soldiers at the gate panicked. It's Roman Dimitri. He's using defensive magic as he forces the gate. His eyes glowed purple as he surged forward like a hurricane, calling down lightning to blast the gates wide open. A dark silhouette emerged from the smoke as Roman shouted, "The gates are down! Kairo, move out! Finish off the rest of them!" Viscount Pacius bellowed. The Kairo army roared and charged in, axes and swords swinging. The Hector forces struggled to hold the line as blood soaked the dirt. Standing at the gate, Roman thought coldly, "Gates are open now, only one goal left." He stepped into the dawn ruins, staring down his target. "Edwin, Hector, just you and me now." Edwin couldn't accept it. Where did I go wrong? He was spiraling. I attacked and took their rear guard. Everything was perfect. My calls were solid. The plan was flawless. He glared at Roman with pure unadulterated hatred. It was all because of Roman Dimitri. That's who ruined everything. He glanced to his left. Chris was tearing through his men like a maniac. The whole fifth line ambush was Roman's move. He looked to the right. Kevin was guerrilla warring his way through the mountains. "I've already lost 1,000 elite troops." He thought about the dead soldiers and muttered, "If there's a god, why the hell did you even make me? Wasn't I supposed to be the star, the hope of Hector? So why did you bring this Roman Dimitri back into Kairo?" Roman spoke first. "Look who finally decided to show up." Edwin shot back, "Yeah, here we are." His eyes flared with a deranged red light. "If I die here today, I'm haunting your ass until the next life." He screamed Roman Dimitri and launched a magic orb. Magic release. First move, Windblade. A gale erupted from Edwin's palm, shredding the ground as it tore toward Roman. Roman didn't blink, swinging his sword to shatter the spell. Roman's face hardened. Hector's guards rushed in. "Protect the prince! Stop him!" They leaped at Roman, blades raised, screaming, "Die!" Roman curled his lip in disgust. "Trash!" He swung his sword in one clean arc, carving through 3 of them like they were nothing. A bolt of lightning crackled toward him. Behind him, vines ripped from the earth, wrapping tight. Edwin yelled, "Gotcha!" He immediately followed up with another spell. Inferno! Fire engulfed the vines, burning everything. A blade pierced through the burning wood and the fire itself. Roman sliced the flaming roots in half. Edwin wasn't done yet. He started charging lightning in his palm, his face twisted with malice. "I knew you wouldn't go down that easy. How about this? Take this," he roared. Lightsaber, and unleashed a barrage of lightning at Roman. He smirked, hope rising in his chest. Did I get him? But then a cold demonic voice cut through the air. Edwin's face went pale. Roman stood there, stone cold. "You're actually decent, but it's over." He lunged, his blade pressing against Edwin's throat, blood splattering onto his face. Kellen had thrown himself in the way to take the hit. Choking on blood, he gasped out his last words. "Run! Prince!" Edwin screamed in agony. Watching his loyal soldier drop dead for him, Edwin slumped over, howling, "No!" Roman walked closer, his sword still dripping blood, looking at them with nothing but contempt. Pathetic. He raised his blade to Edwin's neck. "I'll make sure you join him soon." Another group of soldiers rushed in. The lead soldier swung at Roman's head, but Roman parried it with ease and started carving through them one by one. Jackson saw his chance, threw Edwin over his shoulder and started running. "Prince, snap out of it!" he begged, desperate. "Do you really want to die here? Even if they call you a coward, don't make everyone's sacrifice for you mean nothing." He kept running, pleading, "You have to live. Order the army to abandon the castle." The remaining Hector troops held the line against Roman, trying to buy time. "We've got to buy some time," the remnants of the army screamed. "Your Highness, you have to survive. You've got to make it out alive." But those soldiers were already blinded by the mana radiating from Roman. Edwin, being carried away, squinted as he glanced back at the scene. Roman's precise, brutal sword strikes were cutting through them like nothing. Edwin was terrified, thinking the guy was a total demon. A Hector soldier begged, "You've already won. Just stop. Please, can you just call off your troops?" Roman answered coldly, "Didn't I warn you already? When we met again, I was going to kill you." Roman said calmly, "You guys started this fight, so don't sit there whining like you're the victims." He spat, his eyes full of contempt. Before the words even left his mouth, he lopped the guy's head off. A commander shouted the news, absolutely thrilled. All of Hector's troops had retreated. It was a total victory for Kairo. Shortly after, the nobles arrived with their own soldiers, one of them wondering to himself, "Where the hell is Roman Dimitri?" Seeing what was in front of them, Viscount Pacius and the rest were stunned. There he was, sitting on a literal pile of corpses. He'd flipped a losing battle completely on its head, an unprecedented feat. Roman Dimitri's reputation, after this battle, it just skyrocketed. Covered in blood, both his clothes and his face, Roman just flashed a smile. Finally, everyone showed up. A massive victory for Kairo. This was just before the news of the win reached the capital, where people in town were already whispering, "Hey, you guys hear anything?" "Hear what?" "The news about the kingdom of Hector crossing the border and attacking our southern frontier. That stuff. Inside a pub, a few young guys were huddled together. According to the merchants coming up from the south, things are looking pretty grim, the guy with the long hair said, clearly worried. It's super sketchy. I'm actually terrified they're gonna start drafting guys to go fight. The guy across from him, holding a beer, argued back. No way. Even when the Empire attacked, nothing like that happened. Why would they start drafting people just because Hector is making a move? The others around them were stressed about something else. You think they're gonna raise taxes to fund the war? I really hope not. Just like that, the pub was filled with people bitching and moaning about every little thing. Why can't this place ever have a peaceful day? Being born in this tiny, pathetic country, my life is a total disaster. What the hell is the government actually doing? Seriously. Meanwhile at the Royal Kairo Academy, Class D, the instructor's voice boomed. Next up, William Castro and Roman Dimitri. William, from Class D, was built like a tank, with a super arrogant, punchable face. The complete opposite was Roman Dimitri, who was always timid, shrinking away with zero confidence. The instructor shouted for them to start. The second the signal hit, he leaped forward. William swung his wooden sword hard at Loren, making the kid flinch and tense up. He kept attacking, relentless, pushing Loren back toward the railing. Loren was clearly outmatched and looking terrified. Right at the end, he let out a loud shout, squeezed his eyes shut, summoned every ounce of courage he had, and lunged forward, pouring all his strength into his sword. William just smirked. A tiny dodge was all it took to avoid him. Loren went flying forward from the momentum, and William laughed, mocking him. What an idiot. While Loren was sprawled out on the ground, William took the chance to land a heavy strike on his back. Loren trembled, struggling to push himself back up. The whole room was filled with applause. William's the best. Instructor Air stood there with his arms crossed, unimpressed. Roman Dimitri, you're the one who begged to join the Royal Kairo Academy to learn swordsmanship, yet not only can you not look at your opponent's blade, you actually close your eyes. He frowned in disgust. What a pathetic sight. Loren sat on the floor, his face drained of color from fear as the instructor warned him. If you perform like this during the exams, you might as well get ready to be demoted to Class E. His hands clenched into fists. Class E, he thought. I'd definitely get laughed out of the building. That class was for the 15-year-olds and he was already 18. Loren sat alone on a wooden bench outside, his head hanging low and depressed. Just then William and his crew walked by, tossing insults his way. Well, look who it is, our dear Loren. He stood there with his hands on his hips, sneering. It's honestly hilarious. It's so funny that even Sir Rodwell from Class S would probably be shocked. William looked at him and laughed. When I was younger, I actually thought the Dimitri family was something special, but looking at you now? Yeah, I clearly didn't get it back then. He mentioned Rodwell with a completely different tone. Some people are just born talented. The fact that someone like Rodwell was born into a normal family is a miracle. William scoffed. And what are the odds of that same miracle happening twice in one family? Loren kept his head down, miserable. It's always like this. That guy Rodwell haunted him like a ghost. The two guys with William chimed in with their own jabs. What even is that guy? No clue. It's honestly just sad. For real, I wonder if Roman Dimitri actually even beat Homer. William sounded sure of himself. I can guarantee you that's total BS. That rumor is definitely just something the Dimitri family cooked up. They had to do something to help their idiot eldest son build a reputation, right? He turned back to Loren and grinned. Just look at you, Loren. It's all right there, isn't it? The useless third son of the Dimitri family. Loren hurried away from them, his footsteps heavy. He couldn't stop thinking. Is the rumor about Roman actually true? Loren walked alone down the stone path, lost in thought. Even though he remembered him as a decent guy, William was right. He didn't believe Roman was strong enough to take down Homer. Everyone who heard it could tell it was a flat-out lie. He sighed heavily while walking, then suddenly looked up, sensing something ahead. Outside the city gate, a huge crowd had gathered, chatting excitedly like they were waiting for something. Loren was curious. What the hell is going on over there? Two guys were arguing loudly. Is that for real? The other one shouted, insistent. I told you, it's for real! An older guy standing nearby jumped in. My relatives in the south said the same thing. The furthest outpost in the south was totally taken by Hector, but it was suddenly recaptured in a surprise attack. And you guys want to hear something even crazier? The man added. In all of this, Roman Dimitri played a role that you wouldn't even believe. Someone asked, curious, you mean the young guy who beat Homer? The man agreed. That's the one. There's even a rumor he beat the Hector forces with only 200 troops. The guy kept talking, his tone dripping with skepticism. And that's not even all. They're saying he took down Butler, a 5-star swordsman, in one single strike. That sounds so stupid I don't believe a single word of it. Loren stood in the back, hearing it all, and wondered, are they really talking about the same brother Roman that I know? You think to yourself in disbelief. They actually claim he crushed the Hector faction with just 200 troops, and even took down Hector's elite swordsman. These guys are straight up lying through their teeth. A guard clears the path ahead, shouting, clear the way, the hero of the south has arrived, move it. At his shout, the crowd splits to either side to let the army pass. Roman, decked out in a red cape, rides his horse steadily toward the palace. Everywhere Roman goes, the people watch him with awe. Loren, standing in the distance, catches a glimpse of her brother riding past. Roman's gaze is ice cold as he scans the noisy, curious mob gathering around. Inside the palace, Daniel sits on his throne, looking at him with a satisfied smirk. Roman Dimitri, we finally meet. Roman bows deeply, kneeling on one knee. Your Majesty, I humbly present myself. Aside from him, there are 3 marquises representing the noble families. King Daniel speaks up. I want to express, on behalf of this entire nation, my deepest gratitude to you. You've truly shown this entire world what the indomitable spirit of Kairo looks like. He adds with a calculated invite. What is it that you desire? As long as it's within my power to grant, it's yours. Roman looks up, quietly watching the king ramble on. In reality, the strongest swordsman in Kairo, the captain of the royal guard Nicholas, is looking for a successor. Daniel is trying to bait Roman with all these half-baked perks. If you agree, I'll name you the vice captain and grant you free access to the royal grounds. Plus, I'll waive the remainder of your military service at the border. What do you think? Roman stays silent, deep in thought. The king has already bared his fangs. Roman had already predicted the king's intentions. He thinks to himself, since the late king passed away so early, the current one took the throne while still just a kid. This puppet king of Kairo, Daniel Kairo, is clenching his fists, anxiously waiting for an answer. If I can bring him to my side, then the aristocratic faction won't be able to threaten me anymore. Daniel calculates silently. People call me a spineless king, but there's no way I'm staying like this forever. Just then, Marquis Benedict speaks up, cutting his train of thought. Your Majesty, no one in this world rewards someone by dumping even more work on them. He intentionally exposes the king. To do this to such a young, talented man with a bright future, you're clearly just asking him to sacrifice himself. Please withdraw your offer. The other two marquises nod in agreement. He's right. Daniel raises his voice. I'm willing to grant him access to the royal grounds, but I can't just hand him the position of captain like that. Benedict frowns at Daniel's arrogance. Marquis Benedict has already stated the reward I'd like to offer. From this moment on, he gestures toward Roman and says, whether to accept that reward or not is for Roman Dimitri to decide. The three noble houses suddenly fall silent, nervous about what he's going to say. Roman thinks to himself, looks like he's still got some royal blood in those veins after all. However, he has no reason to help the Kairo royal family. He replies diplomatically, this position in the royal guard is truly an honorable one. However, before I make any decisions about my future, there is something I must say. Daniel looks at him, anxious to hear what it is. Roman declares firmly, after the war ended, I realized that I had been a frog in a well this whole time. Once I stepped out into the vast world, I realized I was nobody. His expression turns serious. That is why I still need more time to prepare before I venture out into that wider world. And once I am fully prepared, I would like to participate in the Kairo Kingdom's open rank tournament. I want to challenge everyone from rank 99 to rank 1 to truly test my own limits. Daniel is shocked. An open rank tournament? Roman nods. An open rank tournament means it can include an unlimited number of challenges. Each individual can fight until they are defeated, or until their opponent goes down. If a challenger wins, they can take the position of the person they defeated. King Daniel is skeptical. If something happens, people could actually die in that tournament. That's not something we can just easily discuss here and now. Roman doesn't even blink and responds nonchalantly, I understand. Daniel starts to get nervous. In a situation where he could choose endless wealth or fame, he chooses to turn them down and accepts a new challenge. The guy is incredibly confident. The crowd outside cheers. That's our hero of Kairo. That's the right call. An open rank tournament, huh? I'm already looking forward to it. He's the guy who took down the commander of the Hector army. After all, who could possibly stop him? Marquis Benedict thinks to himself. He turned down the king's invitation to become a royal knight. Since he wants to prove his own worth, there's no need to stop him. This idea isn't half bad. Count Denver and Gregory neither support nor oppose it, choosing to wait and see how it plays out. Roman is still in his 20s. Through the rank tournament, we'll be able to see his true strength. Roman asserts confidently. Your Majesty, I will soon prove myself before everyone. He hasn't stated his decision, using his actions to speak for him instead. Once that's done, that's when I'll decide which path to take. Roman chuckles internally. When the tournament ends, I, Roman Dimitri, won't become anyone's sword. Instead, I'll be the one playing the game. In another room, wine is poured into a glass, shimmering with a beautiful deep plum color. Marquis Benedict picks up the glass and muses. Life is truly full of surprises. He says slowly, I sent you to the southern front for your own benefit, yet Hector declared war at that very moment. Roman sits opposite him, listening quietly as he continues, and yet you became the hero who stopped Hector. He says slowly, thanks to you, I've had quite an enjoyable time. Benedict is surprised. An enjoyable time, you say? Roman is enthusiastic, of course. Through the war with Hector, I realized the world out there is much bigger, and that's why I'm joining the open rank tournament. He swirls the wine in his glass. I'm doing it to test just how strong I am within the kingdom of Kairo. Once there's no one left here stronger than me, I plan to travel the world and become the strongest one of all. The Marquis looks at him calmly. The strongest in the world. There was a time I dreamed of that too. Benedict closes his eyes, reminiscing about his youth, but by the time I realized how massive the world really was, I chose to be satisfied with the life I have now. He clears his throat. I have a daughter. Since her mother passed away so early, I've poured my heart and soul into raising her. Plus, he offered to hand him over to you. Roman was a bit caught off guard. Benedict continued, I heard from Fabius that you're no innocent babe in the woods yourself. And even today, seeing you volunteer for the open rank battle. He paused for a moment before adding, you reminded me of the true monsters of this world. The kind of people I met in my youth, those memories of the people I once knew are impossible to forget. Benedict said with a hint of regret. While I might not possess the insane, God-given talent they had, I can still say this for certain. Looking at Roman with burning intensity, he continued, you, Roman Dimitri, are someone who can grow strong enough to stand right alongside them. He went on, I know about you breaking off the engagement. I'm not planning on forcing her into it, but I'll arrange for you two to meet. Benedict explained, what I'm saying is, if you meet her and you both hit it off, then I'll accept you. I'm not gonna force you to meet her right this second, he said, keeping his tone calm. But I want you to remember this. In the past, and even now, I've always been a solid backer watching your six. Roman stayed quiet, waiting for him to finish. Whenever you decide to say you want to join forces with me, you'll get whatever the hell you want within this kingdom. Roman Dimitri, an existence that's shattered the balance of power. Whoever lands him holds the keys to ruling the Kairo kingdom. All 4 major factions in Kairo want Roman for themselves. On top of that, Count Gregory and Count Denver have also come out with some wild offers. But Roman Dimitri is the heavenly demon Junghyeok Baek, the man who doesn't kneel for anyone. Late one night at the Dimitri estate, a loud voice rang out. Hans, the family retainer, was so worried about Roman he looked like he might just drop dead. He kept pestering him. Are you okay, young master? Are you hurt anywhere? The old man had rushed all the way from the capital because he was so worried about Roman. Hans gripped Roman's sleeve, sobbing. When I heard you were on the southern front, my heart just stopped. I'm honestly so relieved you're safe. Roman replied in a calm, flat tone, I'm fine, but Hans just kept sniffling. Are you sure, sir? A few days later, in Roman's office, a cup of hot tea sat on the desk. Hans fumbled with the teapot and said, Young master, I know this might be crossing the line, but have you had a chance to meet young master Loren yet? A few days after arriving at the Dimitri capital estate, Hans asked, surprised, Young master Loren? When Loren saw him, his face lit up like a Christmas tree. The two of them hadn't seen each other in forever, so they just kept yapping away. Hans thought to himself, I raised both these boys since they were little. One look is all it takes for me to tell. Loren was clearly stressed, so he was just waiting for him to open up. Loren kept scratching his head, looking hesitant. Hans gave a gentle smile. Feel free to speak your mind, Loren asked, looking a bit anxious. Is there something going on with Roman? I ran into him a little while back when he was heading back to the capital with his guard unit. He recounted how everyone was saying Roman had crushed one of the Hector army's commanders. Hans explained, a lot has gone down in the Dimitri family while you were gone. Loren's eyes went wide as he listened to Hans. You've heard the rumors about what happened, right? They're all true. He filled him in on everything, looking like a proud parent. The engagement with the Lawrence family? Called off. The battle with the Barco family? He wiped the floor with Homer. And recently, he played a huge part in the victory at the Southern Front. Loren started to get nervous, thinking, it's not just rumors, it's all actually true. Hans remembered the happy smiles of the Lord and Lady Dimitri, all thanks to Roman's sudden personality shift. Even the Baron has been in such a good mood lately. Hans added with a grin, instead of talking about him like this, why don't you just go see him yourself? I hear he's coming here tomorrow night. Loren waved his hands, no need, it's fine, thanks Hans. Hans just stood there in silence, watching Loren's dejected back as he walked away. The 3 Dimitri brothers were born with completely different personalities, and among them, Loren had the softest, most sensitive heart. Standing before Roman, he said honestly, I think young Master Loren is getting bullied at the academy. Watching Roman slowly sip his hot tea, he made a bold suggestion. He probably wants to ask for your help, but I don't have the right to press him on it. Roman thought to himself, Loren Dimitri? The kid's the youngest one, huh? Roman set his teacup down gently. I don't need to worry about him just because he's my brother. He looked up and agreed with Hans. Fine, I'll meet him, but only once. When he got that answer, Hans's face lit up. Thank you, young Master Roman. Suddenly Roman seemed to realize something. In the small, cozy room, warmed not just by the sunlight streaming in but by Hans's gentle presence, Roman figured he might have agreed to this just because Hans asked. Footsteps hurried down the hallway. The man walked along thinking, so, the recruitment of Roman Dimitri is postponed indefinitely, huh? Still, Viscount Pacius was in a rush. There were other ways to get on the Baron's good side. He gave a sinister smirk. I'm sure he'll be happy. The Viscount calculated. Even if people only ever paid attention to Roman, the truth was that the subordinates following him were also absolute elites. If he could snag them, Marquis Benedict would definitely be thrilled. Viscount Pacius grinned craftily. He was aiming for Chris first, especially that guy named Chris. He's the kind of talent any noble in the capital would trip over themselves to hire. I guess if I hadn't gone to the southern border myself, I wouldn't have known about this. Those guys are seriously worth poaching. The more Pacius thought about it, the greedier he got. If I can swipe Chris and all of Roman's other men, I might finally earn the Marquis's trust for real. In the Dimitri training yard, the sound of a sword cutting through the air echoed rhythmically. Chris thought back. When I first met him, he was clearly still within my reach. Sweat dripped down his cheeks. I used to think that one day I'd be able to surpass Roman. Chris remembered Roman's battles. But now, he's on a completely different level than me. He's honestly mind-blowing. Especially in that one match. How the hell is it even possible to do something like that? The yard was quiet, empty, save for the sound of Chris's heavy breathing. He clenched his fist, feeling the surge of energy inside his body. Even so, just by following him and watching him from behind, in just 6 months I've grown so much I can barely believe it myself. Chris mused, I can't stop now. I'm still dead serious about my goal to surpass Lord Roman one day. Suddenly, Pacius's voice cut through my train of thought from behind. Chris, you're here? Let's get straight to the point. He started in, I want to recruit you, if you join our side. Chris cut him off immediately. I refuse. Pacius snapped and started shouting. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to change your life. How can you turn it down without even hearing the whole offer? What's the actual problem here? He tried to sound all grand and persuasive. Money? We can give you so much cash you'd never run out in your entire life. And the prestige. We'll get you a high-ranking position serving Marquis Benedict, the guy who actually pulls the strings in the central government. Chris looked at him awkwardly as he went on, whatever you want in this kingdom of Kairo, there's nothing we can't give you. Pashas tried another angle to convince him. If you're worried that this looks like you're betraying Lord Roman, don't sweat it. He's gonna end up switching sides and joining the Marquis's faction anyway. So, what's the harm in you joining first? Chris shot back, are you seriously telling me you've heard my master say he'd become a subordinate to Marquis Benedict? He grit his teeth and said, isn't that just obvious? Who in the kingdom of Kairo could possibly turn down someone as powerful as him? I frowned, feeling annoyed, thinking to myself, he still hasn't got a clue what kind of person Lord Roman really is. Chris told himself, from everything I've seen so far, he's the type of person who would never bow down to anyone. I stated firmly to Pashas, no matter what offer you make, I have no intention of leaving my master's side. Remembering Lord Roman's steady, unshakable presence, Chris said resolutely, no one could ever take his place. Pashas just bowed his head. Fine, I get it. I seemed to read his mind, so I warned him. If you're thinking about trying to recruit my other comrades, you might as well give that up right now. Chris advised him sincerely, none of them would ever choose to serve anyone else but our master. He turned around and walked away, feeling bitter. This is just ridiculous. How could someone pass up an opportunity like this? Chris wasn't wrong. Kevin had already gotten pissed and told Pashas, my master is my life. I'd rather die than follow someone else. That took him by surprise, but he was still stubborn enough to go find Lawrence. He wasn't any different. While scratching his head he said, so, have you actually settled a deal with my master yet? If not, I'm gonna pretend this conversation never happened. He waved him off, refusing. If I hadn't met my master, I'd still be a nobody. How could I ever betray him? Pashas was about to lose his mind. He clearly said it wasn't betrayal. Suddenly, there seemed to be someone behind him, but they were tiptoeing to stay quiet. He turned around and caught a soldier, trying to sneak past him. As soon as Pashas looked at him, the guy screamed, covered his ears like he didn't want to hear it, and took off running. Pashas just stood there, totally confused as to why they were all so loyal to that guy. Meanwhile, at the Kairo Royal Academy, under the bright golden sunset, Loren was training hard, hacking away at a straw dummy. He slashed at the empty dummy over and over. Sweat was pouring down his forehead. Loren remembered what Hans said about how Lord Roman's attitude had changed. And lately the Baron's mood has been incredibly good. He gritted his teeth, frustrated. What the hell actually happened to Roman? Loren kept wildly stabbing the stiff wooden dummy. He went from being the idiot of the Dimitri family to the youngest cavalry officer, and finally, the hero who defeated the foreign invaders of Kairo. He kept blaming himself. If Roman could change that much, he thought about that bully William and felt a surge of rage. Why am I still stuck in the same place, always being such a loser? Loren pretty much vented all his rage on the wooden dummy. Then, completely exhausted, he collapsed onto the grass and started panting. He squeezed his eyes shut, but he felt like something was approaching. It turned out Roman had been standing right in front of him the whole time. He asked, what do you think you're doing? Loren was taken aback. Brother Roman? He glanced at him and asked, did you hear from Hans that you were looking for me? Loren stood up to face him. Roman stood tall and ordered, say what you have to say. He awkwardly scratched his head and stammered, it's nothing. He looked at him with a cold stare and muttered, pathetic. Then he turned around and started to walk away. Seeing him actually leaving, he panicked and stuttered while looking after him. Loren finally yelled out, I said I'd tell you everything. Geez. Roman was honestly feeling like punching his little brother right now. In the twilight, Loren's voice sounded soft. When I first heard those rumors about you, I didn't believe them at all. He sat on the bench and told him, the brother I remember never cared about swordplay and would even pay someone else to take his place at the border. Roman thought to himself, about a year ago, huh? That's not that long ago. Loren clenched his fists and continued, yet compared to when I last saw you, you've become a completely different person. Everyone is calling you the hero of Kairo now. What on earth happened to make you change so much? He started crying, feeling bitter. Before, neither of us could live up to the expectations of the people around us. I want to be like you too. Remembering how he wanted his father's attention, he wished, I want to be the son that makes father proud. Loren sobbed as he said, not the son who always pretends everything is fine, everything is okay, and can only give him a fake smile when I see him. I really want to be able to show him my own achievements. Roman stood with his arms crossed watching him cry, thinking, the kid is still young, not even 18 yet. He isn't strong enough to deal with this heavy reality. He looked down at his boots, wondering what he should do with him. For him, the people here had accepted the new Roman. They decided not to cling to the image of the old Roman and gave this Roman a second chance. He bowed his head deep in thought. I should do the same. Whether it's Loren or Rodwell, I shouldn't judge them based on old memories, but on what I've actually experienced with them myself. He stepped forward and called out to Loren. He looked up, and Roman said, I don't want someone who carries the same name as me to be looked down on. Roman said seriously, it affects the honor of the Dimitri family and me too. Loren looked at his brother with teary eyes. The answer to your question is you're perfectly capable. Go prove yourself in the Academy's sword test. In his previous life, he and his brothers had to kill each other. But, now that he was Roman, everything had changed. He wanted to give his brother from this life a chance. The instructor gathered everyone in the lobby to make the announcement. Alright, time for the swordplay exam. First up, we're calling out pairs. Leon took a deep breath, setting his resolve. My brother told me that if I want the answers I'm looking for, I've got to prove myself in this exam. The instructor called his name, and then Roman Dimitri stepped up. He shouted, "Here," and called out his opponent. William Castro. That guy smirked, looking stoked. He laughed sinisterly. Still itching to go up against me, huh? This time, I'm gonna show you what I'm really made of. The instructor gave the instructions. This exam isn't about winning or losing, we're just checking your progress, so no going overboard with the attacks. The signal to start made the tension in the air snap. Before the echo even faded, William lunged at Lauren with his sword, going for a preemptive strike. He spat out, "Lauren, you weak little loser," and went on a rampage, screaming like a maniac. Time to finish this. William swung his sword down with a smug look, his blade barely missing the top of Lauren's head. Lauren thought in despair, "So this is it, huh?" Suddenly, Leon remembered what Roman told him about the exam. For the guys who look down on you, show them what you're actually capable of. He didn't hesitate. He thrust his sword upward, right from under William's chin. William gritted his teeth in pain and cursed, "You son of a bitch." Inside, Lauren had made up his mind. He had to remember this moment. It was time to prove who he really was. He steeled himself, thinking, "I can do this just like my brother." Then he launched a savage counterattack. William didn't stop hurling insults. "Damn it, you little punk!" He lunged forward aggressively with his sword, but Leon managed to dodge just in time. He swung his sword hard at William, promising himself, "I'm definitely gonna pull this off." After the fight, Lauren blinked back into reality as the instructor praised him. "I see some real progress in you." As he sat up, the instructor continued. "The moment William started his second wave of attacks, you landed a clean hit on him. If you hadn't managed to deflect that blow, you wouldn't be sitting up right now. You did great. I've been keeping an eye on you this whole time. It's not that you lack talent, it's just that you're always so terrified that you keep yourself all bottled up. You haven't realized your true potential, let alone unleashed it. It was like that before, but today, fighting against William, I think you finally broke through that." Loren stared blankly, stunned by the praise. "Teacher, are you serious?" The instructor said it straight. "I have no reason to lie to you. You need to start believing in yourself." Loren's eyes welled up as he listened to the instructor's serious assessment. "I can see your potential isn't that far off from William's, so quit being scared. If your head isn't in the game, you're never gonna make anything of yourself." Loren bowed his head, holding back tears. "Thank you, sir." On the other side, William was still fuming. "Damn it." His two lackeys tried to calm him down. "Just chill out, man. Yeah, take a breather first." His face was twisted in rage. "That bastard Roman Dimitri. I let him off the hook a few times and now he's actually standing up to me, and he even dared to look at me with that gaze?" William couldn't contain his rage and shouted, "I'm not letting this slide. That piece of trash, Loren. I'm gonna break his arm." The two lackeys were shocked. "Do you really have to go that far? Are you idiots serious? Do you even know who Roman Dimitri's older brother is? That's Roman. He's the hero of all Kairo. If you push this too far, you're gonna spark a war between the families." William glared at them, not caring at all. "So what if he's the hero of Kairo? I'm the eldest son of the Castro family. What do you think he's actually gonna do to me? My old man is super tight with Marquis Benedict. No matter what I do, nobody in Kairo is gonna touch me." William got even more arrogant. "A hero, huh? I'll show him. He's nothing compared to real power." Then he gave the order, "Drag that Loren guy here to me. If he tries to fight back, just knock him out." Suddenly, Roman appeared at the door. "What did you say? Say that again, I dare you." William jumped out of his skin. Roman asked again. "Tell me that one more time. What are you planning to do to my little brother?" They started trembling the second they saw him. William tried to act like he was still in control. "If you want to hear it so bad, I'll say it." Before he could finish, Roman lunged forward and grabbed him by the throat. Roman lifted him off the ground and asked, "Do you have any idea what your mistake is?" His hand tightened, making it hard for William to breathe. Roman didn't let up. "Harassing Loren is one thing, but I heard every word you said, daring to bully Loren and disrespecting me, Roman." His eyes were cold and completely empty. "You losers really thought you could look down on my family?" Roman let go. "I'm heading to your house now." William collapsed to the ground, gasping for air. "What?" Roman was absolutely radiating killing intent now. "Isn't it time someone taught your parents how to raise you? I want to see exactly what this real power of yours is all about." Meanwhile, at the high-ranking Count's estate, Viscount Pacius was caught off guard. So, it was a total failure? A golden opportunity for success handed to them on a platter, and they couldn't even take it? That's why I hate making deals with these people. Count Castro sipped his tea and replied happily. "Those low-class commoners always have such narrow vision. You just need a little patience." He asked, "Is that Roman guy really that important?" Viscount Pacius replied, "Of course. Marquis Benedict has poured all his effort into trying to recruit him." He covered his mouth and whispered, "I'll tell you something. The Marquis actually wants Roman to be his son-in-law." Count Castro laughed deviously upon hearing that. "Is that so? I'll have to go meet him sometime. If there's an opening, count me in on that." Just as he said that, someone came running in looking panicked, making Count Castro wonder, "What is it?" William kicked the door open and shouted. His father was caught off guard. "William and Roman?" William spilled everything, playing the victim. "Dad, do you have any idea what this Roman guy did to me?" A commoner, daring to threaten the eldest son of the Castro family. His father caught on quickly. William pressed him. So Dad, you need to. Suddenly the Count roared, shut your mouth. He grabbed his son by the collar and hissed, William, do you even know who you're messing with? Roman is the hero who saved Kairo. Then, he tossed William to the ground. How dare you talk like that? The Count then bowed his head to apologize to Roman. Please forgive my son's insolence. I will make sure to punish him and teach him a lesson he won't forget. A scene like this will never happen again. I hope you aren't still angry. He forced a smile, adding, why don't you have a cup of tea with me? Inside though, Count Castro was actually thrilled. Actually, this is a good thing. I didn't think I'd get a chance to get close to Roman this quickly. He won't refuse my hospitality, right? But Roman crushed his train of thought. What exactly do you think you're doing? Aside from the apology, everything else will be decided by me, not you. Roman spoke loudly and critically. This whole situation was caused by your son. William harassed my younger brother Loren. He even went as far as to break the kid's arm right in front of me. Roman's face went stone cold as he recalled the way William had treated his brother. I can't just sit by and let that slide. The Count had no intention of admitting fault. So, what are you planning to do? Are you going to try to break my son's arm back, just like he did to your brother? He tried to use leverage to smooth things over. Let's sit down and negotiate this like adults. For the future of both our families, tell me what I can do to settle this. But a moment later, he was left stunned by Roman's absolute refusal to back down. It's simple. I want William to get his ass in front of my brother, Loren, kneel down and apologize right in front of everyone. You're going to follow through on that condition, and then he's dropping out of the Kairo Royal Academy. I don't want to see that piece of trash lurking around my brother at school ever again, Roman threatened. And if you think my offer sucks and don't want to play ball, then I'll just go ahead and start a war between our two houses. You can choose to go to war with House Dimitri, or you can do exactly what I said. My face wasn't joking around. The choice is all on you, Count Castro. Count Castro clearly didn't get the memo on how serious this was. The nerve of these little brats just because they got a little power. Does some lowlife actually think he can mess with me? You think just because you pulled off some stunts for the royal family, and the Count and the King are showing you some favor, that you can just get whatever the hell you want? He barked aggressively. Not in a million years. You won't be able to lay a finger on House Castro. Wake up. I'm gonna use this opportunity to show you the real power of an aristocrat in this empire. Then he turned to Viscount Pacius and said, Viscount, you've been watching this whole thing from the start. You need to witness for me against his blatant provocation and disrespect toward House Castro. Count Castro glared with pure rage. Roman, you've pushed me way past my limit. I'm gonna have to deal with you properly. Viscount Pacius tried to chill him out. Take it easy, Count. From what I saw, William was in the wrong with Loren, his brother, from the jump. The Count looked shocked. Really? Among the nobility in Kairo, Viscount Pacius was nicknamed the Kairo Raccoon. The empire is crawling with talented people, but like the Viscount, they're cunning enough to survive the brutal political battlefield. Viscount Pacius, with his cold sharp eyes that could see right through any situation, sized things up. He always played both sides to keep his relationships profitable with the big shots in the empire. His family wasn't exactly top tier, but to hold his own in the royal palace, and among the high-ranking nobles, he had to be slick. And his friend, well, he had the upper hand. Count Castro came from a prestigious family in the Kairo kingdom. The two of them had been tight since they were kids. But the Viscount was in a tough spot now. Roman was going head-to-head with the Count. It was a hell of a choice, and maybe he should just stick with his buddy, the Count. He hesitated. The Marquis was the type who would throw anyone under the bus, even his closest friends, if it meant getting what he wanted. The only exception was his own blood relatives. Since Roman was looking like he'd be the Marquis's future son-in-law, the Viscount knew where he had to stand. Count Castro, your son messed up from the start. That's plain as day. You don't need to be embarrassed by what your kid did. A little punishment to keep him in line won't hurt. Count Castro froze, cursing under his breath. The Viscount looked cold but calculated. After a moment, the Kairo Raccoon had his answer. In the current state of the empire, siding with a rising star like Roman was the play. He realized that if a war broke out against the Dimitri family, the only result would be total ruin. In the end, Count Castro decided he couldn't let his ego or a little bit of pride destroy his whole family. He bowed his head. I understand. Thank you, Viscount Pacius. Hearing you put it that way, maybe I wasn't thinking it through. If my son made a mistake, he needs to be punished. He spoke to Roman, looking sincere. I'm truly sorry, Roman. It's my son's fault for bothering your brother. Everything happened so fast, and I acted out of line. I'm honestly sorry, and I hope you can forgive me. Over on the other side, William saw his father backing down and freaked out. Father! Roman kept a straight face, but inside he was having his own thoughts. Nobles always think they're the shit, always standing above everyone else. Now that my status in the empire is blowing up, all these jealous, backstabbing noble scumbags are coming out of the woodwork. Roman thought, if I don't handle this, my family is going to keep being the target of these dirty tricks. I gotta go all the way with this one, and make an example out of them. He secretly sized up the Count. Guess this guy isn't a total moron. He knows how to think instead of just acting on emotion. The Count kept his head bowed. I'll do exactly what you asked for. Count Castro accepted Roman's terms. William will have to kneel and apologize to your brother. He's also dropping out of the Kairo Royal Academy. William cried out, Father! Roman seemed satisfied with the apology. Please, just let it go for the sake of a father's heart. Roman didn't want to drag it out anymore, so he said, fine, let's just call it a day. William felt a mix of fear and pure disgust. Meanwhile, the Count was still bowing as he saw Roman off. "Thank you so much for your generosity." Watching Roman walk away, William wondered, who the hell did I just mess with? Elsewhere, Lauren heard the news. "Wait, something huge happened," he asked, confused. "Are you serious?" It was definitely William's fault. A classmate ran up to him. "Your brother Roman got into a fight with William. William got his ass kicked, and now he's gone to talk to his dad about it. You heard?" Loren couldn't believe it. "What?" The kid kept going. "That's what happened after you left. Your brother's probably talking to Count Castro about it right now." Hearing that, he took off running as fast as he could. He was terrified for Roman. "Brother, this is bad. The Count might try to hurt him. This is way too dangerous." Lauren was panicking. If Roman got hurt because of him, he'd never forgive himself. He bit his lip to hold back the tears. His light crystal started making noise. "Lauren, what's going on?" He started sobbing. "Father, brother Roman is in trouble. He came here to help me." On the other end, Romero, Dimitri, and Leon were shocked by what they heard. Loren kept going, "But I think they dragged him to see Count Castro to punish him." Romero Dimitri slammed his hand down on the table, roaring in anger. "That bastard Castro!" The old man was shaking with rage. Lauren was always such a careful kid, always thinking things through before reaching out to the family. Whenever he called, he never wanted to be a burden, so him crying on the phone like that, it meant something seriously messed up was going down. Romero turned to Rihanna for her take. "What do you think we should do?" He knew as well as she did that the Castro family was a major player, with serious pull in the Empire's nobility. Plus, they were tight with Count Benedict. She wasn't having any of that submissive talk. "How can you even say that? Our son Roman is in danger." "Rihanna, try to think of something else. This isn't the time to be overanalyzing everything. Our relationship with the royal family isn't bad. Besides, it's not like our family, the Dimitri family, are weaklings people can just push around." Romero finally got it. He pulled her into a tight hug, feeling grateful. Then, he gave the order. "Call every one of our vassals here right now. No excuses, everyone shows up." In the meeting room, Romero took his seat at the head of the table and laid it out. "Roman, our eldest son, is in a hell of a spot. He's got major beef with the Castro family." The room went dead silent. Romero kept going. "According to Loren, there's a real chance they're trying to drag Roman off to their estate to stand trial. Our opponent is the Castro family," Romero said, his voice hard as iron. "In a situation like this, we can't just sit on our hands. That's why I called you all here. I need your support and your green light." He was tense. He already knew what they were probably thinking. Going head-to-head with the Castros was high stakes. He expected pushback, and sure enough, Jonathan was the first to speak up. "I agree." He laid out his case. Taking on a powerhouse like the Castro family was extremely dangerous. "But that's Roman, the heir to the Dimitri name," he insisted. "We can't just leave him out there in the cold." Hendrik jumped in, backing him up. "Sir, I'll have every forge in the family running at full capacity right now. Just tell us how much gear and weaponry we need for this war." He slammed his hand on the table, dead set on protecting Roman. "Young Master Roman is the future of this family. Whether it's the Castro family or anyone else, touching young Master Roman is totally off limits." The response was shock-inducing. The miners, the blacksmiths, everyone in the Dimitri family, not a single person opposed the move. Romero felt a complex mix of emotions. Everyone was coming together like this just for Roman. The Dimitri family had always been about peace, but from here on out, they'd need to keep their eyes glued to the northeast. Down at the iron mines, the shouts started. "What? Seriously? They dare mess with our hero Roman Dimitri?" Jacob roared. "Get all the miners together. Even if we aren't fighting on the front lines, we can still support the guys out there by getting them whatever they need to win this." Moken was fired up. "Those nobles dare touch young Master Roman? Unforgivable. We're going to push ourselves and blast out as much iron ore as it takes." Every worker in the forges was pushing past their limits too. "We've got to work harder and faster than ever to get young Master Roman home safe," Hendrik shouted, hammering away. "Don't stop until he's back." Meanwhile, Roman stepped out of the Castro estate looking totally unfazed, while Loren was still a nervous wreck. He knew the whole family was busting their tails to save him. After talking to Romero Dimitri, Loren tried to chill out. "I told Dad, he'll definitely send someone." Still, he couldn't stop worrying. "But what do I do until then?" He shook it off. He had to find his brother first. Ahead of him, a group of students were whispering. Loren was surprised to see them there. Suddenly, he saw Roman walking toward him, with a cold look on his face, dragging William by the collar. Loren stuttered, "Brother Roman!" Seeing him, Roman let go, and William hit the floor. Roman's voice softened. "Oh, there you are." He turned to William and barked, "Now apologize to him or your family is going to pay a heavy price." Count Castro was sweating bullets. He shoved his son. "William, apologize." "Now." William squeezed his eyes shut and choked out, "Lauren, I'm sorry for all the trouble I've caused you. I bullied you." William was struggling to get the words out. "Please just accept my apology. I'll drop out of the academy. You won't see me again." Lauren's eyes went wide. What the hell was happening? Seeing Lauren stay silent, Count Castro panicked, thinking he wouldn't forgive them. "Please, you have to accept our apology. I swear this won't happen ever again." He bowed his head to Loren, totally desperate. That night, Loren finally asked, "Brother Roman, what was that about? What actually happened?" Roman explained. "Listen, Loren, what I did today wasn't just for you." Roman said firmly. "They dared to insult the Dimitri family. As a representative of this house, I had to punish them." He didn't stop there, though. He had some advice for Loren. "If you keep bowing your head and letting people walk all over you, nobody is going to respect the Dimitri name." Lauren felt sad. I'm sorry, Roman cut him off. Keep your head held high. He looked him dead in the eye. Your name is Roman Dimitri. I don't ever want to see you go through something like this again. He started pushing Roman to think. What are you good at? You need to figure out exactly what you're capable of doing in the future. He kept going. If the Castro family had known the potential power hidden inside of Dimitri, they never would have dared treat you like that. It finally clicked for Loren. He whispered to himself, brother, then made a promise, his voice stronger now. Yeah, I'll remember what you said. I'm not gonna take this crap anymore. Roman looked satisfied. That's it. I don't want to keep arguing with my little brother for no reason anyway. Loren suddenly remembered something and panicked. Oh crap, brother, we need to call Dad right now. If we're out here like this, there's no telling what Dad might have done back home. Somewhere else, William took a punch straight to the face, surrounded by yelling. You useless brat, Count Castro roared. You're so stupid, how are you even my son? Do you have any idea what kind of mess you started today? And he started tearing into him about the disaster he'd brought on them. Roman, everyone with any real power in Kairo is scrambling to recruit him. It's like the guy's a damn legend, some kind of saint in this city. And after all that, he still had time to school William. And you? You had the guts to lay a finger on his little brother. From the second the heir to the Castro family hit his knees, you were shaking, too scared to even open your mouth. Count Lawrence was losing it, completely humiliated. He pointed right at William and snapped. Our family's reputation is in the gutter. People are gonna say the Lawrence house is a joke. A second later, he rubbed his tired eyes, feeling totally hopeless. God, how am I supposed to look the Marquess in the eye after this? Just then, a servant walked in. My lord, the Dimitri family is reaching out. The Count was stunned. The Dimitri family? Seriously? A voice boomed out. Baron Dimitri. The Mana Stone projected an image of Roman Dimitri. Count Lawrence. Seems we've been way too nice to the Castro family. You actually had the nerve to mess with the Dimit bloodline. Romero wasn't backing down an inch. The Dimit family isn't gonna let this slide. The Count looked like he'd seen a ghost. He thought to himself, wait, what? Isn't that enough? Why is Baron Romero bringing up stuff we already settled? Romero Dimitri didn't care. First thing tomorrow morning, I'm filing for a regional war permit from the central government. The fallout starts now. The Dimitri family are cutting all ties with the Lawrence family. You're gonna be stuck drowning in debt. A chill ran straight down the Count's spine. Romero added coldly, before a war you gotta bleed your opponent's finances dry. Not stopping there, he threatened, and I'll make sure to hit up all your enemies too. The Dimitri family was ready to fund anyone willing to side against them. His resolve was rock solid. To crush the Lawrence family? I won't even tell you how I'm gonna do it. Romero insisted, because I'm gonna make sure the Lawrence house burns to the ground. By any means necessary. The Count felt like he was standing on the edge of a cliff. No, this can't be happening. Hatred was boiling in his gut. Why are they doing this to me? Like father, like son, he thought. He demanded, I'll say it one last time. Let my son go. The Count felt like he was the one getting screwed over here. He shouted, Baron Dimitri, you've got it all wrong. We don't have your son. He explained the whole situation, telling him that William had already gotten on his knees and apologized. I don't know what you're talking about. Romero realized he'd jumped the gun, but he kept his cold act up. Oh, is that right? The Count answered honestly, yeah. Once Roman stepped in, everything was settled. I promise this won't happen again. Romero just muttered, fine, I got it. The war that was about to blow up just fizzled out. Romero cut the connection. He walked out of his room thinking to himself, a real leader is born. He stood on the balcony, watching his men gearing up for a fight for Roman's sake. From the artisans to the blacksmiths and the iron miners. When did this happen? He felt a surge of pride realizing Roman had completely won the hearts of all his people. The kid's really grown up. From the balcony, Romero gave out a new order. No war, get the victory party ready. Everyone erupted in cheers at Romero Dimitri's command. Eat and drink like it's your last night on Earth. Down in the town, people were whispering. I saw Count Lawrence with my own eyes. One of the most powerful guys in Kairo. And his own heir was kneeling down, apologizing to the second son of that family. Inside the tavern, the gossip wouldn't stop. The power balance in Kairo was shifting, and it had only been a few hours. The whole market was starting to swing the other way. Merchants working with the Dimitri family were already talking about cutting ties with Lawrence. Lucas kept going. You guys realize what that means, right? The Dimit family was planning to go to war with the Lawrence house. Everyone in the tavern was shocked. A backwater family taking on the Lawrence family? Lucas cut them off. The crazier part is the result. After that whole mess, the momentum swung hard to the Dimitri family. Honestly, if you ask me, in a fight between a capital city family and a local one, the Dimitri family chances of winning are way higher. Lucas said what everyone else was thinking. The power dynamic of the Dimitri house had completely changed. Roman sat alone, unable to stop thinking. The Dimitri family were always super cautious about war, so why did they make a move like that just for him? He knew damn well that Baron Romero couldn't just decide this on his own. Other big shots in the family had to vote for it. His feelings were a mess. A small family like the Dimitri family had taken such a massive risk for his sake. Memories from way back when started flashing through Roman's mind. In his past life, he lived like a monster under the name Heavenly Demon, in a world where anything could happen. Having seen so much death, he'd changed. But present-day Roman smiled satisfied. He told himself, still, this life, it's different from the last one. Over in the kingdom of Hector, the night air felt heavier than usual. Butler and Jackson watched on, worried, until Jackson suddenly shouted, Prince, are you okay? Edwin was covered in bandages. The second he woke up, he asked, "How long has it been?" Edwin remembered the guy's moves during the fight and couldn't help but gape. Roman is a damn demon. Even if I could turn back time to that moment, could I really beat him? Roman, yeah, I definitely couldn't do it. His body was glowing. There's no way I could've won. Floating in midair, watching the battle, that was him, the one who plunged the kingdom of Hector into pure despair. Edwin blamed himself. If I hadn't started this war, the kingdom of Hector might have lasted a lot longer. He felt sick with guilt. Kellen died in that fight because of me. Edwin gritted his teeth. It was all his fault that the kingdom of Hector was in this mess. There's gotta be a way to save the kingdom, right? He told himself the people of the kingdom of Hector were counting on him. Edwin's eyes flashed. I can't just give up like this. That's right. I have to. Jackson asked nervously, Prince, how are you feeling? His body was drenched in sweat. How long have I been like this? A week had passed and all the officials in the kingdom of Hector were dead silent, but rumors were already leaking out of the Kairo royal palace. The kingdom of Hector was falling into deep despair. The people there were losing their minds. Word from the front lines was that a demon had appeared on the battlefield, taking out thousands of Hector soldiers all by himself. To top it off, he'd crushed the Hector prince and his elite knight. This is a war we were never gonna win from the start, a helpless commoner muttered. We're just small fries, and we don't have the vision to truly understand what's going on with this war. His buddy standing nearby chimed in. There are so many people, and so many twisted demons in this land that we don't even know exist. Meanwhile, inside the massive palace, the king of Hector sat on his throne and asked, How's your health doing, son? Edwin knelt down to pay his respects. My king, I've recovered. The old man blamed himself. It's all on me. Because my reign has been so weak, the kingdom of Hector ended up in this mess. Because of that, I've had to do whatever it takes to hold up a kingdom that's already on the brink of total collapse. After that last battle, I've realized a lot of things. I don't want you to throw your life away because of that battle. He took all the blame on himself. Edwin spoke up to take responsibility. It's all my fault. I'm sorry, father. Then he asked, Father, have you read the report Jackson sent over yet? The king of Hector replied, I have. He recounted the strange signs found in a village outside the city walls. The first village where the crops started failing. Edwin said, but now, things are getting even more complicated. The land has turned black and the creatures are dying off one by one. He speculated, I have a hunch that this might be a necromancer's curse. When he heard that, the old man's face went stiff with tension. Edwin reasoned, failed harvest, dying creatures. This is hitting the kingdom where it hurts. Everything happening right now is designed to push our kingdom to the edge of ruin. Then he reached a conclusion. Plus, it looks like this is spreading more and more. All our efforts to save it have been for nothing. This is definitely dark magic. The king of Hector asked, does that mean some outside force is gunning for our kingdom? Are they just waiting until we're too weak to fight back, so they can tear us apart? Edwin answered yes. It seemed like he was sure about his theory now. Those dark forces are lurking in the shadows. They're playing us like a fiddle. While we're busy fighting other kingdoms, our strength is fading. That's when they'll swoop in and take what they want. The old man's face grew even tighter. So that's it. A dark curse was planted on our lands on purpose to drain the life out of our kingdom. Then we need to find a way to deal with this black magic ASAP. Our kingdom is on its last legs. We can't keep trying to hold on like this much longer. He brought up a memory from when he was a kid. Do you remember, father? Back when I was little at the Tower of Heaven, if I gave up my title as prince and joined their ranks, I could have had anything I wanted. He told the king of Hector that he might actually have to do that now. The old man shouted, how could you even think of that? It looked like Edwin had already made up his mind. Just 1 year, father. It's the only way to save the kingdom from this nightmare. Down at the pub, Mark Burney slammed his beer mug onto the table. He told himself, if I'm gonna die, I'm dying on the battlefield. Then he thought, but what about this arm? In this state, am I even still capable of fighting? Roman walked up out of nowhere to say hello. Mark, long time no see. He gave a slight smirk. I'll get right to the point. He made an offer. Do you want to come with me to the Dimitri family? It caught him off guard, Mark thinking, what is this guy talking about? But he still politely turned him down. Thanks for looking out for me, sir. But look at me. I've only got one arm left. Mark felt totally worthless. What can a cripple like me even do? How could a useless loser like me ever serve under you? I'd just be dead weight. Roman heard that and said, from what you just said, I can tell you're being sincere. That wasn't really a no, was it? Am I reading you right? Roman brought up a story. Mark, have you ever heard of the left-handed sword? The left-handed swordsman was a royal guard who lost his right arm while protecting the king during a war. The king showered him with wealth and fame to make up for his service. But the guy, who was used to the heat of battle, couldn't get used to a cushy, quiet life. He made a vow to himself if he was gonna die, it had to be on the battlefield. He practiced like a madman for years, until he finally got the hang of using his left arm. Once he mastered it, that was the birth of the left-handed sword style. It was a freakish style born from a major disability. He took a flaw and through sheer willpower turned it into his own special edge. With that left-handed style, he kept fighting and racked up tons of victories. Later on, he met someone named Baek Junghyeok. Even though he was staring death in the face, he offered, if you come with me now, I'll teach you that left-handed sword style. Roman said seriously, on top of that, I'll train you to become a warrior fiercer than anyone else. Mark couldn't believe what he was hearing. Is it really possible? He felt like the guy was a literal lifesaver. He thought, I could actually keep fighting, even with one arm, and die on the battlefield just like I've always wanted. He would do anything for that. He dropped to his knees immediately. I, Mark Burney, will follow you to the Dimitri family. He swore, my life is yours now. That day Mark Burney got his hope back. War changes so many people's lives. Edwin Hector, Mark Burney, and even the son of the Anbeck family, Henry Anbeck. None of them could escape the chaos of this war. Henry muttered to himself, Roman, you're too much, man. We fought on the same battlefield, didn't we? He kept pouting, why couldn't you just take me with you? But to everyone else he said, yeah, that's right. Henry sighed, thinking that at least living with the guy who helped him out was better than the alternative. Besides, he told himself, as long as he didn't have to get drafted again and made it back to the family in one piece, that was a huge win in his book. Suddenly Henry spotted something. The banner was popping up with messages. Congratulations, congrats to Henry Anbeck on his return. The proud son of the Anbeck family, Henry Anbeck, has returned safely. But in reality, Henry Anbeck didn't actually do anything in the war against the kingdom of Hector. The people were cheering for Henry Anbeck, but as long as they knew he'd fought alongside Roman on the battlefield and came back a winner, that was good enough. His status in the family completely leveled up. A while later, an old guy showed up in front of Henry and asked, this is the Kairo Royal Academy. Can you tell us what exactly went down on the battlefield? This was exactly what he was stoked for. Fighting in the war had finally boosted his status. Henry stood up on the stage to give his speech. He was already plotting to lay it on thick for Roman. If he buttered him up, he'd benefit from it too. Henry Anbeck went around hyping up his own deeds and exaggerating Roman's insane feats in the war just to make them both look like absolute legends. That was the moment Henry Anbeck felt the most proud. It was a total turning point in his life. A few days later, soldiers lined up to see him off. Goodbye, Lord Roman. Take care. Watching Daniel, Roman did the math on heading back to the capital. He was already planning his next move, squaring up against those nobles and building his own army. Roman smirked. He was going to do whatever it took to seize control over the entire northeast. Roman was leading his troops back when he heard someone screaming, it's all over. This year's harvest is totally trashed. They were sitting in the dry, dead dirt, bawling their eyes out. How are we supposed to survive now? Roman looked over, confused. Who are those people? Chris explained that they were probably farmers from the Dimitri estate. Roman still didn't get why Dimitri farmers were on Conrad territory. Chris kept going. See, our estate doesn't have much farmland, so some of our people have to rent land from the Conrads to work. Roman went dead silent, thinking it over. He ordered Chris, bring them here. I want to hear the whole story from them. The farmers were hauled in front of Roman. They explained, my lord, we had a deal with the Conrad family to lease this land and farm it for 1 year. As he said that, the man got teary-eyed. We never thought that just a month before the harvest, the Conrads would order us to clear everything out and take the land back. He poured out his frustration. We couldn't just walk away like that. The crops weren't even ready, but they wouldn't give us any time. They just sent guys in to wreck everything. He couldn't take it anymore and just started sobbing. It's so unfair. Young master, you've got to stand up for us. If we can't harvest anything, how are we supposed to live? Chris turned to Roman for his take. Young master, you see how messed up their situation is. But this isn't some easy problem to fix. If we step in, it's going to stir up a whole lot of trouble. The Conrad family has been playing these games for years. He continued, right now they're pulling out all the stops to build up their power and expand their reach. They're linking up with other families in the Northeast to build their own alliance. That Northeast Council is basically just a bunch of small fries huddling together. They group up for protection and to flex against other powers. They're basically acting like rats in a pack. But Roman's next words totally shocked Chris. We can't just stand by and watch this happen. Things are just going to get worse. Roman's expression turned dark and twisted. Before this gets completely out of control, we need to cut it off at the roots. Chris, of course, had no choice but to follow his lead. If you're dead set on handling this, then we're your men. We'll follow your lead. Whatever you say, young master. When Roman finally rolled into town, everyone was waiting. Seeing him, they started cheering for the hero of Kairo. They were hailing him as the pride of the Dimitri house. Romero was stoked to see his son. You're finally back. He ran up and pulled him into a massive hug. You've worked so hard. Roman didn't have time to catch his breath before asking, are you doing all right, father? Romero was beaming. I'm good. This is all such a surprise. He put a hand on his shoulder. I've got a feast prepped for your return. Let's just enjoy the family time tonight. Roman suddenly went cold and shut it down. That can wait, father. I've got something we need to talk about first. The two of them headed into the private study so Roman could lay it out. His father sighed. I know about those farmers, but what else can I do? I can't just stop the Conrad family from taking back their own land. If I try to stop them, a war breaks out between our families, and then what happens to all the other farmers who are renting Conrad land? Roman didn't back down, his face looking kinda scary. I get what you're saying, but do you think they would have pulled that crap if those were Benedict farmers? Romero went dead silent. Roman kept going. Everyone knows the kind of power the Count of Benedict has in the royal court. Nobody dares to touch his people. So, where does that put the Dimitri family in this whole northeast region? I mean, let's be real. Everybody knows the northern family is on the verge of collapsing. If they're out, who else in the northeast is stronger than us? Romero admitted he was right, but said that didn't mean they could just start a fight with the Conrads whenever they felt like it. He explained, if we go after them, they've got all those other small families backing them up. We have to think before we act. Roman wasn't having it. I don't see it that way. He made his point clear. The Dimitri family was growing and was already the strongest power around. Even so, the Conrads and those other nobodies are acting out and looking down on us. In their eyes, the Dimitri family are just some minor family. They think we don't have some big ancient name to lean on like the Northern family or the other old money houses. That's exactly why the Conrads have the nerve to pull this stuff on us. That crap ends today. Roman couldn't hold back his rage anymore. The Dimitri house is stronger than it's ever been. I'm done playing nice. It's time we showed them who actually runs this region. Romero was floored by his son's intensity. Roman was getting more hyped up by the second. They need to learn. If they mess with us, there will be hell to pay. Roman's hand tightened around his wineglass until the red liquid swirled. Romero was still reeling from what his son said. They had the power now. How can we let our people suffer like this? We can't just watch. We're gonna take down those Conrad bastards. Hand me a sword. Roman's expression was way more intimidating now. He made it clear to his father that if he agreed with his plan, these hands would be the ones to spill their blood. I'm gonna show them who's really in charge. Watching his son, Romero sighed and looked up. My boy has really grown up. He remembered Roman back when he was a kid, living like an ordinary person, doing hard labor with his own 2 hands. People used to call him the outsider of the family, but maybe those rough times were what forged the strong Roman he is today. That's exactly the kind of power and resolve a family head needs. Romero looked at his reflection in his wineglass, deep in thought about the future. A new era had finally begun for the Dimitri family. A few days later, a victory banquet was held to celebrate Roman's safe return to the family. Nobles from the northeast were invited too. When the nobles arrived, they rushed to crowd around Roman to introduce themselves. I'm from the Boone house. I'm Sophia from the Gryzel family. I'm here representing the Harros family to congratulate young Master Roman on his victorious return. Even if they didn't really respect the Dimitri name, they knew the raw power the family held now. Sophia, where are you coming from to greet him? Does young Master Roman remember you? She asked, with a polite, dainty tone towards Sophia from the Gryzel family. Of course I remember, Roman said warmly. We met at the last banquet, didn't we? She beamed at that. You still remember me? Her eyes sparkled as she looked at Roman, secretly wishing. He's so different from the past, I wish I could get engaged to him. At the same time, someone else walked up. I'm Viscount Conrad. It's an honor to meet a hero like you, the man who crushed the powerful army alongside Prince Hector. Roman looked at him, thinking, so this is Viscount Conrad? He put on a calculated face and replied, I'm Roman. The Viscount blustered. I heard you took down a 5-star knight from Hector's army during the battle. He smiled flatteringly. It's honestly hard to believe you're only 20 and already pulled off something that huge. Roman kept it humble. You're too kind. The Viscount kept pouring on the praise. There aren't many real warriors in this northeast region. Around here, Roman, you're the greatest warrior there is. But Roman wasn't interested in any more flattery. His gaze turned cold. I have a question for you. He's making his move, the Viscount thought. Even though he was a commoner by birth, he was sharp. The Viscount looked pleased. Go ahead. Roman spoke bluntly. I heard you unilaterally seized farmland from the local people, Viscount. Conrad was caught off guard by his words. Could you tell me the reason for that? The people around them heard the question and started whispering. He fumbled, trying to explain, I intended to utilize that land to bring more value to the people. What's the big deal about that? Hearing his answer, Roman just replied dismissively, Is that so? The Viscount broke into a cold sweat, acting a bit offended. Young Master Roman, we came here to celebrate you. Why would you bring up such a matter? The Viscount started to get defensive. I came with good intentions to congratulate you, Roman. Why are you making me lose face in front of everyone? He turned away, sounding ticked off. Fine, if that's how it is, I'm never coming back to this place again. With that, he started to leave. I'm out. But as he neared the door, Roman's voice cut through. Stop right there. He didn't hesitate to threaten him. If you walk out now, consider it an act of war against the Dimitri family. His voice got even harsher, barking an order. I'll say it again. Come back here right now, Viscount. Conrad heard the command, his eyes widening as he turned back to look at him. What did you just say? He shouted at him. We kicked those Dimitri farmers off because that land belonged to our house in the first place. He continued, still acting arrogant. We wanted to reclaim our own land. Do we have to report every little thing to the Dimitri family? He sounded furious. We aren't your underlings who have to take orders from you. The other nobles around them started jumping on the bandwagon. Viscount Conrad is right. Baron Romero should be the one handling interfamily issues directly. What right does Roman even have to discuss this? Plus, talking to the guests who came to celebrate him like that. Everyone whispered among themselves. Viscount Conrad is a family head. He shouldn't be treated this disrespectfully. Roman heard the criticism and thought to himself, if it were the northern families, would they even dare to react like this? Roman answered his own question. Not a chance. They'd never dare. These local northeastern nobles are the type of snakes that would stab the Dimitri family in the back the second they got a chance. Whether I have to cut them off completely or turn them into obedient dogs, I need to make a definitive choice. Roman stared at Viscount Conrad, his face stone cold. I'm going to get straight to the point. Since when do you have the right in the kingdom of Kairo to just mess with the subjects of another family? He stepped closer, locking eyes with him to grill him. Viscount Conrad, the farmers you messed with are my family's people. They are my loyal subjects. They live in Dimitri, pay taxes to Dimitri, and are loyal to Dimitri. Roman was radiating pure killing intent now. Even so, you dare to say they were disrespectful to you? Roman wasn't letting it go. You touch my people and you expect me to smile and talk it off? The Viscount looked up at him and started turning pale. Roman informed him that this issue had already been discussed and decided in the Dimitri family's internal council. My father gave me full authority over this matter, and I have no intention of letting it slide. The Viscount looked shocked. What did you say? He continued. It seems you still have no intention of apologizing to those people. The mood in the banquet hall started to shift. Everyone was starting to get scared. Roman made an announcement. Everyone listen up. His gaze was dead serious. From now on, if anyone from another territory causes trouble in Dimitri lands, I will hold them accountable 100 times over. Then he smirked, satisfied. Now for all you guests who were just complaining, let's see if any of you can still say, this isn't a big deal. The nobles turned ghostly pale. They realized the implication. If he's serious, aren't we the ones who are going to lose the most? Viscount Conrad watched how he handled things and assessed the situation. Roman isn't just good with a sword, he's a cunning old fox. He's trapping us so we can't get out, crushing us with his own power. He turned to look at the others, though he couldn't just back down yet. Now is the time for the alliance to pool our strength. Suddenly, a man stepped forward and spoke up. This time it really was Viscount Conrad's mistake. That's Lord Lawrence. The way he's handling things, the fallout from this is going to be huge. What about the Dimitri commoners? Is it even right that you didn't mention a single word to them? You need to own up to your screw-ups and apologize, right now. He remembered back when we were butting heads with the Kingdom of Hector. Those guys didn't lift a finger to help us. The Northeast Coalition? Total trash. He decided that Lawrence was going to fall in line with the Dimitri family. He turned to the others. You guys don't disagree, do you? Everyone who was backing the Viscount a second ago suddenly turned on him. Yeah, apologize to Lord Roman. What kind of noble laughs off something like this and just walks away? The Viscount looked around, shocked. The whole Dimitri force is ganging up on me? He had no choice but to fold. I need to back off for now. He decided to bow down to Roman. I messed up. I'll be more careful next time. Romero watched his son and felt a little uneasy. Is it really okay to handle it this aggressively? The Northeast Coalition won't just let this slide. Roman replied, Father, if we want to get things back in order, we have to meet them head on. There's no other way. They're gonna keep huddling together, trying every dirty trick to take down the Dimitri family. But eventually, they'll realize they're powerless and have to accept the gap in our strength. That's the only way to pull off my plan. One of the Northeast Coalition members slammed his hand on the table in a rage. That arrogant brat, the guy who used to be called the Dimitri Trash, gets a little recognition in the capital and suddenly thinks he's better than everyone? The others started chiming in, getting worked up. Exactly. What a piece of work. If we keep bowing down like this, everyone's gonna think the Northeast Coalition is a joke. Viscount Conrad, who'd been quiet the whole time, spoke up. So, you guys have any bright ideas? The bickering stopped instantly. The Viscount looked annoyed. Honestly, I'm questioning the point of this coalition at this rate. He kept it real. Let's be honest, the Dimitri army already outclasses us. Besides, Roman took down Butler in the last fight. He hated admitting it, but he knew they couldn't take them down the old-fashioned way. Someone else asked, what if we reach out to the royal central government? Viscount Conrad clarified. So you're saying we should pressure the Dimitri family, using the weight of the crown? The guy insisted, exactly. Ever since the Kingdom of Hector fell, we haven't been able to fix our relationship with them. This is the perfect chance. We'll use the royal government's power to tilt the scales in our favor. The Viscount thought, not a bad idea, and agreed. Fine, I'll reach out to them. The coalition members gathered before Viscount Pacius, and Viscount Conrad stepped up as their rep. I've got a favor to ask, my lord. The Viscount smiled. Sure, speak up. If Viscount Conrad is asking, I'm all ears. He thanked him, sounding relieved. We've had a land dispute with the Dimitri family involving the commoners' farmland. Could you use the royal authority to put some pressure on them? Viscount Pacius didn't say a word and just cut the connection. Viscount Conrad freaked out, shouting, what the hell happened to the signal? Reconnect it. We can't keep the count waiting. When he finally got him back, he scrambled to explain, my apologies, the signal was terrible. Viscount Pacius looked at him, concerned. Viscount Conrad, you really aren't reading the room, are you? He was confused. What do you mean? Viscount Pacius snapped at him. You live out in the sticks, but do you not hear any news at all? How could you be this clueless? You want to pressure the Dimitri family? Pacius laid it out for him. There's something you don't know. After the war with the Kingdom of Hector, Roman's big win made him a hero. Count Benedict thinks the world of him. The Count even wants Roman to be his son-in-law. So I can't do what you're asking. Viscount Conrad was left stunned. Before hanging up for good, Pacius dropped one last line. Instead of picking a fight with the Dimitri family, I'd suggest you try making nice and building a real relationship. Viscount Conrad was completely shell-shocked. Count Benedict wants Roman to marry his daughter? Someone behind him whispered, at this point, why don't you just apologize and call it a truce? And just like that, the land dispute with the Conrad family was settled. Viscount Conrad had to apologize to the farmers, promising not to touch their land until their lease agreements were up. The farmers bowed to Roman, full of gratitude. We heard you went through a lot of trouble for us. Thank you. If you ever need anything, just say the word. Roman wasn't surprised. Just like he planned, the alliance folded and gave up. He told the people, smiling, it's nothing. I just did what needed to be done. He thought to himself, they tried to drag the royal government into this, but they never dreamed the government was already on my side. The Northeast Coalition is basically a sinking ship now. Even if they're playing nice and acting submissive now, they'll definitely try to revolt again in the future. Phase 1, provoke them, was a success. Roman was feeling pretty good about it. He walked away to the farmers' cheers, calculating his next move, a direct strike to shatter their alliance for good. Roman stood on the platform and announced, "I've got an announcement for everyone. The Dimitri family is holding a swordsmanship tournament for anyone who wants in. The grand prize is 100 gold bars." The crowd went wild. To keep things fair, myself, Commander Jonathan, and all the squad captains are sitting this one out. He laid out the tournament rules. Also, participants will be split into 6 groups, and we'll pick a winner from each. Roman added, "As you all know, I fought on the southern front and crushed the kingdom of Hector's army. Every warrior who followed me into that battle has been through the fire. They've gotten way stronger than they used to be," he declared, his voice booming. "Through this sword tournament, I want you and them to show me what you're actually capable of. Those soldiers are going to be split evenly into 6 groups, and you'll all be mixed in with them. If any of you manage to win this sword tournament, besides the gold prize, I'll grant you one wish." One of the participants spoke up, "Sir, are people from other families allowed to sign up for this?" Roman answered, "If you can prove you're from a family in the Northeast, I don't care about any other conditions." He announced it to the cheering crowd, "The tournament will go down in 1 month. I really hope you all prep well and show up ready to give it your all." After the previous event, the Dimitri family organized a sword tournament. The tournament was a massive opportunity for the Northeasterners. If one of their swordsmen could take the win, the Northeast Association could finally get their wish. And if they won, Roman would let go of all the bad blood from the past. It would totally flip the dynamic between them and the Dimitri house while restoring their lost reputation. Just then, a voice called out, sounding pretty anxious, asking if they even had a chance at winning. Since there were so many outsiders interested in the tournament, besides their own people, they were worried if they actually had the skill to pull off a win. Especially with beasts like Chris and Kevin, who had shown their strength in the previous battles, taking part. If those two were in it, winning wasn't going to be easy. However, the Viscount had already crunched the numbers. He knew there were 6 groups, and they only needed one person to win their group to come out on top. So, Chris and Kevin didn't really matter to him. If they just took the strongest people from each family and spread them out across the different groups, they'd at least guarantee a win in one of them. It actually sounded like a solid plan since the Northeast had plenty of skilled soldiers who'd been trained since they were kids. The tournament was set for 1 month. To stay relevant instead of being overshadowed by the Dimitri family, and to make their wish come true, he and his crew had to strike while the iron was hot. He was so desperate to win at any cost that he was ready to have anyone pose as someone else just to enter. Before the training started, Roman talked about the sparring. To win the tournament, they had to be ruthless. The 6 winners from the 6 groups would represent the Dimitri family. The rankings from before were just for show at the time, so they didn't really matter now and shouldn't be seen as the final result for the winners. Even though they were off the battlefield, the war wasn't over, and these soldiers had to be ready to fight at any second. To push them to get stronger, he'd keep throwing challenges their way with some killer rewards. But if they wanted that reward, they had to earn it by building their reputation under the Dimitri name. And among the 6 winners, if someone could win the whole damn tournament, he'd personally teach them the high-level techniques he used. Every spar and every sword fight helped the soldiers level up their bodies and get to the next level. People in the north were hyped. They knew that if they got their hands on those skills, their power would skyrocket. He was on a completely different level than them. Learning those legendary techniques, that was the opportunity of a lifetime. It wasn't just them, either. Kevin and Chris were in on it too. Everyone in the Dimitri family knew exactly what was on the line and was dying to see it happen. Roman set this tournament up with 2 goals: to force the northeastern nobles to face the reality of where they stood compared to his family, and to train his own subordinates to be absolute monsters. And when the tournament ended, the results would shake up the whole Northeast. From this second on, the tournament was officially on. Meanwhile, for the next month, while the soldiers were training, it was the perfect time for him to do some training of his own. Back when he was the demon, Junghyeok Baek, he was a guy born on the edge of life and death. He'd been through hell in countless wars, but he couldn't deny that just throwing yourself into danger for no reason was stupid. As his subordinates were busting their tails to improve, he had to train too, because he wanted to be at the top of his game. The only way to get stronger was to never stop grinding. Lucas walked up from behind after hearing Roman call him. He took orders from Roman that he'd be going into hiding for a month to train. During that time, he wouldn't take any reports except for major house business. He just wanted to focus on his own growth. At the same time, he told Lucas to sell his sword. He didn't care how he did it. The sword was originally called Llama, but since it was time for a new owner, he renamed it Blaze. Lucas was strictly forbidden from revealing that he was the owner, because that would just blow the whole thing out of proportion. Whatever it took, he had to sell that sword. He told Lucas to put the money into the organization's fund. It was a sharp, polished blade, gleaming in the light. Lucas was confused. It was a top-tier blade that could kill in one hit, so why would Roman want to dump it? Still, he didn't ask questions. He took the order to sell it, but he figured the best place to find a buyer was at an auction house. People there would know the value and pay a premium for it. After that, he went to a city in the northeast, the hub for travel thanks to the teleportation gates. When it was time to check the item, Lucas laid the sword on the table. The appraiser's jaw dropped when he felt the insane power coming off it. With his eye for quality, he knew right away this was top-tier gear. When he asked Lucas how he wanted to run the auction, he was told to do it as an anonymous seller. Then, the appraiser confirmed the terms, an open auction with no minimum bid requirement and a 10% increase with every bid. After the guy agreed to all of Lucas's conditions, he took him to see the auction house manager. His name was Mori. He was super welcoming to Lucas. Once it was appraised, the manager knew this sword would fetch a high price because it was top-tier stuff. Good quality meant a high price, at least 30 gold coins. Next, he had to test the sword's mana reaction. A sword that reacted at level 3 was usually considered good enough for a true swordsman. As soon as he started the test, the guy was stunned by the power of the blaze sword. The sword reacted to the mana at level 10, an insane amount he'd never seen before. A normal sword that didn't take mana would just be junk. Turns out, the blade doesn't just absorb mana, it amplifies the hell out of it. Even manager Mori was straight up rattled by how insane the power of this sword really was. The auction kicked off, and the auctioneer was hyping the crowd like crazy, shouting that anyone who missed out on this would regret it for the rest of their pathetic lives. Word had gotten around, so everyone from high-class nobles to filthy rich power players showed up. In the entire history of the Adelian auction house, they'd never seen a piece like this. The host unveiled the blaze sword. As soon as it was put on display, the whole room was stunned. This wasn't just some ordinary blade. The auctioneer introduced it with an intensity nobody had ever seen before. He explained its special ability. The way it reacts to mana is totally off the charts. Before this, they'd sold a level 7 mana reactive sword for 300 gold coins. But today, the blaze sword hit level 10, a record nobody even knew was possible. The place went wild with rumors. Even the veterans, who'd been to countless auctions, said they'd never seen anything this powerful in their lives. As soon as the intro finished, everyone started throwing bids around to claim the blaze. It started at 10 gold, then jumped to 20-30 gold. From there, the bids started hiking up by 50 gold a pop, and the price just kept snowballing. While everyone was losing their minds, the increment spiked to 100 gold per bid. The money just kept piling up. Deep in the shadows, a man let out this creepy, mysterious grin. It felt like something huge was about to go down. In the heat of the moment, the bidders were clawing at each other just to get their hands on it. Suddenly, bidder 53 raised their paddle. 1,200 gold. That's an insane number, totally unheard of in history. Seeing the price go that high, everyone else just backed down, pissed off. We cut to a guy sitting in the VIP section, looking completely full of himself. That guy was Marquis Valentino. He's a powerhouse with a mountain of cash. He plays the neutral card in politics, but in an auction, he's a total shark. He's always ready to go scorched earth just to secure the best loot. And the havoc this insane auction is going to wreak on the kingdom, nobody can even guess yet. Even though he'd dropped a massive pile of cash, Marquis Valentino felt like the blaze was actually worth way more than what he paid. He knew the sword had hidden power. It wasn't just about the mana reaction, it could actually push the wielder to the level of a 10-star swordsman. That's the kind of peak power every swordsman dreams of. There are two paths, magic swordsmanship and aura swordsmanship. A swordsman has to pick one. In terms of pure destruction, aura is way stronger. The warriors who want to flex their power always go for that. They want to prove their worth through raw strength, so aura is the way to go. Magic swordsmanship is basically for the weaklings who can't handle aura. It's just easier to use. And anyone aiming for absolute peak power, they're picking aura every time. Because he realized how broken the blaze really was, he was obsessed with owning it. He figured if the smith kept churning out swords like this, the first would become a legendary collector's item. At that point, the blaze would be legendary, the first, most valuable piece to ever hit the auction floor. He figured the guy who forged it must be a master swordsman and a collector. That's what made the blaze stand out. Everyone knew who the Marquis was. He had this twisted, borderline psychotic obsession with collecting one-of-a-kind blades. He was the type to do literally anything to get what he wanted. Nobody dared to cross him. Because of his reputation, everyone in the auction room steered clear of him. They didn't want any of his drama. And that's exactly why bidder 53, Ake the Marca, swept the auction and became the new owner of the blaze. Once he won, he was so eager to get his hands on it that he paid up right then and there. He tossed over a chest with 1,300 gold coins. Mori was shocked, wondering why the sword was only valued at 1,200, but to the Marquis, that extra 100 was just loose change. He was basically tipping them. Mori was confused and a bit scared. He knew this guy was bad news, but he still had to play nice and thank him for the extra cash. Then, the Marquis started asking about the smith who forged it, claiming he just wanted to meet them and thank them for such a masterpiece. Mori's face went dead serious. He knew where this was heading. He had to come clean and say he couldn't do that because the owner wanted to stay anonymous. He apologized, terrified of pissing off the Marquis's family. To his surprise, the Marquis didn't push it. He knew the rules of the auction house. Mori let out a huge sigh of relief and thanked him for being cool about it. But the Marquis didn't let it go completely. He told Mori, "If you get anything else from that smith, you call me immediately." He figured if the blaze was this insane, anything else that Smith made had to be just as powerful. He gave a twisted smile, already hyped for the next batch of gear. After the auction, people were still buzzing about the sword, while the Marquis was just sitting there, totally smug about his win. A perfect sword. It was basically art. Flawless beauty and raw power. He held it in his hands staring at it, barely able to stop praising it. Even though his collection was stacked, this was on another level. A sword like that doesn't just come from some nobody. He was determined to find the guy. He ordered his lackeys to start by shaking down every blacksmith in the Dimitri family. Honestly, it was just his obsession talking. He just had to find this genius smith and see what other insane stuff they could cook up. A month flew by. A lot happened while Roman was training. The soldiers were still grinding hard, trying to level up their combat skills. Right then, Chris was sparring with a soldier. The guy couldn't even touch Chris, who started calling out all his weak spots. Chris pointed out that the guy was attacking with zero defense. He had plenty of effort, but his skills were trash. He had no head for combat and was just relying on dumb instinct. If you're in a life or death fight, you better think because you only get one life. The soldier actually listened to the critique and thanked him for the reality check. One by one, they kept coming. He looked at the group and realized that among the 6 winners, guys like Kevin, Victor, and the others definitely still had a shot. However, there were still 2 people I couldn't quite figure out yet, mostly because everyone's skill level felt pretty similar. Nothing really stood out. Suddenly, I felt this massive surge of power behind me. When I spun around, something had literally shook the earth and sky. I found myself thinking, did the world just tremble? Flashback to 15 days ago. Roman was forging a new blade, his face pure murderous intent. I remembered my first fight with Butler. If he hadn't held back then, would I have actually been able to take him down? That victory was only because he was careless, plus he had to protect his prince, which is the only reason he lost. With him sitting at a 5-star master level, honestly, my current strength would have a really hard time dealing with a guy like that. Knowing what he's capable of, I can't let one win make me arrogant or sloppy, or I'll end up losing just like he did. Even though I've been in Roman's body for a while now, I still haven't fully gotten used to it. I used to be the Heavenly Demon, rampaging with no rivals, totally confident in my own power, but right now, that's not the case. I've got so many more fights ahead of me, and there are still way too many high-level players who haven't even shown their faces yet. So I have to stay sharp, no acting out of turn. In any era, stepping up to someone powerful is always a death wish if you're not careful. Even when I get most of my power back, there's no shortage of people in this world who can do the same. If I want to survive, I have to know who I am and where I stand. Only then can I keep grinding and moving forward. My priority right now is to push myself to get my old strength back. I've been hitting the forge, working my body from sunrise to sunset, day after day. Through non-stop training, my skin is practically burning, my eyes are locked on the goal, and my body is glowing red hot. Thanks to all this hellish grind, my body is basically at its limit. No matter how tough things get right now, I'm definitely going to stand tall and stay strong in the future. Destruction leads to rebirth. As long as I put in the work, I can do anything. But on this new path, I can't go it alone. I need a companion. This new sword is going to take over for the brace and walk this new road with me. It's even stronger than the brace, a flame sword that rages and burns, eating away at everything in its path like a cruel, hungry fire. Through all the time I spent hammering out this flame sword, Roman's body has finally hit its absolute peak. Then came the second transformation. My skin felt like it was trying to crawl off, splitting wide open to reveal a new, stronger form underneath. It's a massive change, and exactly what I needed for my future plans. Walking out of that forge, Roman felt like he'd completely shed his old skin. My power has changed a lot. With this kind of physique, if I thought back to my last fight, I wonder, would I win now? After this rebirth, it wouldn't just be one butler. I could take on 2 and still handle it. To reach the level of the Heavenly Demon, I've got to go through 3 stages. Even though I've killed myself training to get this strong, I still feel like I'm only at the beginning of the first stage. Once I hit the middle stage, my power is going to skyrocket, and by the 3rd, I'll be near my absolute limit. If I reach that peak, no one on this continent is touching Roman. With the kind of arrogance only a Heavenly Demon has, after this transformation, 2, 3, or even 4 guys like Butler wouldn't mean a thing. But in the end, can I really follow the same path I did in my past life? Will I regret this choice? In this new world, these guys using aura are actually no joke. It's a kind of power that the martial arts of my old world just can't compare to. I'm self-aware enough to know I have to change to get stronger. I've got to be willing to learn and adapt to this new stuff. With all this new knowledge about this world, I wonder if I can have a real breakthrough by combining my martial arts with their aura? The only way to find out is to see just how high I can climb myself. Roman, looking ripped, holds up the sword, which is radiating this dark, sinister energy. I've trained so hard that my hands are wrecked, and my blood has stained the blade. Being reborn and walking this road again, I thought it would just be a repeat, nothing special, but looking at it now, it's actually pretty fun. The Heavenly Demon sword arts are completely different from before. Not weaker, but way more powerful than they ever were. This world has so many secrets I don't know yet. If you want to make life interesting, if you've got insane, life-threatening challenges, bring them to Roman. Because that's the only way I'll find the drive to keep living in this world. Starting from the bottom as Roman, I'm gonna climb my way to the top. Just then the vice captain of the Dimit Knights ran up, looking worried. Chris couldn't believe his eyes. He had no clue what went down here. Seeing the scene in front of them, they were all totally shocked. Roman, though, just acted like nothing happened, and told them, chill, it's all good. The soldiers were stunned, seeing how Roman didn't even use magic, just raw power to carve out the earth like that. Seeing them staring, Roman quickly shooed them off. They followed orders and took off. You know, when people face real trouble or fear, they usually freeze up and don't have the guts to push past the wall standing in their way. Vice Captain Chris used to be like that too, just scared, running away without looking back. But seeing the commander keep pushing forward and getting stronger, he feels weaker and more useless by the day. If the boss is out here training like a maniac to get better, what excuse does he have to be lazy? He feels like he's just not good enough, and that's exactly what's pushing him to do better. I'm not just going to win, I'm going to crush them so hard the difference in skill is obvious. No matter what it takes, I have to be way stronger than I am right now. And to become Roman's personal guard, I have to get stronger, no matter what. After a month, the sword was finally finished. Roman was stoked with this masterpiece. He was debating what to name this dark blade. The old swords represented my new life, but this one shows who I really am now. The Heavenly Demon Sword, the thing that fills every enemy with pure despair and pain. So, I'm calling this one the Nightblade. After coming back, Chris updated me on how the recent sparring matches went. We had a match every 3 days, and we used those results to pick the guys with the best win rates. Chris handed over the list for me to check out. The list just dropped, and it's Chris, Kevin, Vulcan, Beaky, Bernie, and Henderson. Roman was caught off guard. He never saw MBNY and Henderson making the cut. Chris asked him what he thought about the lineup. Roman took one look and told him, stick with it. But Roman made it clear to Chris, losing is not an option. Go out there and prove what you're made of. Roman warned Chris not to choke. He had to show everyone his true power during this tournament. After all, it was being held under Roman's name. Chris took the order to heart, but Roman also told him not to get his hopes up too high for this competition. The day before the event, the soldiers were buzzing. One guy was shocked to run into an old acquaintance competing, too. The guy acted chill, mentioning the 100 gold reward. That cash prize was enough to change his mind about skipping. Was he one of Viscount Conrad's men? A mercenary from the front lines? He bragged that he'd show the guy exactly how terrifying a frontline mercenary's blade could be. Someone overheard and laughed, saying if he was so confident, he should try fighting Vice Captain Chris. The guy totally panicked. He knew exactly how dangerous Chris was. Seeing him freak out, he quickly changed his tune, saying he'd rather fight the other guy, Kevin. Hearing the name Kevin made him even worse. Everyone knew he was a total demon. As they kept talking, they brought up Vulcan and Beaky. Those two weren't exactly pushovers either. If you wanted to survive this tournament, you just had to avoid those four. Chris, Kevin, Beaky, and Vulcan. The pressure was real. The mercenary couldn't take it anymore and just screamed for some peace and quiet. Soon enough, the 6 groups were announced for the swordsmanship tournament, and it was a mix of hype and heartbreak. When Baron Kolo realized he was facing Chris, he was terrified, total despair. His allies tried to calm him down, saying, "Don't lose it yet. At least the Baron's family has some decent swordsmen." Even the Viscount chimed in, telling him not to give up so fast. And he was even more surprised to see Bernie, a guy with one arm, in the tournament. Still, he stayed confident that his family's guy would take the win. Conrad swore that this tournament would decide the fate of the Northeast, so they had to win and lead the association to victory. Hearing that, the other barons and Marcuses all agreed. They were going to crush the Dimitri family and take them down for good. Before you knew it, the big day arrived. The crowd was going wild, but in some dark corner, Baron Kolo was still sweating bullets. Still, he couldn't just bail because the association was watching. Looking totally dejected, he figured Max wouldn't win. So he told him, "Don't push yourself, okay? Don't get yourself killed." But the kid was feeling it. He'd been fired up to win since he signed up, and he promised he'd give it everything he had. He figured he wasn't weak. After all, he and Chris were both 2-star fighters. He didn't see any reason to be scared of Chris. Seeing that fire in his eyes, the Baron actually teared up and called his name. He put his trust in him, cheering him on to face Chris with no regrets. He told him that if things went south, he'd just throw in the towel immediately. That just made Max even more determined to fight to the end. As they stepped onto the platform, you could feel the massive aura rolling off Chris. When they stood face to face though, Max looked a little nervous. But the second the start call went out, Max charged in like a madman. Chris wasn't scared at all. He didn't even counterattack. He just acted like it was no big deal. In 1 second, literally 1 second, he shattered Max's sword. Max froze, totally lost, and then in the second, Chris lunged forward. He swung his blade again, a devastating blow that Max didn't stand a chance against. A clean hit on the 3rd second. It was over. 3 seconds total. The match ended with just 2 swings. Just like that, Chris from the Dimitri family took the win and moved to the 2nd round. Seeing how fast that went, Kolo couldn't believe his eyes. The power gap was insane, and right after Chris won, Kevin did the exact same thing, crushing his opponent to advance. One by one, the Dimitri soldiers, Chris, Kevin, Vulcan, and Baki, all wiped the floor with their opponents and moved on. The other soldiers were shook. Those rumors about the Dimitri family weren't just talk, they were legit. The 4 of them were unstoppable. Now their only hope was beating Bernie and Henderson. Otherwise, the only way out was to forfeit, not losing but not winning either. Finally, the day arrived. The results were out and Henderson was the one representing Dimitri. Everyone was stunned when they saw it. They couldn't believe their eyes. This was the guy known for being so weak he could barely swing a sword. People were sneering, thinking there was no way he was good enough to represent Dimitri in this tournament. But these average Joes had no clue what real strength looked like. All 6 of Roman's reps had serious power and reputations. Chris and Kevin were the heavy hitters, trusted by Roman and feared by everyone else. Because they knew how dangerous they were, everyone was desperate to dodge them. They knew if they drew those two they were toast. And it wasn't just Chris and Kevin, Volkan and Baki were scaring people off too. Those two were ripped and had mercenary backgrounds, so they were no joke. Those four were well known for their overwhelming strength. They were the stuff of nightmares. On the flip side, Mar, Bernie and Henderson made people feel relieved. Nobody cared about them because hardly anyone knew who Henderson was. They looked down on those two, mostly because Henderson had literally peed his pants when he was recruited. That made him look like a total coward in everyone's eyes. As everyone got hyped for the tournament, Roman's father called his name and said,